On this radiant day, with a gentle breeze and brilliant sunshine, inside the narrow and quiet convenience store, 20-something Li Rue leaned on the counter, resting his chin on one hand while the other idly scrolled through trending videos on his phone. The modest screen displayed a juxtaposition. On the left, a vibrant video of a youthful beauty. On the right, a chaotic report of a gruesome incident involving people attacking one another. Without hesitation, he tapped on the right side. He magnified an image of a grotesque, decaying visage, gray and ghastly, with eyes bulging almost out of their sockets and lips stretched as if dislocated, revealing bloody teeth. His fingers continued to zoom in until the entire screen transformed into a distorted mosaic. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. Li Rue dropped his phone and lifted his head sharply, donning his signature approachable smile as he gazed over. A man darted between the shelves, his rapid breaths audible even from several meters away, as if he had just run a marathon. Through the surveillance monitor, Li Rue observed him desperately sweeping an array of beverages, snacks, and jerky into a large tote bag, cramming it until it could hold no more, all while clutching additional items in his arms. He did not spare Li Rue a glance as he dashed out the door. The entire episode unfolded so swiftly that Li Rue was caught off guard. Recovering quickly, he vaulted over the counter, raising his hand in indignation, shouting, "Hey, you didn't pay for that!" The entrance was deserted, and the fleeing figure of the man grew smaller in the distance. After a moment's hesitation, Li Rue glanced back at the open store and, with determination, swiftly locked the door, gripping the key tightly in his hand before pursuing. The unfamiliar development zone outside was quieter than usual. Perhaps due to his long legs and the straight path, Li Rue quickly caught up to the man. The loss of so many bulging goods weighed heavily on his mind, and for someone earning only $3,000 a month, he felt compelled to hasten his pace. As he closed in, Li Rue lunged forward, grasping the man's arm, breathless. "Hey, why are you taking things without paying? Do you want me to call the police?" Unexpectedly, the man broke free, indifferent to Li Rue's urgency, muttering to himself, "Too late, too late." Reasoning fell on deaf ears, and in a fit of anger, Li Rue's nose crinkled. He charged forward, seizing the man's backpack, determined to reclaim the goods. The man, hindered by Li Rue, glared with clenched teeth, seemingly swallowing his frustration. He rummaged through his pockets and produced a wallet, tossing it to Li Rue. "Take it all." Upon opening the wallet, Li Rue discovered more than enough cash, including identification and bank cards, yet the man had already vanished, leaving no trace behind. Storing away the money, Li Rue scratched his head in confusion. He had no intention of dwelling on the incident and hurried back to the store. He was merely an unremarkable individual, unwilling to let anything disrupt his work. Such a delay could result in a pay cut. Like all employers, his boss would not heed excuses, only caring whether the job was done. Li Rue walked briskly, oblivious to the sporadic blood splatters that adorned the walls around him. Having recently arrived in this foreign city for work, Li Rue felt isolated. His current job, a relatively easy one, had only begun a few days prior. The sparsely populated neighborhood was eerily quiet, devoid of cars, a stark contrast to the traffic he had encountered days before. The unusual silence unnerved him as he continued forward, spotting a few individuals standing motionless, their heads drooping almost to their chests. Sensing something amiss, Li Rue instinctively broke into "Are you?" As he approached, the figures became clearer. They were no longer recognizable as humans. Their skin was a sickly gray, drool hung from their mouths, and their jaws moved as if they were perpetually hungry, streaked with blood, shambling slowly. Upon noticing Li Rue, they approached him like wolves scenting prey, their guttural growls and gaping mouths suggesting an insatiable hunger. Thankful for the distance, Li Rue felt a chill of dread. Their grotesque appearances and movements resembled those of zombies. He cautiously maneuvered to avoid them, relieved that the convenience store was not far off. As long as he kept a safe distance and did not provoke them, he hoped to pass unharmed. Just as he navigated around a building, a monstrous face slammed against a window, pounding its head against the glass. His heart raced, and his legs felt weak, almost refusing to respond. Trembling, Li Rue dared not hesitate any longer and sprinted away. Behind him, the sound of shattering glass echoed, attracting the attention of the lurking zombies who began to pursue him. Glancing back, he estimated there were 5 or 6, relentless as if they had not eaten in days. Even bloodied, they moved with surprising agility. Fortunately, Li Rue reached the convenience store's entrance just in time, holding his breath as he fumbled with the keys, his trembling hands almost failing him. Without daring to look back, he heard the chaotic footsteps drawing nearer. At the last possible moment, he successfully unlocked the door and swiftly secured it. There was no time to catch his breath. The zombies surrounded the entrance, banging against the transparent glass door while wailing, some even attempting to break through. He quickly moved heavy items to barricade the door. Once this was accomplished, Li Rue collapsed on the floor, gasping for air. The suddenness of the events had left him breathless as he grabbed the phone from the counter to call for help, only to find the line was busy. He attempted to send messages to inquire about the situation, but after a long while, the network abruptly failed. Perhaps something terrible had happened. Li Rue, drenched in sweat, could not afford to wipe his brow, feeling an unsettling anxiety as he dialed the most prominent number on his phone. Yet, time and again, he was met with a deafening silence, tormenting his frayed nerves. After nearly 10 minutes of futile attempts, he finally received no answer, and the messages from his parents flickered on the screen before fading away with the notification sound. This abrupt turn of events left Li Rue in a state of panic, consumed with worry for his family's well-being. But the relentless banging on the door persisted, with no one to assist him. The only weapon at his disposal was a toolbox containing a screwdriver and scissors. Even a kitchen knife felt too intimidating for his timid disposition. He assessed the remaining water and food in the store, which would last him several weeks, and moved to obscure the glass door to shield himself from whatever lay outside. With all that could be done, Li Rue surrendered to fate, silently praying that the zombies would simply disperse. As he waited, the ordeal became agonizing. At least he no longer had to work and could indulge in the store's provisions. He had already messaged his boss, but whether he would receive a reply remained uncertain. After 2 long days, with the utilities cut off and a notable decrease in noise, Li Rue finally mustered enough courage to clear the obstacles and peek outside. The door stood ajar, devoid of any sign of life, the gloomy sky silent except for the debris swirling in the wind. Li Rue immediately began gathering useful items to prepare for his departure. Just as he finished packing, he heard a faint sound at the door. Peering out, he spotted a figure, a woman attempting to push open the blocked convenience store door. Overjoyed, Li Rue felt a wave of relief wash over him. It had been 2 or 3 days since he had seen another living soul. The woman noticed him inside, covering her mouth and shaking her head in desperation. Regardless of the circumstances or her vulnerable position, Li Rue had no reason not to assist her. "Please, I beg you, give me something to eat. I haven't eaten in 3 days. I'll do anything you ask." The woman approached Li Rue, grasping his arm and pleading with him. Her upturned face was flawless, particularly her moist eyes, which evoked a sense of compassion. Whether intentional or not, her soft bosom brushed against his arm, causing Li Rue, who had never held a woman's hand before, to feel his ears flush with embarrassment. His lips involuntarily curled into a smile, and he stammered as he turned to fetch something for her. These awkward reactions did not go unnoticed by the woman, who narrowed her eyes slightly in amusement. Li Rue hurriedly retrieved food from his neatly packed belongings, and the woman devoured it ravenously, more desperate than the zombies lurking outside. Yet, she maintained an air of elegance, her complexion slightly pale, and her curvaceous figure exuded the charm of a mature woman. Notably, the neckline of her blouse was modestly open, revealing a small mole on her otherwise flawless skin. Li Rue found it difficult to tear his gaze away, struggling to articulate his thoughts politely. "Are you all right? Do you know what the situation is outside?" After finishing her meal and taking a sip of water, she replied, "Thank you for the food. I'm not entirely certain. I heard that the monsters came from the city center. They bite anyone they see. I was trapped there for 3 whole days before I managed to escape." Upon hearing her pitiful voice, Li Rue was at a loss for words, wanting to appear trustworthy. "That sounds incredibly difficult. By the way, my name is Li Rue. What about you?" "Jiang Tong. I think you should call me sister," she said, her tone friendly and unreserved, inching closer to him. Having never interacted with a beautiful woman before, Li Rue felt a bit bashful, nervously clutching the hem of his shirt. Do you want to rest for a moment? He asked, showing concern as he offered her a chair. I'm fine. What are your plans for the future? She inquired, casting a discreet glance at the supplies he had packed. I want to go home and check on my parents. If anything has happened to them, Li Rue's voice trailed off, his sorrow evident. The woman appeared taken aback by his response. It's so dangerous outside right now. Why not stabilize the situation first and then think of a plan? Li Rue shook his head gently. Home is incredibly important to me. Nothing matters more than that right now. I can endure anything for it. What about you? She sighed softly, leaning in closer. As for me, I want to find a safe place to take refuge and live well. Hearing this, Li Rue felt a pang of regret, realizing their goals were not aligned. He felt uncertain about the safety of the route back, unsure if he could guarantee his own safety. I plan to leave tomorrow. This place isn't safe. I'll leave you some food and water, so please rest well, he said. However, the woman gazed at him thoughtfully, her expression slightly shy. You've probably never had a girlfriend, have you? Li Rue looked puzzled. No, I haven't. As she spoke, her supple form leaned against him, almost embracing him as she whispered softly, would you share half of your supplies with me? It's quite difficult to manage alone in such a dangerous place. I know this is a lot to ask, but I have no other choice. Just think of it as a chance for us to spend a pleasant evening together. As she spoke, her delicate hand caressed his cheek, gliding over his body, her bosom brushing against him, soft as water. This stimulation was overwhelming for Li Rue. His heart raced, his thoughts as scrambled as they were when he played video games. Seizing the moment, the woman entwined her arms around his neck, pleading gently, please, just consider it a favor. It's all I have. Shouldn't we get to know each other better first? Though Li Rue's words were restrained, his hands were passively guided by her towards the recesses of the room. Are you married? She smiled, resting her hand on his shoulder and gently pushing him onto a reclining chair, straddling his waist as she unbuttoned her blouse, casting him a sultry glance. Li Rue was rendered immobile by the electrifying stimulation. No man could rationally refuse such an advance. The woman drew closer, deliberately obscuring his face with her clothing, the fragrant fabric enveloping him, the softness tantalizingly elusive. He had forgotten to think, his hands weakly resisting her advances. Isn't this a bit too fast? Suddenly, a thud echoed as darkness descended upon him. Warm liquid trickled down his forehead, and he felt dizzy, catching a fleeting glimpse of the woman gazing at him tenderly with a wrench in her hand. Before he could finish his thought, a sharp blow to the back of his head sent him into oblivion. Chapter 2. Escape. Uncertain of how long he had been unconscious, Li Rue awoke with a throbbing headache, having lost considerable blood. His head felt heavy and disoriented. As he touched the back of his skull, he found himself too dizzy to rise. That woman was truly ruthless, inflicting such harm after he had come to her aid. The next time he encountered her, he would certainly. With his fingers tightly clenched, a mix of anger and frustration propelled him to lift his arm and rise. The store was desolate, in disarray, and all the supplies he had meticulously gathered had been taken. Fortunately, a few simple snacks, along with a wrench and toolbox, had been left behind, possibly due to their weight. After a thorough search, he discovered a decent stash of chewing gum, which, while not sufficient to stave off hunger, was better than nothing. Li Rue sat in a daze, gazing at the remnants of what had once been a treasure trove of items, now reduced to a meager collection. A deep sense of sorrow welled within him, and he let out a self-deprecating laugh as he lay on the cold floor for a while longer. Through the transparent glass, he could see that the blood on his face had completely congealed, and the gash on his forehead was ghastly. He needed to find a way to treat it, as infection could spell disaster. Though the surroundings were unfamiliar, Li Rue was aware of the nearest pharmacy and clinic. Checking his phone, he discovered it still had battery. Though it possessed no signal, he stuffed it into his bag along with everything he could carry and set off. Uncertain whether it was morning or afternoon. The sky was overcast, threatening rain, typical for early spring. As he ventured outside, the silence was palpable. Not a soul was in sight, only a few scattered zombies. Li Rue felt as though he were in a dream, frozen for a few seconds before taking a deep breath. The further he walked, the more destruction he encountered, abandoned cars blocking the road, chaotic debris, and litter strewn about. How long had it been? Li Rue felt lost in time. Before long, he spotted a pharmacy in the distance, followed by a small clinic. To his surprise, the environment here appeared even more dilapidated, lacking even a single intact glass door. Strangely, there were no zombies in sight. He couldn't afford to dwell on the oddity. He needed to see if he could find any medicine. Cautiously, he stepped inside the pharmacy, only to discover it had been completely ransacked, with shelves overturned and no place left to step. After a brief search, he found nothing of use until he noticed a pile of miscellaneous items, among which were several small boxes. Upon inspection, he discovered they were delivery boxes. It seemed they had gone unnoticed, and when he opened them, he found an assortment of peculiar medications, including some cold remedies and, unexpectedly, for boxes of fast-acting heart-saving pills. While these might not be of immediate use to him, he required disinfectants and bandages. Though luck was not on his side, it was better than having nothing. He quietly stowed the items in his backpack and moved on to the next pharmacy. To his dismay, the adjacent store had been so thoroughly looted that even the door was missing, yielding no results. Just then, his stomach growled, a most inconvenient reminder of his hunger. 2 pieces of gum could only stave off the gnawing sensation temporarily. He needed to visit the hospital before seeking something to eat. The closer one approaches the hospital, the surrounding environment resembles a refuse dump, akin to a city ravaged by war, with remnants of blood staining the ground. However, there is little to fear upon entering the hospital, which is modest in size, featuring a solitary staircase ascending 5 floors. Upon entry, the entrance appears in a state of disrepair, with shards of glass strewn across the floor. Inside, an unusual stillness envelopes the dimly lit space, prompting Leroy to muster his courage and venture further. The first-floor hall exhibits significant damage. Not a single door remains intact, stripped bare of even cotton swabs. Leroy treaded cautiously up to the second floor, where the atmosphere is slightly improved, as both glass and doors remain largely unbroken. Upon opening the door to one of the rooms, he discovers some tweezers and gauze, igniting a flicker of hope. He continues his search, rummaging through several rooms, yet finds little of value until he reaches the doctor's office at the end of the second floor. There, he notices the door lock is broken, with a chair leg wedged against it. Leroy pauses to listen intently at the door, detecting no sounds from within. He retrieves a wrench from his bag and pries the door open, only to be met with a horrific sight. The room is shrouded in darkness, filled with the lifeless bodies of doctors, their dismembered limbs exuding an unbearable stench. This gruesome scene nauseates Leroy, compelling him to quickly close the door and ascend to the 3rd floor. However, not long after he begins his ascent, he notices the eyes of the disfigured corpses flickering open and beginning to stir. Recalling the earlier sight, Leroy feels a wave of nausea wash over him. Though nothing emerges from his stomach, only a futile attempt to expel the bitterness lodged within, he continues upward, encountering an even more terrifying spectacle on the 3rd floor. The floor is coated in dried blood, with small chunks of flesh trailing into the corridor. The thought of what transpired here is too chilling for Leroy to contemplate, and he finds his courage to search further waning. Yet, he has come this far. After a moment of hesitation, he decides to take a quick glance at a nearby room before leaving. Most of the doors on this floor are securely locked, suggesting safety within. Peering cautiously through the cracks of several doors reveals nothing but darkness. At that moment, he notices a door ajar beside him. Without a second thought, he leans in closer to investigate, his hands trembling in fear. The room is densely packed with zombies, crowded together, seemingly feasting on a corpse. Without a moment's hesitation, Leroy bolts down the stairs to escape, only to be struck dumb as he reaches the 2nd floor. Unbeknownst to him, the staircase is now blocked by a horde of dismembered zombies, filling the entire stairwell. The bodies he had seen earlier in the room were, in fact, alive. In the brief moment of his realization, the zombies have already detected his presence, their twisted, bloodied limbs lunging toward him. Fortunately, most of them are missing arms and legs, which slows their pursuit. Should he choose to flee upward, the commotion may alert the zombies on the 3rd floor, but Leroy has no time to hesitate. Summoning every ounce of strength, he suppresses the tremors in his legs and swiftly ascends, managing to evade the attention of the zombies on the 3rd floor. Otherwise, he would have found himself trapped, devoured to the bone. With a single breath, he ascended to the 4th floor, the cacophony of the crowd drawing ever nearer. The staircase subtly vibrating, inevitably alarming the zombies on the 3rd floor. Leroy pondered seizing the moment while the zombies were slow to ascend, desperately searching for an escape route. The doors on the 4th floor were all locked. After a forceful kick, he discerned a familiar sound approaching, an unmistakable low growl of zombies. To his dismay, the entirety of the 4th floor was a sanctuary for the undead. Time for astonishment had evaporated, cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and the zombies from the 2nd and 3rd floors were soon to follow. He had no choice but to continue his ascent to the 5th floor. Breathless and fatigued, Leroy barely had a moment to catch his breath when he spotted several zombies lurking at the end of the corridor on the 5th floor. The tightly shut door indicated there was no refuge available, he had no option but to sprint towards the rooftop. However, he was unprepared for the iron door at the top, which was locked as well. Now, he was left without the possibility of leaping from the building. The zombies were closing in on him, his heart racing violently. Whether from the exertion or the fear, it felt as though it might leap from his chest. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, Li Rue repeatedly chanted to himself, calm down, there is still time." He swiftly retrieved a wrench from his bag and struck the lock with all his might. The stench of decay permeated the air, and the jarring sound of the impact drew the horde closer, yet the lock remained unyielding. The growls of the zombies echoed in his ears, his breath trembling with trepidation. Li Rue resolved to act. With a determined close of his eyes, he raised both hands and summoned all his strength for one final blow. With a resounding crack, the lock finally shattered. Yet, in that moment, a zombie, having crept closer, seized him. A swarm of zombies surged forward, and just as a few were about to sink their teeth into him, Li Rue forcefully struck the zombie that held him captive. The foul, sanguine fluid splattered across his face, and with a vigorous effort, he broke free, swiftly shutting the door behind him and wedging it closed with the wrench, granting him but a fleeting moment to catch his breath. Before he could inhale deeply more than twice, countless hands reached through the gaps, clawing and struggling to grasp him. The iron door quaking under the pressure. It would not hold for long. Li Rue steeled himself and climbed towards the rooftop. The sky remained overcast, a gentle breeze stirring. From the rooftop, he beheld a panoramic view, the distant scenery captivating. Yet, Li Rue had no time to admire it. Gasping for air, he surveyed his surroundings. And peering over the railing, he quickly realized that a throng of zombies had breached the iron door, surging towards him. Without a moment's thought, Li Rue leapt into the abyss. Chapter 3. The struggle for sustenance. Li Rue pressed against the wall, cautiously balancing on the air conditioning unit's frame, glancing down at the perilous drop that could spell his doom. Yet, there lay a glimmer of hope. Upon reaching the rooftop, he discovered an air conditioning unit frame installed on the outer wall, sturdy enough to support his weight. Otherwise, facing a fate of being devoured by zombies, he would have had no choice but to leap from the 5th floor. Height was no longer a concern. Each floor had its air conditioning unit frames. As long as he proceeded with caution, he could descend slowly, reaching the 2nd floor before making a successful jump. His only apprehension lay with the seemingly less secure units below. The iron frame bore signs of rust, and there was little choice but to take a gamble. Above him, a horde of zombies clawed and gnashed their teeth, their vacant stares fixed upon him. After resting for a brief moment to gather his strength, Li Rue began his descent, cautiously navigating the 3rd tier of the structure, which could just about support his weight. Upon reaching the 2nd tier, he felt the instability beneath his feet more acutely. Without a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and leapt down, seizing the fleeting moment of looseness to spring off the air conditioning unit and plummet to the ground. Fortunately, his legs remained intact, though he scraped his skin and bled profusely. The cacophony of the collapse drew the attention of the zombies on the rooftop, and a few, in a frenzy, leapt directly from the 5th floor. There was not a moment's respite for him. He staggered to his feet and fled, his legs weak and trembling. The zombies that had jumped from the 5th floor landed with gruesome thuds, their bodies mangled, yet still twitching feebly. The sight of their numbers accumulating into a grotesque mass made Li Rue reluctant to glance back. He ran until the last of the zombies vanished from sight. Finding a secluded corner, he disregarded the dust-laden floor and collapsed, too exhausted to even move his fingers. His body felt as if it had been shattered, and the fact that he was still alive seemed nothing short of miraculous. Starving and battered, he couldn't even begin to contemplate how he would return to his homeland. After resting for a considerable time, Li Rue managed to rise, using the scant medical supplies he had salvaged to tend to his wounds with whatever clean water he could find. He also nibbled on some snacks to regain a modicum of strength. His provisions were limited, enough to last him perhaps a day. However, there was little else he could do at that moment. The encroaching twilight hinted at the necessity of finding a place to spend the night. As for food, he decided to pursue that quest the following day. He found an unoccupied, dilapidated house, and, despite the chaos within, evident signs of a former tenant's haphazard life, he was grateful for the presence of a bed. Ignoring the crumpled papers strewn about, he lay down and slipped into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the next day, Li Rue sensed a slight recovery in his body, yet his head felt unbearably heavy, likely due to his inadequate nourishment and the significant blood loss. His condition was far from ideal, but he had to venture out to search for sustenance. Grabbing the bag he had purchased upon arrival, along with his makeshift weapon for self-defense, he prepared to scavenge. Li Rue intended to stash the meager medical supplies he had risked his life to acquire in this place, using it as a temporary base until he could secure sufficient food. He had discovered the spare key to the residence in a drawer, indicating that the previous occupant had departed in haste. Scavenging proved to be a laborious and time-consuming endeavor, after a morning of searching. He had only managed to find a nearly rotten apple, some leftover candies, and a crowbar for protection. He encountered a few zombies along the way, which deterred him from continuing his search. The inefficiency of rummaging through each house was glaring. He needed to seek out stores and supermarkets instead. However, the nearby establishments had already been thoroughly looted, compelling him to venture further afield into more perilous territory. After what felt like an eternity, Li Rue finally spotted a shop in the distance. Peering through the glass, he observed a wealth of supplies within. But the shadows flitting past suggested that several zombies lurked inside, and a considerable number were also roaming outside. As Li Rue concealed himself in a corner, disheartened by the sight of the food within, he suddenly caught sight of a figure. A young man, adorned with a striking pink backpack and wielding a stick, appeared to be luring the wandering zombies outside. His movements were swift and agile. Though the zombies moved at a sluggish pace, their numbers were overwhelming. Each time a zombie came too close, he dispatched it with a deft strike, leaving Li Rue utterly astonished. The man worked with remarkable efficiency, soon releasing all the zombies trapped inside, who then flocked after him like moths to a flame. The store was momentarily safe. Despite the dubiousness of the situation, Li Rue could not afford to miss such a golden opportunity. Elated, he dashed into the shop to scavenge, reasoning that the man could not possibly carry everything himself. So why not let him share the bounty? Determined not to leave empty-handed, Li Rue's hands were a flurry of activity, even as he munched on food. Just as he thought to make his escape, he was taken aback by the sight of the man with the pink backpack returning, standing face to face before him. The encounter was awkward. The man's menacing gaze bore down on Li Rue as he approached, his iron rod still dripping with blood. Terrified, Li Rue had never run so fast in his life. He evaded the man for several laps around the store, but it was a grueling task. Finally, breathless and leaning against the wall, he found himself incredulous. Was it really necessary to chase him for just a few items when there was plenty left? Just as he thought he had eluded the man, the latter suddenly emerged from the front, encircling him. Fatigued, Li Rue could scarcely run any longer. A gust of wind swept past, and he was abruptly kicked to the ground. The man stood over him, coldly commanding, "Hand over my belongings, or I shall break your legs." The rod pointed threateningly at Li Rue's legs, poised for action. Gritting his teeth, Li Rue felt an unexpected surge of defiance. Having survived countless zombies, he would not cower before this man. His dignity spurred him to rise defiantly, stating, "That store is not yours. Those who see it share in its spoils. Do not be so stingy, there's plenty inside." He gripped his crowbar tightly, undeterred. "Is that so? Like a rat? You sneak in to scavenge," the man scoffed, glaring at him with displeasure. Li Rue, momentarily at a loss for words, countered, "There was no one there when I arrived." He decided to play the rogue, and without further ado, they engaged in a physical altercation. Within a minute, Li Rue found himself once again on the ground. As he lay there contemplating the feasibility of begging for mercy, he quickly rolled over and clutched the man's long leg. "Brother, I was wrong. No, handsome. Please share some food with me. I haven't eaten in 2 days." His posture was as humble as it was pitiful, a stark contrast to the arrogance he had displayed moments before. At this point, Li Rue cared little for his dignity. To his surprise, the young man let out a cold laugh and ruthlessly snatched the bag from him. Regardless of the perspective, this matter leaves no room for negotiation. As the man prepared to depart, Li Rue suddenly recalled that he needed to retrieve his bag, which he had purchased himself and was his sole possession. He hastily called out to the man, requesting that he at least return his bag. To Li Rue's surprise, after contemplating for a few seconds, the young man indeed emptied the contents into his own pink backpack and tossed the empty bag back to Li Rue. This left Li Rue momentarily astonished. He had not anticipated such an act of principle. However, he still hoped never to encounter that man again, as he was undeniably more handsome. Chapter 4. The onslaught of the undead. After several days of exhaustive searching, Li Rue finally found some food. Though it was scant, it would suffice for a while. The number of zombies in the vicinity had been increasing, seemingly from nowhere, significantly restricting his movements. It was time for him to leave this place. Fortunately, his luck had turned. Most locations were devoid of electricity, but he finally discovered a place with power and managed to charge his phone. Using the phone's map, he successfully plotted a route back to his hometown. Having used his phone for a long time, it would gradually lose battery even when not in use. He had previously been reluctant to spend money on a replacement, yet now, money seemed utterly useless. In the stillness of the night, Li Rue often found himself reminiscing about his parents, with no means of contacting them. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, prompting him to divert his thoughts. He realized that aside from the man he had encountered days earlier, he had not crossed paths with anyone else, as if all humanity had vanished overnight. He pondered the sudden emergence of zombies in this world. If zombies existed, surely some humans must have undergone mutations and acquired superpowers. If such powers were available, he would not be living in such a pitiful state. These uncertainties and anxieties weighed heavily on Li Rui's mind as he drifted into a restless slumber. In the dead of night, he was jolted awake by commotion outside. Countless footsteps and anguished cries filled the air, preventing him from keeping his eyes closed. Peering through the window, he beheld a throng of zombies wandering below, a dark mass obscuring their numbers, as it seemed their sheer volume forced them into the buildings. Fortunately, Li Rui was on the 3rd floor. However, zombies had already begun to approach. If a large number were to block the exit below, escape would become impossible. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hurriedly gathered his belongings in preparation to leave. His possessions were few, fitting into 2 bags, while a 3rd bag, which he had scavenged over the past few days, could hold a considerable amount, albeit its fabric was somewhat flimsy. Given the current circumstances, the only viable option was to move against the tide of zombies, but the uncertainty of how many lay ahead posed a dilemma. Retreating would only mean being pursued relentlessly by the undead. It would be wiser to wait until dawn, when they would likely disperse, making it imperative to find a safe place to take refuge in the meantime. Stepping outside, the night was thick with darkness. Noting that there were not many zombies at present, Li Rui cautiously endeavored to evade their attention, setting his sights on a modest 2-story house not far away. Even when surrounded by a horde of zombies, he could evade by climbing onto a nearby building or leaping down to escape, allowing for a broader vantage point to assess the situation. Li Rui seized the opportune moment, dashing past the oblivious undead. Ahead lay an intersection, where 7 or 8 zombies were languidly wandering, and they quickly detected him, charging forth. The only option was to circumvent them to the right. As Li Rui sprinted in that direction, he caught sight of a figure besieged by zombies. The silhouette seemed familiar, resembling a man. However, he could afford no further contemplation. He needed to reach the building swiftly, as the number of zombies in the vicinity was rapidly increasing. In his haste, Li Rui remained oblivious to the fact that someone had followed him. He managed to shake off a few zombies, yet new ones gradually emerged, some already aware of his presence and racing towards him. Fortunately, he was nearing his destination. With a few determined strides, the door loomed before him. Li Rui quickly brandished the crowbar, forcefully breaking the lock. Just as he entered, intent on barricading the door, he was suddenly ambushed by a repulsive, corpulent zombie. The attack was so swift and the room so dim that he had no time to react, and he was knocked to the ground. In that fleeting moment, Li Rui instinctively raised the crowbar defensively, and the zombie's jaws clamped down on it. He gritted his teeth, struggling against the creature's weight pressing down upon him. This particular zombie was significantly larger, its face looming ever closer, gripping the crowbar tightly, preventing Li Rui from using it to strike back. Most pressingly, the door remained ajar, and the zombies outside were on the verge of entering. His strength waned, his arms grew numb from the exertion, and the zombie's gnashing teeth were perilously close to him. He could even feel the creature's repugnant saliva splattering onto his face. His desperate struggles merely extended the distance between their faces momentarily. Li Rui could not budge the hefty zombie in the slightest. Beads of sweat poured from his forehead, and just as he felt he could endure no longer, something seemed to enter through the doorway. Strange footsteps and shadows loomed closer. Li Rui felt despair wash over him as his strength began to ebb. It appeared he would indeed perish here today. His only hope was that his demise would not be too grotesque. Just as he closed his eyes, the zombie atop him suddenly slackened, its head rolling away with a dull thud. Thick, viscous blood splattered across Li Rui's face, and he managed to push the weight of the zombie off him. When he looked up, he was astonished to see the young man who had previously competed with him for supplies, now wielding a machete and observing him with an expression of indifference. "Thanks, handsome." Li Rui gasped as he clambered to his feet. The young man turned to him and coldly remarked, "Killing one is certainly more efficient than killing 2. This left Li Rui momentarily speechless, leaving no room for further conversation. He hastily closed the door and barricaded it with items inside, receiving no assistance from the man. Li Rui, unfazed by the lack of aid, secured everything and curiously inquired, "How did you end up here? There haven't been any supplies for quite some time." "That is of no concern to you," the man replied impassively as he ascended to the 2nd floor. Li Rui was rendered speechless by the man's demeanor. Ascending to the 2nd floor, they found it to be rather disheveled yet devoid of zombies. Feeling a semblance of safety, Li Rui relaxed his previously taut nerves and sank onto the floor to rest, while the man scrutinized the situation from the balcony. Suddenly, Li Rui noticed that this time the man was not burdened by his pink backpack, indicating he was not in search of supplies, but rather armed with defensive weapons, suggesting he had other intentions. This piqued Li Rui's curiosity. However, he hesitated to inquire directly. Instead, he opted to establish a rapport by asking what the man knew about the zombies. Stepping onto the balcony, Li Rui observed the zombies outside, who continued to spread forward. Their numbers were not as formidable as before, and by dawn, they would likely be dispersed. The man, lost in thought, gazed towards the horizon where the zombies congregated. I must sincerely thank you for rescuing me, Li Rue ventured, breaking the silence when the man offered no response. I have some chocolate. Would you care to share a bit to replenish our strength? He produced the chocolate from his pocket. By the way, I saw someone surrounded by zombies on my way here. It wouldn't happen to be you, would it? The man maintained his silence, leaving Li Rue feeling quite awkward. He continued to chatter in an attempt to forge a connection until he noticed the man's brow slightly furrowed. Keep quiet, the man warned, or I might just toss you out as a feast for the zombies. Li Rue promptly fell silent, observing that although the man bore no visible wounds, his attire was quite disheveled, stained with splotches of blood. He wondered if the person he had seen surrounded by zombies was indeed him. Was it mere coincidence that they both ended up here to evade danger? Li Rue dismissed the notion, deciding it was best to find a place to rest, especially given the man's grim demeanor. Not long after Li Rue departed, the man sought refuge in an empty room until dawn. By then, most of the zombie horde had moved on, leaving only a scattering of stragglers nearby, a number that had doubled since before. Chapter 5. The instant lifesaver. Li Rue stood on the balcony, contemplating the increased number of zombies outside and deliberating on how to proceed. He considered whether it would be wise to procure a vehicle, though the streets were largely obstructed. Furthermore, he was not adept at driving. According to the route mapped on his phone, he would need to travel eastward for 3 to 4 months to reach his hometown. Perhaps a bicycle would prove more convenient. Lost in thought, Li Rue was interrupted by the sound of footsteps descending the stairs. It was the man, who had already exited. However, several zombies still lingered at the entrance, and Li Rue was curious to see how he would handle the situation. To his surprise, the man swiftly dispatched the 2 or 3 zombies with remarkable efficiency, hardly regarding them as a threat. Li Rue couldn't help but admire his prowess. Noting that the man was heading in the same direction as him, he hastened to gather his belongings, thinking it prudent to follow him for as long as safety permitted. Upon realizing Li Rue was trailing him, the man expressed his displeasure, saying, "Do not follow me." Li Rue, with a cheeky grin, remarked, "Not at all. I'm merely heading in the same direction as you. That wide road ahead is where I intend to go." The man, exasperated by Li Rue's audacity, cast a disdainful glance at him before continuing on his way. Along the route, the number of zombies was sparse, effortlessly dispatched by the man, and they soon arrived at the wide road where they would part ways. The man still ignored Li Rue, as if he were invisible, despite his foul demeanor, reflecting on the fact that he would never see him again. Nevertheless, Li Rue would always remember the man's life-saving grace. At the moment of their separation, Li Rue noticed that the man was heading toward the hospital from which he had previously escaped. After some contemplation, he felt compelled to offer a warning. "Hey, you mustn't go to that hospital. There's nothing left inside, and it's overrun with zombies." The man turned back, slightly taken aback, and inquired, "How do you know?" "I came from that direction," Li Rue replied, waving his hand in farewell. However, as he was distracted, he inadvertently cut his bag on the glass near the ruins, spilling the supplies he had gathered onto the ground. Cursing his bad luck, he hastily began to collect his belongings. To his surprise, the man had not walked far and was intently watching the items that had fallen, causing Li Rue to feel a twinge of unease and hasten his gathering. He was the first to speak. "Hey, hand me that medicine," pointing to several boxes of heart-saving pills scattered on the ground. Observing the man's arrogant demeanor, Li Rue quickly pocketed the pills, declaring, "No, I need it for myself." As the man approached, Li Rue finished gathering his items and intended to leave. But the man interjected, "I'll trade you food for it." "Not interested. I have enough food. Farewell." Li Rue felt a rush of satisfaction, initially disregarded by the man. But now the tables had turned. Unexpectedly, the man brandished a machete, his tone threatening. "I advise you to reconsider, or I will take it from your corpse." Taken aback, Li Rue's temper flared. "Fine, then I'll take all your supplies. Will you trade?" The man's incredulity at Li Rue's audacity left him momentarily speechless, and he advanced menacingly with the blade. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Li Rue panicked, decisively tearing open the medicine and pouring it at the edge of his mouth, urgently warning, "I warn you, don't come any closer, or I will swallow it, and you won't get anything." The man halted, gritting his teeth. "What do you want from me to give it to me?" "Well, didn't I just say? I want all your supplies in exchange." Li Rue aimed to provoke the man, making outrageous demands simply to see him relent. "All right, first put the medicine down and follow me to retrieve it." The man fixed his gaze on Li Rue, gripping his knife tightly. Li Rue was astonished that he actually agreed. Evidently, the medicine was of great importance to him. However, feeling the man's menacing stare, anxiety surged within him, prompting a quick revision of his offer. Considering you saved my life, how about just half of your supplies?" "Deal." Only then did the man sheath his knife. Thus, Li Rue followed the man to his stronghold. Had this fellow communicated properly, Li Rue might have been willing to offer him a box of medicine out of gratitude for his earlier assistance. For Li Rue, this medication proved to be of little utility. Recalling their first encounter, where he had endured a beating at the man's hands. It seemed only fair that he should seize some advantage in this situation. It would be inappropriate to maintain an unyielding demeanor, since they were to collaborate. A slight easing of the atmosphere was warranted. Thus, Li Rue took the liberty to engage him in conversation, inquiring about the current situation he had gleaned, specifically, the origin of the zombies. The man informed him that they emerged from the city center and revealed that anyone bitten would transform into a zombie within an hour. Furthermore, he observed that even those who had not been bitten would also become zombies upon death. As far as he was aware, most of the population had succumbed to the infection, while a fraction had fled under the cover of night to establish several shelters with the authorities. He refrained from disclosing their exact locations, only relenting to provide some information after Li Rue's persistent questioning, his smile nearly fading under the strain of the conversation. During this exchange, Li Rue inquired about the man's name, to which the latter remained reticent, adopting a sardonic expression as if to say, "You already know what you wish to know. Soon enough, you will depart with your belongings. What need is there for my name?" This behavior left Li Rue feeling that the man was rather peculiar, pondering whether they could set aside their grievances and foster a genuine acquaintance, as he exhibited a distinct lack of human warmth. Soon, they arrived at the man's stronghold, and with him by Li Rue's side. The relatively few zombies posed no significant threat. This led Li Rue to wonder about the man's past. What had he done to acquire such formidable prowess? However, he did not expect an answer. Before long, they reached their destination, a concealed apartment, surprisingly clean and orderly. The man led Li Rue into a room filled with provisions and various necessities. One could not help but marvel at the stark contrast between their circumstances. At that moment, Li Rue heard movement from within the room. A girl of around 7 or 8 cautiously peeked out from behind the door, her curious gaze fixed on Li Rue. "Is this your daughter?" he asked. The young man, visibly exasperated, replied, "This is my sister. Why do you care so much? Hurry and take what you need." He then swiftly donned a gentler facade, addressing the little girl. "What are you doing out here? Are you feeling unwell? Would you like something to eat?" "I'm not hungry," she replied softly. "I waited all night for you to return, and I was worried you wouldn't come back." The girl gently grasped his hand, expressing her anxiety. "Didn't I tell you? I went to the hospital to find medicine. It takes time, but you needn't worry. I am fine," the man reassured her. Witnessing this tender exchange, Li Rue felt a pang of guilt as he gathered supplies in the background. It was no wonder he was so determined. He was doing this for his sister. Li Rue decided to take only a few essential items and informed the man, "I have gathered enough." As he handed over a box of medication, the man received it with an air of disbelief, asking, "Are you certain this is all you need? I had no intention of taking much from you. Why so hostile? Had your demeanor been more amiable, I would have simply gifted you the medicine," Li Rue replied calmly, casting a look of magnanimity towards the man, who appeared somewhat reluctant. After a brief pause, the man murmured an apology. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Rue, and he inquired, "Does your sister have a heart condition?" The man retorted, "What of it? What business is it of yours?" He disregarded Li Rue, having already opened the door, eager for him to leave. Given the current circumstances, finding such a rare medication was indeed a daunting task. Li Rue, without sparing him a glance, squatted in front of the little girl and retrieved chocolate from his pocket to offer her. The girl accepted it under the man's indifferent gaze and began to eat. Li Rue remarked, "No matter how difficult it may be, I shall pursue it. However, you have no right to concern yourself with my endeavors. Can't we coexist amicably and be friends instead? I have a splendid proposal, should you be inclined to consider it." Li Rue rose, casting a scrutinizing gaze at the man. "Go ahead and speak." The man looked at Li Rue with a hint of suspicion. "Why not accompany me on my journey home, acting as my protector of sorts? I have 3 boxes of medication here. Upon ensuring my safe return, they shall all be yours." Li Rue glanced at the medication, noting that one box contained a substantial dosage sufficient for a month. "No, that's far too risky. What about my sister during the journey? There's no other option. Think it over. The hospitals and clinics around here have long been depleted. Sooner or later, you will have to venture elsewhere to find medicine." Li Rue replied with a smirk. "Since you will be seeking medication elsewhere, it's possible you might find some along the way. Besides, I will assist you. At the very least, traveling with me guarantees access to medicine, does it not?" Seeing the man's contemplative hesitation, Li Rue continued, "Moreover, what if one day you face obstacles while searching for supplies and cannot return? Are you confident your sister can remain here for several days? You are well aware of the outside situation. It's not feasible for her to stay here indefinitely. Consider it carefully. I shall be leaving shortly." After a few minutes, the man addressed Li Rue, "I have a few questions." "Speak," Li Rue replied, arms crossed, leaning against the wall as he awaited the man's deliberation. "How long will it take to reach your hometown?" the man inquired. "Walking would take approximately 3 months. Traveling by vehicle would expedite the journey significantly," Li Rue answered. "Why return to your hometown? Wouldn't it be wiser to find a safer place?" He pressed further. I wish to find my parents, to ascertain whether they still live. At the very least, they deserve to pass away at home, do they not? Do you have any further inquiries? Li Rue awaited the man's next question. Ultimately, after much internal conflict, the man nodded in agreement. All right, I will accompany you, but you must ensure, to the best of your ability, the safety of my sister. Rest assured, I am not the kind of person who would abandon your sister at the first sight of danger, Li Rue confidently asserted. The man's lack of trust in Li Rue's reliability was palpable. His reluctance was evident as he inhaled deeply, a silent resignation washing over him. Li Rue suddenly addressed the man. Since we shall embark on this journey together, my name is Li Rue. I can't keep calling you He. Please tell me your name. Bai Jing. And my sister's name is Bai Lin. Li Rue mused to himself, realizing why he had been hesitant to share his name. Indeed, he appeared quite refined. Cheerfully, Li Rue turned to Lin Lin. Hello, little sister. We are partners now. Call me Brother Rue, and I shall give you another piece of chocolate. Thank you, Brother Rue. She replied. Lin Lin spoke softly, her sweet little face utterly charming Li Rue, who continued to retrieve candies from his pocket to offer her, gently ruffling her hair. Your sister is far superior to you. She is truly well behaved, Li Rue remarked to Bai Jing, who stood nearby. Bai Jing scoffed, retorting. You only know how to deceive children. Yet, here is another child I have managed to trick, haha. You are truly shameless, she shot back. Chapter 6. In the same boat, Bai Jing stated that she needed a day to prepare some supplies and intended to find a vehicle to transport their provisions. Li Rue decided to accompany her to assist. They then searched the streets for a drivable car. Although the roads were lined with vehicles, most were wrecked. Evidently victims of severe accidents, reduced to disarray. To improve efficiency, they decided to split up. Li Rue walked along the roadside, keeping a watchful eye, while Bai Jing scoured the opposite side. He felt timid, reluctant to stray too far from her. The thought of encountering a zombie was daunting, and he lacked Bai Jing's prowess, which kept him close. After an exhaustive search, neither of them found a suitable car. Li Rue, feeling weary, chose to sit by the roadside and rest for a moment. It was then that he noticed a patch of vibrant pink flowers blooming in the greenery nearby, a reminder that spring was approaching. He plucked one and tucked it into his pocket before continuing. After a short while, Li Rue spotted a hotel in the distance. If there was a hotel, there must be a dedicated parking area. Upon closer inspection, a faded sign indicated the presence of a parking garage, albeit an underground one. The darkness below caused a flutter of anxiety within him. He quickly called over Bai Jing, who had found nothing of interest on her side either. Reluctantly, Li Rue urged Bai Jing to take the lead. The interior was shrouded in darkness, but fortunately, he had his phone for illumination, though dim. It allowed him to see a short distance ahead. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, the only sound being the echo of their footsteps. Li Rue was apprehensive that a zombie might suddenly emerge from the shadows, making him cling closer to Bai Jing, only to be pushed away by her in annoyance. After surveying the area, Bai Jing reassured him that there were no zombies in sight, which eased his trepidation slightly. The space was cold, dim, and damp, with few intact vehicles, the only issue being the absence of keys. Most of the damaged cars outside had their keys left behind. Just as Bai Jing considered leaving, Li Rue detected a faint sound emanating from the depths of the garage. Though subtle, it became clearer as he approached, originating from a small black car. The sound resembled nails scraping against glass. Cautiously, Li Rue moved closer to the vehicle, suspecting a zombie might be inside, potentially holding the keys. He shone his phone light towards the closed window, but the glare obscured his view. Leaning in closer, he attempted to peer through the faint light, but the interior appeared empty. Yet, the scratching sound persisted, unsettlingly close to his ear. Something was terribly amiss. As Li Rue hastily attempted to escape, having just crossed in front of the vehicle, he felt a sudden chill at his feet. A pair of icy, unyielding hands seized his ankles, dragging him beneath the car. Losing his balance, his phone slipped from his grasp, extinguishing the sole beacon of light in the oppressive darkness. Bai Jing, help me. Upon hearing Li Rue's desperate plea, Bai Jing rushed over, but the entire basement was engulfed in pitch blackness, and she had no illumination with her. Li Rue? Li Rue? Echoes of his cries reverberated in the dark, and Bai Jing approached, guided by the sound. Where are you? She shouted. Down here. Save me. Save me, ah. Li Rue's anguished wails resonated throughout the basement. Bai Jing, feeling her way through the darkness toward his voice, suddenly felt something solid beneath her foot. Picking it up and confirming by touch, she realized it was Li Rue's phone. Just as Bai Jing activated the light, a hand clamped onto her foot. She instinctively broke free and stepped firmly on the hand that had seized her. Let go, it's me, it's me. Something's got me trapped under the car, pull me out. Li Rue pleaded in excruciating distress. Bai Jing placed the phone aside to illuminate the area and grasped Li Rue's hand, attempting to pull him from beneath the vehicle, but found she could not budge him. Were you caught by a zombie? Bai Jing inquired, shining her phone's light under the car. All that remained of Li Rue were his head and hands. The rest of his body was firmly ensnared beneath. I don't know. I was suddenly dragged down by some hands. If it were a zombie, why hasn't he bitten me? Could there be a ghost here? Li Rui struggled in fear. Bai Jing quickly squatted down, directing the phone's light downward. Don't move, you're obstructing my view of whatever has you trapped. Li Rui, heeding her words, stilled. Can you see what is holding me? He urgently asked. It's a zombie. No, 2 zombies are stuck under the car, Bai Jing replied calmly. The revelation sent shivers coursing through Li Rui's body, rendering him motionless. Then hurry and pull me out. They're holding you too tightly. We might have to sever their hands, Bai Jing stated, always prepared with her knife. Be careful not to cut me. I'll be as cautious as I can. Li Rui, upon hearing this, felt a surge of frustration, yet he maintained silence. As she proceeded with utmost care, he could hear the unsettling sounds of the knife slicing through bone. Suddenly, he felt a loosening grip and quickly crawled out. However, upon emerging, he found the severed hands still clinging tightly to his legs, grotesquely gripping him. Grimacing in disgust, he hurriedly pried them off and discarded them, his stomach churning from the horrifying ordeal. You weren't bitten, were you? Bai Jing queried coldly as he emerged. No. Do you want me to strip to prove it? You are truly fortunate, she remarked, tossing the phone back to him. This prompted a surge of curiosity in Li Rui about the situation beneath the car. He crouched down, picked up the phone, and shone its light below, nearly retching at the sight that greeted him. Beneath the vehicle, the dismembered limbs of the zombies were grotesquely intertwined, their skin clinging together as bones pierced through the quivering viscera, oozing a viscous fluid that adorned the entirety of the undercarriage. The scene was so repulsive that mere words could scarcely encapsulate its horror. The heads were unrecognizable, which perhaps explained why he had not been bitten. You can't be serious. Li Rui retched against the wall. How could that be? However, thanks to you, I managed to find the keys to this car, Bai Jing remarked, twirling a bloodied set of keys for Li Rui to see. The mere sight of the keys conjured the gruesome imagery from just moments ago, prompting Li Rui to stifle a gag as he leaned against the vehicle. Observing Li Rui's somewhat exaggerated reaction, Bai Jing cast him a disdainful glance before unlocking the car door and inserting the key, successfully starting the engine. Wait, I haven't gotten in yet. Chapter 7. Departure. Li Rui settled into the passenger seat, watching Bai Jing navigate the road with practiced ease. Aren't we going to deal with the zombies underneath? He inquired. No need. As long as it drives, that's sufficient, Bai Jing replied. You truly have a remarkable sense of calm. Aren't you at all disgusted? Li Rui opened the window to let in some fresh air. Hey, have you noticed that the zombies have lost their heads, yet they still move? In video games, a headshot usually means the end. Why is it different here? He asked curiously. Why do you think it's called a game? How foolish, Bai Jing responded flatly. By the way, what did you do before the zombies appeared? You seem quite adept at fighting. You weren't involved with any gangs, were you? Li Rui questioned, intrigued. Bai Jing furrowed her brow. You're quite bothersome. This is the last question I will answer. Do keep your mouth shut afterwards. Now, to address your earlier inquiry. I am merely a medical student who has learned a bit of self-defense. Li Rui found it hard to believe. You must be joking. Do you think I would buy that? Silence. Before long, they arrived at Bai Jing's safe house, where Lin Lin anxiously awaited their return. After a long day, it was difficult to leave her alone in the room. Noticing Lin Lin's discontented expression, Li Rui suddenly remembered the flower in his pocket. He waved to Lin Lin, beckoning her to come closer. Would you like to hear about the adventure I had with your brother today? Lin Lin's face lit up with curiosity. Yes. Today. Your brother and I fought a monster for a car. He accidentally got caught by it, and just when I was at a loss, an angel descended from the heavens and gifted me a flower. The angel told me that as long as I held this flower, the monster would not dare approach me. With the help of that flower, I successfully rescued your brother. Lin Lin listened, astonished by Li Rui's fanciful tale. Is that really true? Li Rui maintained a straight face as he spun his story. Of course it's true. Just look at this flower. He then produced the flower he had picked from the roadside. Now, I want to give you this flower from the angel so that the monster will stay far away from you. Lin Lin accepted the flower with delight, exclaiming, This flower is beautiful. Are you really giving it to me? Li Rui, glancing at the somewhat wilted flower, felt a twinge of guilt. Absolutely. This is a reward for you for being so good and waiting for us to return. Thank you, Brother Rui. Lin Lin, filled with joy, danced with delight and ran to Bai Jing to show him. After their playful antics, Lin Lin ultimately gifted Bai Jing the wilting flower, only to discreetly discard it when Lin Lin was not paying attention, right in front of Li Rui. In this harmonious atmosphere, they took a night's rest, and the next day, Li Rui and the others prepared to set off. Before embarking, they cleared a path in advance and followed the predetermined route. Lin Lin, with her pink backpack, curiously leaned against the car window, gazing at the scenery outside, seemingly elated, as it had been a long time since she had ventured outdoors. Confirming their route, they headed eastward. During the journey, Bai Jing inquired whether Li Rui could drive, to which Li Rui candidly admitted his lack of experience. In order to reach their destination more swiftly, Bai Jing, with a frown, took it upon himself to teach Li Rue to drive. Aside from a brief mishap of mistaking the accelerator for the brake, he quickly got the hang of it. Just as Li Rue was feeling pleased with himself, Bai Jing suddenly exclaimed, "Stop! There's something ahead." An abrupt brake nearly sent the three passengers sprawling. Indeed, not far ahead, a cluster of zombies obstructed the road. Bai Jing promptly exited the vehicle to investigate, instructing, "You two stay in the car. I'll check it out." "All right. Be cautious and see if you can lure them away," Li Rue replied. Lin watched Bai Jing walk away with concern. "Don't worry. Your brother is very capable and will return soon," Li Rue reassured Lin. Lin obediently responded. "By the way, Brother Rue, where are we headed?" she asked, puzzled. "To my hometown. It will take a few months. If we are swift, we might even see the peach blossoms. There's a grove of peach trees near my home, and it looks stunning when in bloom. Would you like to see it?" Li Rue spoke nostalgically about his homeland, though in truth, there were only 3 trees. Not a grove. "Wow, I really want to see it. We must hurry." Lin eagerly expressed her anticipation. "By the way, Lin, where are your parents? Why aren't they with you?" Li Rue inquired about her family. "My parents aren't here. I've always lived with my brother," Lin replied obediently. "Do you know what your brother did before?" Li Rue sought to confirm whether Bai Jing had deceived him. After a moment of thought, Lin responded, I'm not quite sure. I often stayed in the hospital due to my poor health, and my brother was always by my side. He used to read many books I didn't recognize every day." Li Rue was taken aback by her revelation. Just then, Bai Jing returned, informing them that the group of zombies ahead was preoccupied with devouring a human, and they would likely disperse once they finished. Li Rue couldn't help but marvel inwardly at Bai Jing's composure upon witnessing such a gruesome sight. No wonder he had remained unfazed when encountering those repulsive zombies under the car. "How many corpses are there ahead?" Li Rue suddenly asked Bai Jing. "About 2. Bai Jing replied. Li Rue found it rather peculiar that he had not encountered a single corpse along the way. Yet here on the roadside were 2 living beings being devoured. This implied that a considerable number of people were hiding nearby. However, it was strange that the number of zombies in the vicinity was also rather sparse. Could it be that these people lacked combat prowess? Yet, why ponder over such perplexities? At present, nothing could be more comfortable than leaning against a thigh, free from the worries of hunger, aside from the unpleasant disposition. Just as Li Rue was on the verge of dozing off in the vehicle, the zombies gradually dispersed, allowing them to pass through unimpeded. The roads in the urban area were rather congested, necessitating a more cautious approach. Bai Jing had been driving for an extended period. It was time for Li Rue to take over. He felt a twinge of anxiety as Bai Jing had already closed his eyes to rest, leaving him without guidance. The fuel in the vehicle would only last a day or 2, and once it ran out, they would need to search for more, which was an arduous thought. Therefore, Li Rue dared not accelerate too swiftly, lest they consume too much fuel. As darkness enveloped the skies, the number of zombies on the road began to increase. As they were nearing the city center, Li Rue suspected that the previous horde of zombies had originated from this area, given the consistent direction. What had transpired in the city center remained an enigma. Li Rue's route home would only traverse the right side of the city center, so he anticipated no major issues, especially with Bai Jing by his side. Without him, Li Rue might have already perished by the roadside. He felt immense gratitude for their assistance. After driving for 2 to 3 hours, Li Rue began to feel wearied, and the number of zombies on the roadside had noticeably increased, requiring him to remain vigilant and avoid them. Suddenly, he lost focus and collided with a zombie with a loud thud, rolling over it. The sound of shattering bones sent a shiver down Li Rue's spine. It was not a significant issue, merely waking Bai Jing from his slumber. "What's wrong? You didn't drive into a ditch, did you?" Bai Jing rubbed his eyes, struggling to adjust to the vehicle's bumpy ride. Li Rue, gripping the steering wheel tightly, replied, "Of course not. I only bumped into a zombie. You can continue to rest." After driving a short distance, he noticed an alarming number of zombies and realized that the road ahead appeared blocked by a mass of abandoned vehicles. This route was impassable, and they had already reached the right side of the city center, where the main thoroughfare was obstructed, necessitating a detour through the city center. It seemed inevitable that they must navigate toward the city center. To Li Rue's surprise, the road leading to the city center boasted even fewer zombies. As he continued to drive, he passed through what was once a bustling street, now a scene of devastation, with scattered zombies, only to find further blockages. This was quite vexing. Upon closer inspection, Li Rue discerned that these obstacles were likely man-made, consisting of thick metal sheeting arranged in a circle, blocking several intersections. It appeared that someone had barricaded the main road, forming a loop. The area surrounding the commercial district was entirely blocked, yet they needed to traverse those main streets to proceed. Li Rue roused Bai Jing and briefed him on the current predicament. After contemplating the situation, Bai Jing decided to investigate further, hoping to find a way to clear the blockage or navigate around it. "Wait a moment, I'll go see what is going on," he said. After waiting for nearly an hour, Lin, who had already awakened, began to feel increasingly anxious. Realizing something was amiss, Li Rui grew alarmed. Bai Jing had merely gone to check on the situation, and it was impossible for her to be gone for so long without something being wrong. He parked the car discreetly and, noticing the absence of any zombies nearby, decided he could not leave Linlin alone in the vehicle. He carefully instructed her to hold tightly to his hand and not to stray from him as he led her towards the direction where Bai Jing had vanished. Chapter 8. The search for Bai Jing. As they journeyed, Li Rui and Linlin encountered no signs of life until they reached a barricade at the end of the road, where still no trace of Bai Jing could be found. A tall aluminum barrier stood in the center of the main road, and Li Rui suddenly noticed a makeshift iron gate nearby. Approaching it, he was about to push it open when, to his surprise, the gate swung open on its own. Out stepped a burly, bald man with an unfriendly demeanor, brandishing a knife. Feeling a surge of tension, Li Rui spoke nervously, "Greetings, sir. I am merely a survivor who has just managed to escape here. I noticed the road ahead was blocked and came to see if there might be another way through." Sensing the man's hostility, Li Rui quickly cradled Linlin in his arms, ready to flee at a moment's notice. The bald man held Bai Jing's knife, a weapon that she never parted with, indicating that something unfortunate had indeed befallen her. To Li Rui's astonishment, the bald man called out to him, "Hey, young man, don't be afraid. This is our camp." Li Rui responded, "Oh, is that so? Then what about that knife?" He gestured towards the weapon in the man's hand. The bald man awkwardly chuckled, "I just used this to check for zombies outside. You needn't worry." However, his words caused Li Rui's expression to darken. The bald man continued, "We welcome survivors like you here. You seem quite capable. Would you consider joining us? We can provide food and supplies." The invitation felt insidious, and Li Rui suspected that Bai Jing's disappearance was linked to this camp. He hesitated to question the man further, but felt compelled to infiltrate and uncover the truth. Feigning agreement, he replied, "That sounds wonderful. It has been a challenging journey, and I'm relieved to have found a safe place." The bald man gestured for him to enter, saying, "Come on in. I'll introduce you to our leader." "Oh, I didn't realize you were so young and had a daughter," the bald man remarked, glancing at Linlin nestled in Li Rui's arms. Li Rui awkwardly corrected him. "This is my sister." As soon as Li Rui stepped through the gate, the bald man hastily locked it behind him, as if fearing his escape. The man's demeanor shifted dramatically. Gone was the welcoming facade, replaced by a menacing glare. "Now that you're here, you must adhere to our rules. Hand over your belongings," he commanded. Li Rui recalled that he carried little of value. The bald man pointed at Linlin's pink backpack, insisting, "Hand it over quickly, don't waste my time." Trembling in fear, Linlin clung to her backpack and whispered, "I can't give it to you. My medicine is inside." Li Rui hastily remarked, "Brother, this is not of any use. My sister's health is poor, and she cannot be without her medicine." However, the bald man disregarded his words and reached out to snatch it away. Li Rui quickly intervened, provoking the bald man's ire, who retaliated with a sharp slap to Li Rui's face. This frightened Linlin, who began to cry, seizing the backpack and brandishing a knife to threaten Li Rui. "I advise you to behave yourself and come with me," he warned. Before Li Rui could fully comprehend the situation, the bald man shoved him, nearly causing him to stumble. Though he managed to steady himself against the wall, the slap served as a harsh awakening for Li Rui, who clenched his fists tightly, causing his palms to turn pale. Their commotion attracted the attention of two individuals, one of whom, a wiry man, remarked to the bald man, You are quite fortunate tonight to have another young lad. Aunt Wu will surely reward you handsomely." The bald man boasted to them for a while, exchanged pleasantries, and then continued to lead Li Rui deeper into their territory, while the others remained to guard the entrance. Along the way, Linlin trembled in his arms, softly sobbing and gradually dampening his chest. Li Rui hurried to comfort her, unaware that Linlin's tears stemmed from his injury rather than fear, as she gently touched his reddened face. This gesture tugged at Li Rui's heartstrings. He needed to find Bai Jing and escape this wretched place swiftly. Li Rui carefully surveyed his surroundings. They were on a main street, adjacent to a large commercial building that appeared to house numerous resources for entertainment and dining. Strangely, there was not a soul near the building. The area was enclosed, with 3 of the entrances blocked off, indicating that the only exit was the one Li Rui had just entered. Soon, the bald man brought Li Rui to the front of a rather luxurious hotel, where a few individuals stood guard. After exchanging a few words with them, he led Li Rui away to another location. "You're lucky, kid. Tonight, Aunt Wu has a beauty to entertain and cannot meet you. Just follow me, and we'll decide your fate tomorrow." This left Li Rui puzzled. It seemed that this so-called Aunt Wu was the overseer of this place. He had heard them mention that a young man had been captured before him, likely by Jing. Was he now in the clutches of this Aunt Wu? What baffled Li Rui the most was that, given Bai Jing's prowess, it was unlikely he could be easily subdued. Could there be someone even more formidable? As Li Rui pondered these thoughts, the bald man had already brought him to a disheveled, enclosed room, where he forcefully shoved him inside and locked the door. Li Rui, feeling adrift, sought a corner to rest. Fortunately, Linlin had cried herself to sleep in his arms. Otherwise, the terror of being in such a place would have kept her awake. By the following day, nearing noon, the bald man returned to escort them out. Both Li Rui and Linlin were famished. While Li Rui fared slightly better, Linlin appeared rather unwell. He hoped to procure some food soon. The bald man once again led them to the hotel from the previous night. Upon entering the lobby, they found a long table surrounded by men, with a middle-aged woman seated at the center, while others flanked her, engaged in earnest discussion. The bald man stepped forward to introduce Li Rui to the middle-aged woman. Though the specifics of their exchange remained unclear, it evidently brought a smile to her face. "Greetings, young man. I am the manager of this camp. You may call me Aunt Wu. As long as you adhere to the rules here, your survival will be assured. I hope you will integrate well with us." Her gaze scrutinized Li Rui from head to toe, akin to assessing a piece of meat, which made him quite uncomfortable. Noticing that this elderly woman was considerably more courteous than the bald man, Li Rui politely responded, "Thank you, Aunt Wu. My name is Li Rui, and I have escaped from Area C. I am grateful for your hospitality towards my sister and me. May I kindly request some food?" Aunt Wu smiled broadly. "Of course. I warmly welcome your arrival. Since you are newcomers, you are entitled to a complimentary meal. Please return here in the evening, and I will personally explain the rules to you." Her seemingly malicious smile deepened the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, which sent a shiver down Li Rui's spine. "Aunt Wu, before that, could you please return the items you took from us? The medicine is crucial for my sister." Li Rui hastily added, "All supplies here are distributed uniformly. If you desire something specific, it will depend on whether your abilities can satisfy me," Aunt Wu replied. As she finished speaking, the men standing beside her regarded Li Rui with a complex gaze, leaving him feeling bewildered. With that, Aunt Wu departed alongside two slightly younger men, and the others dispersed as well. At this juncture, the bald man clapped Li Rui on the shoulder, saying, "You've got potential, huh? Aunt Wu holds you in high regard. If you serve her well, rewards will surely follow." Li Rui thought to himself, "Regard? Serve? What nonsense. Never mind, I should hurry and take Linlin to eat. She must be starving." He promptly urged the bald man to lead him to the dining area. Unexpectedly, the bald man directed them to a specific place and warned him not to wander off, mentioning that Aunt Wu would teach him the rules in the evening. The ambiguity of his words left Li Rui perplexed, and after delivering his instructions, the bald man left. Li Rui then took Linlin to the dining area, which, as indicated by the bald man's directions, was a small building on the first floor. A few middle-aged women were busily engaged in their tasks. When Li Rui approached and inquired, he was met with indifference. They regarded him with strange, disdainful glances. After wandering around for a while, he noticed several women working inside, and upon entering, all eyes turned to him. Steeling himself, he spoke to them. "Hello, I am Li Rui, newly arrived here. I was informed that I could collect some food. May I ask where I should go?" His inquiry was met with silence, leaving him feeling embarrassed. However, one young girl stepped forward, seemingly touched by the sight of him with a child. With a curious expression, she asked, "Hello, I am Wang Yuyao. May I ask who sent you to collect food? Lunch has already passed, and I need to clarify this with them." Li Rui explained to her that it was Aunt Wu who had sent him. Shortly thereafter, Wang Yuyao brought them some bread, just enough to barely satisfy their hunger. "I apologize, but this is all I have. If only I had gotten here sooner, you could have enjoyed a warm lunch," Wang Yuyao said, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. "Is this your daughter? She is truly well behaved, not crying or fussing at all," Wang Yuyao observed Linlin, who was eating with great composure. "Ah, no, this is my sister Linlin. She has endured quite a bit along the way. Linlin, quickly thank your sister for the food," Li Rui said. Linlin dutifully expressed her gratitude to Wang Yuyao. Li Rui couldn't help but think that if this continued, Linlin might actually become his daughter. Did he really appear that old? Wang Yuyao seemed quite fond of Linlin, playfully poking her cheek. "Your sister is adorable," she remarked, thoughtfully bringing her some water to drink. Observing such a considerate girl, Li Rui found himself curious about how a girl in such a dire place could remain so kind-hearted. "You must have just arrived here yesterday, right? I haven't seen you before," Wang Yuyao remarked. "Yes, I accidentally ended up here. This place doesn't seem to be very welcoming," Li Rui replied. He sensed that Wang Yuyao might be different from the others here and perhaps knew something about the camp, possibly even news about Bai Jing. "By the way, may I ask what the rules they mentioned are? What exactly are these rules?" Li Rui inquired. "Did Aunt Wu not tell you?" Wang Yuyao replied, a hint of surprise in her voice. "I met Aunt Wu not long ago. She seemed quite busy and mentioned she would inform me later in the evening." Li Rui responded, "No wonder. You'll find out soon enough. You seem different from those people, and I am quite curious about your choices." Wang Yuyao's words only deepened Li Rui's confusion about their rules. At the same time, her gentle demeanor endeared her to him. It was rare to encounter a normal woman who seemed slightly younger and possessed the gentle, pure qualities he admired. Suddenly, He recalled he needed to inquire about Bai Jing. By the way, have you seen anyone here who is slightly more handsome than me, but has a bad temper? I don't think I've encountered such a person, Wang Yuyao pondered, then continued. However, today Aunt Wu asked me to deliver an extra portion of food to her room. Do you have a friend here? I'm not sure if he is here. Which is why I'm asking you. I noticed you were just tidying up the dishes. You don't cook all the meals here, do you? Li Rui questioned. This confirmed Li Rui's suspicion that Bai Jing was indeed locked up by that old woman. He hoped to find him when he visited that evening. Yes. I am responsible for preparing all the meals for everyone here and delivering them, Wang Yuyao replied. Isn't that akin to being a servant? It seems those people barely do anything at all. It's quite unfair, Li Rui stated, feeling indignant. Wang Yuyao's expression turned sorrowful as she said, indeed. We are essentially their servants, but there is nothing I can do about it. With that, she returned to her tasks. Afterward, Li Rui and Lin Lin assisted Wang Yuyao with some tasks and wished to inquire about the local circumstances. However, Wang Yuyao appeared somewhat evasive, suggesting that Li Rui should consult the elderly woman instead. Nightfall approached swiftly, and feeling inconvenient with Lin Lin in tow, Li Rui requested Wang Yuyao to keep an eye on her while he ventured alone. Chapter 9. The rules upon arriving at the entrance of a lavish hotel. Li Rui realized that aside from the hotel, the surrounding area was engulfed in darkness. The interior radiated with resplendent light, evoking an ambience of tranquility reminiscent of a time before the onset of zombies. Had it not been for the few individuals stationed at the entrance, who informed him, upon recognizing him as a newcomer, to seek out Aunt Wu on the second floor without delay, he might have lingered longer. Ascending to the second floor, which was expansive and filled with numerous rooms, Li Rui encountered a person in the corridor. The man, bare-chested and exceedingly thin, exuded an aura of weakness as he leaned against a door, smoking a cigarette. Politely, Li Rui inquired about Aunt Wu's room, to which the man directed him to the largest room ahead. Just as Li Rui was about to proceed, the frail man suddenly called out to him. Hey, brother. You must be a newcomer. If you're headed to Aunt Wu's room, you have to wear the designated attire. Otherwise, you might incur her wrath, and trust me, that won't bode well for you. Is that so? No one informed me. Where can I find the clothing to change? Li Rui glanced down at his own modest attire, realizing it was rather shabby for such a formal occasion. I have an extra set right here. I'll lend it to you. Just remember to share some cigarettes if you gain Aunt Wu's favor, the thin man replied with a mischievous grin. All right, thank you, my friend. As he spoke, the man retrieved a black pair of underwear from behind a door and handed it to Li Rui. Li Rui, perplexed, exclaimed, Why are you giving me a pair of underwear? Oh, and there's this as well. The man produced a bow tie. Li Rui was left utterly astonished. Are you certain you haven't made a mistake? Fear not. Everyone dresses this way. I was in the same position as you when I first arrived. You'll get used to it. Hurry and change. His expression of schadenfreude made Li Rui uneasy. There is no way I would wear such repugnant attire, even if it meant death. With that, Li Rui turned and walked away, disregarding the man's further entreaties. The peculiar behavior of those around him led Li Rui to suspect that Aunt Wu was indeed unusual. It was no wonder that their remarks had been so peculiar. They likely wished for him to submit to her will. It seemed that the men here were possibly entangled with her in some manner. Soon, he came upon the largest room. Li Rui knocked lightly on the door, and after a moment, he heard Aunt Wu's voice inviting him to enter. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by the sight of two burly men clad only in undergarments and bow ties, attending to Aunt Wu, who reclined on a sofa, indulging in her leisure. She wore a sheer black nightgown. Her corpulent figure juxtaposed against her withered, yellowed face created a scene so shocking it nearly overwhelmed Li Rui's mental faculties, rendering him too frightened to glance a second time. My apologies for the intrusion. I shall take my leave at once. Hastily, Li Rui made his way toward the exit, eager to escape the unsettling atmosphere. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he had not anticipated such an extravagant display. Stop. I am currently not in a position to be inconvenienced. Come here quickly. Aunt Wu beckoned him with a finger. Li Rui reluctantly approached her, the atmosphere palpably awkward as he found himself at a loss for words. Did they not inform you that entering my room requires attire akin to theirs? Aunt Wu inquired. They did mention it, but I assumed you were merely outlining the rules or organizing matters. There seemed no need for such elaborate attire, Li Rui candidly replied. Surely, you do not feign ignorance. Do you not comprehend what this entails? If you are unaware, please enlighten me as to the regulations here. I am the regulation here. Now, remove your garments, she commanded. Li Rui's insolence compelled Aunt Wu to sit upright on the sofa. You face but two choices. Either submit to my will or venture forth to clear the zombies. Given your youth, you should possess ample energy. If you attend to my needs as they do, obey my commands, and ensure my satisfaction, the rewards will be plentiful. Aunt Wu's proposition repulsed Li Rui. He was acutely aware of what her notion of serving entailed, and the previous veneer of politeness had evaporated. His indignation boiled over as he retorted, You are utterly outrageous. You are of a similar age to my mother. Do you not possess any shame? I am no mere servant and will not acquiesce to your demands. Aunt Wu, somewhat angered, replied, whether you comply or not is not your decision. It appears you have yet to experience hardship. With that, she seized a whip from the side and aimed it at Li Rue. He deftly caught the whip, gripping it firmly as he defiantly declared, I would rather confront zombies than serve you. His act of defiance garnered admiration from the two individuals nearby. Aunt Wu smiled slightly. Very well. Since you have chosen to confront the zombies, allow me to clarify. Clearing zombies means dealing with those in the camp, located in that commercial building. You must sever the heads of 5 zombies each day to earn a meal. Otherwise, you shall receive no benefits for merely existing. You are inhumane. I will leave this place immediately. Li Rue seethed, his teeth clenched in fury. Huh, you think you can leave? Let me make it abundantly clear. Without my consent, no one is permitted to depart. Otherwise, I shall ensure you enter upright and exit horizontally. Aunt Wu boasted as she toyed with the whip she had taken from him. Thus, I advise you to recognize the wise course of action while I still possess patience. You have an opportunity to choose. Fine, you are indeed formidable. I shall still opt to confront the zombies. With that, Li Rue resolutely slammed the door behind him. However, as he walked away, he immediately faltered, internally chastising himself for the bravado. They had indeed overstepped. He doubted he could sever even a single zombie's head, astounded by how this woman treated these men as playthings. And they complied willingly. Li Rue did not leave immediately. He estimated that Bai Jing was confined within this hotel, and he needed to find her swiftly to escape. He wished not to linger here for another moment. Scanning the surroundings and finding no one nearby, he seized the opportunity to peer through the peepholes of the doors one by one, discovering several empty rooms in succession. There was no other choice but to press on. Just as Li Rue was engrossed, bent over in front of the door, a sudden slap landed forcefully on his backside, startling him. He turned to see a portly man standing behind him, and the door, which had been tightly shut, was now inexplicably ajar. Hey, what are you sneaking around for? The man inquired. My stomach hurts. I'm just resting here for a moment before I leave. Li Rue quickly pretended to clutch his abdomen. The stout man scrutinized Li Rue and continued, Are you new here? I haven't seen you before. Do you know the rules? Yes, I understand. I'll be on my way shortly, Li Rue replied, attempting to depart. Wait, what is your name? You're quite decent looking and have a good physique. Are you one of my mother-s? The portly man asked. Li Rue thought to himself, Mother? Could he be the son of that older woman? It seems he holds considerable sway here. It's best not to offend him. I'm Li Rue, but I haven't agreed to anything with Sister Wu yet. He responded politely. Quite impressive. You're the third one with such spirit. I like it. You're far better than the one my mother keeps hidden. But you're still very much to my liking. Why not choose to ally with me? I can guarantee you won't have to worry about food or drink. As he spoke, he began to invade Li Rue's personal space. Li Rue was taken aback by his words, his expression darkening. No, I choose to clear out zombies. He declared resolutely, shaking off the man's hand, his skin crawling at the unwelcome attention. Quite spicy. I like it, the man said as he continued to inch closer. Li Rue swiftly dodged, disregarding his pretense of a stomachache, and retreated hastily, eager to escape this lecherous environment. Truly, it was as the saying goes, not a family. Do not enter. To his dismay, it seemed they all favored men, sending a chill down Li Rue's spine. Staying any longer would compromise his principles. Hey, little spicy pepper. Don't run away. Chapter 10. The agreement initially. Li Rue had no intention of clearing out zombies. He merely sought to buy time. Instead, he planned to seek assistance from Wang Yuyo, asking her to keep an eye out for Bai Jing's whereabouts when she brought meals the next day, then slip in to find him and escape. Alone, Li Rue would be easily detected. In truth, Li Rue believed that if it came to a dire situation where he had to choose between his integrity and his life, he would inevitably opt for the latter. After all, as long as one lived, there remained hope. The path to Wang Yuyo and her companion's residence was shrouded in darkness. One could not help but lament the callousness of that group. Why did they reside in a clean, bright hotel, while Wang Yuyo and her friends were relegated to a dilapidated house, especially when there were numerous vacant rooms in the hotel? He was also concerned that Lin Lin might struggle to adapt to such harsh conditions. Since joining him, she had endured a feast or famine existence. Never having experienced such hardship before, he could only curse his own ineptitude. With the faint light of the moon as his guide, he arrived at Wang Yuyo's doorstep. Lin Lin was still awake, while Wang Yuyo sat nearby, absent-mindedly fiddling with the ring on her finger. Upon seeing Li Rue return, she quickly inquired, Did you agree to their demands? Li Rue replied, No. Upon hearing his response, Lin Lin leaped into his embrace. Wang Yuyo, relieved by Li Rue's answer, relaxed and asked, What do you plan to do now? I'll find a way to leave here, he resolved. Li Rue gently patted Lin Lin's head, soothing her unease. Wang Yuyo, with a grave expression, remarked, It's not that simple. Those men follow Aunt Wu's orders daily, taking turns guarding various exits, and they rarely operate alone. Furthermore, if you do not acquiesce to their demands, they will relentlessly torment you until you yield. If you venture into that building to eliminate the zombies, it is inevitable that you will meet your demise there. It is exceedingly perilous. Li Rue sighed. I have considered everything you mentioned, but at present, I possess no better alternatives. He was unexpectedly warmed by Wang Yuyao's evident concern for him. He continued, by the way, I would like to ask a favor of you. When you deliver meals tomorrow morning, could you please pay attention to where the extra portion is sent? Wang Yuyao inquired, puzzled. Are you trying to locate the person you mentioned earlier? After a moment of hesitation, Li Rue felt that Wang Yuyao was not malevolent and decided to confide in her. In truth, I came here to find my friend. It seems he has been captured by that old woman, and from my observations, she appears to be hiding him in some room. If we can find him and rescue him, we can escape together. My friend is quite formidable. That's impossible. Even if you manage to rescue your friend, you won't be able to leave this place. How can just the two of you contend with so many? Wang Yuyao stated firmly. You may not believe it, but my friend can take on 10 men, Lin Lin chimed in, echoing his sentiment. Do you know why we, the people here, submit to Aunt Wu? Wang Yuyao gazed at Li Rue earnestly. At that moment, Li Rue suddenly recalled that with Bai Jing's capabilities, it would be difficult for her to be easily captured, because she has a gun. What? Li Rue exclaimed, taken aback. This seemed implausible, as gun control in China is stringent, and ordinary individuals do not possess firearms, unlike in the United States, where gun rights are prevalent. However, upon further reflection, it made a certain sense. Otherwise, how could that old woman command so many followers? He hastily asked Wang Yuyao about the origins of this situation. Observing Li Rue's naive expression, Wang Yuyao pondered for a moment before recounting the entire history of the camp. Initially, the old woman was merely an employee at a department store. The sudden outbreak of zombies led to a frenzy as people scrambled to seize whatever they could, causing order to disintegrate. As the number of infected individuals rose, the owner and a few others barricaded all the doors of the supermarket, leaving only the owner and 8 remaining employees, including Aunt Wu, alive. This way, those outside could not enter, and they could not escape. Since this location was on the main street of the city center, many people fled in panic, causing numerous roads to become obstructed. Many who could not escape were infected and turned into zombies. During this time, Aunt Wu had been desperately attempting to find her son, facing opposition from several others. After about a week of confinement, only 4 individuals remained alive, and no one knew what transpired during those days. Because their supermarket was the largest, it drew numerous nearby survivors, including the police who maintained order. They demanded control over all the supermarket supplies under the guise of requisitioning. Initially, the owner resisted, but the overwhelming number of survivors compelled compliance. Gradually, under the arduous management of 2 officers, the vicinity was transformed into a refuge. An elderly woman, in her quest for her son, deceitfully informed the police of additional supplies hidden within the supermarket, leading them away. Upon their return, only she and her son emerged. Ultimately, with the police's coercion, she ascended to a position of authority, enabling her followers to oppress others. Why endure hardship when one can thrive on the weakness of others? This led to diminishing dissent, and her governance grew increasingly tyrannical, resulting in a division between those who fled and those who remained, culminating in the scene that Li Rue now witnessed. When the systems of restraint and regulation disintegrate, and survival hinges solely on instinct, one can no longer be deemed human. Wang Yuyao lamented. How do you know all this? Li Rue inquired suddenly. I have been here since the construction began. Do you remember the 3 ants who worked alongside me? They were among the 4 who survived with Aunt Wu, she replied. Li Rue was astonished. They had all survived together as colleagues or friends, yet this was their fate. The old woman seemed utterly heartless. I learned this from them, but according to their accounts, Aunt Wu is a woman without a husband, raising her rather unusual son alone, undoubtedly facing numerous hardships along the way. Her expression was obscured in the dimly lit room. Given this, it seems those ants are not virtuous either. Lin Lin quietly listened to their conversation, unable to stifle a yawn. Indeed, just moments ago she was divulging her scandals, and now she is desperately trying to win favor with her. I find such behavior perplexing. After such prolonged discourse, Li Rue's doubts had largely dissipated. Realizing it was late, he decided not to disturb her rest and suggested Lin Lin sleep with her, as she at least had a place to rest. While he was left to sleep in a corner, just as he was about to speak, Wang Yuyao suddenly said, Li Rue, let us find a way to destroy this place. Is that even possible? Li Rue was taken aback, astonished that the gentle and kind Wang Yuyao would suggest such a thing. There will be a way. It is your only means of escape. You have crossed Aunt Wu, and you cannot afford to linger here any longer. Tomorrow, I will assist you in locating your friend. Consider it carefully. Wang Yuyao paused, ceasing to fidget with the ring on her finger, and silently moved to the window, gazing at the brightly lit hotel in the distance. All right, I will think it over. Thank you. Li Rue quietly expressed his gratitude to Wang Yuyao, who offered no reply. Li Rui hoped Lin Lin would accompany Wang Yuyao to sleep, but to his surprise, Lin Lin insisted on staying together, bringing a rare comfort to Li Rui, who had been enduring a stifling environment. Lin Lin had saved a morsel of food given to her by Wang Yuyao for Li Rui. Though it was merely a solitary cookie, it nearly brought tears to Li Rui's eyes, making him ponder how fortunate it would be to have such a wonderful daughter. I firmly believe that Brother Rui will surely help me find my brother, she declared resolutely, clinging tightly to Li Rui's arm, unwilling to let go. Chapter 11. Danger at the break of dawn. Before Li Rui could even open his eyes, he was abruptly kicked awake, with Lin Lin stirring alongside him. Before them stood the bald man who had earlier brought Li Rui here, his face twisted in fury as he bellowed, "You little brat! How dare you insult Aunt Wu after she showed you kindness? You've brought trouble upon me as well." With an audacity that left Li Rui astounded, the man continued, "Get up and clean up the zombies right now." He punctuated his command with several more kicks. Li Rui hastily scrambled to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Can I go in the afternoon? Please give me some time to prepare," he pleaded, stalling for time. He resolved to confront Bai Jing once he found her, for he had endured considerable torment along this journey due to the bald man's bullying. "Stop pretending. Get moving now. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused me?" The bald man yanked Li Rui towards the door. "Wait, just a few hours, please." Li Rui struggled against the man's grip, but his resistance only fueled the bald man's rage. With a forceful shove, he threw Li Rui to the ground and turned towards the frightened Lin Lin. "If the big one won't go, then I'll take the small one. I refuse to believe I cannot handle you." Panic surged through Li Rui as he quickly grabbed the bald man's arm, begging for mercy. "Brother, I was wrong. I'll go. I promise. Just let her go. I implore you." The bald man feigned reaching for Lin Lin, and only when Li Rui pleaded desperately did he relent. Without allowing Li Rui a moment to explain, he seized him and dragged him away, shouting back to Lin Lin, "Go find the sister who took care of you before, and wait for me to return." Li Rui was filled with regret for not agreeing to destroy this place with Wang Yuyao the previous night. The depths of these people's shamelessness were beyond his imagination. They soon arrived at a towering 7-story commercial building, surrounded by a makeshift steel wire gate. Li Rui thought to himself that this truly marked the end. However, the bald man's next words plunged him further into despair. "To prove your worth, you need to sever the heads of 5 zombies to earn your release. Rest assured, if you don't emerge within 3 days, I will toss the little one in to keep you company. She is of no use left here, so you better do well." The bald man's nonchalance towards the situation ignited an unprecedented fury within Li Rui. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "Is it too late for me to agree to Aunt Wu now?" He gripped the nearby railing tightly. "Haha, now you appreciate Aunt Wu's kindness, huh? Let me tell you, it's too late. She doesn't wish to see you now. Good luck." Just as the bald man was about to throw him inside, Li Rui called out to him urgently, "Hey, at least give me a knife to kill the zombies. And a bag, in case I manage to take down that many." Li Rui maintained a calm demeanor, firmly clutching the railing beside him. "Isn't this your rule? Surely you cannot withhold even this." The bald man was left speechless. "Very well. Wait for me while I summon someone to fetch what you need. Speaking of which, that knife you previously wielded seemed quite impressive. Might I borrow it? All other blades pale in comparison. Surely you wouldn't be so stingy as to deny me even a knife, leaving me to fend for myself." The bald man gritted his teeth and replied, "Fine. I shall see just how capable you are. Let us hope your sister doesn't accompany you." To Li Rui's surprise, the bald man arrived with Wang Yuyao, who stood behind him with utmost respect, her demeanor humble and subdued. "Whatever you need, just tell her. I shall take my leave." With that, he tossed Bai Jing's machete to him. Observing Li Rui's predicament, Wang Yuyao hurried forward, expressing concern. "Are you all right?" When he suddenly requested assistance to retrieve some items, "I suspected it might be you, so I came without hesitation. I'm managing, but my situation has become rather dire. I have several favors to ask. Go on. I need you to help me find some ropes, a source of illumination, a backpack, and a few other items." "All right. That is not a problem." Li Rui's expression grew serious as he continued. "Moreover, there is one crucial matter. If I do not manage to escape within 3 days, please ensure you deliver Lin Lin to someone named Bai Jing. He is my imprisoned friend, and should you rescue him, he will undoubtedly lead you all to safety." "Rest assured, I will take good care of Lin Lin," Wang Yuyao affirmed before departing to gather the requested items. Before long, she returned with what Li Rui needed. "By the way, if I manage to survive this, let us together bring this place to ruin," Li Rui declared resolutely. Gazing at the young girl who had been so supportive, Wang Yuyao averted her gaze, her eyes fixated on the ring in her hand, seemingly hesitant to speak. They stood separated by a wire gate, her delicate features contorted with uncertainty as she finally addressed Li Rui. "Li Rui, I hope you can assist me with something. Of course, you have aided me so much. How could I refuse? Could you help me rescue my boyfriend?" "Ah, you have a boyfriend." Li Rui's jaw dropped in astonishment. and the fondness he once felt for her evaporated instantly. It was as if their potential had been extinguished before it ever truly began. "Well, a girl as wonderful as you must certainly be quite sought after," he said with a tinge of self-deprecation. "I cannot guarantee my success, but if I encounter him, I will do my utmost to help. After all, my own escape is uncertain." Wang Yuyao kept her head lowered, unable to meet Li Rui's gaze. "My boyfriend ventured out to deal with the zombies because he refused to bow to Aunt Wu. He has been gone for 5 days without a word, and I am deeply worried about his fate. I have no choice but to rely on you now. If he meets with misfortune, even if he turns into a zombie, please bring me the ring he wears." At this, Wang Yuyao could no longer contain her tears, covering her face with her hands. "That ring is our token of love. Had none of this happened, we would have already been married. If you cannot bring me the ring, it matters not, at the very least. Knowing whether he lives or has departed this world will suffice." Wang Yuyao spoke with a quavering voice, her tears cascading like unstrung pearls. Witnessing her profound sorrow, Li Rui found it unbearable to deny her request, especially considering how much she had aided him. "Very well, I promise to retrieve the ring for you," he assured her. Wang Yuyao carefully detailed her boyfriend's distinguishing features, and soon she was prepared. As Li Rui departed, she called out, "You must return alive." He waved back nonchalantly. Not long after Li Rui's exit, Wang Yuyao composed herself, wiped away her tears, and silently uttered an apology to the empty doorway where he had vanished. Nearby, a bald man awaited her. Li Rui stood at the threshold, steeling himself before gently pushing open the tightly shut glass door. Though this endeavor could be likened to a brush with death, he knew he must summon his courage, not only for his own sake, but for Lin Lin's as well. He could not bear the thought of causing her harm. The mere notion of her encountering danger because of him was unbearable. Cautiously, Li Rui ventured inside. The dim light enveloped the expansive first-floor hall, littered with shards of glass and disarrayed merchandise. He retrieved the flashlight he had prepared to guard against any lurking zombies. Now, he could only proceed with caution, seeking out solitary zombies to dispatch quietly while carefully observing his surroundings. In the center stood 2 elevators resembling staircases, while the ends of the hall housed vast stairwells leading to safety, their depths nearly unfathomable. After a few steps, he spotted 3 or 4 zombies meandering nearby. Noticing their limited numbers, Li Rui opted to conceal himself behind an obstruction, contemplating whether to lure one closer before striking. Yet, he feared that any noise might attract them all. Then, he spotted a restroom sign, and an idea sparked. He could potentially draw a zombie into the restroom and then ambush it from a stall. Should he fail, he could remain hidden inside, thereby minimizing the risk. However, he first needed to ascertain that the restroom was devoid of other zombies. Following the sign's direction, Li Rui made his way to the restroom. Gripping his flashlight in one hand and his knife in the other, ever vigilant, and keeping his back against the wall. As he navigated the corridor, he was relieved to find no zombies lurking about, and soon enough, he discerned the male and female restroom symbols. As he illuminated the end of the corridor with his flashlight, he noticed a figure standing there, motionless, with its back turned to him. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead at this sight. He waited cautiously for the figure to move, but after a moment of stillness, he mustered his courage and cautiously approached the men's restroom door, glancing back every few steps to monitor the figure's movements. The silhouette appeared motionless, gently opening the door while striving to make not a sound, so as not to disturb them and facilitate a discreet exit. After a careful observation, he ascertained that there were no zombies inside, and he couldn't help but exhale in relief. It seemed that this was indeed a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Li Rui softly closed the door and locked it. Next, he turned his attention to the cubicles. There were a total of 5, 3 of which had their doors ajar and were devoid of any zombies. The remaining 2 were locked, one slightly ajar and the other securely fastened. He needed to confirm the absolute safety of this place to execute his subsequent plan. Li Rui crouched down, peering through the wider gap beneath the locked door. He first examined the door that was secured, only to see a toilet plunger, but no feet or shoes. This was perplexing. How was the door locked? He hurried to check beneath the other cubicle and was met with the sight of a pair of immobile feet clad in leather shoes. Swiftly, Li Rui rose, on high alert, and gazed cautiously at the ajar door. After a brief wait without any movement, he unsheathed his knife and slowly pushed the cubicle door open. As the beam of his flashlight illuminated the space, a grotesque scene unfolded before him. A body, reduced to its lower half, sat there, brutally severed at the waist, with half its organs grotesquely exposed and twitching upon its legs. Li Rui, suppressing his discomfort, hurriedly closed the door. Fortunately, while the zombies were indestructible, as long as they could not bite, there was not much to fear. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what lay behind the locked door next door. Li Rui climbed onto the toilet to investigate, and indeed, behind the locked door was the upper half of a body, headless, with the severed edge haphazardly chopped. Blood splattered conspicuously against the white wall. It was evident that someone had been here. Could it be Wang Yuyao's boyfriend? Besides him, there was no one else. He hoped that he was still alive, for they could potentially aid one another if they met. With the restroom deemed safe, Li Rui's anxious heart began to settle. His next task was to lure a zombie with a physique weaker than his own into this space. He spotted one at the end of the entrance. Appearing much slimmer and standing motionless, an ideal target to manipulate. As he stepped outside, he immediately saw the standing zombie. Li Rui devised a plan. He would draw the zombie into the restroom, hide beside it, and when the creature was preoccupied with searching for him, he would swiftly kick it to the ground and decapitate it. If he failed, he could always lock it inside. With this plan in mind, he commenced his actions. He picked up a shard of glass from the ground and threw it at the zombie. After a 3-second pause with no response, he seized a larger piece and hurled it directly at the creature's head, determined not to yield. The glass struck the zombie's head with precision, causing it to sway slightly as it turned, revealing a face devoid of skin, grotesquely gnawed and horrifying. The sight made Li Rui feel queasy, goosebumps rising on his skin. Yet, amidst the tension and terror, it was a trivial matter. He steeled himself and dashed towards the restroom. Unexpectedly for Li Rui, the faceless zombie, upon regaining its senses, immediately charged towards him with an unusual and agile running style, reminiscent of a peculiar creature. Had Li Rui not been ahead in his escape, he would undoubtedly have been caught, for its reactions were markedly more nimble than those of the previous zombies, almost indistinguishable from a living person. As he ran, Li Rui couldn't help but mentally critique the differences. The zombies he had encountered before resembled the ordinary ones from the game Plants vs. Zombies, while this one was akin to the formidable football zombie. Quickly entering the restroom, Li Rui hastily concealed himself behind the door, poised for the creature's entry. The footsteps grew closer and closer, his heart racing uncontrollably, and he clenched his jaw, gripping the knife tightly as the moment approached. As the zombie stepped inside, Li Rui swiftly and quietly closed the door behind him. Following his plan, he lunged forward to kick the zombie down, but to his astonishment, it seemed to sense his presence and instantly turned around. Just as Li Rui managed to knock it to the ground, the faceless zombie lunged at him with remarkable speed. Reacting swiftly, Li Rui discarded his flashlight, wielding the knife with both hands against the creature's neck, applying all his strength to keep it down. The zombie struggled fiercely beneath him, its hands tightening around Li Rui's throat, with the blade pressing down hard against the zombie's neck. He felt its grip around his throat tightening to the point of near suffocation, his brain growing dizzy from the lack of oxygen. Fortunately, he sensed that the zombie's neck would break first. In a sudden twist, it lunged to bite Li Rui's hand beside it. He quickly withdrew the knife from its neck to block the attack, but the zombie clamped down on the blade without letting go. This situation felt eerily familiar. However, this time, there was no one to rescue him. Previously, he had been pinned by a zombie, but now, he was the one overpowering it. Thankfully, this faceless zombie was relatively thin, and Li Rui was slightly stronger. Seizing the opportunity while the creature bit the knife, he began to drive the blade downwards, which prevented it from reaching him. With each forceful thrust, the blade lodged into its bones, and its grip around his neck loosened just enough to provide him a chance. Enduring the pain of near asphyxiation, Li Rui struck the zombie's mouth repeatedly until the sound of shattering bones filled the air, culminating in a decisive blow that cleaved its head in two. The grip around his throat slackened, though it still held on tightly. With a final, powerful strike, he severed the zombie's hand from his throat. Having completed this gruesome task, Li Rui nearly collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. He stared in disbelief at the mangled remains of the zombie he had just defeated, astonished by his own capability. There had been no time to ponder anything during the struggle, and now his hands trembled uncontrollably as he reflected on the ordeal, a wave of apprehension washing over him. Even as he looked at the scattered body parts, he felt a waning sense of disgust. However, one defeat was not enough. If one had nearly cost him his life, what would four do? Luck could not be relied upon indefinitely. After a brief respite, he stuffed the faceless zombie's head into a bag, deciding to leave it by the door, as carrying it along was far too cumbersome. As he opened the door, preparing to venture outside, Li Rui was startled by the commotion emanating from the women's restroom next door. Upon closer inspection, he discerned numerous footsteps shuffling within. It seemed that the ruckus he had just caused while battling a zombie had inadvertently disturbed those in the adjacent room. To his astonishment, a considerable number of zombies were concealed within the women's restroom, leaving him relieved that he had not chosen to enter there. Chapter 12. Fishing for zombies. The atmosphere remained shrouded in darkness, as Li Rui stealthily navigated through the corridors, evading the zombies. He yearned to delve deeper into the hall in search of Wang Yuyao's boyfriend, fixated on the traces left behind in the restroom. As he illuminated the depths with his flashlight, shadows danced before him. Zombies, with their grayish eyes, possessed a diminished sensitivity to light. Yet prolonged exposure would inevitably attract their attention. With utmost caution, he maneuvered around obstacles, striving to remain silent. The sheer number of zombies lurking in every corner was intimidating. Li Rue hesitated to advance further. Prolonged crouching had rendered his legs weak and numb. His stamina was waning, and he had lost track of the last time he had eaten. The incessant tension had dulled his awareness of hunger, but his body was beginning to protest, urging him to seek sustenance. He noticed several tattered restaurant advertisements plastered nearby, realizing that his only option was to ascend to the second floor, as exploration on the ground level had reached its limits. The central elevator was off limits, blocked by a throng of zombies on either side, making a direct confrontation akin to courting death. Thus, he had to cautiously assess the staircases on the left and right. Upon inspection, he found the left corridor impassable due to 3 or 4 zombies, while the right side was enveloped in darkness, rendering it impossible to discern what lay ahead. As he approached, he saw the staircase stained with blood, interspersed with numerous dark, dried patches. The silence was palpable, with only the sound of his own heartbeat resonating in the eerie atmosphere, heightening his anxiety. Li Rue hesitated before ascending the stairs, carefully directing his flashlight upward. To his dismay, the beam revealed 3 shadowy figures. Cold sweat broke out across his brow, and he hastily extinguished the light. With no other options available, he steeled himself to proceed. After a few moments of silence, his eyes gradually adjusted to the gloom, allowing him to take his first step. His grip on the machete becoming increasingly damp with sweat. Trembling, he ascended several steps, acutely aware of the silhouettes standing on the landing. The stench of decay intensified as he drew closer, compelling him to hold his breath. One zombie leaned against the wall, another hung over the railing, while a third stood in the center of the upper level. In the darkness, the zombies' reactions were significantly dulled, and the shadows might obscure him, enabling him to slip past as long as he did not make contact or produce sound. With his right hand tightly clutching the blade and his left hand covering his mouth and nose, Li Rue cautiously approached the first figure on the platform. He needed to bend low to pass by, the shadow now merely a meter away, and he felt an involuntary tremor coursing through him, a primal fear welling up within. He could even sense the faint, labored breaths of the zombie, too close for comfort. Fortunately, he had not noticed that he had successfully passed through, with the handrail adorned by what appeared to be a dismembered body that he could bypass directly. The critical concern was how to navigate past the figure standing in the center of the upper level. This would indeed require a direct confrontation. If he could manage to succeed, he would reach the second floor. It was a gamble he had to take. Li Rue gritted his teeth and decided to charge ahead, believing that if he were swift enough, even if discovered, he would still have ample time to reach the second floor and hide. With his eyes shut tightly, Li Rue swiftly bent to the side and maneuvered through, the stench of decay permeating his nostrils, but fortunately, he did not make contact. Just as he traversed the horde of zombies, he suddenly felt a softness beneath his feet, as if he had stepped on something. To his horror, the soft object stirred, and Li Rue, startled, hurried towards the second floor, only to be seized by a zombie clutching his heel. He had not anticipated another lying in wait. Fortunately, he managed to grasp the handrail and avoid falling. With a tight grip on his ankle, he had little choice but to hastily remove his shoe to break free. Thus, Li Rue dashed towards the second floor, 1 foot bare, leaving behind the zombie that slowly rose, clutching his shoe, and quickly set off in pursuit of him. Upon reaching the second floor, Li Rue swiftly turned on his flashlight to survey his surroundings. The second floor housed a dining area, with only a few scattered zombies, while others might be concealed within. He let out a long sigh of relief, but upon glancing back, he noticed the zombies from the stairwell had emerged in pursuit. He needed to find a hiding place quickly to elude them. Observing that the Western restaurant beside him was devoid of zombies, he opted to take refuge there. Cautiously stepping inside, he discovered a multitude of decaying food items on the dining tables, emitting a musty odor. He then proceeded to the kitchen, where finding no one present allowed him to finally relax. He swiftly closed the door and barricaded it with nearby tables and chairs, then began to search the kitchen for anything edible, unaware that the 3 pursuing zombies had pressed themselves against the glass door. At this moment, Li Rue, flashlight in hand, rummaged through the kitchen for consumables. He found a few raw steaks in the freezer, along with some wilted vegetables and a bottle of red wine, but little else. Uncertain how long the power had been out, he hesitated about the safety of the steaks. After sniffing them and detecting no foul odor, he decided to eat them. With no electricity, he had no choice but to consume them raw, the strong taste nearly overwhelming him, but he managed to swallow it down. A generous gulp of red wine helped alleviate his discomfort. After satisfying his hunger, he finally allowed himself a moment to relax, intending to rest briefly before seeking a pair of shoes, as being barefoot posed a risk of injury. He also took the opportunity to inspect the contents of his backpack, which included a long length of rope, a hammer, and other tools. The need for rope stemmed from a brilliant idea he had previously conceived but had been unable to execute due to environmental constraints, to create a snare trap using the rope and some wooden planks. If the rope was sufficiently sturdy, it could be utilized to ensnare zombies, significantly reducing danger. The method for crafting traps was something Li Rue had never forgotten, recalling how, in his childhood, his father would occasionally take him to the mountains to catch mountain mice and wild rabbits during leisurely afternoons. In the same village, Shunzi would always shamelessly follow Li Rue and his father whenever they went out, hoping to reap the benefits of their endeavors. Li Rue particularly loathed him at that time, claiming he was a friend, but in truth, he was insatiably greedy. Thus, he seized the opportunity to play a prank on Shunzi during their rabbit hunting expedition in the dense mountains. Li Rue, having learned the art of trapping from his father, crafted a crude snare using hemp rope, pilfered an egg from home as bait, and selected a sturdy branch to deceive Shunzi. The plan unfolded splendidly, and upon witnessing the instigator, Shunzi erupted in curses, sending birds scattering throughout the forest. This incited Li Rue's ire, prompting him to falsely inform his father that he had returned home, deliberately leading him to another location to avoid detection. Eventually, consumed by the day's fruitful catch, he forgot all about Shunzi, who ended up hanging in the desolate forest all night. The following day, Shunzi's parents stormed to their door in a furious uproar. Overcome with guilt, Li Rue hid in his room, listening to his father's incessant pleas and apologies. After several days of entanglement, the matter was hastily resolved. Throughout this ordeal, his father never uttered a harsh word to him, and Li Rue never forgot the silent, complex gaze his father bore upon him. At the age of 10, he vividly recalled that his father truly loved him. The method of crafting traps remained etched in his memory. When he finally attempted to rise, Li Rue was beset by a wave of dizziness. He had not anticipated the lingering effects of the red wine, leaving him too weak to stand. Before he could move much, he collapsed back onto the ground, succumbing to slumber. Outside the restaurant, a growing throng of zombies amassed at the entrance. Chapter 13. On the edge of life and death, unaware of how much time had passed, Li Rue was abruptly awakened by a cacophony of harsh sounds. Groggily, he pulled himself from the floor. The mournful wails of the zombies, accompanied by the sound of furniture being dragged outside, jolted him into a semblance of alertness. Paying no mind to the fact that he wore only one shoe, he grabbed a flashlight for a quick glance, which nearly caused his heart to stop. The entrance, once obscured by tables and chairs, was now wide open, scattered to the sides by the relentless surge of zombies. Countless undead were on the verge of filling the entire restaurant, and soon they would reach him. Li Rue was as restless as an ant on a hot stove. The kitchen was a confined space, with the exit blocked by the multitude of zombies, leaving him with nowhere to escape. A zombie's silhouette had already appeared in the kitchen, startling Li Rue into extinguishing his flashlight and retreating into a corner. If he waited any longer, an uncountable horde would breach the interior, and it was only a matter of time before they discovered him. The density of their numbers made it impossible to hide, even in the darkness. And these zombies were quite sensitive. Regret consumed Li Rue. He cursed the wine that had incapacitated him, rendering him unable to flee. Yet, in his moment of despair, an idea struck him. Regaining his composure, he scrambled up to the highest cabinet until he could reach the ceiling. However, the scattered zombies had already detected his presence and were quickly approaching. Li Rue, at that moment, could no longer afford to hesitate. Seizing the hammer from his bag, he struck the ceiling with considerable force. As anticipated, a thin wooden panel fell away, revealing a concealed space above, where the beams of the structure lay. Li Rue seized the opportunity and swiftly ascended. In establishments of this caliber, it is customary to lay a panel above, accommodating ventilation while maintaining aesthetic appeal and ease of replacement. Now perched upon the beams, Li Rue found himself at the end, directly beneath the restaurant sign. If he could reach that point and shatter the glass, he would successfully escape. Cautiously, he began to crawl along the beam, his single shoe making the endeavor quite uncomfortable. The space above was confined, forcing him to crouch uncomfortably. He could only traverse along the supports and beams, mindful not to step on the decorative ceiling, which was too fragile to bear his weight. A misstep would plunge him directly into a horde of zombies below, leaving him with no chance of survival. The internal structure resembled a grid, and maneuvering around the supporting columns in the center proved to be challenging. He had to proceed with utmost caution. After a painstaking journey, his knees were beginning to ache. The sounds of the zombies below were growing increasingly chaotic, allowing no room for delay. Soon, he reached the central pillar, needing to contort his body to reach the framework ahead. Although this position compromised his stability, he slowly leaned against the pillar to reach the structure above. However, due to the single shoe, his foot slipped unexpectedly, landing on a nearby panel that was far too flimsy to support him. In an instant, his lower body plummeted through the fragile wood. Fortunately, Li Rue managed to cling onto the framework with his arms, preventing his entire body from falling. His waist and below dangled through the ceiling, drawing the attention of countless zombies, their hands reaching for his feet, eager to pull him down. Panic surged within him as he flailed his legs in the air, surrounded by a cacophony of grasping hands. Desperately, he sought a foothold to ascend, but there was none to be found. In a moment of carelessness, one of his feet was seized by the relentless undead below, who pulled with increasing force, causing his body to descend further. In mere moments, they had fully grasped his foot, dragging him downward inch by inch until he was nearly at chest level. With only his hands clutching the support, Li Rue glanced down to witness a multitude of grotesque faces reaching out, their mouths agape with jagged teeth and ravenous eyes, as if they wished to rend him to pieces, like demons from the depths of hell, demanding his life. As his grip began to falter, Li Rue felt himself being inexorably drawn into the abyss, his breath becoming labored. No, he could not succumb here. He had yet to see his parents one last time. Nor had he bid farewell to Lin Lin. With his strength waning and his thoughts becoming muddled, he pondered his fate. Was he truly destined to be dragged down and consumed? His foot made contact with a zombie's head, and in a moment of desperation, an idea struck him. If he could leverage that head to propel himself upward, perhaps he might succeed. There was no time left for hesitation. Li Rue, disregarding the firm grasp of the two hands clinging to his feet, found himself precariously balancing on the head of a zombie. Summoning every ounce of strength, he managed to lift himself halfway up, yet several hands still clutched his legs tenaciously. Gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, Li Rue decided to unfasten his belt and, shedding his trousers, he slowly inched upwards, ultimately succeeding in extricating himself, though one shoe was forever left behind. Thus, clad only in his undergarments, Li Rue emerged victorious, realizing that such trivialities paled in comparison to the value of his life. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, his heart continued to race, a vivid reminder of how precious life truly was. Below, the entire Western restaurant teemed with zombies, leaving no crevice unoccupied. The thought of having to decapitate 4 more zombies was daunting. Summoning his remaining strength, Li Rue crawled forward and soon arrived at the entrance, which was also besieged by the undead. The commotion had likely drawn all the zombies on this floor to the scene. Seizing the opportunity to escape, he resolved to ascend to the 3rd floor in search of a way out. Li Rue patiently waited until the zombies had all entered the restaurant before he hastily leaped down, suppressing the numbness in his legs as he swiftly shut the door. Fortunately, the door opened outward, and he doubted the zombies possessed the intelligence to pull it open, hence he did not bother to lock it. He quickly departed, flashlight in hand, scanning the surroundings. Indeed, all the zombies had been lured into the restaurant, granting him the perfect chance to scavenge for food, ideally a pair of trousers or shoes. For his undergarments felt rather chilly, and there were several eateries nearby. The search went smoothly, as he encountered no zombies, discovering some dry bread and water. After gathering what he could, Li Rue ascended to the 3rd floor, which was entirely occupied by clothing stores. He had hoped to find some trousers and shoes. Yet all he found were women's garments, too small and constricting for his needs. The absurdity of donning a dress and high heels was not lost on him. It was said that wearing women's clothing could be a one-time affair or a repeated choice. He resigned himself to remaining bare-legged, much to his dismay. The 3rd floor was eerily quiet. After a thorough inspection, he noted the absence of any zombies, which felt off. Soon, he discerned the cause. The restroom corridor was crowded with the undead. With flashlight in hand, he approached cautiously. As the light flickered upon the restroom door, he saw the zombies amassed at the entrance, as if something within was enticing them. A sense of curiosity mingled with caution welled up within him. Realizing the danger, he considered retreating. Just then, a voice pierced the silence. "Is anyone there? Can someone help me?" The call emanated from the women's restroom, growing increasingly frantic as the zombies at the door began to stir and scratch at it. Chapter 14. Zhang Huhai. Li Rue halted abruptly, contemplating a response to the voice, yet fearing that it might attract the attention of the zombies. An idea struck him. He began to flicker the flashlight on and off, and the voice within seemed to comprehend his intent, quieting down in response. Now, he needed to devise a plan to divert the zombies at the door. In order to create a greater disturbance, Li Rue began to take action. The clothing section was filled with numerous mannequins, which he intended to utilize. He entered a shop with a confined space, arranged the mannequins neatly, and secured them with ropes. Once these preparations were complete, he would attract the zombies and then take cover outside, pulling the ropes to topple the mannequins in succession, ultimately causing them to crash into the mirrors. The resulting noise would be sufficiently loud to lure all the zombies inside, locking them in. Moreover, the rows of hanging clothes provided ample cover. Li Rue proceeded to the restroom to draw the zombies away, keeping his distance since the zombies in this area moved quite swiftly. He hurled a large shard of glass towards them, the sound reverberating throughout the corridor. With a defiant gesture, he sprinted away. As anticipated, all the zombies pursued him with remarkable speed. Li Rue dashed towards the pre-planned turn, collapsing on the ground and peering through the gaps in the clothing to observe the approaching zombies. Once they were all in position, he tugged on the rope with all his might. The resulting cacophony from the nearby clothing store confirmed his success in luring them away. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly closed and locked the door, executing the plan flawlessly. With a deep sigh of relief, Li Rue marveled at the fact that this time, everything had gone smoothly without any unforeseen complications. Next, he decided to check on the individual he had been told about, who was presumably the person Wang Yuyo was searching for. As he contemplated the conversation he had with her, he realized that decapitating zombies would be significantly easier with the assistance of another, enabling the use of rope traps, particularly since the environment seemed relatively suitable. However, he felt somewhat embarrassed as he was not fully dressed. He wondered if others might perceive him as peculiar. Reluctantly, he sought a piece of clothing to wrap around his lower half, at least to appear less odd, as he still had some pride. Soon, he reached the restroom. Just as he was about to open the door, he discovered it was locked from the inside. "Hey, I'm here to rescue you. Please open the door," he called out loudly. "Ah, finally, someone has come." A voice responded. "Are you Zhang Huhai?" Li Rue asked, recalling Wang Yuyo had mentioned her boyfriend's name to him, and he wanted to confirm. "Yes, is Yuyo the one who sent you to find me?" The voice replied, sounding surprised. "Indeed, I am a friend of Wang Yuyo. She requested that I rescue you. Please, open the door," Li Rue urged, thinking to himself how close the tone of endearment was, confirming that this must be her boyfriend. "I can't open the door. There are 5 zombies in here, and I'm trapped in a stall. Could you please toss me some food? I haven't eaten in 5 days." "How can I do that?" Li Rue felt a wave of frustration at the predicament. The men's restroom next door shares a wall with this one, and there's a vent above. If you can dismantle the exhaust fan and throw it over, I'm in the first stall from the left. I would greatly appreciate your help. All right, just a moment. Are there zombies in the adjacent restroom? Li Rue asked for clarity. Zhang Huhai's voice paused momentarily as if in deep thought before responding. "I don't know. Just be careful." Li Rue, feeling somewhat helpless, made his way towards the men's restroom. As was his custom, he first listened for any unusual sounds before opening the door, mindful of the potential dangers lurking behind it. He certainly did not wish to encounter a surprise attack. After waiting for a moment and hearing no strange noises, he cautiously opened the door, confirming the absence of any zombies within. He then climbed to a higher vantage point and dismantled the exhaust fan, shining his flashlight across the way. He was indeed met with the sight of 5 zombies wandering inside. The ventilation opening was rather small, merely a little square. "All right, my big brother. I'm preparing to toss this your way, so catch it well." With that, Li Rue removed a piece of clothing that had been wrapped around his lower half, encasing the dry biscuit within it, and secured it with a rope before tossing it over. "Thanks for your help, little brother." Before long, the sound of something being consumed echoed back. Ultimately, he would still be left bare from the waist down. He hoped the other would not mind. Suddenly, Li Rue recalled that a person would perish after 3 days without water or 7 days without food. He wondered if, during these days, the other had resorted to drinking from the toilet. Never mind that. It seemed he had eaten enough. It was time to inquire about his situation. "By the way, brother, how did you end up locked in there? How can I help you escape?" Sighing, the man replied, "I inadvertently attracted them while trying to behead a zombie. I have no idea how to get out now. In this situation, I cannot possibly take on 5 zombies. By the way, I've never heard your voice before. Did you just arrive here?" He continued, chewing on the dried biscuit. Li Rue briefly recounted his own situation. "It's outrageous. They don't even spare children." Zhang Huhai exclaimed indignantly. "By the way, how is Yao Yao? I fear she might do something foolish in my absence. She is well, though she is quite worried about you. By the way, you were also compelled to behead zombies, right? How many did you take down?" Li Rue was curious about his capabilities. "I've only managed to take down 2. I feel utterly useless. I promised to protect her for a lifetime. Yet here I am in this predicament." It seemed that Zhang Huhai's strength was slightly superior to Li Rue's. "Why didn't you take her away sooner? The people here are too despicable." He remained silent for a moment, only a bitter laugh escaping him. "Everyone who tried to leave here is dead. What happened?" Li Rue asked, recalling Wang Yuyo's mention of some individuals having left previously. Zhang Huhai, while consuming his food, took a moment to explain some things he had learned. He recounted that those who disobeyed the old woman's orders would be expelled and prohibited from taking any supplies. Outside, amidst the zombies, was akin to a death sentence. At that time, their numbers were still considerable, compelling them to submit to her authority. Zhang Huhai and his companions spent their days eliminating zombies in the vicinity. As the number of zombies dwindled, they began to serve Aunt Wu and her followers. Due to their reluctance, those who sided with the old woman began to bully them. Given that she wielded a gun and had a legion of supporters, no one dared to take a stand, leading to increasingly difficult circumstances. Their rations diminished from 2 meals a day to just 1, which naturally incited discontent among the majority. At that moment, he had wished to take Wang Yuyo away. But she, fearing the horrors outside, was unwilling to take such a risk and preferred to stay and observe the situation. Some individuals have persistently expressed dissatisfaction with Aunt Wu's reign, and it appeared that her patience was waning. She once again proposed a lucrative offer. Those willing to align themselves with her would be spared from perilous tasks and assured a superior existence. After several days of scrutiny, half of the individuals pledged their allegiance to her, while others remained obstinate. Aunt Wu then presented them with an opportunity. If they could clear the zombies from the city center, she would provide them with supplies and allow their departure. The harrowing ordeal saw a drastic reduction from 28 participants to a mere 4, a testament to the challenges faced. Zhang Huhai, reluctant to allow Wang Yuyao to join the fray, chose to leave her behind, awaiting his return. To their astonishment, after their arduous success, Aunt Wu reneged on her promise upon noticing their diminished numbers. Infuriated, the other 3 fled under the cover of night. 2 perished en route, while 1 was captured and vanished into obscurity. Thus, the 2 remaining bore an intense hatred for Aunt Wu, yet felt utterly powerless. Zhang Huhai, of course, was unwilling to betray Wang Yuyao, ultimately leading to this dire outcome. The effort to eliminate the zombies in the building was solely for the sake of the jewelry cabinet on the 7th floor. Upon hearing this tale, Li Rue was filled with melancholy. It was no wonder that previous hordes of zombies and the bodies encountered along the way were the result of their machinations. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire of Zhang Huhai. I have heard that the outbreak originated from the city center. Do you know the specific cause? Zhang Huhai paused before responding slowly. I heard it was triggered by an individual who died and then inexplicably resurrected, subsequently biting others and spreading the infection. At that time, Yu Yao and I were here selecting rings, completely oblivious to the sudden chaos. I never had the chance to bring her happiness, for reasons unknown. He began recounting his romantic history with Wang Yuyao, detailing their childhood companionship, mutual confessions, and profound affection for one another. This narrative irked Li Rue, prompting him to interject. By the way, have you noticed that the zombies here seem slightly more formidable than those outside? I noticed that long ago. This is the primary infection zone. I surmise they will gradually mutate, becoming increasingly dangerous. We must leave here sooner rather than later. Before that, I need to devise a plan to rescue you. Li Rue furrowed his brow in contemplation. Chapter 15. Successful rescue. Li Rue meticulously examined the restroom where Zhang Huhai was confined and discovered a window on the side, albeit secured with a burglar-proof grate. The ceiling lacked any partitions suitable for climbing, as it was merely a standard ceiling with no footholds. Damaging the door and luring the zombies away seemed a plausible alternative. Li Rue consulted Zhang Huhai about this strategy, but Zhang Huhai cautioned against it, stating that if the door were breached, the zombies would swiftly charge out, their speed and proximity rendering it a death sentence. Contemplating the futility of these methods, Li Rue pondered whether they might resort to breaking through the wall. After discussing several approaches with Zhang Huhai, they ultimately resolved to escape through the adjacent window, necessitating Li Rue to ascend 1 floor to locate the corresponding restroom and dismantle the burglar-proof grate. The tools in my bag proved to be quite useful, which can only suggest that Wang Yuyao had adequately prepared for Li Rue. Zhang Gu, have you ventured to the 5th floor? Are there many zombies there? Zhang Huhai replied. No, I only know that the 5th floor seems to be an arcade. I once accompanied Yuyao there to catch dolls. It seems that only Li Rue could investigate that matter personally. After explaining his intentions to Zhang Huhai, he ascended via the central elevator, as the previous commotion had drawn away numerous zombies. With vigilance, Li Rue arrived on the 4th floor, where scattered zombies were an inconvenience. He had to rely on the coin-operated game machines to obscure his presence. He observed that most of the zombies were adolescents and children, with only a few adults among them. Witnessing so many children in such a state evoked sympathy for their past lives. Li Rue resolved to employ his old method of luring them to a single location for containment. He believed he could outpace these miniature zombies. Conveniently, he spotted a children's South amusement park ahead, surrounded by a fence, and he needed to devise a means to gather them together. Thus, Li Rue procured a handful of game tokens and climbed atop the claw machine, scattering the coins to the ground with all his might. The clinking sound of coins echoed throughout the space, attracting nearly all the zombies on that floor, an estimated 30, mostly children. Their small figures clustered together, some missing limbs, their bodies smeared with blood, paired with vacant expressions that were utterly chilling. Seizing the opportunity while they were gathered, Li Rue leapt down and sprinted toward the amusement park, aiming to draw them all in that direction to facilitate his rescue of Zhang Huhai without obstruction. As he ran, he glanced behind and was taken aback by how swiftly the small zombies were pursuing him, almost catching up. He dashed into the park, with the little zombies closely trailing and baring their teeth. After looping around inside, he quickly shut the door behind him. To his surprise, some of the smaller zombies managed to squeeze through the gaps in the fence, disregarding their deformed heads and contorted bodies, lunging at Li Rue with wide-open mouths. He hastily fled, contemplating why they were so relentless in their pursuit, and his initial sympathy evaporated. Running indefinitely was not a viable solution. He turned to assess the number of small zombies behind him, approximately 7 or 8. noticing that even the tallest among them barely reached half his height. He had no choice but to grip his knife tightly. Li Rue deliberately slowed his pace, and the foremost little zombie lunged at him. Anticipating this, he readied himself and, at the moment of its leap, swung his knife with force. The small zombie's body was cleaved in two, falling to the ground while still writhing. Li Rue found this far easier than dealing with larger zombies, as their bones were not as resilient. He had no time to pause, as more surged toward him. Continuing his escape, he felt confident against one, but if two were to attack simultaneously, he might struggle. Gradually, he widened the distance, running several laps and successfully dispatching 4 of them along the way. Li Rue gradually felt his stamina waning. With just 2 zombies left, he found himself too exhausted to continue running. He had seemingly twisted his waist earlier while hitting the ceiling, and after prolonged vigorous activity, a dull pain began to set in. After a moment's contemplation, he decided that while he still had some strength, it would be better to confront them head-on. After all, they were merely 2 small zombies. Continuing to expend energy would only lead to peril. As he approached a bend, he quietly leaned against the wall to wait for them to pass, gauging their distance by the sound of their footsteps, one trailing the other, drawing closer. Sensing their imminent arrival, Li Rue swiftly extended his foot, successfully tripping both of them, sending them tumbling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he brandished his knife and attempted to sever one of their bodies, but to his surprise, one of the small zombies, disregarding its bisected form, propped itself up and lunged towards Li Rue's face with a vicious bite. Startled, Li Rue stumbled back, failing to sever the other zombie. The second zombie seized the moment and viciously sank its teeth towards Li Rue's bare leg. Caught off guard, he fell to the ground, and as the creature neared him, he instinctively reacted, swiftly grasping the small zombie's head with his left hand, narrowly avoiding a bite. He could feel the creature's tongue brush against his leg. Had he hesitated even for a second, he would have been bitten. With a surge of strength, he gripped the zombie's head and slammed it against the wall, its soft skull splattering upon impact. The body continued to writhe, prompting him to rise and swiftly sever it with his knife, finally allowing him a moment of respite. He glanced at the dismembered small zombie sprawled on the ground. A grotesque sight as it seemed to barely reach his thigh. An inexplicable feeling crept over him. Li Rue found himself increasingly acclimated to this environment. No longer repulsed or uneasy. With the area momentarily clear of zombies, he hastily decapitated the remaining heads, leaving only 3 left. The sight of such diminutive heads felt oddly cruel. Having finally dealt with this layer of zombies, he could now proceed to rescue Jiang Huhai. Arriving at the restroom door, he cautiously surveyed the interior for any zombies and discovered 1 large and 1 small zombie within. Employing his earlier tactics, he drew them away. An unexpected hiccup arose when the small zombie proved far more persistent than the larger one, necessitating its swift elimination for him to escape. By the time he returned to the restroom, exhaustion weighed heavily on him. After a brief respite, he set about prying off the security window where Jiang Huhai was located. Successfully prying it open, he squeezed through and secured himself with a rope, gradually descending to the floor where Jiang Huhai awaited. The 3rd floor was neither too high nor too low, but looking down still sent a shiver through him. As he stood on the outer ledge, he began to dismantle the window. The 5 zombies inside, alerted by the noise, gathered around but could not reach him, so he felt little concern. Hearing the commotion outside, Jiang Huhai called out, "Little brother, be careful and take your time." "All right, I'll be there shortly. I'll toss the rope over. You can climb to the adjacent stall and wait," Li Rue replied. As Jiang Huhai emerged, he was startled to see 2 bare legs standing outside the window. "Why aren't you wearing pants?" he exclaimed. At that moment, Li Rue, feeling somewhat at a loss for words, replied, "If I had them, I would surely wear them." Jiang Huhai found himself at a loss for words, while Li Rue successfully pried open the entrance. Li Rue ascended first, securing the rope to hoist Jiang Huhai up. As Li Rue waited above, Jiang Huhai suddenly cried out, "Brother Jiang, what is wrong over there? I just climbed up and tied the rope, but those zombies stacked on top of each other have grabbed my feet, and I can't break free." Li Rue suggested, "Perhaps you should remove your pants, that way you could escape more easily." Reluctantly, Jiang Huhai ultimately discarded his trousers and managed to climb up. Thus, the 2 men, clad only in their undergarments, found themselves facing each other in the women's restroom, the atmosphere becoming palpably awkward. Li Rue was the first to shatter the peculiar tension. "Brother Jiang, let us devise a plan to decapitate a few zombies. I must get out of here sooner rather than later." "Agreed. I too wish to escape. This place is perilous." Jiang Huhai couldn't help but cover himself and added, "Before we exit, can we find some pants to wear? I don't want Yao Yao to see me like this." Li Rue internally scoffed at how Jiang Huhai's every word revolved around Wang Yao Yao. "I've already beheaded 3 zombies. We only need 2 more. I have a safe method to accomplish this," Li Rue informed Jiang Huhai. He was finally able to utilize a lasso trap, intending to retrieve the discarded pants from the zombies, along with Jiang Huhai's After briefly explaining the trap's mechanics to Zhang Huhai, they set about preparing it. They chose a 3-story women's clothing store as their location, as it provided convenient tools. Once ready, Li Rue would attract the zombies while Zhang Huhai would pull them in, given his larger stature compared to Li Rue. Before long, Li Rue spotted a male zombie's pants, lured it over, and successfully triggered the trap, hoisting the creature aloft. Watching the zombie dangle and thrash about, Li Rue adeptly severed its arm, followed by its head. Remarkably, not a drop of blood stained the pants, earning Li Rue's method Zhang Huhai's admiration. Naturally, Li Rue claimed the pants for himself. Employing the same strategy, Li Rue ensnared another zombie, only to be surprised when it dropped some belongings. A wallet, a lighter, and a pack of cigarettes fell from its pocket as it was hoisted. Li Rue picked up the cigarettes and lighter from the ground, lighting one and gesturing towards Zhang Huhai, who declined, citing Wang Yao's disdain for smoking men. Li Rue, however, inhaled deeply, finishing the cigarette in one breath. Chapter 16. The escape. Now having successfully beheaded 5 zombies, Li Rue felt ready to leave, but he suddenly recalled Zhang Huhai's situation after their escape. He turned to Zhang Huhai and said, "By the way, I promised Wang Yao that after we get out, we would find a way to destroy this place. You should join us, and we can leave together." "Absolutely, as long as we can escape, destroying it is just as well," Zhang Huhai responded, donning his pants as they began to strategize. According to Zhang Huhai, if one wishes to obliterate this place, it is imperative to deal with Aunt Wu and her entourage, which consists of at least 20 to 30 individuals. Confrontation, however, is out of the question. Thus, Li Rue proposed an alternative involving the undead. He devised a plan to unleash the zombies from the lower level to divert attention, allowing them to escape amidst the chaos. Zhang Huhai, however, expressed his discontent with this notion, questioning their own safety should the zombies be released. He informed Li Rue that the front gate is secured with a key held by the individuals on duty. Moreover, Aunt Wu's followers are dispersed throughout the camp, necessitating a strategy to first distract them before obtaining the key, thereby enabling the release of the zombies. Additionally, they could not afford to flee empty-handed. As even Lin Lin's medicine had been seized, they must prepare supplies before departing. Zhang Huhai reminded Li Rue that all provisions are overseen directly by Aunt Wu, and they would need to devise a means to procure resources from her. With uncertainties looming, their discussions yielded no resolution. Li Rue suggested that he venture out to scout the situation before making further preparations. He advised Zhang Huhai to remain behind, allowing them to believe he had vanished entirely, as venturing out posed significant risks of being targeted. After all, the cafeteria on the 2nd floor still offers sustenance, and they could plan their next move once Li Rue ascertains the conditions. Zhang Huhai acquiesced, and before departing, Li Rue requested that Zhang Huhai hand over his ring, as he had promised Wang Yao to keep her at ease. Zhang Huhai carefully wrapped the ring and entrusted it to Li Rue, cautioning him not to misplace it. Li Rue nodded solemnly, assuring him not to worry. He then told Zhang Huhai that their next meeting would ensure they remained together. Thus, Li Rue hefted a bag of zombie heads and leaped from the 2nd floor window. For the stairs on the 1st floor were blocked by the undead. As he exited, he glanced upward at the sky, a sight he had not seen for what felt like an eternity, losing track of day and night amidst the relentless pursuit and escape, with scarcely a moment to breathe. Yet, now was not the time to pause. There remained many tasks awaiting his attention. Before he could venture further, he spotted Wang Yao anxiously waiting outside, rushing toward him upon their meeting. Was he still alive? Wang Yao's eyes were filled with unease as she awaited his response. Li Rue offered a faint smile, retrieving Zhang Huhai's ring from his bag and presenting it to Wang Yao, softly stating, "He is safe and well." At that moment, the tension in her heart dissipated, and she clutched the ring to her chest, unable to contain her tears of joy. "Then why didn't he come out with you?" Wang Yao's voice trembled. Li Rue scanned the area for onlookers and proceeded to explain his suggestion to her. Wang Yao nodded solemnly, expressing her gratitude to Li Rue while discreetly wiping away her tears. At that moment, Li Rue yearned to embrace her, but could only helplessly retract his hand. "By the way, how is Lin Lin? How long have I been gone?" "You have been away for a full 2 days. Lin Lin has been quite obedient. She must miss you dearly. Let us go see her shortly." Li Rue felt a twinge of embarrassment as he said, "Thank you for taking care of her. By the way, what shall we do with these zombie heads? Who are they to be handed over to?" Wang Yao shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. For no one had ever returned alive after beheading a zombie. Li Rue was the first. At that moment, a group of patrollers passed by, including the bald man from before. Upon spotting him, Li Rue approached with determination and deliberately tossed a bag of zombie heads at his feet. "Oh, come and see. I've successfully finished the task. Care to verify the count?" Before they could react, Li Rue emptied the bag, the grisly heads rolling and splattering blood at their feet. The sight caused their faces to pale instantly, and they couldn't suppress their retching. Cursing as they distanced themselves, one muttered, You've got guts, kid. Let us see if you can do this again. At least I have more courage than some, Li Rue retorted cheekily. One of them, incensed, seized Li Rue by the collar, poised to strike, but his companions restrained him. Spitting in Li Rue's direction, he turned away. The bald man commanded Wang Yiyo to dispose of the heads and promised to report Li Rue's bravery to Aunt Wu, suggesting he await her commendation. Li Rue chose to ignore them, intending first to check on Lin Lin, and then seek out Wang Yiyo to inquire about Bai Jing's whereabouts and strategize their next steps. Wang Yiyo advised that since he had successfully returned, he should apply for food distribution, as Lin Lin had been subsisting on the meager rations Wang Yiyo had shared, barely enough to sustain her despite her hard work. Li Rue noticed the deteriorating condition of Wang Yiyo and felt a pang of guilt, deciding to share his provisions with the two women, as he himself was not particularly hungry. Soon, Wang Yiyo led him to a heavily locked door, guarded by 3 individuals. Among them was the rotund man who had previously harassed Li Rue, the son of Aunt Wu. Wang Yiyo whispered to him, "That is Song Kai. Just call him Brother Kai, don't offend him." Given past encounters, Li Rue was far from eager to face him, but he steeled himself and approached. Upon seeing Li Rue, the rotund man appeared delightfully surprised. "Isn't this the little firecracker from before? I never imagined you'd be strong enough to return." Li Rue replied coolly, "It's not as exaggerated as that. I was merely fortunate. I've brought back 5 zombie heads. Can I have my food now?" "Of course. It's been days, and you're still so aloof. Why not just give in to me? What is all this struggle for?" The rotund man leered at Li Rue. "I have no need for that. Just hand over the food." Li Rue gritted his teeth, restraining the urge to punch him. Wang Yiyo observed the exchange with an air of indifference, having witnessed such antics before. Noticing Li Rue's unyielding demeanor, the rotund man scrutinized him for a moment before retrieving keys from his waist pouch to unlock the door and fetch a substantial amount of food. As Li Rue reached for it, the rotund man seized his hand, saying, "Kiss me, and you can take all this with you." The bounty he offered was sufficient for several days, and Wang Yiyo discreetly glanced at Li Rue, gauging his reaction. Li Rue, his patience wearing thin, withdrew his hand and firmly rejected him once more. Li Rue took only a portion and turned to leave, unable to tolerate such a repugnant individual any longer. He feared that if he lingered for another second, his fists would no longer be under his control. The rotund man, noticing Li Rue's departure, relentlessly remarked, "Little Pepper, you have successfully captured my attention. If you find yourself overwhelmed, feel free to seek me out at any time." Chapter 17. Discovery. Li Rue, carrying food, made his way to the location where Lin Lin was situated. During this time, Wang Yiyo had been called away to work and would not be available for discussion until later. She had also informed Li Rue that he could rest in her room. Upon his arrival, he found Lin Lin curled up in a corner, fast asleep. It was evident that Lin Lin had lost considerable weight over the past few days. If Bai Jing were to see her, she would surely be heartbroken. Li Rue gently picked up a nearby blanket and draped it over her. Seizing the moment, Li Rue decided to tidy himself up. The water source here had not yet run dry, albeit it was cold. His body was filthy and reeked, stained with blood. If Lin Lin were to see him in such a state, she would undoubtedly be startled. There were still several pieces of clothing belonging to Hu Hai in Wang Yiyo's room. Borrowing one of his outfits should not be an issue. Once he had everything in order, he took a brief moment to rest until Wang Yiyo returned. During this interval, Lin Lin awakened and, upon discovering Li Rue's return, clung to him without letting go. "You are finally back. Come, let us eat something," she urged. Li Rue arranged the remaining food, waiting for Wang Yiyo's return, as Lin Lin had made quite a mess after eating a fair amount. "Thank you," Wang Yiyo said, not bothering with pleasantries as she began to eat. After she had consumed most of her meal, Li Rue inquired about any news concerning Bai Jing. "After observing these past few days, have you discovered where my friend might be?" Wang Yiyo's expression turned serious as she replied, "Your friend is likely in Aunt Wu's room." "What?" Li Rue exclaimed, taken aback. When he had visited Aunt Wu's place, he had not paid much attention to the surroundings. Upon reflection, he realized there were indeed several rooms within. Wang Yiyo continued, "I've noticed that whenever there is an extra portion of food, it is never sent elsewhere. And the utensils are also collected together with those from Aunt Wu's room. Therefore, I am quite certain she is there. If you wish to rescue your friend, you must go there once more." Li Rue furrowed his brow, contemplating his next steps. The situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. Did he truly have to submit to the old woman and infiltrate her domain once again? After careful consideration, he recognized that even if he did sneak in, it would be impossible to act under her watchful gaze. At that moment, Wang Yiyo interjected, "I suddenly thought of a way to help you blend in." "What method? Please, do tell," Li Rue urged. Wang Yiyo explained, "Tonight, we will be delivering meals. You can hide beneath the food cart to gain entry. However, I won't be the only one delivering to Aunt Wu tonight, so you will have to rely on your own wits after that." Li Rue asked Wang Yiyo for more details, such as their schedule and the guards, and she recounted everything in full. Suddenly, he recalled a crucial detail. Wait, why does the hotel where they are have electricity while yours does not? Wang Yuyo responded, because they have brought in a generator. In that instant, Li Rui formulated a plan and shared his ideas with Wang Yuyo. As dinner time approached, after settling Lin Lin, I accompanied Wang Yuyao to the kitchen. Inside, a flurry of women busily attended to their tasks, while Li Rui appeared rather out of place and somewhat awkward. Wang Yuyao pointed discreetly to one of the women and whispered to Li Rui that it was her turn to deliver dinner to Aunt Wu that evening. A strategy was needed to persuade her to switch roles with Wang Yuyao, as their relationship was not particularly amicable. The dynamics among the women were intricate, marked by both overt and covert rivalries, with several of them clandestinely exchanging favors with certain men. Li Rui deliberately approached the woman, requesting some hot water to wash his face, and seized the moment to douse her with a basin of water, leaving her thoroughly drenched. Claiming it was a slip of the hand, Li Rui provoked her ire, resulting in his expulsion from the kitchen. At that moment, Wang Yuyao kindly stepped in to deliver Aunt Wu's portion, allowing the woman to return and change her clothes. This part of the plan unfolded smoothly. While the other women were momentarily distracted, Li Rui swiftly concealed himself beneath the dining cart, using the tablecloth as a shield while Wang Yuyao pushed him towards the hotel. However, upon reaching the entrance, a few guards intercepted Wang Yuyao, raising Li Rui's apprehensions. Fortunately, they merely inquired about when their dinner would be ready. Suddenly, one of them remarked in confusion, "When did a cloth get placed over this?" Approaching to investigate, Li Rui's heart raced with anxiety. Wang Yuyao quickly interjected, explaining, "Aunt Wu requested it a few days ago, saying it looked more formal." The explanation appeared plausible, yet the guard did not cease his advance, instead reaching out to lift the cloth. Hiding below, Li Rui felt the shadow drawing near, his heart pounding fiercely. Just then, Wang Yuyao exclaimed, "Look, your dinner is ready. You should prepare to switch shifts for your meal." She signaled to the other staff members delivering food, prompting the guard to divert his attention and eagerly head over to them. Relieved, Li Rui wiped the sweat from his brow as Wang Yuyao seized the opportunity to successfully pass through the entrance and into the building. Upon reaching the first floor, they needed to locate the generator. Wang Yuyao had informed Li Rui that the generator was near the main circuit, and at that hour, the area was relatively deserted. Allowing them to find it swiftly, Li Rui slipped out, producing a lighter to sever the wires, ensuring it appeared to be an accident, while Wang Yuyao stood watch. The process was seamless, and Li Rui estimated that power would be cut off in about 10 minutes. They needed to time it perfectly so that the blackout coincided with their arrival at Aunt Wu's room. According to Wang Yuyao, Aunt Wu rarely remained alone, always accompanied by two loyal confidants, making a direct intrusion impossible. If they could time the blackout correctly, Li Rui would have the opportunity to slip into the room while those inside would be preoccupied with assessing the situation. Thus, he would have ample time to locate Bai Jing and rescue him without being discovered. After formulating this entire plan, Li Rui continued to hide beneath the dining cart as Wang Yuyao pushed it into the elevator, ascending to the second floor. Wang Yuyo deliberately walked slowly, timing her arrival at Aunt Wu's door to coincide with the power outage, intending to knock once the lights went out. Unexpectedly, a few individuals appeared in the corridor, observing Wang's leisurely movements, prompting them to urge her to hasten her pace. According to the plan, at this hour, the area should have been deserted, as everyone would be dining. Consequently, Wang Yuyo had no choice but to enter prematurely, steeling herself to knock on the door. Beneath, Li Rui felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. This unforeseen turn of events left him praying fervently for the power to fail swiftly. A man answered the door, hastening Wang Yuyo to act more quickly, as they were all on the brink of starvation. Left with no alternative, she moved with deliberate slowness to serve the dishes. Li Rui, concealed below, was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, anxiously wondering why the power had not yet gone out. The dishes were nearing completion. Wang Yuyo's brow furrowed as she observed the diminishing array of food. Li Rui pondered how it was still not time for the outage, while Wang Yuyo reluctantly presented the final dish. At that moment, Li Rui heard a loud crash, reminiscent of porcelain shattering. It must have been Wang Yuyo breaking the last dish to buy more time. However, this was quickly followed by Aunt Wu's furious reprimand. The sharp sound of a hand striking flesh echoed painfully, causing an inexplicable shiver to run through Li Rui as he caught a glimpse of Wang Yuyo stumbling to the ground through the tablecloth. Slowly, she rose, silently gathering the shards from the floor, while Li Rui clenched his fists in helplessness. A glaring red mark marred one side of Wang Yuyo's face, yet she maintained an expression of calm as she tidied up, meticulously restoring order. Even as Wang Yuyo had delayed considerably, the power had still not gone out, leading Li Rui to question whether his plans had indeed failed. Just as Wang Yuyo finished cleaning up and prepared to approach the dining cart, darkness finally enveloped them. As their eyes struggled to adjust to the shadows, Li Rui understood that his moment had arrived. He quietly crawled out to find a corner to conceal himself. In the pitch blackness, Aunt Wu and her companions gasped in confusion, flailing their arms in the dark, hastily instructing everyone to go outside and investigate the situation. True to the plan, Li Rui heard the sound of a door closing and confirmed their footsteps receding before emerging to turn on his flashlight and search. The interior was spacious, clearly a luxurious suite unlike any Li Rui had ever inhabited, with several rooms left unlocked due to their hurried exit and expected oversight. After opening multiple doors without success, he wondered if they might be in the restroom, but found nothing there either. Convinced that Wang Yuyo would not deceive him, he continued his search and eventually discovered something in the master bedroom. Another door, likely obscured by a curtain. He hastily opened it, and, to his relief, found Bai Jing bound within. He was tied to a chair, utterly still. Li Rui, reflecting on the perilous lengths he had gone to locate him, almost losing his own life, felt a surge of indignation at the sight of Bai Jing's apparent comfort in captivity. Seemingly free from worry about sustenance, Bai Jing appeared to be asleep, prompting Li Rui to approach and gently tap his face to rouse him. He gradually regained consciousness and saw Li Rui, looking displeased while holding a flashlight, staring at him. Bai Jing was utterly astonished, wanting to speak, but was hindered by the cloth stuffed in his mouth, gesturing for him to quickly free him. Li Rui removed the cloth from his mouth, and the first words out of Bai Jing's lips were inquiries about Lin Lin's whereabouts and well-being. Li Rui shot him a glance and retorted, "Your sister is definitely fine with me. I nearly braved perilous situations to find you, and yet you show no concern for my efforts. How ungrateful. You appear to be in good shape. Why did you delay in rescuing me?" Bai Jing continued his insolent tone. "For heaven's sake. I was as swift as I could be. Had I delayed any longer, your sister might have become my daughter." As he spoke, he began attempting to untie the ropes binding his feet. "Wait a moment. If she were my daughter, then you would be my son. Do call me father so I can relish the moment, considering I nearly risked my life and dignity to save you." Li Rui was keen to seize this rare opportunity. "You'd better untie me first before you repeat that," Bai Jing challenged. "Don't fret, father will untie you shortly." Infuriated, Bai Jing exerted all his strength to charge at him. But Li Rui effortlessly dodged. "You still have energy to struggle. Why not devise a way to escape?" Li Rui remarked, having already freed his feet. "If I could escape, would I still need you to rescue me? Hurry up." Bai Jing kicked Li Rui in frustration. Observing Bai Jing gradually loosening up, Li Rui dared not act recklessly. "Perhaps you should simply submit to that older woman to avoid this torment. It seems she has quite the affection for you, which would ease my burden." Li Rui unlocked the collar around Bai Jing's neck, leaving only the handcuffs. "That's out of the question. Once I get out, I will surely kill her," Bai Jing declared through gritted teeth. Li Rui noticed the bloodied wrists and whip marks on him, indicating that he had not fared well either. "Young man, don't be so impulsive. You still don't know the benefits of having an older woman in your life. It could save you 20 years of effort," Li Rui advised. The handcuffs were difficult to break. He attempted to use pliers and a small knife, but had only a few minor tools. Bai Jing scoffed. "Why don't you just submit to her if it's so easy to say? Isn't it because you are more handsome than I? I can't seem to break these handcuffs." Li Rui lamented, his tools proving ineffective. "Why are you so useless? Just smash it," Bai Jing urged. "Are you certain? What if I accidentally hit your hand?" Li Rui replied, looking at him incredulously. Bai Jing gestured for him to hurry up, exasperated. Li Rui tried numerous methods to no avail, sweating profusely. Yet he did not injure Bai Jing in the process. Time was slipping away as he faced the unusually sturdy handcuffs, and suddenly an idea struck him. These handcuffs are typically unbreakable. They are designed for criminals. "Do you know where the key is?" Bai Jing pondered for a moment and replied, "It seems to be on that older woman." Upon hearing this, Li Rui felt a wave of despair wash over him, as he resignedly told Bai Jing, "You might as well submit to her and make your escape. I truly cannot continue." Bai Jing hesitated for a moment before suggesting, "Then just cut off one of my hands. That would allow me to leave." "Are you out of your mind?" Li Rui's hen gazed in astonishment at Bai Jing, whose serious demeanor spoke volumes. Bound by handcuffs and tethered to a chair of iron, Bai Jing found herself unable to depart unless those restraints were removed. "Very well. I shall endeavor to procure the key for you, in exchange for my own liberation," Li Rui's hen remarked. A sense of resignation etched upon his face as he regarded Bai Jing, internally lamenting her stubbornness and propensity for trouble. Ultimately, he secured her in a manner that restored her to her original state, leaving Bai Jing perplexed by his actions. "Consider today as if I had never graced this place. Once I acquire the key, I shall return to rescue you in full. Please hang on a little longer," he assured her as he gathered his belongings in preparation to depart. Bai Jing opened her mouth, as if to convey something, but ultimately settled on a simple admonition for him to exercise caution. Just as Li Rui's hen exited the room and entered the bedroom, he was taken aback by the sudden illumination that enveloped the space. The lights had been restored. He realized he must flee without delay. Upon reaching the threshold, he heard footsteps approaching from outside. With no alternative, he sought refuge, finding only the space beneath the master bed to conceal himself. He quickly crawled under the bed, hoping to remain inconspicuous, knowing that his only option was to wait for them to slumber before he could make his escape. Alternatively, he could seize the opportunity to procure the key from the old woman while she was asleep and subsequently rescue Bai Jing. Despite Li Ruijian's well-laid plans, unforeseen complications inevitably arose. Chapter 18. Opportunity concealed beneath the bed. Li Ruijian observed their every move, noting that the group was merely engaged in a meal while discussing the engine's short circuit. Once they finished dining, the old woman ushered a man into the room, stirring a sense of apprehension within Li Ruijian's heart. His gaze flitted between their feet, which seemed to dance, yet the lascivious words exchanged between them were rather disquieting. What transpired next would be etched into Li Ruijian's memory forever. He witnessed the old woman's feet inch closer to the man's, and as she leapt onto the bed, her shoe slipped off, landing squarely against Li Ruijian's abdomen. To avoid detection, he gritted his teeth and arranged the shoe neatly. As they climbed onto the bed, an ominous feeling washed over Li Ruijian, who had only ever encountered such scenarios in films. The prospect of listening to the old woman's live performance was far from appealing. He had no choice but to endure until their encounter concluded. True to his expectations, the mattress began to tremble violently, the vibrations even reaching him beneath the bed, leaving him in a state of silent suffering. Yet, after a mere 5 minutes, the tumult subsided, accompanied by the old woman's scornful reprimand. The man was unceremoniously kicked off the bed, rolling onto the floor where his gaze met Li Ruijian's. The man's incredulous expression as he stared at Li Ruijian beneath the bed was met with frantic gestures from Li Ruijian, who urgently signaled for silence by placing a finger to his lips. After a moment of confusion, the man finally grasped the situation and, grabbing his clothes, exited the room without alerting the old woman. This inevitably allowed him to exhale with relief. Li Ruijian recalled that he seemed to have encountered that man before. He was the one who, during Li Ruijian's initial visit, had been smoking in the corridor and had reminded him to change his clothes. Contemplating their relationship, Li Ruijian wondered if they might summon someone else. The thought of such possibilities made his palms sweat with anxiety, and unease gradually took hold of him. He needed to leave this place swiftly. Wang Yuyao had informed him that they would reconvene in the hall later that evening, where Aunt Wu would distribute supplies to those who performed well. He could seize this opportunity to escape and return for the key another time. Just as the man departed, the elderly woman emerged from the bedroom and began conversing with those outside. Li Ruijian was uncertain how long he waited below. His limbs had grown stiff by the time they all finally exited. He crawled out from beneath the bed, tiptoeing out the door and escaping from beneath the second-floor window. Fortunate to encounter no one along the way, he could only seek out Wang Yuyao to inquire about that man's information. Wang Yuyao and Lin Lin were resting in the room, and upon seeing Li Ruijian return alone, they understood the plan had failed. What happened? Did something go awry? Wang Yuyao asked with concern, noticing Li Ruijian's distress. He recounted the entire sequence of events to her. Watching Wang Yuyao, who was usually so composed, display an expression of disbelief, he realized she had not anticipated he would experience such fantastical events after her departure. The person you mentioned, I don't know him well. All I know is that he is one of the earliest individuals associated with Aunt Wu. What should we do? Will he inform others and come to capture me? Li Ruijian paced back and forth, filled with unease. I don't think so. The fact that he didn't report you immediately indicates he still harbors some reservations about Aunt Wu. Tomorrow, you may have the chance to interact with him and gauge his intentions, Wang Yuyao thoughtfully analyzed. Oh, by the way, is your face all right? I truly appreciate you going to such lengths for me. Li Ruijian noticed that one side of her face remained reddened. It's nothing, you needn't worry. It will heal by tomorrow. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Wang Yuyao, he retired to rest, with Lin Lin following suit. Li Ruijian observed that Lin Lin seemed to harbor some disfavor towards Wang Yuyao, but he paid it little mind until the following day. Just as the bald man had previously mentioned, they returned to fetch Li Ruijian to meet the elderly woman again. This time, she did not summon him to the bedroom but instead awaited him in the hotel lobby, where most of the people had gathered, including the man from the previous night. Aunt Wu regarded him as he approached and began to speak. After several days of absence, I am quite impressed. I had previously offered you the opportunity to choose at any time, and I did not expect you to truly emerge from there. The bald man's expression shifted slightly. It's not that remarkable, merely a stroke of luck. Is there something else? After last night's experience, Li Ruijian was truly reluctant to see her again. I only asked you to come over to provide you with an opportunity. Seeing how capable you are, I cannot impose too much. If you can clear out all the zombies from that building, I will provide you with supplies and allow you to leave. Should you find it too difficult, you may still choose to come back to me at any time. Aunt Wu maintained her lofty demeanor. I am truly grateful to you. I shall contemplate this thoroughly. This scheme is remarkably akin to that of Zhang Huai. Subsequently, the older woman briefly organized some personnel changes, and then everyone dispersed. Li Rue closely followed behind the man with renal issues. The other party seemed to have noticed, intentionally retreating to a secluded, deserted corner. Upon witnessing the other's proactive demeanor, Li Rue found himself at a loss for words, as the atmosphere between them was exceedingly awkward. The man with renal issues cleared his throat twice, taking the initiative to shatter the tense silence. Li Rue, mustering his courage, remarked, I am immensely grateful that you refrained from speaking last night. There's no need for thanks. I merely wish to avoid complicating matters. So, what exactly do you intend to do? The man leaned against the wall and fixed his gaze upon Li Rue. I have come solely to request that you refrain from disclosing where you encountered me. Li Rue felt a pang of guilt under his scrutiny and hastily retrieved the cigarettes he had picked up earlier, offering one to ease the tension. Is it Huazi or soft? The man swiftly accepted, inhaling greedily. It has been quite a while since I last smoked. You seem rather understanding. I will not say much more. He took a nostalgic drag. I am aware of your exploits. I must say I admire your fortitude. Should you wish to oppose Aunt Wu, I would not intervene. Your relationship with her appears rather amicable. Li Rue cautiously probed his stance. If it were not for the prospect of gaining something, I wouldn't be at her service. I have attended to numerous individuals and have never encountered one so desperately in need. The man exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression dripping with disdain. Seizing the opportunity, Li Rue handed him the entire pack of cigarettes. I wish to inquire about a certain matter. The man smiled knowingly, tucking the cigarettes into his pocket. Speak. I shall share whatever I know. You must be aware that Aunt Wu possesses a firearm, correct? Does she carry it with her? The man replied, indeed. She keeps it on her person, in a pouch at her lower back, and does not remove it even while sleeping beside me. Li Rue pressed further. Does she carry any keys or similar items? I have seen her with a considerable number of keys, seemingly attached to her waist. You do not intend to exploit that, do you? Li Rue feigned innocence. Oh, I merely wish to retrieve my sister's medication and leave this place. Were it not for my fear of her possessing a weapon, I would not be sneaking around. He needed an excuse to placate the man. Otherwise, if he discovered Li Rue's true intent to dismantle this place, he would undoubtedly be less forthcoming. It is quite challenging to obtain the keys without being close to her. Do not be deceived by my brief endurance before her. If it were you, you would scarcely last 3 minutes. The man began to tease Li Rue. Are you so certain? Li Rue felt a flicker of defiance. Absolutely. Prior to this, I was specifically engaged in such endeavors. As he observed the man's demeanor, Li Rue conceived a clever plan. Since he was adept at this sort of thing, perhaps he could procure the keys and see if he could be swayed. Since you are so capable, why not assist me in obtaining the keys? Whatever you desire, I shall procure for you. Li Rue humbly flattered him. I have no intention of undertaking such perilous tasks. You possess nothing of value to offer. Desire anything you wish. That building contains a plethora of treasures, Li Rue remarked, gesturing towards the commercial edifice. He had previously heard Zhang Huhai mention that it was replete with everything from food to precious items. Can you truly navigate that building with ease? The man, plagued by vitality issues, scrutinized Li Rue with skepticism. The cigarettes I just smoked were procured from there, Li Rue asserted with confidence. If you can truly accomplish this, I shall procure her undergarments for you, he added, as the man extinguished his cigarette. I seek nothing more than my wallet that I left in that building. And I wish to escape this place. Remaining here feels like a slow demise, he conveyed. Li Rue assured him that he would find a way to leave. Curiosity piqued. He inquired why the wallet was of such significance, rather than other supplies. The man explained that without retrieving his wallet, he would be unable to access his keys. As it contained medication for his condition, without it, he could not endure for long. However, the wallet also held a photograph of the woman he cherished most dearly. Li Rue asked for the wallet's location, to which he responded that it was situated in the cinema on the 6th floor, specifically in the largest room. Though he could not recall which one. Intrigued, Li Rue questioned why the wallet was in a cinema and why it contained such medication. The man simply stated that it was merely part of his profession. Li Rue quickly grasped the implication of his occupation. After a brief discussion, they agreed that the wallet needed to be retrieved before nightfall. Subsequently, Li Rue began to prepare, explaining the situation to Wang Yuyao before heading directly to the commercial building. Upon reaching the entrance, instead of entering, Li Rue circled to a nearby window where he had previously descended, securing a rope. He could not ascend from the first floor, as both exits were blocked by zombies. He climbed up once more, reaching the 2nd floor to search for Zhang Huhai. After a thorough search, he could not find him and was about to ascend to the 3rd floor when he spotted him near the restroom corridor. Li Rue couldn't help but mentally scoff at the coincidence of always encountering him in such a place. After explaining the situation, they decided to venture to the 6th floor together to retrieve the wallet. Just as they were about to depart, Zhang Huhai suddenly seized Li Rue. Why are you wearing my shirt? Change it immediately, he exclaimed. Come on, buddy, don't be so stingy. My shirt is dirty. Borrowing yours is no trouble, Li Rue protested. However, Zhang Huhai insisted, no, I have no issue with other clothes, but this one was specially bought for me by Yao Yao. You must change it back to mine. Li Rui found himself at a loss for words. Even Wang Yuyao, witnessing this, said nothing. It was merely a shirt. And he was fortunate not to have stolen his girlfriend's attire. Reluctantly, Li Rui acquiesced to the request. What is this? 3 boxes of medicine? Zhang Huhai exclaimed in confusion as he rummaged through the pockets. Quickly, give it to me. That is my life-saving medication. Li Rui hastily retrieved the items and tucked them into his inner pocket. Ever since he had been betrayed at the outset, he had maintained a vigilant demeanor towards others. The reason he kept these vital 3 boxes of medicine so close was to prevent Bai Jing from stealing them when he was distracted. Even he, Li Rui, had to remain cautious. He casually inquired about Zhang Huhai and the 5th floor of this place. Zhang explained that it was a venue for snacks and treats. With the 6th floor housing a cinema, Li Rui, who had not eaten anything, thought it would be delightful to indulge himself later. Soon, they reached the 5th floor, encountering a few zombies along the way, all of which were effortlessly dispatched by the duo. Before departing, Li Rui had given Bai Jing's knife to Zhang Huhai. Seeing him wield it with growing proficiency made Li Rui feel somewhat hesitant to reclaim it. Ever since Li Rui had left, Zhang Huhai had refrained from wandering about, and they remained in the dark about the conditions on the 5th floor. Thus, they proceeded with utmost caution. As the beam of the flashlight swept the area, they were greeted by a dazzling array of snacks and confections, with no zombies in sight for the moment. Li Rui hurried to the snack shop, indulging in a feast, selecting the most expensive items and stuffing several into his pockets. Zhang Huhai seemed indifferent, standing guard with his knife, vigilant for any lurking zombies. While Li Rui was savoring chocolate biscuits, he sensed something amiss. He seemed to hear another sound of chewing, and upon halting, he realized it resembled someone nearby munching on food. However, Zhang Huhai was not eating, leaving him puzzled. A chill ran down Li Rui's spine, prompting him to call Zhang Huhai over. They listened intently in the darkness, for the flashlight's beam could not illuminate the entire space. They soon discerned that the sound emanated from the cashier's counter. With a surge of courage, Zhang Huhai stepped forward, while Li Rui followed closely behind, illuminating the path. As the light revealed the scene, they discovered 4 small zombies gnawing on a skeletal corpse. Zhang Huhai, repulsed, dared not approach. But the little zombies seemed to have noticed them and lunged forward. Zhang Huhai found himself overwhelmed, and Li Rui swiftly grabbed a nearby stool, striking 2 of the zombies. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Huhai quickly severed one of the little zombies in half. He then dispatched another that was attempting to impede their movement. Li Rui had already smashed 2 of the little zombies into a pulp, drawing on his prior experience dealing with such foes. As long as they restrained their limbs and smashed their heads, they would pose no problem. The only concern was their potential to feign death and launch a sudden bite, necessitating quick reflexes. Fortunately, the situation was more alarming than dangerous, as the plethora of obstacles in the area provided ample cover for the little zombies. Li Rui was wary of sudden ambushes, urging Zhang Huhai to hasten their ascent to the cinema on the 6th floor. Once Li Rui finished his feast, they took the elevator in the center of the 6th floor. Although zombies awaited them above, their teamwork rendered it manageable. Li Rui wielded a thick iron rod to restrain the zombies while Zhang Huhai took charge of the strikes. As long as they encountered only 1 or 2, they faced little trouble. Thus, they successfully ascended to the 6th floor. Chapter 19. Watching a movie with zombies. Upon reaching the entrance of the cinema, they were met with an eerie silence surrounding them. Li Rui approached the refrigerator, long devoid of power, and retrieved a bottle of cola, sipping it thoughtfully. Zhang Huhai, walking ahead, urged him to hurry inside. As Li Rui drank, he pondered the abnormality of the absence of any zombies at the entrance. Previously, the man with kidney deficiency had mentioned that many people had once gathered here, and they had only managed to escape after sitting in the last few rows. After finishing the cola, Li Rui began to scrutinize the screening schedule in the ticket hall, needing to ascertain which theater was in use. According to the man with kidney deficiency, he had watched a horror film, and Li Rui couldn't help but admire the city's residents for their adventurous spirit. Ultimately, he identified the horror films currently showing in theaters 2, 4, and 7, thus avoiding the trouble and danger of searching one by one. He briefed Zhang Huhai on their intended theater, and the two proceeded towards the darkened cinema. Inside, the darkness was far more oppressive than outside, even with a flashlight. Visibility was limited. The two stayed close together, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Fortunately, they encountered no anomalies in the corridor, passing by Theater 1 and swiftly reaching Theater 2. Just as Zhang Huhai was about to approach, Li Rui quickly held him back, whispering that he sensed a shadow near the door. The darkness was so profound that it was nearly impossible to discern details without careful observation. They cautiously approached, confirming the absence of other zombies nearby, and swiftly took action to eliminate the threat, striving to keep their voices down lest they attract the attention of other zombies. Who knew how many lurked in this place? They gently opened the door to Theater 2 and stepped inside. Li Rue, flashlight in hand, led the way, scanning the rows of seats and discovering several zombies. All with vacant expressions, fixated on the blank screen. He found it hard to believe the bizarre scene before him, anxiety creeping in. Based on his observations, zombies typically wandered aimlessly rather than behaving like living beings engrossed in a film, nor would they sit so uniformly in such a manner, signaling Jiang Tong to be cautious. They dared not utter a word, fearing to disturb the cluster of zombies. Li Rue crouched low, sweeping the flashlight across the back rows of seats, yet found no wallets or other belongings. Just as he finished scanning, the beam of light accidentally fell upon a zombie's face, lingering for about 3 seconds. The zombie stirred, its stiff head turning toward the source of light and rushing forward, startling the adjacent zombies. Like a chain reaction, all the zombies surged toward the two. Li Rue reacted swiftly, extinguishing the flashlight and dragging Jiang Tong back toward the exit. He surmised that the extreme darkness heightened the zombie sensitivity to light here compared to others, escalating the perilous situation. Luckily, Li Rue remembered the route they had taken in the dark, as it was a straight path. Upon successfully exiting, he felt it safe to turn the flashlight back on. Theater 2 was confirmed empty, leaving only Theater 4 ahead. Li Rue silently prayed that Theater 4 would yield better results. Venturing deeper would only complicate matters. Moreover, activating the flashlight now posed an uncertain risk. The two continued forward, encountering a few zombies along the way, carefully navigating around them in the dark. As they ventured deeper into the darkness, Jiang Tong hesitated to turn on the flashlight, uncertain if it would attract other zombies. Leading the way, Jiang Tong wielded a knife, while Li Rue followed closely behind, periodically illuminating their surroundings with the flashlight. Soon, they arrived at Hall 4. Gently pushing open the door, a wave of putrid, decaying odor assaulted them, causing both men to instinctively cover their noses. Cautiously, they felt their way along the wall, swiftly turning on the flashlight for a brief glance before extinguishing it. That fleeting glimpse sent a chill through Li Rue. The hall was filled with the lifeless bodies of the deceased, motionless in their seats, staring blankly at a vacant screen. Jiang Tong's retching could be heard nearby. The condition of these corpses was far worse than those in Hall 2, their stench overwhelming. With no choice, they continued scanning the rows of seats with the flashlight, searching for any abandoned items, while being careful not to shine it on the zombies. Suddenly, Li Rue noticed something on the last row of seats that resembled a bag. They exchanged a glance, and Jiang Tong shook his head, indicating that Li Rue should retrieve it. Li Rue handed the flashlight to Jiang Tong, who would illuminate the path for him, and took the knife for protection. He bent low, cautiously approaching, as a zombie sat directly in front of the item he sought. Jiang Tong would flash the light intermittently, providing Li Rue with a sense of their surroundings. Navigating through the seats, Li Rue soon reached the desired spot, mere inches from the zombie. The overpowering stench made it nearly impossible to breathe, compelling him to cover his nose with one hand. Stretching out, he felt a leathery texture and quickly retrieved the item. As soon as he had it in hand, both men were ecstatic and hurriedly exited the hall, gasping for fresh air the moment the door closed behind them. After a minute, they regained their composure. With satisfaction, Li Rue opened the bag, only to be taken aback. It was a woman's handbag. After all their efforts, it was not what he had hoped for, leaving him frustrated enough to consider discarding it. However, Jiang Tong suggested they examine its contents for anything useful. Upon opening it, they discovered a smartphone, surprisingly still charged, along with some cosmetics, cash, and various identification cards that seemed of little value. Li Rue attempted to use the phone, but it was locked. A spark of inspiration struck him as he checked the identification. After several attempts based on the name and information, he successfully unlocked it. He mused on the folly of using one's birthday as a password. Just as he was about to explore the phone's contents, Jiang Tong interjected, urging him to first search Hall 7 for a wallet. Reluctantly, Li Rue tucked the phone back into his pocket, and they pressed onward into the deeper shadows. With each step, the darkness thickened, rendering visibility nearly impossible, prompting them to risk turning on the flashlight once more as they continued their perilous journey. This time, Li Rue advanced with a flashlight in hand, entrusting Jiang Tong with the knife to keep watch behind. Just as he was about to utter a word to Jiang Tong, a zombie suddenly lunged from the darkness, aiming straight for his face. Startled, Li Rue instinctively reacted, seizing the creature by its neck, while the flashlight tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before extinguishing. Jiang Tong, caught off guard, could hardly comprehend the rapid turn of events. Li Rue, where are you? He called, exploring the darkness with his knife. At that moment, Li Rue found himself pinned against the wall by the zombie, which was significantly stronger, desperately attempting to bite him. With great difficulty, he managed to gasp, "Here, just a little ahead, I can barely hold on." His voice trembled as the zombie clutched his shoulder tightly, its head thrashing in a frenzy to bite him. Li Rue clenched his jaw, exerting all his strength to maintain his grip on its neck. But the creature's force was overwhelming, and the nauseating stench encroached upon him, leaving him with nowhere to retreat. Hurry, I can't hold on much longer. In a critical moment, Zhang Huhai reached the zombie from behind, positioning the knife against its neck and forcefully sawing it off. With a sigh of relief, Li Rue pushed the now lifeless body away, feeling utterly drained. He couldn't help but lament his misfortune. Barely had they taken a few steps when a zombie had attacked, leaving him no time to react. Now, without the flashlight, it felt as if he were blind. The two began to search for the flashlight nearby. The darkness was so profound that after a thorough search, they found nothing and had no idea where it had rolled off to. They decided that Li Rue would search ahead while Zhang Huhai would check behind. Regretting not having brought a second flashlight, Li Rue began a meticulous search along the ground. After a while, he felt something beneath his hands, cool, slightly slippery, reminiscent of the texture of stockings. As he explored further down, he discerned a pointed leather shape, resembling a shoe. Alarmed, he quickly withdrew, taking several steps back. Meanwhile, Zhang Huhai successfully located the flashlight and was just about to turn it on to assess their surroundings. Don't turn on the flashlight. There's a zombie ahead, Li Rue warned, but immediately regretted his words as he sensed the approaching threat. The sound of high heels clattering against the tiled floor echoed loudly, advancing towards the spot where he had just spoken. Li Rue dared not make a sound. Paralyzed by fear, knowing that another sudden attack might not afford him the same stroke of luck as before, he sensed the chilling presence drawing nearer. Holding his breath and carefully inching away, the ominous clicks grew increasingly closer, the terrifying footfalls seeming to hover just beside him, perhaps within a meter's distance. Crouched in the darkness, he stifled even the slightest sound, praying fervently not to be discovered. He felt the creature pause beside him, as if reaching out in the darkness to search. Fortunately, his crouched position prevented it from finding him, and it continued onward. The sounds of its steps grew fainter until they eventually vanished. Only then did Li Rue dare to rise slowly, his legs numb from crouching. Zhang Huhai remained unharmed beneath the surface, largely thanks to Li Rue. Otherwise, the beam of the flashlight would have illuminated him immediately. In the enveloping darkness, they groped for one another, softly deliberating before deciding against using the flashlight. Thus, they navigated along the wall towards Hall 7. Li Rue dared not contemplate what other horrors lurked in the shadows. Rescuing Bai Jing felt akin to walking a tightrope in the dark. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, resolving that upon their escape, he would certainly seize some advantage. With these thoughts, his fear dissipated. They traversed the wall for an indeterminate duration, encountering no further mishaps along the way. Upon discovering the vicinity to be devoid of anomalies, Li Rue switched on the flashlight. To his surprise, they had only reached Hall 6. They still had further to go. Illuminating the path ahead, he noted the absence of zombies and proceeded onward. This was to be the final room, and he fervently hoped they would find what they sought. Turning off the flashlight, Li Rue entered alongside Zhang Huhai. As they carefully navigated the wall to the audience seats, Li Rue distinctly sensed that this screening room was slightly larger than the previous ones. With a swift sweep of the flashlight, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The hall was filled to capacity. Every seat was occupied by motionless zombies, fixated on the blank silver screen. The earlier two halls had not housed this many zombies. If all were to become agitated, their fate would be sealed. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Li Rue's brow, mirrored by the grim expression on Zhang Huhai's face. With no other recourse, Li Rue quickly scanned the back rows with the flashlight, yet found nothing of significance. The zombies obscured his view of any potential bags. What to do? His mind raced. An idea struck him. He could utilize the mobile phone he had previously found, setting an alarm to cast it forward, thereby drawing the zombies away and allowing them the opportunity to search for a bag. He retrieved the phone and began to set the alarm. Regrettably, this latest model had yet to be fully enjoyed. After programming it for 5 minutes, he stealthily placed the phone in the center of the screen and crept back to Zhang Huhai. They had to act swiftly, otherwise, the sheer number of zombies could spell disaster. As each second ticked by, Li Rue's anxiety escalated. Soon, the alarm resonated throughout the screening room. The zombies at the front were drawn in, while those at the back began to rise and converge. A small portion remained unperturbed. An unexpected turn of events as not all had flocked to the noise. Li Rue hastily used the flashlight to inspect the rows behind for any wallets. The zombies lured by the sound were less concerned with the light. After a meticulous search yielded nothing, even the floor was scrutinized, intensifying Li Rue's anxiety. Upon a thorough examination, he noticed that in the second-to-last row, several zombies remained indifferent to the phone's allure. One, in particular, sat oddly, appearing slightly askew, as if propped up by something beneath. Li Rue thought to himself, could fortune be so cruel? He urged Zhang Huhai to take note, and after a brief discussion, they resolved to investigate further. With so many zombies clustering around the phone, nearly spilling into the back rows, they had to seize the moment while the alarm still rang, crawling beneath the seats to retrieve whatever lay hidden. Without further discussion, Li Rue proceeded to retrieve the item, with Zhang Huhai illuminating the path for him. In the event of an unforeseen incident, Zhang Huhai was prepared to shatter the nearby fire extinguisher to divert the zombies' attention. This arrangement was made. As no better alternative was available, Li Rue cautiously approached the last row of seats, maneuvering himself beneath them to reach the back of a particularly fresh-looking zombie, which surprisingly emitted no foul odor. Noticing its immobility, he furrowed his brow and extended his hand beneath the creature. The seating was so tightly arranged that he could hardly insert his hand, fearing that any sudden movement might provoke it. Li Rue gently felt around and discovered a corner protruding from beneath the zombie's posterior, resembling the edge of a wallet. With utmost care, he managed to pull out a small portion, all the while remaining vigilant of the zombie's movements. Realizing it was a men's wallet, he carefully extracted it until it was halfway out. However, it became lodged. Observing the zombie's continued stillness, he steeled his resolve and yanked it free, inadvertently pushing the zombie slightly. Even the most placid of creatures could not tolerate such provocation, and the zombie immediately stirred to life, lunging at Li Rue with a bite. Fortunately, Li Rue's position shielded him from the creature's grasp, and seizing the opportunity, he quickly freed himself, leaping onto a chair and then outwards, with the zombie in hot pursuit. At that moment, the alarm clock ceased, and the noise attracted the attention of the other zombies. As Li Rue attempted to dash towards the exit, he found his path obstructed by the encircling zombies, who swiftly surrounded him. Realizing the peril Li Rue faced, Zhang Huhai promptly extinguished the flashlight, plunging the area into darkness to provide cover. Li Rue sought refuge beneath a stool, narrowly evading capture. As per their plan, Zhang Huhai then smashed the nearby fire extinguisher, creating a loud commotion that drew all the zombies away. Finally, he switched the flashlight back on, directing it towards himself, and shouted, "Head to the second floor and evacuate immediately." Without hesitation, he dashed out, with the horde of zombies following closely behind. One must commend Zhang Huhai for his reliability. He successfully diverted the zombies, and Li Rue hoped fervently for his safety. Li Rue hurriedly ran outside, colliding with walls along the way, and eventually emerged from the cinema, continuing his descent without pause. Zhang Huhai had previously mentioned that if he needed to draw all the zombies away, he would ascend to the 7th floor, circle around, and then leap from the 2nd floor stairwell window. Having descended 4 floors in one breath, Li Rue reached the 2nd floor, his concern growing for Zhang Huhai's safety. However, overthinking would not aid him. Even if he were to go after Zhang Huhai, he would be of little assistance against so many pursuing zombies. It was wiser to wait outside. Li Rue clambered out through the window, perhaps never to return. Chapter 20. Escape 1. Li Rue anxiously awaited outside for over 10 minutes. But Zhang Huhai had yet to appear. To ensure he had the correct wallet, he opened it for inspection, dreading the possibility of it being the wrong one, which would surely cause him distress. Fortunately, the contents within the wallet were indeed consistent with the description of a man suffering from kidney deficiency. Inside, there was a photograph of a woman, several cards, a few blue pills, and a couple of condoms, yet conspicuously absent were any banknotes. Just as Li Rue finished examining the wallet, there was a stir by the window, and finally, Zhang Huhai descended, panting heavily. Seeing that he was unharmed, Li Rue felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Are you injured?" he inquired. Zhang Huhai waved his hand dismissively, sitting on the ground and gasping for breath. Consequently, Li Rue retrieved some candy from his pocket to help him regain his strength. They then began to discuss their forthcoming actions, hoping to depart that very night if all went smoothly. Li Rue then sought out Wang Yuyo to explain the situation. But after searching for a while and inquiring with others, he discovered her whereabouts. When Li Rue finally located her, she was busy cooking with a gas stove. After briefing Wang Yuyo on the circumstances, he proceeded to meet the man with kidney deficiency to deliver the items. It wasn't long before the man arrived as promised. Upon inspecting the contents, he couldn't help but commend, "You are quite impressive. Allow me to fetch the key for you." Li Rue then asked, "Can you also bring the gun?" The man retorted, "Forget about that. Last time I merely brushed against her bag, and she scolded me thoroughly. Such a large object has no place to conceal it. A key can easily be tucked into one's underwear." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Li Rue replied, "Could you possibly take me in as well, and then also give me Aunt Wu's room key?" The man teased, "Goodness, are you truly planning to steal her undergarments?" Primarily, Li Rue wished to avoid the complications he faced last time with Wang Yuyo when he stealthily entered. To leave, he needed to venture into her room. He sought the man's approval on the matter. With a resigned sigh, the man acquiesced. "It is permissible, as long as you follow my instructions," Li Rue affirmed. And the man proceeded to outline the next steps. He then escorted Li Rue to the hotel, where the guards offered little resistance, allowing them to enter smoothly. Through casual exchanges, it became evident that the man was quite familiar with the place. With his guidance, Li Rue navigated through with ease, even when encountering others, as the man adeptly shielded him from detection. Li Rue reflected on how troublesome it had been to sneak in previously. Perhaps it would have been wiser to bribe them sooner. Subsequently, the man led Li Rue to a room and instructed him to conceal himself in the wardrobe, advising against any rash movements. He assured Li Rue that he would slip the items he needed into his outer coat, leaving them in the room. Should someone enter to change clothes, there was no need for alarm. Hiding in the wardrobe would ensure he remained undetected. When the evening assembly commenced, Li Rue would be free to act. Li Rue then asked what might happen if someone opened the wardrobe to retrieve clothing. The man explained that since his arrival, he had never witnessed anyone here properly hanging up their garments. They merely tossed them aside and grabbed whatever they needed next. Li Rue couldn't help but marvel at the authenticity of the situation. He then queried whether the man often hid in wardrobes, to which the man, taken aback, asked, "How did you know?" Li Rue simply smiled at him in silence. Afterward, the man departed, turning off the lights, which left Li Rue feeling particularly gloomy in the darkness. Reminiscent of the old Wang. Uncertain of how long he had been waiting, Li Rue found himself on the verge of dozing off. A few individuals entered the room, but fortunately, nothing unexpected occurred. After a brief wait, he finally heard the voice of the man with kidney deficiency, who was discussing the arrival of that loathsome fat man. They deliberated on who would be tasked with receiving him. Once they departed, the kidney-deficient man deliberately slammed the door shut, seemingly as a reminder to Li Rue. When the corridor fell silent, Li Rue emerged to retrieve the kidney-deficient man's coat. Everything had gone remarkably smoothly, almost too good to be true. Thus, he successfully acquired the key and the old woman's room card. At this hour, the corridor was virtually deserted as everyone had gone to a meeting, minimizing the likelihood of an encounter. However, to Li Rue's dismay, he spotted the last person he wished to see, the overweight gay man, smoking in front of his door. With no choice but to swiftly hide around the corner, Li Rue was fortunate to have noticed him first. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a precarious situation. He could only wait for the man to finish his cigarette and enter his room. To his frustration, the man did not close the door, making it possible for him to be discovered as he passed by. Yet, he had no alternative but to walk past the man's door to reach the old woman's room, with no way to circumvent it. In a state of agitation, Li Rue racked his brain for a solution. He observed that the door lacked a card reader, which meant it could not be opened without a key. There was nothing in the vicinity that he could utilize. If he were to gamble and charge directly through, he could not afford the consequences of failure. Thus, he needed a foolproof plan. Recalling the mouse traps he had seen in the room where he previously hid, inspiration struck. Stealthily approaching the door, Li Rue dared not peek inside. Instead, he crouched beside the door and scratched the floor with his fingernail, imitating the sound of a mouse, before quickly retreating around the corner. After several attempts, the fat man indeed closed his door. Li Rue couldn't help but admire his own cleverness. Having caught numerous mice in his youth, he was well aware of their sounds. Finally, feeling relieved, he successfully reached the old woman's door and hurried inside the bedroom to find her. Upon seeing Bai Jing once more, Li Rue was overwhelmed with emotions. He was finally close to leaving this place. Bai Jing appeared unsurprised by his arrival, as if she had been anticipating him. Her condition seemed even worse than the last time they met, clearly having endured considerable suffering. Li Rue jested, "It seems you've been doing well. Having a woman here to cater to you. How delightful." Bai Jing shot him a glare. "Enough with the banter. Did you get the key?" "Of course. Your father sacrificed his life for you, so you must repay me well." Bai Jing, uninterested in his jesting, urged him to hasten and unlock the door. The kidney-deficient man had given him a single key, which he would have to try one by one. "Could you be any slower? If you keep dawdling, they'll return," she urged. "I'll be done shortly. Why the rush? Eager to see the old woman?" Li Rue replied impatiently, casually inquiring about a crucial matter. "Have you thought about how to deal with her? She has a gun and several others with her. Can you handle that?" Observing Bai Jing's silence, Li Rue ventured to propose his own thoughts, realizing that any form of compromise seemed utterly implausible. He considered the possibility of leveraging Lin Lin to persuade Bai Jing to cooperate, albeit reluctantly. After a period of hesitation, Li Rue finally discovered the correct key, successfully freeing himself from the handcuffs. Subsequently, he retreated beneath the bed in the bedroom, biding his time until their return. The remainder of the situation rested upon Bai Jing's actions. Before long, they returned, yet to Li Rue's surprise, Bai Jing remained unusually passive. Peering from his hiding spot, he pondered the peculiar behavior of the young man. According to their plan, Bai Jing was supposed to summon the older woman inside, feigning compliance with her demands. The older woman, undoubtedly eager to indulge in her desires, would be caught off guard by Li Rue and Bai Jing as they subdued her and seized her firearm. The older woman would never suspect that Li Rue had already freed himself. With Bai Jing handling the remaining assailants, they could brandish the gun with confidence and exit unimpeded, contingent on Bai Jing's willingness to sacrifice a modicum of his dignity, thereby averting significant complications. Li Rue, silently chastised himself for feeling like an unwilling participant in an adolescent game, where resistance was akin to that of a petulant girl. As the plan hung in limbo, Bai Jing's cries finally erupted, albeit with an unexpected twist. The older woman had brought 3 accomplices along, rather than entering alone. Subsequently, those individuals dragged Bai Jing out with chains, while the older woman triumphantly led them to the living room. Li Rui, concealed beneath the bed, sensed a dire shift in the unfolding events, realizing that the scenario had deviated drastically from their original strategy. He could only remain hidden and observe the developments. Time slipped by as he grew increasingly impatient. The older woman lifted Bai Jing's chin, scrutinizing his face with satisfaction. Yet, Bai Jing's gaze betrayed a lingering disdain. The older woman seemed perturbed by this expression, forcefully yanking on the chain around his neck, compelling him to meet her gaze. "Didn't you promise me?" she demanded. "I've provided ample ideological education, yet you still wear that unwilling face." "No," Bai Jing replied expressionlessly. "Then let us dispense with the pleasantries. Disrobe and put this on." With that, she produced a garment that Li Rui had previously witnessed. Bai Jing stared at the item, which could scarcely be described as clothing, momentarily taken aback. "I have been more than generous with you. With your looks, I could support you for a lifetime. What is so perilous about the outside world?" The figures of the older woman and her companions stood with their backs to the bedroom, allowing Li Rui a clear view from his hiding place. Bai Jing remained unmoving, his eyes glancing toward the back. Li Rui, peering from beneath the bed, distinctly sensed Bai Jing's gaze directed toward him. He extended a hand, signaling for Bai Jing to hold steadfast. The moment was not yet ripe. As the older woman grew impatient with Bai Jing's inaction, she approached to forcefully remove his clothing. Just as her hands neared him, Bai Jing could no longer contain himself. He seized a nearby ashtray and hurled it at her, attempting to snatch the gun from her waist, only to be swiftly restrained by the hulking men at her side. Ultimately, the older woman was quicker on the draw, brandishing her firearm and aiming it directly at Bai Jing's head. Bai Jing found herself at an impasse, her grip tightening around the ashtray, firmly held by the burly men on either side of her. To her astonishment, "You managed to free yourself from the handcuffs. How is that even possible?" What you did not foresee was yet to come. Just as Bai Jing's words faded, Li Rui suddenly appeared behind her, seizing a chair and striking the elderly woman with considerable force. The old woman collapsed to the ground, barely registering the attack. Her firearm fell from her grasp, and Li Rui seized the opportunity to kick it out of reach. "Quickly, take care of those 3. Bai Jing, armed only with the ashtray, swiftly incapacitated the 3 hefty men. Li Rui immediately picked up the fallen gun, pressing it against the head of the elderly woman, who was attempting to rise. The elderly woman, now seated on the floor, looked at the duo in disbelief. "How could you be here?" She began to curse, but Li Rui silenced her with a sharp slap, the harsh words catching in her throat. Gazing down at the elderly woman, Li Rui prodded her wrinkled face with the gun, declaring, "Call me father now, and I might spare your life." The elderly woman glared at him, her eyes wide with rage. Trembling with indignation, unable to utter a word, Li Rui slowly lowered the gun to her chin, forcing her to look up at him. "Hurry and call out," he urged, delivering another slap. "Enough of this, just kill her and let us leave." Bai Jing seemed eager to vacate the premises. After enduring 2 slaps, the elderly woman, now panicked, retorted, "With just the 2 of you, you think you can leave here? You might want to check how many bullets are left in that gun." Seeing her audacity, Li Rui kicked the elderly woman down, pinning her head to the ground, inspecting the gun for bullets, but finding it useless. Unable to bear it any longer, Bai Jing took the weapon and swiftly opened the magazine, discovering it contained no ammunition whatsoever. Their expressions soured, and Bai Jing unleashed her fury upon the elderly woman with even greater ferocity than Li Rui. Ultimately, Li Rui found some rope and bound all of them, deliberating on their escape strategy. "Can you take on 20 by yourself?" he inquired of Bai Jing. She was at a loss for words, pondering, "At most 5. "Well, I have another plan," he replied. "We need to acquire the keys to the main entrance in order to escape." Li Rui understood that relying solely on a gun would not ensure their success. They needed to find the hefty man to obtain the exit and supply keys. Before they departed, he remarked to the elderly woman, "Thanks to you, I will bring ruin to this place." It was uncertain whether she had heard him before losing consciousness. They chose not to kill her. Ending a life is not as simple as merely deciding to do so. It requires the courage to act. And Li Rui could not guarantee he possessed that fortitude. Instead, he thought it might be more fitting for her to experience the terror of being pursued by zombies. Surprisingly, Bai Jing concurred. Li Rui sensed that she was perhaps more reluctant to take a life than himself, her bravado merely a facade, unlike the undead, which represented genuine human lives. Thus, Li Rui led Bai Jing to the hefty man's door to commence their plan. At that hour, the corridor was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence, making it an opportune moment for an ambush. Li Rui knocked on the hefty man's door, and shortly after, A bare-chested man answered. Who is it? He inquired, only to be swiftly taken down by Jing. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the individual was not the corpulent fellow they had anticipated. He appeared to still be inside. Inviting Bai Jing to join him, Li Rui thought it impossible for 5 people to genuinely be asleep in such a confined space. The situation was far less exaggerated than Li Rui had imagined, as only the hefty man lay bare on the bed, soundly asleep. Recalling previous encounters, Li Rui resolved to awaken him and administer a thorough reprimand. With Bai Jing by his side, he felt emboldened. Bai Jing, rummaging through the scattered garments on the floor, discovered a key and disdainfully urged Li Rui to retrieve it. Li Rui, bemused, noted that while he remained unfazed by the sight of a corpse, this minor inconvenience seemed to offend Bai Jing's sensibilities. Having successfully located the key, Li Rui delivered a swift kick to the slumbering figure, sending him tumbling from the bed. The hefty man awoke with a start, shock plastered across his face as he beheld Li Rui and Bai Jing. Before striking, Li Rui had thoughtfully stuffed a piece of clothing into the man's mouth to stifle any cries for help. Regrettably, the man's rugged physique rendered Li Rui's efforts futile. His hands grew weary from the futile exertion. In hindsight, he lamented not having brought a knife to incapacitate the man, thereby preventing him from becoming a menace to unsuspecting women. After what felt like an eternity of futile blows, they finally subdued him and bound him securely. Chapter 21. Escape 2. After dealing with the hefty man, Li Rui prepared to honor his agreement with the frail man. Upon locating him, Li Rui observed a look of despondency, as though he had been drained of vitality, informing him that it was time to depart. The frail man glanced at Bai Jing, but posed no questions. Their intention was to venture to the storage facility, gathering as many necessary supplies as possible, particularly Lin Lin's backpack, as every fragment of medicine was invaluable. They also hoped to discover additional useful pharmaceuticals. During their expedition, Bai Jing inquired about Lin Lin's whereabouts, to which Li Rui replied that she was safe with a trustworthy friend, and they would reunite once they had collected the essentials. Reflecting on the presence of others, Li Rui sensed a slight unease at the thought of an increased number of companions. Before departing, he once again approached the generator and meticulously severed the wires, ensuring a complete disablement. Circumventing the main entrance, they climbed through a window, prompting Bai Jing to question why they did not simply exit through the front. The frail man explained that several guards were stationed at the entrance, with patrols nearby, making such a blatant escape unwise. Under the frail man's guidance, they skillfully evaded several patrols. Just as they prepared to leave, Li Rui suddenly halted Bai Jing, having spotted the bald man who had bullied him on multiple occasions. Now heading towards the women's resting area. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Li Rui whispered to Bai Jing, urging him to subdue the man, allowing Li Rui the opportunity to deliver retribution. Bai Jing, impatient, insisted they move swiftly, citing the bald man's previous transgressions against Lin Lin. Without hesitation, Bai Jing approached the bald man, beckoning Li Rui to follow. In a swift motion, Bai Jing incapacitated him before he could react, leaving Li Rui to find a plastic bag from a nearby trash bin to silence the man's screams. Li Rui joined the fray, delivering a fierce kick. Remembering the 6 blows he had endured from the man, the bald man, muffled, whined and groaned under the weight of their assault. Meanwhile, the frail man quietly observed, lighting a cigarette, only halting their actions once he had finished, leaving the bald man unconscious. After this brief interlude, they swiftly located the place where the supplies were stored. Although Li Rui had been there once before, the details had escaped his memory. Even at night, there were guards watching over the supplies, and he and Bai Jing concealed themselves nearby to observe. The guards appeared to be engaged in a game of cards. There were only 4 of them, presenting little challenge. Bai Jing, having procured a stick from somewhere, boldly stepped forward to deal with them. The man with a weak constitution attempted to pull Li Rui into the fray, but Li Rui quickly waved his hands, signaling that he preferred to remain a mere spectator. Amidst the man's skepticism, Bai Jing swiftly dispatched the 4 guards with remarkable efficiency, leaving the weak man in stunned silence, filled with admiration for Li Rui's ability to enlist such formidable allies. He expressed a desire to be introduced to Li Rui's acquaintance. Ignoring him, Li Rui proceeded to unlock the door. It was unethical to engage in such underhanded actions. They discarded the unconscious guards to the side, leaving the weak man to keep watch while they ventured inside to search for the necessary supplies. Li Rui, wielding a flashlight, explored the expansive interior, marveling at the vast array of goods, befitting a grand supermarket. Eventually, he stumbled upon Lin Lin's backpack and tossed it to Bai Jing. After all, it was considered part of their belongings. Given that their previous vehicle still contained ample food supplies, they weren't in dire need. Li Rui selected a few small weapons and knives for self-defense. He also discovered a pair of handcuffs that appeared identical to those used on Bai Jing, which sparked a fleeting sense of unease within him, yet he had no time to dwell on it. He gathered a few essential living supplies that conveniently filled a tote bag, knowing he couldn't carry much more. Estimating that they had gathered enough, he inquired if Bai Jing had found what he needed. Bai Jing shook his head in resignation, having only collected a handful of other medications he deemed useful. Li Rui urged him to hurry out, emphasizing the importance of time. As they exited, they were struck by the alarming realization that the weak man had vanished. A sudden, thunderous noise erupted, nearly rupturing Li Rui's eardrums. In a split second, he instinctively pushed Bai Jing aside. As the sound faded, a wave of numbing pain coursed through his arm, blood rapidly staining his sleeve. The two men looked up in shock, only to see a bruised and angry figure. A hefty man brandishing a gun, glaring menacingly at them. An elderly woman, supported by someone else, stood beside him, while several others emerged from behind, swiftly surrounding Li Rui and Bai Jing. You truly have some audacity. Today, I shall ensure your demise here. The hefty man growled, preparing to fire again. But the elderly woman intervened. Conserve your bullets. They are trapped with nowhere to escape. Her gaze was filled with venomous hatred, seemingly wishing to devour them alive. Letting you die so easily would be far too merciful. Capture them both. I intend to skin them alive and torment them to death. Li Rui's expression darkened as he clutched his injured arm, which was rendered immobile and bleeding profusely, while the encroaching figures continued to close in. Bai Jing, held at gunpoint by the hefty man, dared not move. He cast a concerned glance at Li Rui's wounded arm before being forcibly brought before the looming threats. The elderly woman broke free from her supporters, brandishing a knife as she approached the two men unsteadily. Li Rui had not anticipated that the real weapon would be found on the overweight man, and it became evident that everyone had underestimated them. The old woman advanced with the knife, yet Li Rui remained unperturbed, mocking her appearance instead. If I am to perish here, it wouldn't be so bad to take you down with me. The old woman glared at Li Rui with a contorted, furious face, her anger twisting the creases upon her visage. You are on the brink of death, yet you still speak defiantly. Make sure to scream loudly when the moment comes. At that instant, Li Rui noticed that all the lights in the hotel had gone out. The old woman grasped Li Rui's throat, her sharp nails digging deeply into his flesh. Beside him, Bai Jing struggled against the three men who held him down, while Li Rui subtly shook his head at him. The knife grazed Li Rui's face, leaving thin trails of blood, as the old woman made shallow cuts around his skin, her bloodshot eyes fixed on him. A crowd encircled them, with the overweight man's gun never leaving Bai Jing's side, seemingly aware of the gravity of the situation. Yet, Li Rui maintained an air of confidence that infuriated the old woman, who tightened her grip on his throat, nearly choking him. As the blade glinted ominously before her crazed face. Let me see just how thick your skin is by cutting it away. Just as she raised the knife to strike, a commanding female voice interrupted. Stop. Two figures rushed in from the distance. Wang Yuyao, cradling Lin Lin, and Zhang Huhai, appeared before the crowd. In truth, Li Rui was on the verge of panic, putting on a facade of calm, and he was relieved that Wang Yuyao had arrived in the nick of time. Had she delayed even a moment longer, his fate would have been sealed. Release them at once, or we shall all perish together. The old woman halted, turning to regard them with a look of disdain. Who do you think you are, to challenge us? The overweight man interjected. It seems you lot are the culprits. Seize them all. Wang Yuyao, unfazed, produced a lighter, calmly observing the group. Seizing the moment, Li Rui motioned subtly to Bai Jing. Huh, you think we're afraid of a mere lighter? The overweight man began to mock, but was interrupted as Wang Yuyao ignited the lighter and hurled it towards a distant point. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air, illuminating the darkness around them with a fiery blaze. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Bai Jing seized the fleeting seconds to break free from his captors and swiftly attempted to wrest the gun from the overweight man's grasp. The man reacted instantly, refusing to relinquish his hold, while the old woman regained her senses and lunged at Bai Jing with her knife. Li Rui quickly leapt forward, sinking his teeth into the old woman's neck, as others rushed to prevent Bai Jing and Li Rui from escaping. Zhang Huhai charged in to assist them, plunging the scene into chaos. The crowd surged together, and the elderly woman, bitten, immediately lunged at Li Rui with a knife. Fortunately, he released his grip just in time, causing her to stab nothing but air. Seizing the opportunity, Li Rui exerted all his strength and charged forward, causing the old woman to tumble to the ground. Unable to rise amidst the throng of people, as they struggled and pulled at one another, someone suddenly uttered the word zombie, prompting everyone to glance around in alarm and flee, abandoning the portly figure behind. Unbeknownst to them, countless zombies surged forth from the flames, rushing towards the living. As their numbers dwindled, Bai Jing's side gained the upper hand, successfully seizing a firearm. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. With a deafening bang, the portly man fell to the ground, blood oozing from his forehead as his eyes widened in shock, fixated on the spot where the old woman had been. Just as he was about to point at the dazed woman, a horde of zombies, attracted by the gunfire, converged upon them. Panic ensued as everyone fled in all directions. terrified by the overwhelming number of zombies. Li Rui, clutching his injured arm, shouted to the few remaining survivors, "Run!" Wang Yuyao, cradling Lin Lin, sprinted towards Li Rui and Zhang Huhai. Noticing the zombies pursuing Wang Yuyao, Bai Jing abandoned the old woman and hurried toward her. He snatched Lin Lin away, pulling Li Rui along as they fled. Wang Yuyao, taken aback, found herself unable to outrun the faster zombies. Fortunately, Zhang Huhai stepped in front of her, urging her to escape toward Li Rui. "Why don't you help her?" Li Rui gasped. "You'd be better off worrying about yourself," Bai Jing retorted. Her hands stained with blood. Li Rui, dragged along, struggled to catch his breath, his head beginning to spin. Sighting Zhang Huhai finally catch up brought him a sense of relief. In the end, Li Rui glanced back, catching a fleeting glimpse of the old woman, motionless and engulfed by the zombies, still clutching the portly man. The group hurriedly made their way toward the entrance, their escape chaotic and scattered. Fortunately, Li Rui had obtained the keys from the portly man and successfully unlocked the door. He called for Zhang Huhai and the others to follow closely, and together they made their way to the vehicle, leaving the harrowing scene behind. The smoke hung thick in the night air as they soon located the car parked not far away. Li Rui instructed Bai Jing to drive through the gate and circle around to the recently blasted exit. Despite the throng of zombies gathered there, Bai Jing pressed the accelerator without hesitation, crashing through numerous undead, shattering the windshield in the process. Sitting in the passenger seat, Li Rui gripped the seat tightly, fearful of being thrown out, and suddenly realized that the thrill of speed and danger was nothing short of exhilarating. Meanwhile, those seated behind were huddled together in sheer terror. After an exhilarating escape, they finally broke free from the city center. Observing his companions, who were all unharmed, Li Rui felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. Having successfully left that treacherous place, Bai Jing inquired how they had managed to create such a commotion and attract so many zombies. Li Rui chuckled, expressing gratitude for everyone's assistance, as the two behind him began to explain the events to Bai Jing. The initial plan was to lure all the zombies from the commercial building to distract the group led by the old woman, while ensuring their own safety and making enough noise to draw attention, a rather challenging endeavor. Eventually, it was Wang Yuyao who suggested using gas, as there was a considerable supply in the kitchen. Taking advantage of the moment when Li Rui was rescuing Bai Jing, they decided to use the hotel's power outage as a signal, indicating that Li Rui had dealt with the old woman and her group. They would then transport the gas to the blocked intersection and open the main entrance of the commercial building. The original intention was to gather at the entrance, drive out, and detonate the explosives to attract the zombies and destroy the area. However, Wang Yuyao soon realized that there was not a single soul at the door, which suggested that something had gone awry on Li Rui's end. To save them, they had no choice but to detonate the explosives early, inadvertently drawing the zombies and creating chaos for their escape. They had not anticipated that these zombies were far more formidable than those outside. Zhang Huhai's grave expression confirmed this realization. Bai Jing finally grasped the entirety of the situation and had to admit that Wang Yuyao and Zhang Huhai were reliable, unlike the cowardly man who had long vanished from sight. After an indeterminate distance, Zhang Huhai, gazing at Wang Yuyao, who slept in his arms, subtly signaled Bai Jing to stop the vehicle. While Li Rui remained puzzled, he observed Zhang Huhai gently kissing Wang Yuyao's cheek, whispering softly to her, "I'm sorry. I can no longer protect you for a lifetime. You must live well, carrying my wishes with you." Wiping away the tears that threatened to fall, Zhang Huhai then pulled Li Rui from the car. Li Rui, witnessing Zhang Huhai's demeanor, suddenly felt a surge of fear. They arrived at the silent roadside, gazing into the boundless darkness, where a few fireflies flickered faintly. After a moment of silence, Zhang Huhai spoke. "I would like to ask you for a favor. If it concerns Wang Yuyao, I shan't assist," Li Rui retorted, perceptively sensing Zhang Huhai's distress, his gradually graying eyes and pallid skin. Ignoring Li Rui's previous comment, Zhang Huhai continued, "I need you to take good care of Yao Yao. You must ensure she lives well. I can sense that you still harbor feelings for her. My only concern is her well-being. She won't express her unhappiness, and she adores small animals." After he finished speaking, wiping away his tears, Li Rui paid no heed to his words. After a lengthy silence, Li Rui finally mustered the courage to ask, "Have you been bitten?" "Yes." Li Rui could not bear to meet his gaze, lowering his head as his fingertips unconsciously dug into his palm. "I'm sorry, it's my fault." "I should have," Zhang Huhai interrupted. "It's not your fault. Do not blame yourself. I had thought that I might never see her again while in the building. I owe you my gratitude for allowing me to see her one last time. Please return this ring to her." Zhang Huhai handed back the ring that Wang Yuyao had given him not long ago. He trembled as he grasped the ring with his uninjured hand, suddenly feeling its weight, a weight that felt unbearably heavy. Seeing Li Rui secure the ring, Zhang Huhai approached the car window, gazing longingly at Wang Yuyao for one final look, gently placing his hand on the glass as if to caress her serene, sleeping face. Farewell. Zhang Huhai vanished into the darkness alongside the fireflies, leaving Li Rue staring at his departing figure in a daze. Although their acquaintance was brief, a profound sorrow enveloped him. Bai Jing, noticing Li Rue's prolonged absence with the others and having settled Lin Lin, descended to investigate. Upon discovering Li Rue alone, she comprehended the situation. She hesitated momentarily, uncertain of how to offer comfort. Are you all right? Let me check the injury on your arm. Li Rue remained seated on the ground, motionless. Bai Jing retrieved a medical kit from the vehicle and began to tend to his wound. You're fortunate. It's merely a scrape, no bullet wound. I'll stitch it up, and after a few days of anti-inflammatory medication and keeping it dry, it will heal. Her tone mirrored that of a seasoned physician. Typically, Li Rue would have teased her, but now he lacked the spirit for such jest. This might sting a bit, Bai Jing warned before commencing the procedure. Li Rue merely furrowed his brow slightly, then suddenly posed a question. Bai Jing, what does it feel like to kill someone? Chapter 22. Departure. It feels like nothing to me. Li Rue found it hard to believe, for he had witnessed Bai Jing's trembling hand after firing the gun. Bai Jing worked deftly, quickly stitching his wound. You know, if we had killed them back then, perhaps he wouldn't have died. Why do good people always suffer misfortune? They don't deserve such a fate. I cherish all good people and despise all bad ones. Li Rue mused, his head bowed in contemplation. Bai Jing remained silent, wrapping the wound in gauze without a word. Ultimately, it seemed that being a good person for too long had instilled an unshakable stubbornness within him. After organizing her supplies, Bai Jing stood and glanced through the glass at the sleeping Wang Yuyao. So, do you intend to remain a good person until the end? If I don't, I wouldn't be the person you see before you now. Li Rue rose, turning his back to Bai Jing. He sensed her hesitation upon hearing his response. Do as you wish. They traversed from the night into dawn, with Li Rue gazing at the rising sun, devoid of any drowsiness. Deep down, he hoped that Wang Yuyao would awaken a little later. The morning light stirred Wang Yuyao from her dreams. She felt the empty seat beside her and hastily opened her eyes. Where is Zhang Huhai? Silence enveloped the vehicle, and Lin Lin dared not utter a word. She asked again, where did he go? Li Rue tightened his grip on the ring and spoke slowly. He left. He wanted me to give this to you. He averted his gaze from her face as he slowly extended the ring towards her. She stared at the ring in his hand, frozen in shock. After a moment, she reached out, trembling, to accept it. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, leaving damp stains on her clothing before vanishing. Where did he go? Tell me. Her quivering voice echoed throughout the vehicle. He had no choice but to leave you. I will find you a safe place to live. Li Rue's voice grew fainter as he spoke. He cannot abandon me. Tell me where he is. Wang Yuyao could no longer contain her tears and cried out in desperation. Questioning Li Rue, Bai Jing, who was driving, glanced at Li Rue, hesitating to speak, then coldly remarked, he was bitten and left in the middle of the night. As soon as Bai Jing finished speaking, Wang Yuyao demanded to be let out of the car, and Bai Jing obliged. Wang Yuyao immediately flung open the car door and recklessly ran back the way they came. Li Rue also exited the vehicle and chased after Wang Yuyao, grabbing her arm to stop her. Calm down. He specifically entrusted me to ensure your safety. Wang Yuyao ignored him, breaking free from his grip. Li Rue held on tightly, preventing her from leaving, and they struggled momentarily. Eventually, Wang Yuyao, unable to wrestle with him any longer, faced Li Rue squarely, gazing at him with a steely resolve. Let go of me. Without him, I have no purpose in living. I would do anything for him, even become a zombie. I wouldn't care. I tell you, even if he were to devour me, I would willingly accept it. We shall never be separated. Li Rue was taken aback by her determination, losing the strength to hold her, allowing her to pull away. Is this your choice? Li Rue shouted after the retreating Wang Yuyao. Wang Yuyao resolutely continued down the seemingly endless road, not glancing back at Li Rue even once. Li Rue, feeling helpless, returned to the car and said to Bai Jing, I'll drive, you can rest. He switched places with her, and just as Bai Jing intended to relax, she saw Li Rue turning the car back in the direction they had come. What are you doing? Bai Jing asked, watching Li Rue head towards Wang Yuyao's figure. He could not abandon her. Since she had made her decision, he would accompany her. Bai Jing, unable to fathom Li Rue's thoughts, chose to ignore him and quickly fell asleep. Li Rue soon caught up with Wang Yuyao and explained his intentions. After a brief expression of gratitude from her, she sat silently in the back, staring at the ring in her hand. Li Rue wished to say something comforting, but found himself at a loss for words. The car was enveloped in a heavy silence, only the sound of the engine breaking the stillness. After an undetermined amount of time, Li Rue estimated they were in the vicinity based on his memory. He stopped the car, confirming they were in this suburban area with a few scattered buildings around. Li Rue accompanied Wang Yuyao as she searched for a while, but they found nothing, only a handful of zombies wandering nearby. Wang Yuyao once again expressed her gratitude to Li Rue, signaling him to leave her be. She informed him that she would attract the nearby zombies to that building and urged him to leave quickly. Li Rui merely moved his parched lips. Goodbye. He respected her choice. He had done his utmost to fulfill Zhang Huai's request, for love is a mutual decision. He heard a commotion in the distance and, as a final gesture, glanced back. In a moment of distraction, he saw Wang Yuyao pressing her hand against the glass door, touching something, while outside loomed a mass of dark zombies. Li Rui did not linger, driving away into the distance. As they journeyed onward, Bai Jing awakened and remarked to Li Rui that their acquaintance was too brief to warrant such extremes, while also cautioning him against excessive kindness towards others. Li Rui, unable to contain himself, retorted that had it not been for their assistance, he might have become the consort of an elderly woman, additionally tasked with caring for his sister. Bai Jing scoffed. Ah, so they are the reason my sister is in such a state of hunger? At that moment, Lin Lin was indulging in the snacks Li Rui had provided. Feeling somewhat guilty and unable to counter Bai Jing's words, Li Rui began recounting the numerous instances where they had aided him, as well as his narrow escapes from peril, hoping to impress Bai Jing with his bravado. To his surprise, Bai Jing began to ponder thoughtfully. It seems you have been deceived by that woman. What? That is impossible. Wang Yuyao is so kind. What nonsense are you spouting? Bai Jing proceeded to dissect the situation, asserting that any liaison with the older woman was entirely consensual and never forced, merely pressuring one to make choices. Furthermore, she considered physical appearance in her decisions, implying that given Li Rui's looks, she would have chosen him at any time. So, was she merely keeping tabs on you from the start, just to compel you into rescuing her boyfriend and subsequently ruin that place? Li Rui, upon hearing Bai Jing's analysis, wore a look of disbelief. You are misjudging her intentions. She has done so much for me. How can you think so poorly of her? Bai Jing was momentarily at a loss for words. Use your walnut-sized brain to think it through. You've been sold, and yet still pay them. Li Rui retorted without hesitation. Then why didn't you submit to the older woman from the beginning? I wouldn't have to do any of this. Unable to counter him further, Bai Jing chose to resume his slumber, unwilling to waste more words on this hopeless case. In the midst of their harmonious banter, they continued their journey eastward. Chapter 23. The gas station. Although several days had been lost, they had successfully navigated away from the city center and arrived at the outskirts. Li Rui and his companions were now on the highway heading towards the station. According to Li Rui's prior plan, crossing the highway would lead them to the next city, which was merely one-third of their original intended journey. After a day and night of travel, they took a moment to rest in the vehicle. Li Rui intended to check if they had strayed off course, only to discover that his decrepit phone, having lain unused in the car for some time, was out of battery. He then inquired of Bai Jing, who was sharing snacks with Lin Lin, whether he might borrow a phone. Bai Jing replied that his phone had long been lost. With a sigh, Li Rui glanced at the duo beside him. He noticed that since Lin Lin had been separated from Bai Jing for several days, she had become increasingly attached to him. After consuming all the snacks, she seemed to pay Li Rui less attention, truly forgetting her origins in her newfound affection. Following their meal, Li Rui took it upon himself to change the bandages on his arm. Given the severity of his injuries, which would require weeks of recovery, he recognized the importance of cherishing his health. Otherwise, upon returning home, his parents would undoubtedly worry, as they were the ones who cared for him most in this world. Unlike Bai Jing, who always had his sister by his side, surrounded by those who cared for him. Lost in thought, Li Rui meandered aimlessly, unable to find clarity. After finishing their meal, Bai Jing could no longer bear to watch Li Rui's clumsy attempts and decided to lend him a hand. Your technique is quite proficient. Have you ever been a doctor? Li Rui, intrigued by Bai Jing's seemingly dual talents, inquired about his background. Bai Jing casually replied that he had worked as an assistant in a hospital for a time. If you studied medicine, how come you're so adept at fighting? Li Rui was keen to hear his explanation. Because I understand the human body better than you do, I know which areas are more vulnerable, Bai Jing replied. His reasoning surprisingly sound, leaving Li Rui momentarily speechless. Well then, Dr. Bai, how do I cure this affliction of my legs turning to jelly and my heart racing uncontrollably in the presence of beautiful women? Li Rui jested. Bai Jing, with a straight face, suggested, I recommend a vasectomy. My technique is swift and steady. Would you care to try? He received Bai Jing's response with a hint of incredulity. You quack. I was hoping you could offer me advice on charming women. With your looks, you must have encountered all kinds. Bai Jing scoffed. I would earnestly advise you to consider reincarnation. A new face would undoubtedly win you the affections of women more easily. Li Rui grimaced, deciding not to indulge in such crude banter any longer, lest it drive him to exasperation. As Li Rui contemplated taking a break, Bai Jing unexpectedly tossed him a small bottle, stating it contained vitamins, and instructed him to consume two, asserting that he needed to replenish his strength due to excessive blood loss. Li Rui was taken aback by Bai Jing's unexpected concern for him, truly a good friend. As they prepared to set off again, Bai Jing reminded Li Rue that their vehicle was low on fuel and they needed to find a way to procure some. When asked how much longer they could drive, he estimated about half a day. Casting a glance at Lin Lin, who nestled beside Bai Jing, Li Rue sighed and rose from his reclined position. You all wait here. I'll see if I can find a gas station. Bai Jing, slightly taken aback, asked, Are you sure you can manage alone? Don't worry. I'm more concerned about you disappearing. If I don't return in 3 hours, come looking for me, Li Rue assured him. All right. He did not venture out unarmed, bringing along some weapons for protection. The outskirts of the city were desolate as Li Rue walked along the empty road, occasionally encountering a solitary zombie. He swiftly dispatched them, noting their sluggish and dazed movements made them easy prey. Observing the fresh bite marks on them, he deduced that they were weak due to the recentness of their transformation. Reflecting on recent events, Li Rue realized that the longer a zombie had been infected, the more formidable it became, resembling humanity more closely. A chilling thought struck him. Over time, these zombies would only grow tougher, indicating that survival would become increasingly arduous. How would the weaker individuals manage, particularly his elderly parents? The mere thought of them filled Li Rue with bitterness. He wished he had not strayed so far for work. Just then, a van passed by, jolting him from his reverie. After contemplating the departing vehicle for a few moments, he resolved to follow it. Curious about where it might lead, by sheer coincidence, a few shared bicycles were parked by the roadside. Unlocking one was a trivial task for him, and he swiftly broke the lock with minimal effort. Li Rue contemplated that if these individuals were benevolent, he might seek their assistance. If they were malevolent, he would discreetly retreat. Even if they were unwilling to help, asking for directions would suffice, as he was unfamiliar with the area. Without his phone to consult a map, he was uncertain of the location of the highway station he intended to reach. He had only a vague idea and wished to avoid wasting time meandering aimlessly. Thus, he resolved to follow the direction in which the van was headed. The path ahead was a one-way street, alleviating his concerns about losing sight of the vehicle. Li Rue pedaled furiously, barely managing to catch glimpses of the van's silhouette. However, it wasn't long before the van came to a halt, prompting Li Rue to quickly stop his bicycle and hide nearby to observe discreetly. From his vantage point, he saw 4 individuals emerge from the vehicle, 3 men and 1 woman. Notably, the woman caught his eye. Her striking figure was apparent even from a distance. They all appeared relatively youthful, wielding sticks and engaged in conversation. Unable to discern their words, Li Rue noted that their vehicle was parked in front of a small grocery store, surmising they were likely in search of food. Eventually, 2 men and the woman entered the store, leaving 1 man outside to wait. The young man waiting outside seemed notably younger, perhaps tasked with watching over the others to ensure their safety, or so Li Rue speculated. The specifics remained unclear. After a moment of hesitation, Li Rue decided to approach and inquire for directions. Thus, he rode his bicycle, feigning casualness as he struck up a conversation with the youth outside the vehicle. Excuse me, young man, may I ask you for directions? Startled, the young man turned to Li Rue, his expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity, and he ignored Li Rue, instead calling out to someone inside the van. Uncle, sure, there is someone outside. Li Rue was taken aback to discover another person inside the van. He worried that leaving abruptly would be awkward. Upon hearing the young man's shout, another figure emerged from the vehicle, a middle-aged man with graying hair, who appeared pleasantly surprised to see Li Rue. Ah, so there are other survivors, he greeted warmly. Hello, hello. Meanwhile, the young man observed Li Rue with a hint of shyness. Sensing that they did not seem to be ill-intentioned, Li Rue asked, Uncle, do you happen to know where the bus station is? I need to get there. The kind-hearted man replied, Just keep walking straight, and you'll reach a turn. Thank you. Li Rue replied, eager to ask if there was a gas station nearby, when the man suddenly inquired, Are you alone? It's quite dangerous out here. And I see you're unarmed. What will you do if you encounter a monster? Li Rue, maintaining a polite demeanor, reassured them, It's all right. As long as I don't encounter a large number of monsters, I should be fine. The man appeared slightly puzzled. Is that so? But why are you heading towards the bus station? There are many monsters in that area. With a wry smile, Li Rue responded, I'm going home. Upon hearing his answer, both men exchanged sympathetic glances with him. The middle-aged man sighed and said, Ah, it's good to be alive these days. I advise you to find a safe place to live. It's only right to do so for the sake of your loved ones. Li Rue felt a twinge of annoyance after hearing his words, reluctant to engage further in conversation. By the way, do you know if there is a gas station nearby? My car is running low on fuel. The older man fell silent for a couple of seconds, glancing at his bicycle, seemingly in a dilemma. He then replied, There is one, but it's a bit far. You might not know the way. How about this? You can join us. We are heading there to refuel as well, so we can look out for each other. Li Rue's heart filled with joy, and he expressed his gratitude. They indicated they would wait for him to bring his vehicle, urging him to hurry so they wouldn't be kept waiting. Li Rue pedaled furiously on his bicycle, heading back to where he came from, feeling content and thinking that there are still many good people in this world. Chapter 24. the gas station when Li Rui returned. Bai Jing and the others were taking a brief rest. The sunlight poured gently onto Lin Lin, who was nestled in Bai Jing's arms. While Bai Jing propped his head on one hand against the window, the other arm half embracing her, creating a scene so warm that Li Rui hesitated to disturb them. It was Bai Jing who sensed Li Rui's approach and awakened first. "Did you manage to find the fuel?" he inquired. "Of course, when I take action, success is inevitable," Li Rui replied confidently, before Bai Jing resumed his rest. Li Rui made his way towards where the older man and the others were waiting. He soon spotted their vehicle. A group of people standing outside, and noticed the 2 men and 1 woman who had gone to gather supplies were also there, appearing somewhat impatient. He quickly dismounted and greeted them with a smile. "I apologize for keeping you waiting. I'm Li Rui." The older man was the first to respond. "Huh? We were just talking about you. You've finally arrived. I'm Shi Wei, but everyone calls me Uncle Shi. Feel free to call me that too." The others began to scrutinize Li Rui, introducing themselves in turn. The young man he had seen before and the strikingly beautiful twins turned out to be siblings named Fang Yin and Fang Yu. The 2 men were also brothers. The elder named Lu Shijing and the younger Lu Yichen. Li Rui listened as they introduced themselves, but swiftly forgot their names, deciding to refer to the elder as Brother Lu and the younger as Lu Erdi to avoid confusion. Li Rui briefly shared his circumstances, and they expressed admiration for his determination to return home. Their gazes became less guarded, just as Li Rui was about to board the vehicle. Suddenly, Fang Yin approached him with a cheerful gait. "Wait a moment, handsome." Li Rui turned to look, and the sway of her figure nearly captivated his gaze, compelling him to avert his eyes to maintain his composure. Was she calling him handsome? Could spring finally be arriving for him? Lost in thought, he instinctively ruffled his slightly disheveled hair. "Hello," he intended to say something further, but she bypassed him to peek at Bai Jing, who had rushed towards them. Left standing awkwardly, Li Rui quickly turned his attention back to Bai Jing, only to hear him say, "What are you doing? Why are there so many people?" Completely disregarding Fang Yin's attempt to flirt, Li Rui, feeling displeased, replied, "We're about to head to the gas station. You should just go back to sleep." Bai Jing furrowed her brows momentarily, pulled up the car window, and resumed her slumber. This left Fang Yin, who was brimming with enthusiasm, feeling somewhat awkward. The others nearby gazed at them in bewilderment as Li Rui hastily clarified that Bai Jing was his friend, and due to the tragic demise of his girlfriend, she was in a melancholic state. He hoped they could be understanding. Fang Yin, upon hearing Li Rui's explanation, wore a look of astonishment. Before departing, she stole a few more glances at them, exclaiming, "Hey, little brother, did you see that? That person was truly handsome." Li Rui, not far off, overheard her words distinctly. His jealousy boiling, teeth clenched in irritation. Their conversation was brief, and soon they boarded their vehicle, heading towards the gas station, with Li Rui closely trailing behind. "Do not entangle yourself with too many people." Bai Jing's brusque tone conveyed her impatience as she shot a lingering glance at Li Rui. They did not appear to be malicious. After refueling, they would part ways. "I advise you to adhere to this," she murmured, turning her back to him. "You seem rather popular, dear handsome fellow." Li Rui's subsequent remarks dripped with sarcasm, his voice intentionally affected. "If you wish to meet your demise, just say so." Li Rui refrained from further comment, aware that probing his limits would eventually lead to repercussions. He was quite self-aware in this regard. As they wound their way along the route, Li Rui nearly lost them, yet they kindly paused to allow him to catch up. The closer they approached the gas station, the more vehicles lined the roadside, making passage increasingly difficult. Upon reaching the vicinity of the gas station, they found it completely congested with vehicles, leaving only a single lane open for passage. Upon disembarking, their expressions turned grim as they surveyed the gas station, which was teeming with zombies, wandering ominously in the area, posing a significant danger. Li Rui approached to inquire if they had any viable strategies. The sight of the overwhelming number of zombies nearly caused the group to reconsider their plans. Uncle Shi sighed heavily, stating, "Our current fuel supply is insufficient to reach the next gas station. We must devise a plan." Leader Lu suggested, "Perhaps a few of us should divert the zombies." Li Rui listened as they deliberated, and an argument ensued over who would undertake the task, particularly between the Lu brothers, who were the most insistent in recommending one another. It appeared their bonds were not as strong as presumed, each looking out for their own interests. Ultimately, it was decided that Uncle Shi and Fang Yin would undertake the task, leaving Li Rui feeling somewhat exasperated. The 2 brothers were unwilling to volunteer, and their gazes shifted towards Li Rui, a hint of embarrassment evident in their expressions. Li Rui understood there was no escaping this. He could not simply do nothing and expect to reap benefits. He consulted with Bai Jing in the vehicle and decided she would accompany them to lure the zombies away, given the inherent dangers in attracting them. Before departing, Bai Jing instructed Lin Lin to remain in the car, casting a glance at the remaining Lu brothers, and handed her gun, obtained from Aunt Wu, to Li Rui, informing him it contained 5 bullets and advising him to use it wisely if necessary. Concerned that Li Rue might not know how to handle it, she reiterated her instructions, acknowledging that the gun alone would not suffice to kill zombies. Bai Jing then joined Uncle Shi and Fang Yin in the van, where Fang Yin appeared particularly elated. It was a fitting arrangement, with one person driving while the other 2 remained vigilant on either side. Only Li Rue, Fang Yu, and the Liu brothers remained. They drove their vehicle, honking the horn to create a cacophony, which successfully diverted most of the zombies. Li Rue observed that among the undead, several exhibited remarkable agility, indicating that many had been infected for an extended period, posing a significant threat. They drove slowly to attract the majority of the zombies. But as Li Rue noticed a few of them climbing onto the car roof, a sense of foreboding washed over him, and he worried for Bai Jing's safe return. The 3 onlookers were visibly shocked and frightened by the scene. Fang Yu, anxious, turned to the Liu brothers and exclaimed, "Did you see that? Those zombies have actually climbed onto the roof. My sister must be all right." One of them reassured him, "Do not worry. Uncle Shi will keep your sister safe." Li Rue joined in with bravado. "Rest assured, my friend is incredibly capable. Taking on 2 is no trouble for him. The number of zombies here is dwindling. Let us move quickly." Brother Liu interjected, "There are still a few left. Let us wait a bit longer." Li Rue couldn't help but think these 2 were excessively fearful, as the remaining zombies posed no real threat. Regardless, he decided to charge forward, armed and ready. As only a handful of sluggish, slow-moving zombies remained, with only a few scattered zombies left, Li Rue found them easy to handle. As he advanced, Fang Yu followed closely behind with a stick in hand. Li Rue admired the young boy's commendable courage despite his youth and resolved to look after him. Fang Yu watched in awe as Li Rue skillfully dispatched the zombies, severing their heads or smashing their jaws to render them harmless. However, he became distracted and failed to notice a zombie lunging at him from behind. Fortunately, Li Rue swiftly grabbed the creature by the neck, thrusting his knife into its mouth and dispatching it. Fang Yu hurriedly thanked Li Rue, stammering in embarrassment. Li Rue gestured for him to not mention it, pleasantly surprised by the chance to display his prowess. How fortunate they were to have encountered so little danger. Reflecting on their recent harrowing escape, he lamented how unfair fate could be. Once the 2 had nearly cleared the area, the Liu brothers dared to lend their assistance. The gas station had little fuel left, yielding only 3 small barrels. It was no wonder so many zombies lingered here, as it appeared numerous individuals had previously come to scavenge. With no more resources to be found, they had no choice but to retreat and wait nearby for their return. After approximately an hour had passed with no sign of them, Fang Yu's anxiety was palpable. Li Rue attempted to soothe his worries with comforting words and engaged him in conversation. Seeing Li Rue's concern, Fang Yu hesitated to dismiss him, feeling a bit shy and struggling to find topics to discuss, mostly responding with short answers. Gradually, Li Rue learned that they all lived in the same neighborhood and had joined forces with the Liu brothers due to their late escape. As for Uncle Shi, he was encountered along the way, and despite his misfortune of losing loved ones to the zombies, he was a reliable companion. It was their older sister's guidance that had helped him cope, which is why Uncle Shi was so kind to everyone. Fang Yu also informed Li Rue that the Liu brothers were not inherently bad individuals. Throughout their journey, aside from some playful banter with his sister, they created quite a lively atmosphere. However, when confronted with perilous situations, their true colors emerged. They began to evade responsibility, revealing a cowardice that was quite disheartening. He further inquired about the nature of Bai Jing's relationship with Li Rue, as it appeared to them that their bond extended beyond mere friendship. Li Rue merely shrugged, stating that it was nothing more than a father-son relationship. Chapter 25, setting off together after waiting for approximately half an hour. They finally spotted Uncle Shi and his team been circling back. Upon seeing Bai Jing emerge unscathed, Li Rue felt a weight lift from his chest. However, the mood was less optimistic for the remaining 2. Fang Yin was assisting Uncle Shi as he slowly descended from the vehicle, blood trickling from his forehead. The group immediately gathered around, inquiring about the situation. Li Rue approached Bai Jing with concern, asking if she had been injured and what had transpired. Bai Jing shook her head, indicating that she was fine, and briefly recounted their ordeal. They had been besieged by zombies climbing onto their vehicle, and it had taken considerable effort to dispatch them. As for Uncle Shi, his injuries were a result of Bai Jing's hasty driving in an attempt to shake off the zombies, though he was not severely harmed. Li Rue could empathize with that experience. He disdainfully remarked on the inadequacy of these individuals, who were utterly defenseless against formidable zombies, even more so than himself. Meanwhile, Li Rue pondered whether he truly regarded them as so inept. The group exchanged information, expressing profound gratitude for the assistance provided by Li Rue and his companions, noting that without their intervention, death may have been an inevitable outcome. Once the formalities were concluded, they began to divvy up the hard-won gasoline. Fang Yin, helping Uncle Shi to a nearby resting spot, noticed there were only 3 barrels of gasoline, and questioned why they didn't find another barrel to split. His brother, Fang Yu, explained that they had only discovered 3 empty barrels nearby, and it was impractical to pour out the bottled water to fill them with oil. Bai Jing shot Li Rue an exasperated glance, to which Li Rue felt a sense of resignation, thinking to himself that he was not the one who had created this awkward situation. Thus, he discreetly suggested that since they had a larger group, it would be more reasonable to yield and take just 1 barrel. Bai Jing could hardly contain herself. Do you suffer from a savior complex? Should I prescribe you some medication to cure it? Without hesitation, she advanced and took 2 barrels, entirely disregarding the astonished gazes of the others. The Liu brothers immediately stepped in front of her. Hey, buddy, with so many of us, isn't it a bit unfair? At least we should have half each. They insisted. Uncle Shi and Fang Yin quickly intervened, with Bai Jing showing them no interest whatsoever, simply bypassing them. It was Uncle Shi who stated, "This is what they deserve, just give it to them." Fang Yin concurred, indeed. This left the younger Liu brother in a state of shock. Hey, Fang Yin, are you so smitten by that pretty face that you can't think straight? You're not usually like this. To be fair, they truly deserve it. You have no idea how formidable he is, unlike you, the coward, Fang Yin retorted boldly to Liu Er. Li Rue, feeling somewhat embarrassed, expressed his gratitude to Uncle Shi and indicated that they were about to set off, urging them to take care of themselves. To his surprise, Uncle Shi suddenly called out to him. You and your little brother are heading towards the highway by the station, correct? Yes, what's the matter? Li Rue replied, somewhat puzzled. Uncle Shi wiped the blood from his forehead and slowly began to speak. We originally intended to take the main road to the next city, where there are numerous shelters. However, we do not have enough fuel to reach that destination. We will have to travel the same route as you. Your friend wouldn't mind us accompanying you, would he? Though Li Rue knew his friend would indeed mind, he could only subtly express that he would inquire about his opinion. Uncle Shi seemed to sense their vulnerability, which likely prompted his desire to band together. Bai Jing's stance was indifferent. As long as they did not get entangled with them, it was acceptable. After all, it was unreasonable to prevent others from traversing that route. Li Rue found it perplexing that Bai Jing disliked social interaction. Wasn't mutual assistance beneficial? Unexpectedly, Bai Jing retorted. Being associated with you is already enough trouble for me. Li Rue was momentarily at a loss for words. He considered himself quite reliable. Thus, Li Rue followed Uncle Shi's vehicle towards the station's intersection, as they were familiar with the area. As they drove, the roadside was increasingly littered with abandoned cars. Previously, he had heard Uncle Shi recount how, during the outbreak, most people had surged towards various traffic exits, resulting in congestion. Those who managed to escape vanished without a trace, while those who could not became zombies. The station exit and similar locations were undoubtedly fraught with danger. Upon arriving at the station, it was indeed as Uncle Shi had described. Zombies were scattered everywhere, and the most troublesome aspect was the abandoned vehicles blocking the path. The group parked nearby and began to survey the situation. After a thorough inspection, they remained inactive, prompting Uncle Shi to turn his gaze toward Li Rue and inquire if he had any viable solutions. Li Rue noticed that Uncle Shi's attention was particularly fixed on Bai Jing, as if he was especially concerned about her. Did he intend to undermine their group? Although Li Rue had seen that they possessed considerable supplies, it seemed unlikely they could manage to dislodge the vehicles without the necessary medications that Bai Jing sought. They began to discuss how to clear the obstructing vehicles and deal with the zombies. The previous methods would not suffice, as it was impossible to lure all the zombies away. There were not only obstacles blocking the road, but also zombies huddled tightly in the gaps. With no other option, they decided to use their vehicle to tow the obstructing cars away, subsequently clearing the zombies from the gaps to create a path. The critical issue was personnel distribution. One person would need to drive, at least 2 would be required to pull, while also keeping an eye on the surrounding zombies. And additional hands would be necessary to handle the zombies. Without hesitation, Li Rue knew he and Bai Jing would be responsible for the most perilous task of dispatching the zombies, leaving the rest to their discretion. He directly informed them that they would undertake the most dangerous work, and the others exchanged glances, discussing among themselves. Li Rue, taking some delight in their predicament, leaned in to observe their unfolding drama. Initially, Liu Er eagerly declared his intention to drive, prompting Fang Yin to vehemently oppose him, accusing him of lacking masculinity for not confronting the zombies, insisting that it was her brother's responsibility to drive. Liu Laoda countered, arguing that her brother was too young and would not be able to manage the vehicle properly, asserting that his own driving skills were far superior. In a fit of exasperation, Fang Yin chastised both of them to act like decent individuals. Caught in the middle, Fang Yu dared not utter a word. While Uncle Shi was unable to quell their escalating dispute, Li Rue, observing with keen interest, regretted not having any sunflower seeds to munch on, while Bai Jing entirely disregarded their bickering, choosing instead to survey their surroundings. Ultimately, the Liu brothers, aware of their flawed reasoning, conceded and allowed Fang Yin to take the wheel, while Uncle Shi and Li Bai dealt with the zombies, and the two brothers guided Fang Yu in tow. Li Rue remarked that perhaps they had too many people for the task at hand, suggesting that one of the brothers should join them to manage the horde of zombies. A notion that Fang Yen readily supported. The brothers, aghast at the sheer number of zombies surrounding them, were visibly unsettled. Lu Erdi, with a sly grin, assured Fang Yen that should he engage the zombies, he would take great care of her brother. He placed particular emphasis on the phrase take care, which left Fang Yen speechless with indignation. She promptly swapped roles with Lu Erdi, allowing him to drive while she assumed the task of combating the zombies. She warned Lu Laodao that if anything were to befall her brother, he would also face dire consequences, to which Lu Laodao shrugged indifferently. Fang Yu remained silent. His head bowed, which took Li Rue by surprise. He felt it unwise to voice any objections to their decision, regretting having brought it up in the first place, and admired Fang Yan's ability to assert herself so decisively. Thus, it was settled. Li Rue, Bai Jing, Uncle Shi, and Fang Yan would deal with the zombies, while Lu Laodao would lead Fang Yu in tow, and Lu Erdi would drive. At that moment, Fang Yu approached Li Rue, requesting that he look out for his sister. Apologizing for the inconvenience, Li Rue smiled reassuringly, promising to ensure the safety of the lovely lady. After giving the necessary instructions, Uncle Shi took Fang Yu to gather the required tools. Seizing the remaining time, Li Rue attempted to share some advice with Fang Yan, suggesting she should stay behind him in case of danger, only to find she had already moved to engage in pleasantries with Bai Jing. Frustrated, he swallowed his words. As he observed Fang Yan fawning over Bai Jing's aloof demeanor, Li Rue could not help but mutter, "What is the big deal? She is only marginally more attractive than I am." He felt no jealousy whatsoever. This remark was overheard by Lu Laodao, who immediately placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, saying, "Li, my young friend, it seems you lack an understanding of women." Li Rue, puzzled, inquired further, to which Lu Laodao gestured toward the two women, explaining, "You see, women are just like us men. If you were to encounter a stunning beauty with an alluring figure, would you not find yourself irresistibly drawn to her?" Li Rue pondered this, finding some merit in Lu Laodao's perspective and beginning to comprehend Fang Yan's behavior. They exchanged a few more shallow remarks about women before Uncle Shi and the others had prepared the necessary tools far more quickly than anticipated. Li Rue hoped to continue listening to Lu Laodao's tales of his wife-swapping escapades. Chapter 26. Clearing the zombies. Li Rue, armed with a well-prepared knife, stood ready. Boss Lu had already secured the ropes for the pull. As soon as Lu Air lifted the barrier vehicle ahead, it was anticipated that 7 or 8 zombies would surge forth. Li Rue felt no trepidation towards the ordinary zombies. His only concern lay with the possibility of encountering those that had lingered for an extended period. The sheer number of such creatures could pose a significant threat to their small group. Before he could ponder further, the first barrier vehicle was yanked aside. Taking a deep breath, Li Rue gripped his knife tightly as 7 or 8 zombies lunged at them simultaneously. Among them, 2 exhibited remarkable agility, while the others were rather mundane. Li Rue cautioned Bai Jing to remain vigilant. The 2 swift zombies led the charge, and with a shared glance, he and Bai Jing each targeted one. Fang Yan and Uncle Shi coordinated their efforts to tackle the ordinary zombies, as long as they remained cautious of bites. They would be fine. Li Rue swiftly seized one zombie by the neck, delivering a couple of decisive strokes to sever its head. Compared to Bai Jing, he was still rather slow. After pushing the wobbling body aside, he noted the tenacity of the headless creature. Even without its head, it continued to thrash about, a testament to the unyielding nature of zombies. Despite being a woman, Fang Yan displayed commendable agility and skill, albeit lacking in strength, managing to handle a single ordinary zombie. Gritting her teeth, she exerted every ounce of her effort, and Li Rue couldn't help but admire her courage and resilience. Stealing glances at her as he dispatched the zombies, Uncle Shi seemed somewhat apprehensive when confronting the zombies, maintaining a safe distance before striking them down. As for Bai Jing, her efficiency was commendable. She had already eliminated 4 with precision and speed, akin to slicing vegetables. Li Rue exerted force to extract his knife from the trapped zombie's skull. Having dealt with this batch, a sudden recollection struck him. His initial encounter with zombies had been characterized by fear and retreat, only to later confront them head-on. In retrospect, they were not truly terrifying. Rather, it was their resemblance to humans that instilled dread. In essence, they acted purely on instinct, much like animals. The group discarded the remnants strewn across the ground to clear a path, while Boss Lu and Fang Yu prepared to tow the next barrier vehicle. Another round was imminent. Covered in bloodstains, Li Rue lamented the new clothes he had procured just yesterday, now needing to find a clean outfit again, a troublesome prospect indeed. He glanced at his companions, all equally sullied, except for Bai Jing, who bore the least blood, despite having made the most kills. Curiosity piqued, he resolved to inquire about her secret after this round. As the barrier vehicle was dragged away, only 4 zombies remained, standing motionless. Uncle Shi, unimpressed, attempted to advance, but Li Rue quickly intervened, urging him to refrain. The zombies bore an unsettling resemblance to a family of 4, their tattered, decaying forms signaling danger. After explaining the situation to Bai Jing, Li Rue decided to approach them one at a time, opting for caution rather than rash action. He awaited Lu Er to tow the barrier vehicle further ahead, instructing him to leave a narrow gap suitable for only one person to pass through. This way, they could avoid being overwhelmed. For even Bai Jing would find it challenging to fend off such zombies simultaneously. First, they dealt with the father among the family of 4. Li Rue took a stick and prodded him. The father zombie lunged forward with a reaction almost akin to that of a living person. Fortunately, the prepared group swiftly subdued him, and Bai Jing severed his head. It must be said that these long-existing zombies were indeed quite formidable, and Fang Yan nearly couldn't contain her adversary. Had they charged at the two of them directly, it would have spelled disaster. Li Rue pondered the presence of 2 more obstructing vehicles. The further back they were, the more perilous the situation became, and he could only hope for a smaller number of foes. Next, they had to contend with the mother zombie and the 2 small zombies, but to everyone's astonishment, as they successfully lured the mother zombie, the 2 small zombies were also stirred into action. Li Rue swiftly grasped one small zombie by the head to prevent it from biting, wielding a knife with the other hand to strike. Bai Jing, on her end, faced a grim struggle against the thrashing mother zombie, while also remaining vigilant against the small zombies. Uncle Shi and another companion failed to capture the second small zombie and rushed to assist Bai Jing in restraining the mother zombie. The small zombie in Li Rue's grip fought desperately, and just as he was about to lose his hold, he realized that the other small zombie had vanished. At the moment he finally crushed the small zombie's skull, the other one suddenly darted out from beneath a vehicle, lunging straight at Bai Jing, who was preoccupied with the fierce mother zombie. The group was so tightly packed that they had failed to notice what was happening at their feet. Before Li Rue could shout a warning, the small zombie was already lunging at Bai Jing. Fortunately, Uncle Shi spotted the threat in time and kicked it away, narrowly preventing a bite. Bai Jing, noticing the danger, furrowed her brow and quickly threw a knife, which struck true, embedding itself in the small zombie's head. She then stepped on the knife's handle to pin it to the ground, simultaneously exerting all her strength to decapitate the mother zombie, whose neck had already been compromised by the blade. Uncle Shi and his companion were not idle either, promptly helping to restrain the mother zombie's arms, leaving Li Rue astonished at their efficiency. Having completed this round, the group collectively exhaled in relief, while Fang Yu, observing from a distance, felt a constant sense of unease. And Luda dared not approach. After Bai Jing dealt with the small zombie, she graciously thanked Uncle Shi. Noticing Fang Yan's pale complexion, Li Rue suggested a brief respite, acknowledging that a young lady should not be subjected to such a harrowing ordeal. However, Bai Jing disagreed, arguing that with only 2 obstructing vehicles remaining, it was best to finish clearing them before taking a break. Fang Yan, catching Li Rue's concerned gaze, assured him that she was fine and could continue. Li Rue advised her not to overexert herself, suggesting that if she felt overwhelmed, she could retreat behind him. "All right, thank you," Fang Yan replied, her smile disarming any reservations Li Rue had. He found himself momentarily entranced by her smile, pondering the enigmatic nature of women, drawn to them, yet fearful of their potential disdain and shrieks. His previous work and school experiences had left him rather reclusive, devoid of female friendships, and perhaps a primal instinct compelled him to acquiesce to their requests. Before Li Rue could delve further into his thoughts, the next round commenced. After they dragged away the obstructing vehicles, they found no zombies present. Li Rue sighed in relief, feeling fortunate for once. They could afford a brief respite while Lu Er dragged away the last vehicle. Uncle Shi thoughtfully provided beverages for Li Rue and Bai Jing, who expressed their gratitude with a simple thank you and promptly consumed their drinks. As Li Rue contemplated taking a moment to rest, he noticed Fang Yan, with her dainty steps and neatly arranged hair, seated herself beside Bai Jing. Instantly, a wave of jealousy surged within him, prompting him to discreetly hide and eavesdrop on their conversation. Fang Yan initiated the dialogue. I still have some drinks here. Would you like some?" She produced a drink from seemingly nowhere and offered it to Bai Jing. However, Bai Jing coldly declined, stating, "No, thank you." Li Rue thought to himself, as expected of Bai Jing, who felt the drinks were insufficient and refused to share with her. Fang Yan awkwardly retracted her offer and continued, "What are your plans once we leave this place?" Bai Jing curtly replied, "That is none of your concern." Li Rue felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment for Fang Yan, who persisted in her efforts, embodying the archetypal sycophant. Undeterred, Fang Yan pressed on, "I understand that you are still grappling with the loss of your girlfriend. One must look forward." She added, "Uncle Shi was once like you, yet he continues to embrace life with enthusiasm." Bai Jing, taken aback, shot a fierce glare at Li Rue, who promptly turned away, feigning interest in the scenery, assuring himself he had heard nothing. Stealing a glance back, he noticed Bai Jing approaching him, causing him to hastily rise and retreat. He feared she might strike him, and with no apparent escape route, He decided to sit beside Uncle Shi, convinced he would be safe from her wrath in plain sight. Bai Jing, however, disregarded the surroundings. Seizing Li Rue by the collar in a threatening manner, her gaze almost lethal. As Li Rue prepared to explain that it was unintentional, Lu Erdi returned in the vehicle, ready to tow away the final obstruction. Chapter 27. Conversation. Fortunately, Uncle Shi timely called them to action, prompting Bai Jing to release Li Rue and join the cleanup of the last wave of zombies. Li Rue, bracing himself for an impending confrontation, was relieved to find it was merely a false alarm. Armed with a knife, he and Lu Da and Fang Yu secured the ropes, preparing to drag away the last vehicle blocking their path. Through a nearby gap, Li Rue observed numerous zombies lurking in the distance, indicating a significantly large horde. He cautioned everyone to remain vigilant, and they readied themselves. As the vehicle was towed away, the zombies surged forward, their sheer numbers rendering the faces of all present pale with fear. There were at least 20 to 30 zombies, many of which moved with alarming agility, leaving Li Rue astounded. It was Bai Jing who first reacted, urging everyone to take refuge inside the vehicle. Li Rue directed the others to flee ahead while he stayed behind to cover their retreat. Noticing that Li Rue was lagging, Bai Jing hastened to assist him in dispatching a few of the foremost zombies. As their vehicle, driven by Lu Erdi, had already departed, they had no choice but to seek shelter in Li Rue's vehicle. Lu Da, leading the charge, expressed surprise upon spotting a small girl still inside the car, exclaiming, "Oh, how is there still a little girl here?" Li Rue approached, opening the car door and inviting everyone inside. "This is my friend's sister, Lin Lin. Come and sit with your older siblings. You can sit on my lap." In Lin Lin's puzzled gaze, Li Rue lifted her onto his lap in the front passenger seat, while the four others squeezed into the back, almost entangled like a twisted mass. Bai Jing dealt with several troublesome zombies and soon arrived, taking the wheel to shake off the relentless undead. As the last obstacle vehicle was towed away, the path was cleared, allowing them to proceed directly. The only inconvenience was the numerous zombies crawling on the roof of the car. Although Bai Jing drove with a certain ferocity, he expertly managed to dislodge the zombies clinging to the top. Li Rue, holding onto the seat tightly, cradled Lin Lin in his arms to shield her from any bumps, hoping she would not mind the bloodstains on his clothing. After a series of Bai Jing's intricate maneuvers successfully cast off the zombies from the roof, Li Rue felt as though his insides had been jostled. The others were not much better. Fang Yin nearly disregarded her image to lean out of the window and vomit. Many zombies had been crushed into a pulp, significantly reducing their numbers. While everyone was still recovering from the ordeal, Bai Jing stepped out alone to deal with the remaining zombies, earning the admiration of those watching his retreating figure. Li Rue cleared his throat a couple of times, reminding them it was time to get to work. They couldn't let his side do all the heavy lifting. Thus, they all exited the vehicle to lend a hand. Li Rue settled Lin Lin safely and was about to disembark when he noticed that Lu Laoda had not gotten out. He shamelessly declared that the little girl would feel lonely alone and insisted on staying with Lin Lin in the car. Li Rue felt an overwhelming embarrassment, fearing that Lu Laoda would fill the child's mind with inappropriate ideas. He resolutely urged him to leave and to keep his distance from Lin Lin. Lu Laoda, unperturbed, remarked that Li Rue had changed. They had been chatting amiably before, and now he was acting like a paragon of virtue. Li Rue decided not to engage further, forcibly pulling him out of the car, only to have Lu Laoda retreat to another spot as soon as he released him. After much effort from everyone, they successfully cleared all the zombies, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. As night fell, the dismembered limbs surrounding them formed small hills, and many of these body parts writhed in the darkness, unsettling Li Rue as he rested nearby. Li Rue and Bai Jing planned to take a moment to recover before continuing their journey. Uncle Shi seemed to have discovered something good at the station. They found supplies for outdoor cooking and some edible meat along with wilted vegetables in an abandoned vehicle. After preparing the food, they insisted that Li Rue and Bai Jing join them for a meal. Li Rue politely hesitated but eventually joined, while Bai Jing appeared entirely nonchalant, even bringing Lin Lin along without a hint of embarrassment. The group gathered around the campfire, enjoying warm camaraderie filled with laughter and playful banter, while Li Rue sat a bit stiffly on the side, enjoying the food. After days of consuming instant meals, he felt as though he had lost his sense of taste, and eating barbecue again felt surreal. He glanced at the limited food and felt awkward about taking more, while Bai Jing, on the other hand, kept piling the good food onto Lin Lin, who was nearly overwhelmed. Suddenly, Lu Erdi stood up, deciding to share a few cans of beer he had secretly stashed away with the weary group. Everyone received a share, including Lin Lin. Bai Jing finally showed a hint of politeness, saying it wasn't necessary, but before he could refuse, Lu Erdi tossed a can at him and walked away. Fang Yan's eyes lit up at the sight of alcohol, and she erupted into cheers, berating Lu Erdi as she drank, chiding him for finally deciding to act like a decent person. In the process, she snatched her brother's drink, yet it appeared she craved more. persistently demanding additional libations from Lu Erdi. His displeasure at her antics led to a quarrel, while Lu Laoda, observing the scene, found amusement in their bickering. This lively atmosphere caught Li Rui's attention, drawing him closer to the campfire. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up his drink, intending to approach Bai Jing for a conversation. As he neared, Bai Jing tossed 2 cans of beer his way, exclaiming, "Here, take them all." Li Rui received the cans and inquired, "Why aren't you drinking?" To which she replied, "I have a low tolerance for alcohol." Li Rui pondered the implications of her statement, wondering if it meant she would become intoxicated after just one sip. As he was about to ask for clarification, Bai Jing noticed Fang Yu drinking milk and preparing to take Lin Lin to request some more. Fang Yan's face broke into a radiant smile upon their arrival. Marveling at how thick-skinned Fang Yu had become, Li Rui, observing their joy, felt a sense of helplessness as their laughter echoed around him. The campfire cast a long shadow of solitude, and after taking a sip of the slightly bitter drink, he found no warmth despite being so close to the flames. Deciding to distance himself from the raucous group, he retreated to a quieter corner. In truth, Li Rui was not fond of alcohol, aside from its unpleasant taste. Excessive drinking left him dizzy. He preferred cola instead, recognizing that alcohol often served merely as an excuse to escape worries. Refusing to drink would seem odd, and he certainly did not wish to appear as someone who shunned such social norms. He noticed Uncle Shi was not among the group gathered around the fire, instead drinking alone in the night's embrace. Picking up the 2 cans of beer, Li Rui approached him. After standing silently beside Uncle Shi for about 2 minutes, he realized that the older man remained oblivious to his presence, his gaze lost in the darkness, clutching a deflated beer can. Li Rui gently tapped him on the shoulder and offered one of the cans. "Would you like another?" he asked. "Thank you, Li Xiao, you are truly a good person." Uncle Shi replied, accepting the beer and taking a swig. He returned from his distant thoughts, turning to face Fang Yin and the others. Li Rui smiled faintly. "You are too, Uncle Shi. It is exceedingly difficult to be a good person nowadays." Uncle Shi sighed, lamenting, "They say good deeds are rewarded. Yet why does misfortune still befall me?" Li Rui recalled Fang Yu mentioning that Uncle Shi had lost all his relatives, and finding comforting words proved challenging. "Please don't think that way, Uncle Shi. Many things are beyond our control. What matters is that we do our best," Li Rui encouraged. Uncle Shi, sipping his drink, remarked, "Li Xiao, you are still young, yet you have seen so much." Li Rui held on to his beer, opening up, "Not really, compared to you all. I still have much to learn, as your journeys have been far more extensive than mine. Do not be modest, Li Xiao, in today's world. You possess far greater capability than we do," Uncle Shi insisted. Li Rui glanced at Bai Jing, who had just obtained her milk. "My friend is the most capable person. She adapts to the current environment better than all of us. Your friend is indeed a clever individual, possessing sufficient strength. If I had but half of his prowess, I would not find myself in this predicament." Li Rui shifted his gaze to Lin Lin, who was sipping on her milk, and remarked, "He is not truly remarkable. He is merely human." Uncle Shi drained his beer in one go, his face slightly flushed from the effects of the alcohol. Li Rui handed him the last remaining can of beer, believing that, while pain may not be easily forgotten, it might be somewhat alleviated under the numbing effects of alcohol. Li Rui continued to engage Uncle Shi in inconsequential conversation, both men sipping their mundane beer beneath the night sky, attempting to dispel the gloom that weighed upon their hearts. As Uncle Shi finished his beer, Li Rui found that he had scarcely made a dent in his own. At that moment, Uncle Shi unexpectedly posed the question that Li Rui dreaded most. "Little brother Li, if you persist in returning, what will you do if your parents become zombies or meet with an accident?" Upon hearing this, Li Rui instinctively lowered his head, his grip tightening around the beer can as he slowly replied, "It matters not. Even if they become zombies, they can still be by my side. If they were to meet with misfortune, I would see to their burial myself. If I do not meet them, I fear I will forget their faces. Time will erode those memories. I wish to firmly engrave their likeness in my mind, allowing them to live on in my reminiscences. Even if I must act against my original intentions, every moment spent with them would be worthwhile. Thus, no matter the cost, I shall press on. I do not wish to harbor regrets in the future." Uncle Shi was taken aback by Li Rui's response, staring at him for several seconds with reddened eyes before finally exhaling a deep sigh. "If only my son were as understanding as you, I would have far fewer worries." Hearing this, Li Rui chuckled self-deprecatingly. "That is because my parents have treated me well. Uncle Shi, your empathy and concern for others must surely make you a good father as well." To his surprise, Uncle Shi's emotions flared up, perhaps spurred by the alcohol. His face turned a vivid red as he crumpled the empty beer can in his hand. "No, I am not a good father. I have failed my son in so many ways. Like many ordinary parents, I have been excessively strict and neglected his feelings. He has grown increasingly distant from me. Yet I only acted for his own good, you know? Even in moments of peril, he called out for me to save him. I rushed to the school. listening to his desperate pleas for nearly an hour. In the end, I accomplished nothing, hearing him meet his demise at the hands of the zombies. I wished to accompany him, yet I lacked the courage to act. As he spoke, tears glistened in Uncle Shi's eyes, and even in the depth of night, Li Rue could see his robust frame trembling. How should one console him in such a moment? His mind was a blank, unable to conjure a single word. Surely he must say something. Just as Li Rue was about to speak, Uncle Shi wiped his tears and suddenly asked, "Little brother Li, you are so strong. If you were in my position, what would you do?" Without a moment's hesitation, Li Rue replied, "If I were in your shoes, I would exhaust every means to be together." Uncle Shi retrieved a photograph from his pocket, caressing it softly as he absorbed Li Rue's words, savoring them repeatedly. He held the photo for a long moment without moving, and just as Li Rue sighed and prepared to offer some comforting words, Bai Jing unexpectedly called Li Rue over. Li Rue cast a glance at Uncle Shi, who was lost in sorrow, yet still proceeded towards Bai Jing and the others. The flickering flames illuminated Li Rue's face, bestowing a gentle warmth. Meanwhile, the night enveloped Uncle Shi's desolate figure. He turned to gaze at the group gathered around the fire, falling silent for a moment before his eyes finally rested on Lin Lin. With a determined effort, he hurled the misshapen beerkin into the depths of darkness. Chapter 28. The sensation of weightlessness. Li Rue inquired why Bai Jing had suddenly called for him, pointing to the wound on his previously injured arm. Upon closer inspection, Li Rue noticed that it was bleeding again. Dried blood seeped from the inside of his elbow, likely a result of the vigorous struggle against zombies earlier that day. Yet, he wondered how he had been unaware of the considerable bloodstains on his person. Bai Jing produced a roll of gauze from seemingly nowhere and began to bandage him. Observing the signs of inflammation, "Don't you feel any pain?" she asked. "Surprisingly, I don't," Li Rue replied, reflecting on his childhood, during which he had a notably low sensitivity to pain. Unless the discomfort was particularly severe, he hardly registered it. Bai Jing found him quite peculiar. "But when I hit you before, didn't you scream quite loudly? I did that to make it more satisfying for you. If I hadn't, wouldn't you have hit harder?" In response to his remark, Bai Jing wrapped the gauze around his arm a few more times, saying, "Then I'll be sure to hit harder next time. You needn't bother screaming." Li Rue was rendered speechless by her audacity, regretting that he had engaged in such banter. It seemed he had unwittingly learned to provoke her. After spending some time bandaging himself, Li Rue intended to check on Uncle Shi, hoping he was feeling better, but to his dismay, he found that Uncle Shi had vanished. At that moment, Fang Yu rushed over, exclaiming loudly. He had intended to retrieve more food from their vehicle, but had discovered several zombies congregating near it. Li Rue glanced in the direction of the car, and indeed saw several dark figures encircling it. Fang Yu was desperately shaking the unconscious Fang Yan, while the Lu brothers appeared to be dozing off nearby. Fang Yu urgently asked Li Rue if he had seen Uncle Shi, to which Li Rue shook his head. Observing Fang Yu's panic, he resolved to assist him. As Li Rue prepared to join Fang Yu, Bai Jing suddenly called out to him, instructing Fang Yu to stay behind and help keep an eye on Lin Lin while she and Li Rue went together. Li Rue thought to himself that since one cannot bite the hand that feeds them, Bai Jing would surely not remain indifferent. It was wise not to send a young boy into danger alone, revealing a glimmer of her conscience. Fang Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude to both of them. Armed with a knife, Li Rue approached the scene. Although the darkness obscured his vision, he could still make out the shapes, and while there were not many, they posed a considerable challenge. With Bai Jing by his side, the task was swiftly managed. However, just as they finished dispatching the last of them, more zombies approached, prompting Fang Yu to rush over once again. He tossed a flashlight, which proved to be somewhat helpful. Li Rue immediately took it, as visibility was quite poor. Bai Jing, standing nearby, inquired why he had suddenly arrived and left his sister alone. Fang Yu, in a panic, waved his hand, indicating that Uncle Shi had returned and would keep an eye on her, explaining the situation to Uncle Shi, who had asked him to fetch a flashlight for assistance. Li Rue noticed that Fang Yu seemed a bit apprehensive around Bai Jing, his speech slightly faltering. With the illumination provided, they easily dispatched several ordinary zombies and soon wrapped up their task. Upon returning to the bonfire, Li Rue, Bai Jing, and Fang Yu only found Fang Yin dozing and the Lu brothers. There was no sign of Lin Lin or Uncle Shi, and Bai Jing's expression instantly turned anxious. She disregarded her usual composure and called out Lin Lin's name loudly. Fang Yu, astonished, remarked that they had been there just moments ago, prompting the group to disperse and search diligently around the area. Suddenly, Li Rue recalled his last words to Uncle Shi. A wave of unease spread through him, intensifying with each heartbeat as he strained to discern their figures in the darkness. It was as if they had vanished without a trace. He wished to call out their names like Bai Jing, yet no sound emerged from his throat. After fruitlessly searching in the dark, he hurriedly roused the inebriated Fang Yin and the Lu brothers. They, in a daze and lacking clarity, listened to him recount the events. They began to stumble about the edge of the night, as if caught in a dream. Meanwhile, Li Rue remained still, gazing into the hazy night. His thoughts a tumultuous whirl, as Bai Jing's calls drifted further away until they were inaudible. Li Rue circled the bonfire and discovered a note wedged beneath the lowest stool. Accompanied by a student ID, he gently unfolded it. The note contained a message. If you wish to see this little girl again, go to the school and find my son. Place him in the square, and if it is indeed my son, I will provide you with the address of the girl. During this process, do not appear within my sight, or I shall not reveal myself. If you do not bring him by 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, I will make her disappear forever. The student ID bore a face reminiscent of Uncle Shi's, identifying the school as the 5th grade, Class 2, and the name Shi Qingfeng. Upon reading the note, Li Rue's mind came to a standstill, holding the paper without any movement. He felt as if he were no longer on Earth, but rather on the moon or Mars, unable to breathe any air, hearing no sounds, and entirely losing his sense of balance as he fell deeper into despair. Lu Erdi, who had been slacking, noticed Li Rue's immobility and called out to him without receiving a response. Following Li Rue's vacant gaze to the note, Lu Erdi's shock drew everyone over. The incredulous Fang Yan, the fearful Fang Yu, the slightly surprised Lu Laoda, and Bai Jing, who arrived last, all gathered around. The cacophony of their arguments buzzed in Li Rue's ears, pulling his consciousness back into his body. How to confront Bai Jing? What should I do? At this moment, Bai Jing was drawing closer to Li Rue, whose head instinctively bowed low, as if surrendering to the dust. The note in his hand felt inexplicably heavy, rendering him incapable of presenting it to him. Surely, he would be furious. After all, he had previously warned himself against associating with them. Why did he not heed that caution? If Lin Lin were to perish because of this, even if Bai Jing were to take his life, it would scarcely alleviate the anguish within his heart. As Bai Jing approached, a palpable silence enveloped the crowd. Li Rue, unable to lift his bowed head, summoned all his strength to inch the note closer to him. Amidst the stillness, Bai Jing seized the note and glanced at it. Within seconds, he crumpled it into a pulp, the veins on the back of his hand vividly betraying his fury. Li Rue stirred his stiff lips. Hug. Bai Jing brushed past Li Rue, a chilling gust of wind stinging his face. Li Rue, I do not blame you. Rue, I do not blame you. In a daze, Li Rue seemed to hear his mother's voice, her gentle tone offering solace, contrasting sharply with Bai Jing's indifference. Regardless of right or wrong, only his mother accepted him unconditionally, for such standards are determined by the individual involved. Bai Jing did not reproach him. Rather, Li Rue wished he would hurl a few accusations, yet such thoughts only deepened his own distress. In truth, he was the architect of Lin Lin's demise. But perhaps it was not too late. He yearned to confide in Bai Jing, yet just moments ago, his courage had been stealthily siphoned away by Uncle Shi, leaving him bereft of any means of expression. Upon reflection, it was indeed his words that had fortified Uncle Shi's resolve. Was it the sentiment that even acts contrary to one's intentions could be justified? Or was it the notion that no matter the cost, one must persevere? Perhaps it was the idea that one must employ every conceivable method to remain united that had inspired him to take such drastic actions. He was, after all, a good person, yet he found himself engaging in nefarious deeds. So who was he now? Li Rue was left bewildered. Chapter 29. School. The night wind was cool, yet it failed to chill Li Rue's face as he silently gazed out at the scenery beyond the car window. Desolation and silence flickered through his eyes, with his dark irises reflecting no shadows of the world. Bai Jing sped along the unlit road, swiftly approaching the school that Fang Yan had mentioned. Though she felt a pang of compassion and wished to assist, she was halted by Bai Jing's insistence. He recounted that it was at this very school entrance where they had encountered Uncle Shi, who was on the brink of suicide. Upon disembarking, a few plastic bags tumbled towards Li Rue's feet, but he did not budge. He switched on the flashlight he had obtained from Fang Yu, illuminating Bai Jing, who walked ahead, climbing over a waist-high iron fence. The moment he stepped out, his foot landed on a piece of paper. The light revealed half of a test paper marked with a score of 48. Such fragments littered every corner of the path, reminiscent of a grand funeral. Li Rue closely followed Bai Jing, who moved swiftly, seemingly vanishing into the beam of the flashlight in the blink of an eye. Bai Jing surveyed her surroundings and swiftly located the elementary school's teaching building. Li Rue retrieved the student ID and, upon inspecting it, realized that Bai Jing had already ventured far ahead, prompting him to hastily follow. Up to this point, not a single word had been exchanged between them. Searching for a small zombie in the expansive campus proved to be quite a challenge. Li Rue trailed behind Bai Jing as they entered the dimly lit stairwell. The first grade occupied the ground floor, while the 5th grade was situated on the 5th, with a total of 6 levels and staircases on either side. Having taken only a few steps, they were obstructed by a mountain of stacked desks and chairs. The two worked together to clear a narrow passage just wide enough for one to squeeze through. As the desks toppled, a multitude of books cascaded to the floor, but Li Rue paid them no heed, pressing onward into the depths of the darkness. However, the commotion soon disrupted the stillness on the second floor, stirring the hidden figures to life. Bai Jing, leading the way, was immediately encircled by small zombies lurking in the shadows. In the corridor, a cluster formed around the staircase, their agile forms reminiscent of their former, living selves. Bai Jing was the first to strike, slicing through the nearest few, while Li Rui also dispatched several that attempted to ambush them. Yet, they seemed inexhaustible, surging forth from the darkness in relentless waves. With no other option, the duo retraced their steps and ascended via another staircase. Even as they attempted to retreat, the small zombies pursued them doggedly, some even crawling after them despite missing limbs. Li Rui, having been the source of illumination, led the way, while Bai Jing followed closely, occasionally fending off sudden attacks from the zombies, causing her to lag behind. Just as Bai Jing dispatched a few of the zombies that had lunged at her, more quickly emerged from behind, unrelenting in their pursuit. In a moment of distraction, Li Rui vanished from sight, having turned off his flashlight, plunging the surroundings into a deeper darkness than before. The small zombies continued their frenzied chase after Bai Jing, and as she rounded a corner upon exiting the stairwell, a hand suddenly yanked her into a pitch-black classroom. Instinctively, Bai Jing raised her weapon to strike. "It's me." Li Rui's emotionless voice emerged softly, and fortunately, Bai Jing halted just in time, her blade mere centimeters from his neck. Li Rui showed no reaction, turning to assess the situation outside. With their target lost, the small zombies scattered chaotically into the open. The only recourse was to wait for complete silence before venturing out. Having spent some time in the darkness, Bai Jing managed to discern the basic outline of the ordinary classroom. Meanwhile, Li Rui circled the empty room, rummaging through the desks, picking up chalk and a blackboard eraser from the podium, scribbling incomprehensibly. The dim light obscured Li Rui's expression, and when Bai Jing glanced back at him, she found him seated atop a desk, engrossed in a primary school textbook. He even switched on his flashlight. Curiosity piqued, Bai Jing approached and inquired, "What are you doing?" Without raising his gaze, he held up the book and asked, "What subject is this?" Bai Jing, intrigued, leaned in closer to inspect. "This is merely a common text on thoughts and morality. Is there anything peculiar about it? Surely, you must have attended elementary school, haven't you?" Li Rui paused for 2 seconds and inevitably lowered his head, admitting, "I have not." Bai Jing appeared momentarily taken aback and explained to Li Rui, "This book discusses the cultivation of children's sound thoughts and morals, as well as the establishment of proper behavioral habits." This was the third time Bai Jing had noticed that whenever Li Rui faced something he wished to avoid, he would always bow his head. After hearing Bai Jing's response, Li Rui remained silent. Bai Jing found this behavior of his rather strange and inexplicable oddity, yet she lacked the energy to dwell on it further. Outside, the small zombies had mostly dispersed, and the two intended to venture out, aware that time was not on their side. As they departed, Bai Jing carelessly discarded the book Thoughts and Morality onto the ground, where it was inadvertently stepped on by Li Rui, leaving behind a bloodied footprint. This time, Li Rui did not turn on his flashlight, as the moonlight had rendered the surroundings somewhat clearer. The small zombies on the second floor had mostly been lured away, and any lingering ones were swiftly dealt with by the duo. They ascended to the third floor without hindrance, where the stairwell was littered with a grotesque array of entrails and limbs, resembling the remnants of a banquet. These remains quivered faintly, a testament to the agony of their demise. Li Rui stepped upon the viscous fluid, slipping slightly, and was compelled to grip the handrail, which was smeared with bodily fluids and adorned with soft, shriveled intestines. Gradually, he lagged behind, finding it challenging to navigate through the sea of limbs. Each step felt akin to treading upon a heap of rotting pumpkins, and extracting his foot required considerable effort, splattering the decaying liquid in all directions. Bai Jing adeptly maneuvered over the bones, climbing with ease while pausing momentarily for the slow-moving Li Rui. Continuing their ascent to the 5th floor, they endeavored to remain as silent as possible, for the adjacent classroom was filled with motionless small zombies. Upon reaching the classroom designated as Class 2 of the 5th grade, their faces drained of color, paler than the peeling walls surrounding them. The classroom was eerily quiet, utterly devoid of life. Li Rui's student ID, which he held tightly, was grotesquely contorted, while Bai Jing clenched her fists in frustration. Taking a deep breath, Li Rui forced himself to regain composure and suggested to Bai Jing, "Perhaps we could find a similar one and disguise it." Bai Jing hesitated briefly before shaking her head. "I cannot take that risk. The chances of failure are too great. I will continue searching, and if all else fails, we will reconsider." In such a vast school, how would they identify the designated small zombie? What if one were to be consumed? Li Rui was taken aback. This effectively meant transferring all uncertainty onto Bai Jing, prompting him to retract his statement. "I apologize. Forget what I just said." Bai Jing turned away, continuing her ascent. "Do as you wish. The consequences will not fall upon you." Her nonchalant remark nearly caused Li Rui to falter, as he weakly leaned against the wall, his untrimmed fingers leaving 5 deep scratches upon the surface. Chapter 30. The bite. Li Rue gazed vacantly at the dawn rising in the east, his gaze not lingering even for a moment on the resplendent sunrise, but instead chasing after the night that had already vanished. After a night of searching, though his body was utterly fatigued, his eyes remained intensely fixed on a certain point, as several small zombies began to encroach upon him from behind. The gentle breeze on the rooftop had yet to dry the crimson stains on his garments when it was quickly tainted anew. Li Rue swung his stiff arms, meticulously scanning their vacant faces. Disappointment was eclipsed only by despair. It was not until the cold liquid stained the entire rooftop that Li Rue turned away with indifference. He traversed classrooms piled high with books, corridors splattered with blood, and spiraling staircases, finding nothing on each level. Upon reaching the next floor, he encountered only a handful of zombies in the corridor. With a swift motion, he plunged his knife into the nearest few, their heads falling to the ground. He meticulously searched each figure in the classroom, leaving no corner unexamined. It was not until he halted in a storage room, where peculiar costumes for a performance lay scattered amidst a chaotic mix of basketballs and volleyballs, that something caught his attention, a speaker in the corner that bore no dust. Shortly thereafter, Li Rue ventured to the playground in search of Bai Jing, only to find a few zombies adorned with camphor leaves on their heads. As daylight gradually brightened the surroundings, the search became considerably easier, and Li Rue soon spotted him near the middle school building. A throng of zombies pursued closely behind, and as Li Rue prepared to assist, he watched as Bai Jing skillfully extricated himself from the perilous situation. The zombies, primarily middle and high schoolers, lacked the agility of the smaller ones. A few swift strikes and a few evasive maneuvers allowed him to shake them off. Li Rue, observing Bai Jing, who appeared disheartened as he wiped the blood from his face, approached him silently and offered a piece of bread he had found from his untainted pocket. Perhaps you should rest for a moment. Bai Jing did not accept the offering. Instead, he propped himself up on the flag-raising platform, staring blankly into the distance. Li Rue sighed and awkwardly withdrew to sit beside him. This cannot continue. Let us gather all the zombies together, Li Rue suggested. Bai Jing contemplated for a moment before inquiring, how can we gather them without electricity or tools? Even if we manage to collect a large number, what then? Li Rue glanced towards one of the classrooms, pausing briefly before responding. I discovered a speaker in a storage room, and I believe it is still functional. Time was of the essence. They needed to act swiftly. After a moment of silence, Bai Jing stood up and headed towards the storage room Li Rue had mentioned. They exchanged no words as they moved, and while Bai Jing adjusted the speaker, Li Rue surveyed the contents of the storage room, rummaging through the items until he finally pocketed a roll of highly adhesive double-sided tape. The two placed the adjusted speaker on the playground, the only expansive area capable of accommodating all the zombies. Suddenly, Li Rue turned to Bai Jing and said, I will handle the sound. You observe the zombies closely from the side. Bai Jing did not meet his gaze. I will do it. You hide to the side. Li Rue hesitated, casting a glance at him before silently moving aside. Bai Jing activated the loudspeaker at the center of the playground, and melodious singing resonated throughout the campus. In less than a second, a horde of zombies swiftly converged around him. Bai Jing immediately attempted to flee but was ensnared by several of the undead. Despite his remarkable speed, the accumulating zombies were gradually drawn to him, relentlessly lunging forward, and soon he found himself on the verge of being encircled. Li Rue, sensing the impending danger, rushed over to assist, swiftly decapitating several zombies that were approaching him. The zombies soon turned their attention to Li Rue, converging from all directions. The two could only fight desperately, hacking at the zombies blocking their path, while simultaneously retreating. Bai Jing's blade had already sustained several nicks. Fortunately, their swiftness allowed them to break free from the encirclement, retreating into a nearby classroom within the teaching building, thus escaping the clutches of the smaller zombies. Li Rue barricaded the door with a chair, panting as he approached Bai Jing, who was near the window. Outside, a large throng of zombies had gathered on the playground, a dense mass of writhing bodies. The two remained transfixed by the sight of the multitude of zombies, observing for about half an hour without spotting any faces resembling those on their student IDs. As time passed, the surrounding zombies clustered together, large and small, creating a dark, oppressive mass of several hundred. Having carefully observed from behind a camphor tree, they identified a few small zombies that bore a resemblance to their targets. While the loudspeaker continued to play, Bai Jing drew the attention of the zombies to the edge, luring them into a nearby classroom, where Li Rue, hidden outside, swiftly secured them inside. He left a narrow gap in the door for the smaller zombies to pass through, allowing them to trap the creatures and meticulously compare their appearances, minimizing risk while ensuring safety. The number of zombies varied with each attempt. Too many required direct intervention, inevitably consuming considerable time. After several rounds, their numbers decreased by a third, yet none matched the faces on the student IDs. Bai Jing wiped the sweat from his forehead slightly out of breath, and was about to continue attracting the remaining zombies when Li Rue suddenly called out to him, suggesting that he take over the task of luring the zombies while Bai Jing confirmed the targets and dealt with any excess. Bai Jing nodded in agreement, and Li Rue tightened his grip on his knife as he approached the horde. Just as Li Rue attracted a few zombies to him, the loudspeaker abruptly fell silent. In an instant, the surroundings quieted, the only movement coming from Li Rue, who was still drawing the zombies' attention. Consequently, all the zombies pursued him relentlessly, one after another. Li Rue's expression darkened as he dashed towards the teaching building, pursued by the relentless undead. Some particularly troublesome small zombies leaped directly at him. Li Rue could only defend himself with his knife, his speed diminishing, which granted the throng of zombies behind him the opportunity to surge forward, their twisted bodies extending countless hands towards him. Fortunately, Bai Jing noticed the precarious situation and rushed to help, quickly dispatching the foremost zombies, granting Li Rue the chance to extricate himself from their grasp. As Li Rue ran alongside Bai Jing, he glanced back at the horde of zombies closely trailing them. Momentarily frozen in place, his gaze fixated on a familiar face emerging from the throng. This visage was one he had scrutinized countless times in a photograph, and it had just managed to push through a gap in the zombie mass, only to be swiftly engulfed once more. Although it was but a fleeting moment, Li Rue instantly recognized it as the face captured in the picture. While continuing to run, he relayed his discovery to Bai Jing, who immediately turned to look but found nothing amiss. As they strategized while running, they resolved to lure all the zombies into the largest conference room, where they could methodically eliminate them one by one. Soon, they reached the adjacent teaching building. The conference room was conveniently located on the first floor, requiring minimal effort to access. A critical issue arose, however, as some zombies were swift while others lagged behind, and not all could enter the room at once. To avoid leaving any behind, Bai Jing decided to divert them. Seizing the opportunity, she hid in an adjacent empty classroom, allowing the faster zombies to pass before she dispersed those that lingered behind. The two managed to split the horde into two groups, directing them to different locations. Li Rue glanced back, noting that a considerable number of zombies still pursued them, and he opted to head towards the conference room, while Bai Jing could deal with the fewer zombies by securing a nearby classroom. Upon reaching the conference room, Li Rue quickly flung open the door, and the zombies surged in en masse. To ensure that all had entered, he lingered inside a moment longer, inevitably becoming entangled with those at the forefront, which he dispatched swiftly until the dark mass of zombies nearly filled the entire room. There were moments when he almost faltered, relying solely on his speed to evade them. Retreating to the window, he climbed out and into the corridor, maneuvering around to close the entrance door, regardless of the incessant pounding of zombies against the transparent glass. Having completed the task in a flurry, Li Rue was drenched in sweat, gasping for fresh air. He then scrutinized the faces of the zombies through the glass, but could only discern a few on the periphery, unable to make out the thronging figures within. As he awaited Bai Jing's hurried return, he inquired if she had discovered anything, to which she shook her head in resignation. Their gazes met as they contemplated the entire zombie horde in the conference room, intending to employ their previous method of using the door to trap them for comparison. As Li Rue prepared to crack the door open, he instinctively swallowed hard. The moment the gap widened, countless hands reached out. A tremendous force tugged at the other side of the door, and Li Rue clung to it with all his strength. As the opening grew larger, numerous grotesquely contorted heads clamored to emerge. Fortunately, Bai Jing swiftly intervened, severing the outstretched limbs that fell to the ground. Yet, they had underestimated the sheer number of zombies. The door Li Rue was holding began to tremble precariously. In an instant, it shattered, unleashing a torrent of zombies, and both of their expressions shifted as they hastily retreated. With only a single corridor available, they were pursued by the zombies in front, while those at the back remained oblivious. As Li Rue ran, he anxiously glanced back at the dwindling horde, abruptly freezing in place. The horde of corpses at the rear ceased their pursuit, instead beginning to disperse in clusters towards the outside. Once they exited, they would quickly scatter, a hard-won assembly now dissolving. At this moment, Bai Jing, who had been leading the way, noticed that Li Rue had not followed. There he stood, blade in hand, resolutely facing the approaching swarm of the undead. Gritting his teeth, Li Rue pressed the knife against the foremost of the small zombies. The creatures before him clawed and writhed in a futile struggle, and it was evident that he could not hold out for long. With remarkable speed, his other hand reached into the depths of the zombie throng, disregarding the small undead lurking menacingly beside him. Bai Jing, alarmed, rushed towards Li Rue. Although the distance between them was not great, the time it took to reach him felt interminable. Li Rue, just as Li Rue withdrew his arm, he was inevitably bitten by a small zombie, its teeth sinking into the very arm that had been previously injured. With a clenched jaw, he disregarded the creature gnawing at his arm, exerting every ounce of strength to drag forth whatever he had grasped. Within the horde, he had successfully seized a face identical to that on his student ID. A flicker of relief passed over Li Rui's perpetually somber visage. Chapter 31. Remorse in the empty classroom. 2 breaths echoed, cold sweat trickling down Li Rui's forehead, his body succumbing to exhaustion as he slid down to the floor. His other hand clutched the small zombie's throat, rendering it motionless, its feeble limbs flailing weakly in a desperate struggle. Shadows of numerous zombies flitted past in the corridor outside. Bai Jing barricaded the doors with desks and chairs, calming his labored breaths as he silenced the small undead with duct tape, binding its limbs to prevent any movement. He cast a complex gaze at Li Rui, questioning why he would go to such lengths for him. Bai Jing's normally indifferent voice quivered slightly. Li Rui offered a faint smile, propping himself up to sit upright. Not for you, but for myself. Did you consult me before doing this? Bai Jing's eyes were fixed on the blood seeping from Li Rui's bitten arm. Li Rui averted his gaze, instead looking towards the sun that had risen outside. If I don't make it, I wish to entrust you. Be silent, Bai Jing interrupted harshly, crouching down to inspect Li Rui's wound. Layer by layer, he unwrapped the bloodied bandage from Li Rui's arm, his anxious emotions slowing with each motion. Once the long bandage was fully removed, Bai Jing's heart eased. The wound appeared as it had before, with no additional bite marks, though it was slightly redder. In an unfortunate twist of fate, it was fortunate that the bite had landed on a previous injury, and Bai Jing had diligently bandaged that area thoroughly, or else Li Rui would have truly been finished. Li Rui, however, did not feel the relief of having survived. He remained silent, gazing out the window. Lacking medical supplies, Bai Jing could only administer basic treatment, while Li Rui seemed impervious to pain, allowing him to proceed without so much as a frown. As the zombies outside gradually disappeared, the two prepared to depart, with Li Rui gathering all the chalk from the classroom before leaving. After a long ordeal, they had scarcely rested for a day and a night. It was now midday, with the sun blazing overhead, inevitably inducing a sense of drowsiness. Observing that there was still some time before their appointment, Li Rui suggested that Bai Jing take a moment to rest while he drove to the designated square. However, Bai Jing insisted that he would not rest and urged Li Rui to do so instead. Li Rui immediately grabbed Bai Jing, who was about to take the wheel. I cannot sleep until this matter is resolved, Bai Jing declared. Confused by his insistence, Bai Jing disregarded him and swiftly took the driver's seat. The glaring sunlight reflected off the road, causing a hypnotic effect on the vehicle, while Bai Jing remained focused as he navigated the winding path. Li Rui, sitting beside him, indeed could not fall asleep. Instead, he was sharpening chalk. Unable to contain his curiosity, Bai Jing inquired about Li Rui's chalk sharpening. Li Rui simply replied, "It is merely a means to alleviate my mental strain." The pair arrived early at the appointed square, where the desolate surroundings were littered only with debris dancing in the wind. The only vantage point they had was the rooftop of a nearby building. Having painstakingly secured the small zombie they had found, they placed it prominently in the center. Following the instructions on the note, they positioned themselves in the adjacent building, awaiting Uncle Shi's arrival, hidden from his view. As the sun began to descend, casting elongated shadows of the surrounding structures, the appointed time drew near. They focused intently on the center of the square, and as each second ticked away, a black car suddenly came to a halt nearby. Uncle Shi's figure eventually appeared, cautiously surveying the area. After confirming that no one was around, he gazed at the small zombie's face for a moment before cradling it tightly in his arms. Uncle Shi then directed his gaze toward the building where they were hidden, seemingly aware of their presence. He knelt in their direction and bowed 3 times with heavy thuds against the ground. With each bow, the blood on his forehead became increasingly conspicuous. He then left a note, weighted down by a stone, before hastily departing the square. Li Rui, observing the scene with a cold demeanor, clenched his fists in silence. Once Uncle Shi was gone, Bai Jing rushed over to examine the note he had left behind, with Li Rui joining him in scrutinizing its contents. The note contained a lengthy message. "I apologize, dear sirs. I should not have resorted to threatening you in my quest to reclaim my son. Witnessing your willingness to forsake everything for your loved ones ignited within me a dreadful thought. My longing for him, coupled with my guilt and cowardice, led me to make a grave error in judgment. I am a sinner, despicably exploiting the trust you placed in me. Since then, I have been plagued by regret every moment. I do not dare to hope for your forgiveness. The torment of my conscience has left me in constant fear. Countless times, I have wished to seek your forgiveness, yet I cannot bear to face you, for I have prepared myself for the worst. Should misfortune befall you due to my actions, I would willingly accompany you into the abyss. Rest assured, I harbor no intention of causing harm to the little girl. Despite the actions I have taken, she remains unafraid, which only intensifies my torment. Even if you do not recover my son, I plan to return her to you. She is on the 2nd floor of Building A in the residential complex, which was once my home, a place of safety. I sincerely apologize for the distress I have caused you." Upon reading the note, Bai Jing immediately made her way towards the vehicle parked nearby. But Li Rui suddenly grasped the hem of her garment. Shall we pursue them? Bai Jing paused momentarily, then replied, let us first retrieve my sister. She tugged free from Li Rui's grasp and hurried towards the vehicle. Following the address provided, they successfully located Lin Lin, who appeared unharmed and quite content. Bai Jing embraced her tightly. Brother, why did you take so long to arrive? The uncle said you would come soon, Lin Lin exclaimed. Bai Jing quickly apologized for the delay and inquired if she had been harmed. Lin Lin, seemingly unaware of any danger, innocently responded, that uncle is a good person. He invited me to help celebrate his child's birthday. He mentioned he was going to find his child to give him a surprise. Why haven't I seen them? On the table in the middle of the living room lay a large cake, now inedible, its exquisite form having succumbed to the ravages of time. Glancing at the warm atmosphere within, Bai Jing gently informed her, they have gone elsewhere to celebrate. We must leave now. Lin Lin expressed her disappointment. This was my first invitation to help another child celebrate a birthday. What a pity. Li Rui stood silently by, observing the meticulously arranged snacks, gifts, and toys. His expression devoid of emotion. Before departing, he once again asked Bai Jing, are we leaving just like this? With a sigh, she replied, let us go. As the tension that had gripped them began to dissipate, they resolved to take a brief respite before proceeding to the highway, en route to the next city. Chapter 32. The mouse. The sun was nearing its descent, and I needed to hasten my search for him. Otherwise, Bai Jing and the others would awaken and, not finding him, might come looking. The longer I spent with him, the more I understood him. He was, in truth, far kinder than I, embodying the ideal in a mother's eyes and representing the very qualities I envied. The greatest distinction between us lay in our rationality and perception of humanity. At the intersection ahead, I noticed traces of chalk dust, indicating he had passed this way. Fortunately, I had scattered chalk dust marked with double-sided tape at various crossroads. Otherwise, tracking his whereabouts would have been exceedingly difficult. As I walked, the litter underfoot increased, and the foul stench of decay began to waft through the air. Puddles at the roadside were mixed with animal feathers, and dried vegetable leaves were strewn about the doorsteps of nearby houses, suggesting this had once been a bustling market. I dislike overly noisy environments, as they tend to dampen my spirits. Even in this quiet place, where only grass grew through the cracks, my mood remained dismal. I could not fathom why he chose to hide in such a location. Perhaps I must summon a bit more patience. After surveying the vicinity, I found nothing but refuse. Not even a solitary zombie was in sight. I observed that their behavior, over time, increasingly resembled that of humans. Might they one day think like us? After all, they were once human. Would this not bring us back to square one? Compared to the past, I find myself more accustomed to the present. What was that sound emanating from the nearby house? It resembled the faint rustling of tin foil. Despite its subtlety, I discerned it. To my dismay, it was merely a few mice. Deprived of human companionship, their spines were visible, their fur dull and lifeless. I detest mice. They remain oblivious to the toil behind the food they pilfer, brazenly stealing more in the shadows, and shamelessly gnawing on what belongs to others, reducing it to mere remnants for their nests. Once, I possessed a pink plush bear, a gift from my mother on my 6th birthday, intended to keep me company through solitary nights. The choice of pink may have been a reflection of her personal preference. Initially, I felt I had no particular need for it, but my mother insisted that all normal children slept with stuffed toys, and thus, I should too. My reluctance transformed into a habit within merely 2 months. As summer's heat became unbearable, I tucked it away in a cupboard, wrapping it in a plastic bag to prevent dust, treating it as if it were my own child. When I eventually rediscovered it one winter, it bore the scars of rodent gnawing. Its pink fur had become a nest for mice, the white stuffing oozing from its wounds, tainted and foul. 8 young mice nestled within, their bellies contentedly making soft cries. That was perhaps my first encounter with pain. I nearly crushed them in my hands. Yet I regained my composure, pondering how to make the mice experience the same anguish I felt. I meticulously devised several plans, such as skewering them with bamboo sticks and roasting them to a crisp, or simply killing them outright, but none seemed sufficient to convey my suffering. After all, mice and humans are fundamentally different. They act on instinct, devoid of human thought. It was not enough. Ultimately, I resolved to confine the mother mouse, allowing her to languish for 4 or 5 days without food while nurturing the newborn pups. When the mother mouse grew frantic with hunger, I would present her own young as sustenance, testing whether she could resist her primal instincts or her maternal instincts. The outcome was unexpected. When I brought the living pups to her, she merely sniffed them a few times without consuming them. Despite her emaciated state and the iron cage being gnawed to the brink of collapse, she maintained her composure in the presence of her offspring. In the end, I devised another means for the pups to meet their demise at the hands of the mother, but tragically, before she could finish 3 of them, she succumbed to her own recklessness, and the remains were fed to the dog. From that day forth, mice no longer graced my home. I gathered the remnants of my beloved bear and placed them in an exquisite gift box, conducting a solitary funeral akin to those held for humans. Beneath the peach tree at my doorstep, I even ventured to the cemetery on the mountain to select the most beautiful artificial flower to adorn its resting place. Though it seems absurd, my mother does not impede my desires. She even purchased a pure white chrysanthemum for me to present to my deceased teddy bear. Thus returning the artificial flower. I have spotted his vehicle. He must be within this house. In my eyes, he is akin to a loathsome rat, shamelessly robbing me of my determination and courage, plunging me into an abyss of self-reproach that renders me irrational. Yet, despite this, he is not inherently malevolent. He is amiable and kind-hearted, a good soul at his core, and although he has committed wrongs, he has not harmed anyone. His heartfelt repentance should, in theory, earn him the forgiveness of all. However, everything he has done repulses me. His self-satisfied, revolting actions seem to induce a tremor of rejection in every fiber of my being. A rat ought to cower in the shadows, refraining from pilfering that which does not belong to him, and should certainly not present himself before me. What he has taken must ultimately be returned, lest I find myself unable to progress, trapped in my current state. I have located him. Now I must devise a suitable excuse to explain the missing bullet to Bai Jing. Were it not for the constraints of time, I would relish tormenting him like the rodent he is, allowing him to experience my anguish. Reflecting on it all, I realize the fault lies with my own foolishness. I was quite astute in my youth, as being virtuous for too long dulled my wits. The seeds of malice hidden within do not vanish merely due to my good intentions. Although I possess no justification for my actions, if I refrain from acting, I fear I shall be perpetually crushed by guilt, driven to commit cruel deeds. Yet, I can no longer partake in such actions. The guilt pricks at every pore of my skin, numbing my mind's faculties, compelling incessant thoughts that I cannot silence, causing my body to move involuntarily. This is not the conduct befitting a good person. Forgive me, mother, for I have strayed from my original choices. I can bear it no longer. It is unbearable. I seek no price for this moment. Allow me a brief indulgence in my caprices. Chapter 33. Anchored the remnants of the setting sun cut across Li Rue's form, obscuring his face as he lowered his gun. With a dismissive huff, Li Rue departed without a backward glance. His cold voice reverberated faintly in the confined space. Inside, two figures, one large and one small, meandered aimlessly. The larger figure gradually approached the vanishing sunset, its face marred and missing considerable flesh, warm liquid trickling down. The orange light reflected in its gray eyes, failing to mirror any object, leaving them vacant, gazing blankly into the distance. Night had fully descended, and Bai Jing, resting in the car, noticed Li Rue's absence. After waiting outside for nearly half an hour, she resolved to search for him, only to see a figure slowly approaching from the darkness. Upon closer inspection, it was Li Rue riding a bicycle. Impatiently, Bai Jing inquired, "Where have you been?" Li Rue tossed the bicycle aside and, lifting his head with a slight smile, replied, "I went to find a nice outfit. Don't you think I look a bit more handsome?" "It's just fine. Let us hurry and depart," Bai Jing responded, casting a cursory glance before getting into the car. "You're just jealous of my newfound handsomeness, aren't you?" Li Rue, filled with indignation, followed closely behind. Bai Jing, who was preparing to drive, glanced at Li Rue, who was adjusting the rearview mirror. She had just noticed a peculiar coldness in his expression when he dismounted his bicycle, which vanished the moment he looked up, returning to his usual demeanor. There was an inexplicable strangeness about him, if one were to articulate it. It might be that his gaze appeared slightly darker, though his eyes were inherently black. Bai Jing sensed something amiss, but overthinking would yield no solution. He remained unchanged. Thus, she started the car and set off. After enduring several days of torment, Li Rue was utterly exhausted. He consumed a meager meal and reclined in his seat, slipping into a deep slumber. His sleep was restless and uncomfortable. When he finally awoke, the sky had brightened, and Bai Jing was also asleep beside him. Their vehicle was parked on the highway, surrounded by an expanse of dense forest. Perplexed by their sudden halt, Li Rue shook Bai Jing awake. "Awake! If you can't continue, let me drive." Bai Jing furrowed her brow and, with weary eyes, replied, "Our car has broken down. It won't start." "What did you say?" Li Rue exclaimed, immediately attempting to rectify the situation. "Stop it. I've already tried, and it's futile. I didn't tell you because you were sleeping so soundly. What are you planning to do now?" Bai Jing said casually, rubbing her eyes. Li Rue took a look around. The surrounding wilderness was overwhelming, and he felt a wave of shock wash over him. Undeterred, he exited the vehicle to assess the damage. The car had certainly sustained wear and tear over the past few days, but no matter how he examined it, he had no knowledge of repairs. He knocked on the window and inquired if Bai Jing could fix it. Bai Jing shot him a dismissive glance. "Do you think I'm omnipotent? You can figure it out slowly. Just let me know when you have a plan. I'll continue my nap." Seeing Bai Jing offload all responsibility onto him, Li Rue gritted his teeth in frustration. "In this desolate place, what options do I have? We can only walk." Do you intend to remain here for eternity? Bai Jing nonchalantly waved her hand. Then let us walk. We can discuss it once I wake up. Despair washed over Li Rue as he gazed toward the dense forest at the end of the highway. Walking would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. When would he ever return home? While Bai Jing rested, Li Rue sat on the guardrail, his gaze lost in the vast mountains. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Lin had also exited the car and was playing by the roadside. When Bai Jing approached, Li Rue quickly asked, "Where are we? How far is it to the next city?" Bai Jing replied, "I have no idea. We barely drove for 2 hours on the highway before this happened." Upon hearing this, Li Rue's face paled as he began to gather whatever usable items he could from the car. He estimated that it would take at least 3 or 4 days to reach their destination under normal circumstances, and with luggage and Lin Lin in tow, their pace would be even slower than anticipated. Li Rue began to pray for a stroke of good fortune, hoping to encounter a vehicle that could take them away from this ordeal. Just as he thought this, the sky darkened ominously. He quickly dismissed such thoughts, lamenting the misfortune he faced, and resolved to take one step at a time. Thus, Li Rue found himself silently blaming Bai Jing, lamenting that it was his negligence in failing to clear away the zombie remains from beneath the vehicle that had led to their current predicament. The car's malfunction was undoubtedly related to that oversight. With an abundance of supplies at hand, the two were unable to carry everything, forcing them to abandon some items and bury the remainder in a conspicuous location, should the need arise to return for them in the future. While sorting through the provisions, Li Rue stumbled upon a significant dilemma: how to transport their water. They had several cases of bottled water, heavy and cumbersome, taking up valuable space, and he feared that taking too little would not suffice for their imminent needs. Meanwhile, Bai Jing had packed scant food, opting instead for blankets, towels, and even mouthwash, giving the impression that he was preparing for a camping trip. Li Rue could not help but marvel at Bai Jing's urban sensibilities, contrasting sharply with his own rugged upbringing in the countryside, where he had grown accustomed to enduring harsh conditions. Unable to restrain himself, Li Rue quipped about Bai Jing's meager food selection. Bai Jing, however, remained unfazed, asserting that he would have enough to last until they reached the next city, where food would be plentiful. When Li Rue pressed him about the possibility of encountering scarcity, Bai Jing casually remarked that there were many people there, and if necessary, they could simply take what they needed from others. This callousness exceeded Li Rue's expectations, leading him to believe that Bai Jing's arrogance would eventually lead to his downfall. Then there was Lin Lin, young and frail, who had not been tasked with carrying anything. She continued to clutch her pink backpack. Yet upon observing the considerable loads that the two boys bore, she eagerly offered to assist, only to be met with a harsh refusal from Bai Jing. Clearly disheartened, Li Rue noticed her distress and gently patted her head, earnestly requesting that she help by carrying an additional bottle of water, which seemed to brighten her spirits slightly. After weighing their options, Li Rue ultimately decided against taking too much water. He opted for just enough to last a few days, supplementing it with instant food items like noodles and canned fish. Thus, the trio set forth along the highway, laden with their various burdens. Approximately half an hour into their journey, Li Rue observed that Lin Lin's pace began to falter, her face paling noticeably. Bai Jing promptly retrieved some medicine and water from her backpack, administering it to her without hesitation. Li Rue suggested they take a brief rest, reasoning that there was no urgency, but Lin Lin insisted she could continue. Bai Jing, however, firmly interjected, insisting she take a moment to recuperate, yet she stubbornly pressed on. Undeterred by her resistance, Bai Jing scooped her up in his arms, prompting Lin Lin to struggle free, asserting her ability to walk. Ultimately, he relented, setting her down but admonishing her to behave. Li Rue felt a pang of sympathy for the strong-willed Lin Lin, understanding Bai Jing's intentions, and thus decided to sit down. "I'm suddenly hungry. Lin Lin, would you mind if I eat something first?" he asked. Lin Lin, puzzled, replied, "Brother Rue, didn't you eat a lot before we set off?" To which Li Rue, feeling a bit guilty, responded, "I injured my arm earlier, so I expend energy quickly. Don't you think so, Dr. Bai?" Bai Jing, ever perceptive, chimed in, "Indeed, the injured tend to feel hunger more acutely. Let us be compassionate and allow him a moment." However, Li Rue felt that there was something amiss in Bai Jing's tone. Lin Lin could only pause, caught in a mix of belief and doubt, as she sat to the side, observing him. With no alternative, Li Rue feigned nonchalance, retrieving a few morsels from his bag to eat. He deliberately savored his food slowly, occasionally glancing at Bai Jing's expression. At last, under the weight of Li Rue's eager gaze, Bai Jing cleared her throat a couple of times before they resumed their journey. Unexpectedly, not long into their trek, the sky darkened significantly, and a flash of white light momentarily blinded Li Rue, whose complexion turned darker than the clouds above. Chapter 34. Mushroom soup. The phrase "a leak" comes just as the night rain falls resonated profoundly with Li Rue in this moment. A sudden downpour unleashed itself, with raindrops as large as beans pelting Li Rue's head, leaving him feeling quite chilled. Bai Jing scooped up Lin Lin and hurried into the nearby thicket for shelter, with Li Rue closely trailing behind. As the thunder rolled ominously in his ears, Li Rue turned to Bai Jing and inquired, "Will we be struck by lightning if we hide under the trees?" Bai Jing surveyed their surroundings, noting the abundance of trees, and replied, "The probability of being struck is quite low. Then I shall keep my distance from you. Your pretentiousness might attract a lightning strike," he quipped, retreating to another tree for cover. "Are you unwell?" she retorted. Despite the forest's dense canopy, it could not withstand the ferocity of the rain, leaving Li Rue with little refuge and thoroughly drenched. The biting wind intensified his discomfort, compelling them deeper into the woods until they reached a low-lying area, where the sight of the road vanished, and they found themselves enveloped in an unspoiled forest. As the torrential rain gradually eased, Li Rue found himself adorned with a collection of dry leaves and twigs, which proved exceedingly uncomfortable, leaving him damp and itchy, as if insects were crawling upon him. Bai Jing fared little better, appearing like a drenched chicken, though Lin Lin was somewhat shielded under Bai Jing's care, her clothes only partially dry. Noticing the rain had diminished significantly, Li Rue meticulously searched the woods for dry leaves or twigs. After considerable effort, he managed to kindle a small flame, although the dampness produced an abundance of smoke, stinging his eyes. Through his persistent endeavor, the fire eventually grew stronger, prompting him to beckon Bai Jing and Lin Lin over to warm themselves. He harbored concerns about Lin Lin falling ill again in such harsh weather. At her tender age, she should not have to endure such trials alongside him. As the firewood quickly burned out and the rain persisted, Li Rue resolved to venture forth in search of more dry kindling, with Bai Jing volunteering to accompany him. Li Rue hesitated, asking, "Is it safe to leave Lin Lin alone?" "She generally doesn't wander off. I'll remain close by," Bai Jing assured him, and began gathering usable twigs and leaves nearby. Li Rue ventured deeper into the woods, where the underbrush thickened and dry branches were more plentiful. As he searched, he stumbled upon a variety of mushrooms, perfectly suited for consumption this early spring, nourished by the timely rains. Li Rue planned to collect enough dry wood to prepare a mushroom soup using canned fish, hoping it would warm Lin Lin and keep her from falling ill, especially since they had not enjoyed cooked food in a considerable time. He removed his jacket to gather and store the mushrooms, noting several varieties that were inedible, including one toxic species resembling a mushroom clad in a sock. It was a common-looking mushroom, yet Li Rue noticed it at a glance. Seasoned individuals had informed him that it was toxic. In his childhood curiosity, he pondered the effects of consuming such fungi, and thus collected a considerable amount to mix with the edible varieties he shared with his neighbors. That night, his neighbors were taken away by emergency services after suffering from severe gastrointestinal distress. As for his motivations, Li Rue had nearly forgotten. It seemed to stem solely from a desire to uncover the consequences of consumption, with no ulterior motives. Moreover, the neighbors had always treated his family well, and reflecting on it now, they would likely never dare to eat mushrooms again. This experience enlightened him on which mushrooms were safe to eat and the repercussions of consuming the toxic ones. Li Rue gathered a fair share of mushrooms, though he had collected little dry wood, as he could carry no more. He hoped that Bai Jing had found more, as the rain was soon to cease. Upon returning to the campfire, he found that Bai Jing had indeed gathered a considerable amount of wood, albeit much of it was only half dry. It could burn but would produce a significant amount of smoke. With a resigned sigh, Li Rue accepted the situation, grateful for any help he could offer. He then shared his mushroom harvest, but Bai Jing picked one up to examine it, while Lin Lin leaned in to see the mushroom as well. "Can this be eaten? It won't be toxic, will it?" "Of course it can be eaten. Just wait until I cook it. Don't eat it yet," Li Rue replied. He stoked the fire higher, propped 2 stones to the side, retrieved a tin can from his bag, and poured some mineral water to wash the mushrooms before placing them between the stones to cook. Bai Jing watched with skepticism, while Lin Lin gazed eagerly at the steaming mushroom soup. Halfway through cooking, Li Rue suddenly realized he had no salt or seasoning and inquired if Bai Jing had any. After a moment of thought, Bai Jing confirmed he did, seeing that the mushrooms were nearly ready. Li Rue instructed Bai Jing to bring over the salt so they could finally eat. He intended to fetch his coat to warm it, as it was still damp. Just as Li Rue returned with his coat, he noticed Bai Jing pouring a clear liquid from a transparent bag into his mushroom soup, boldly labeled as sodium chloride injection solution. Li Rue was taken aback. "Stop right there, you heretic." Bai Jing, slightly puzzled, responded, "But you said to add salt." Li Rue, now irate, retorted, "Is that salt? That's saline solution. Get a grip." "But salt is sodium chloride, just with different concentrations," Bai Jing replied defensively. "This is entirely different. This is cooking, not an experiment." Li Rue exclaimed. Bai Jing, unfazed, replied, "Why shout? It can still be eaten." Li Rue hurried over to inspect his mushroom soup, relieved that not much had been added. To him, Bai Jing's actions were akin to substituting tomatoes with watermelon in a tomato and egg stir-fry. While it could technically be consumed, it was a notion he found hard to accept. He retrieved a fork from his instant noodle package, speared a piece of mushroom, and tasted it, encountering an indescribably odd flavor. Bai Jing, standing nearby, inquired about the taste, and Li Rui's face turned pale at the question. He surmised that this individual had likely never cooked before. Although he couldn't claim to be a culinary expert, he could manage a few dishes. And he believed that the mushroom soup was salvageable, due to the absence of genuine table salt. The only recourse was to pour the seasoning packet from the instant noodles into the pot, along with the noodles themselves for cooking. The can was too small, necessitating the breaking of the noodles into smaller pieces for fitting. With the enhancement of the instant noodle seasoning, the aroma became quite enticing. Li Rui sampled a bit and found it agreeable, prompting him to invite the two others to partake. Having previously consumed a fair amount of food, Li Rui was not the least bit hungry. Considering the prolonged rain, they must be both cold and famished, so he urged them to eat their fill, deriving satisfaction from their enjoyment. He then began to tease Bai Jing, questioning whether she had ever cooked before and if she was impressed by his culinary skills. Observing his smug demeanor, Bai Jing dismissed him with disdain, while Lin cheerfully declared it delicious, innocently praising Li Rui a few times. After nearly an entire afternoon of rain, it gradually ceased, and they proceeded to dry their clothes before continuing their journey. Chapter 35. A serious mishap. It was unclear how long they had walked along the highway, as dusk began to envelop the surroundings. The only source of illumination available to them was Li Rui's lighter. Thus, it was imperative to find a suitable place to rest beforehand. Li Rui could not help but complain to Bai Jing about the lack of a flashlight. Bai Jing, unable to tolerate his incessant whining, retorted, "How was I to know the vehicle would break down midway? If you think so highly of your foresight, why didn't you prepare?" Li Rui, feeling indignant, countered her remark. Bai Jing, wishing to avoid further pointless banter, had already cleared a somewhat suitable patch of ground and urged Li Rui to start a fire for their rest. However, given the recent rainfall, the ground was rather damp, and after a considerable time, Li Rui's efforts to ignite a fire proved futile, leading him to question his existence. With no other choice, he ventured nearby to gather more dry twigs. Thus, Li Rui began to search in the adjacent thicket. The mountain path in the forest was rugged and uneven, with fallen leaves carpeting the ground, obscuring his shoes. As he was clearing away a thick layer of leaves, the ground beneath his left foot suddenly shifted, causing him to lose his balance, and the dry twigs he had gathered tumbled into the leaves. An eerie figure, cloaked in dead foliage, surged up from the ground and lunged at Li Rui. Startled, he brandished the remaining dry twigs in his hand as a makeshift weapon, but the leaves obscured his vision, rendering it impossible to discern the nature of his attacker. Quickly shaking his head to clear the leaves from his face, he finally beheld a zombie, its mouth agape as it lunged to bite him. The frail twigs were utterly inadequate to pierce its skull, leaving him to merely fend it off. The zombie, draped in leaves, possessed considerable strength and quickly overwhelmed Li Rui. In his haste, he had not brought a knife, so he resorted to grasping its throat with one hand to prevent a bite, while the other hand hastily filled its mouth with a handful of debris. A swift knee strike dislodged the creature from atop him, and he scrambled to find a fist-sized stone on the ground, which he brought down with force until its brain matter splattered across his hands. Li Rui felt a pang of regret as he looked at the scattered dry twigs he had painstakingly gathered. In a moment of grim practicality, he stripped the clothing from the still twitching zombie, using it to wipe his hands, the rough fabric leaving an irritating sensation on his skin. He also discovered that the clothing was exceedingly outdated, reminiscent of the attire worn by migrant workers in the late 80s and early 90s. It seemed that the zombie had lingered in this desolate place for quite some time. He wrapped some broken branches and dried leaves in the garment before heading back. Li Rui could not fathom how there could be a zombie in such a remote wilderness, but there was no time for contemplation. Nightfall was fast approaching, and he needed to hurry back lest he lose his way in the jungle. By the time he returned to Bai Jing and the others, visibility was nearly non-existent, and he had to rely on sound to gauge their location. The woods devoid of urban light were indeed dark. Li Rui began to kindle a fire, and Bai Jing inquired about his prolonged absence. He recounted his encounter with the zombie, prompting a discussion between them about whether to keep watch that night. After considerable deliberation, they resolved to stand guard, better safe than sorry. Li Rui volunteered to take the first half of the night watch, to which Bai Jing had no objections. Due to a scarcity of firewood, they could only manage a light meal. After dinner, Li Rui stared at the dwindling embers, feeling rather listless without a phone or any form of entertainment. Moreover, sitting on the ground for too long made him susceptible to bites from unknown insects. Bai Jing and the others had spread a layer of dry leaves and laid a blanket atop, creating a seemingly comfortable resting place. Li Rui felt too embarrassed to join them, as the blanket was barely large enough for Lin to lie down comfortably, while Bai Jing merely sat nearby, leaning against a tree. Li Rui pondered why he was the only one being bitten by insects. Several ants had crawled upon his feet, and the surrounding dampness made him itch intolerably. He could only inch closer to the warmth of the fire, determined to gather more firewood before nightfall the next day. He realized he had underestimated the harshness of the wilderness. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, and across from him sat Bai Jing, while Lin Lin appeared to have already fallen asleep on the blanket. With nothing to alleviate his boredom, Li Rue could not resist breaking the silence. "Are you asleep?" Bai Jing, with his eyes still closed, replied, "Not yet. I'm so bored. Let's have a chat," Li Rue suggested. Bai Jing's interest peaked as he asked, "Did you really not attend elementary school?" Li Rue paused momentarily at the question, regretting his choice to engage in conversation. "No, I did not," he replied. "That explains your foolishness," Bai Jing remarked. Li Rue, feeling somewhat indignant, retorted, "Just because I didn't attend elementary school doesn't mean I lack education. I topped the entrance exams for the most prestigious secondary school in our city." Bai Jing, with a tone of skepticism, posed, "Then tell me, what is 28 times 23 times 6,138? You can just say I'm dumb. No need for subtlety," Li Rue responded. Bai Jing chuckled lightly. "I expected you to count on your fingers. It seems your mind is functioning well." Li Rue lowered his head and sighed softly, relieved that Bai Jing hadn't asked why he never attended elementary school, as he genuinely wouldn't know how to respond. He vaguely recalled some distant memories, squeezing glue into a classmate's cup or sticking pins into the teacher's clothing daily. Such deeds were too numerous to articulate. He feared the expression that might cross his face if he were to divulge them. He quickly changed the subject, suggesting, "How about we discuss matters more befitting of men?" Bai Jing became alert and said, "If you wish to indulge in self-comfort, please make your way to that hill over there," while gesturing towards it. Li Rue, taken aback, immediately raised his voice. "Am I truly such a lecherous person in your eyes? Aren't you?" Bai Jing retorted, "When you saw Feng Yan, your gaze was glued to her chest. I felt embarrassed for you." Li Rue, flustered, protested, "You're talking nonsense. That is not true. I don't wish to converse with you any longer. You should get some sleep." Bai Jing lightly shifted, seemingly turning over. "Do as you please." Before midnight, Bai Jing urged him to rest, and a drowsy Li Rue found a spot on the ground to sleep. When the following morning arrived, Li Rue awoke feeling utterly drained. He had been tormented by insects throughout the night. His neck and feet were covered in welts, while Bai Jing and Lin Lin appeared relatively unscathed. Unable to contain his curiosity, Li Rue asked, "Weren't you too bitten by insects last night?" Bai Jing, puzzled by Li Rue's disheveled appearance, replied, "Fortunately, I sprayed some alcohol beforehand." At this, Li Rue's face darkened. "If you had such things, why didn't you inform me?" Bai Jing promptly retrieved a bottle from her bag and tossed it to him. "You never asked." Li Rue, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless by his indignation. At noon, they settled in a grove where Li Rue intended to prepare a warm meal. Having collected plenty of firewood along the way, he enlisted their help, planning to scout the area for mushrooms to add to the pot. Bai Jing accompanied him, as Li Rue assumed she found mushrooms quite delectable and wished to gather more. He instructed Lin Lin to stay put and not wander off, but she quietly inquired if there was anything she could assist with. After pondering, Li Rue assigned her the task of tending to the fire, and she nodded obediently, assuring him the flames would not extinguish. Li Rue and Bai Jing did not venture far. They could almost see Lin Lin with a mere glance back. The two began their search. Li Rue meticulously scoured the ground for signs of mushrooms, but found none and decided to check on Bai Jing. Just as he spotted her, he noticed her stepping back, her complexion draining and a hint of panic in her demeanor, a sight Li Rue had never witnessed before on her face. He hastened to her side, asking, "What happened?" She pointed towards a certain direction. "There's a snake, a rather large one." Following her finger, Li Rue indeed saw a hefty snake coiled beside a rock crevice. Estimated to weigh nearly 2 to 3 pounds, its diamond-patterned skin and triangular head indicated it was venomous. Li Rue thought to himself, "It's merely a slightly larger viper. What is there to fear? I might as well slay it for a meal." With Bai Jing watching in astonishment, Li Rue cautiously approached, grasped a stone, and struck it forcefully to subdue its body. Drawing a short knife from his sleeve, he swiftly aimed for its sharp head and drove the blade through it. The creature writhed a few times before succumbing. The entire sequence of actions was executed fluidly, without a moment's hesitation. To ensure it was truly dead and to prevent any chance of revival, Li Rue made several additional cuts before daring to inspect it further. Li Rue noticed that Bai Jing was hesitating to approach, and suddenly an ill-natured thought crossed his mind. He feigned panic and exclaimed, "Oh no, that snake is going to leap and bite." He then threw the lifeless snake towards Bai Jing's face, which landed perfectly around his neck, causing him to faint with a sudden darkness enveloping his vision. Li Rue stood frozen in place, realizing the gravity of his actions. He quickly rushed over to assess Bai Jing's condition. Fortunately, there appeared to be no serious harm. His breathing was steady. Li Rue was taken aback by Bai Jing's intense fear of snakes and decided to carry him towards Lin Lin. As for the dead snake, it could remain draped over him for the time being, as it was impractical to manage it while carrying Bai Jing. He needed to contemplate a suitable excuse to avoid severe repercussions once Bai Jing regained consciousness. Chapter 36. The village Li Rue was busy skinning and cleaning the snake while Bai Jing remained unconscious, and Lin Lin anxiously kept vigil by his side. To ease her concerns, he reassured her, "Your brother simply fainted from exhaustion. Do not worry, he will awaken shortly." Once Li Rue had finished preparing the snake, he set it aside to roast, feeling no guilt whatsoever. "Perhaps it's best for my brother to sleep a little longer. It's all my fault for being such a burden. He must be so tired because of me," Lin Lin said. Her voice tinged with sadness as she tossed a few twigs into the fire. The delicate red spots on her wrist, remnants of mosquito bites, quickly disappeared beneath her sleeve. Hearing Lin Lin's words stirred a slight discomfort in Li Rue's heart, and he racked his brain for comforting words. "How could you possibly be a burden to your brother? You are simply delightful and kind. He is happy just having you by his side. Actually, it is my brother who has always been by my side. My parents never liked me, and because of me, he has sacrificed so much," Lin Lin replied. Li Rue quickly interjected, "How could anyone not adore Lin Lin? You are charming and kind-hearted, and I have always liked you very much. Brother Rue is a good person, there's no need to try to comfort me. I know my health is poor, and I often become a source of annoyance," Lin Lin said, waving her hand dismissively. Li Rue responded firmly, "I am not trying to comfort you. I am merely speaking the truth. If anyone dares to criticize Lin Lin, I would be the first to confront them." A fragile yet beautiful smile suddenly graced Lin Lin's face. "If only I could wish for my brother to abandon me. He has already stayed with me long enough." Li Rue felt a wave of indescribable sadness wash over him at her words, rendering him speechless. Lin Lin quickly added, "Please do not share what I just said with my brother. I do not want to see him upset." Taking a deep breath, Li Rue replied, "All right." As their conversation continued, he discovered that Bai Jing was only 18, a decade younger than Lin Lin. And he certainly did not exhibit the maturity and composure typical of someone his age. The realization that he was 2 years older than Bai Jing, yet lacked a similar demeanor, filled him with a sense of inadequacy. Even Lin Lin seemed to be more perceptive than expected, despite her youth. In his distraction while chatting with Lin Lin, Li Rue nearly burnt the snake meat and quickly flipped it over. He then inquired whether Bai Jing had ever been bitten by a snake. To his surprise, Lin Lin revealed that she had indeed been bitten by a snake during an outing, and it had nearly cost her life. Yet she appeared utterly unfazed when Li Rue roasted the snake, instead inquiring whether it was delectable. What an odd family they were. When the snake meat was finally ready, Bai Jing languidly awakened and asked about the snake's fate. Lin Lin gazed at them with a hint of confusion, while Li Rue, in a fluster, immediately feigned concern. "Fortunately, I reacted swiftly and managed to slay the snake before it leapt onto you. I roasted it to avenge you. Come, partake in a taste." Even he found this clumsy excuse unconvincing. Struggling to conjure a plausible explanation, he sought to divert the conversation. Bai Jing, touching her head, grimaced, "Snakes can't leap that high. Were you being deliberate?" No, how could I dare?" Li Rue stammered as Bai Jing gradually approached him, prompting him to back away. Bai Jing snapped a twig and pursued him, their laughter echoing through the mountains, occasionally punctuated by Li Rue's yelps. The roasted snake meat emitted a tantalizing aroma, yet lacked flavor due to the absence of seasoning. Bai Jing abstained from eating, while Lin Lin shared a morsel. The remainder was devoured by Li Rue, who gnawed fiercely at the dry meat, as though he were feasting upon flesh of another. He chewed vigorously, casting scornful glances at Bai Jing, inwardly lamenting the harshness of her actions. Though he felt no physical pain, the indignity of it all marred his handsome visage, which he deemed quite excessive. Following this bout of merriment, they quickly resumed their journey. To hasten their pace, Lin Lin lagged behind, while Bai Jing and Li Rue alternately carried her, despite her reluctance. She had no choice. After all, every moment they lingered meant another night spent under the stars. And Li Rue could hardly endure the torment of unknown insects in the wild. Each night was a trial. As they traversed the path, Li Rue noticed several plump birds in the woods, nearly the size of pigeons. He fashioned a slingshot from a sturdy branch and, as they walked, he occasionally paused to aim at the birds perched above. After several unsuccessful attempts, Bai Jing's curiosity was piqued, observing his futile efforts. She seized the slingshot to give it a try. Despite her own attempts yielding no success, Li Rue seized the opportunity to mock her. Yet soon, he realized he had become engrossed in the pursuit, scanning the vicinity for birds with each step. As dusk settled, the gravity of the situation dawned on him. He noticed Bai Jing had halted, intently aiming the slingshot. Li Rue considered warning her that the elastic was crafted from the waistband of a zombie's undergarment, advising her to keep it away from her face. However, seeing the slingshot's band dangerously close to her face, he opted to remain silent, fearing another reprimand. As he leaned closer, preparing to relish the spectacle, he was taken aback when she actually hit one. The bird plummeted to the ground like a falling leaf in the nearby thicket. Observing her excitement, Li Rui followed suit, taking Lin Lin along as she dashed over the highway barrier to retrieve the bird. They wandered through the woods for quite some time without any success. Just as Li Rui was about to persuade Bai Jing to give up, he suddenly noticed some movement in a nearby thicket. Without hesitation, he dashed towards it, while Bai Jing, carrying Lin Lin, followed closely behind, inquiring, "What is it? Is it a bird?" Breathlessly, Li Rui replied, "No, it's not a bird. It's a chicken." Bai Jing, puzzled, caught up with him as he gradually came to a halt. Gasping for breath, Li Rui clarified, "It's a chicken, indeed." He was taken aback to discover that there were domesticated chickens in this area, indicating that a village must be nearby. Not far ahead, they soon encountered a village nestled among the mountains, adorned with numerous houses topped with black tiles. Some of these structures flickered faintly with a warm, orange glow. Li Rui thought to himself how fortunate they were. Tonight, they would finally be spared from the torment of insects, and he intended to seek shelter for the night. Chapter 37. A chicken feast. Li Rui knocked on the door of one of the warmly lit houses, but received no response. Peering through the wooden window, he caught sight of several indistinct shadows flitting by. He found it rather odd. It seemed the inhabitants were not particularly welcoming. Did they not appear trustworthy? Reluctant to linger at someone else's doorstep, they began to explore the vicinity. The landscape was adorned with verdant hills and pristine waters, while the neglected fields were overrun with weeds. However, close to the houses lay a garden filled with seasonal vegetables, and he could faintly spot a few chickens and ducks. After searching for a considerable time without catching sight of any villagers, Bai Jing promptly led Lin Lin towards the vegetable patch. Li Rui hurried after them, admonishing Bai Jing for such unethical behavior. Unfazed, Bai Jing retorted that in such circumstances, morality was a luxury he could not afford. Li Rui felt a wave of shame wash over him, realizing why they had been ignored thus far. The thought of finally encountering a village, with those invitingly illuminated homes, stirred a sense of reluctance within him. Was he truly willing to forsake the morals and principles he had upheld for 8 long years? To plunder and encroach like Bai Jing? As this notion began to surface, he quickly suppressed it, allowing it to fester in the depths of his mind. With a sigh, he resolved to seek alternative solutions. While Li Rui was at a loss, he suddenly spotted a few children playing along the field's edge. Among them, one child sat alone at a distance. Li Rui promptly retrieved some biscuits from his bag and approached the group, neglecting the solitary figure. The children regarded him with a mix of wariness and curiosity, none daring to accept his offering. Li Rui quickly reassured them that he meant no harm and was merely passing through, kindly requesting if they could inform their families of his need for a place to stay for the night. The 4 children remained silent, their eyes fixated on the biscuits, torn between hesitation and desire. Finally, one of the shorter children could not resist and timidly accepted a biscuit from Li Rui, saying, "Come with me. I will ask my grandparents." Li Rui immediately called over Bai Jing and Lin Lin, who were nearby pilfering vegetables. The children widened their eyes in surprise at the sight of more visitors. They exchanged whispers, noting that the vegetables Bai Jing held appeared to belong to their family, and one of them ventured to say they would inform his father. Li Rui felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and hastily retrieved several packets of biscuits from his bag, offering them to the child whose vegetables had been pilfered, pleading that he refrain from informing his parents, suggesting instead that it served as payment for their produce. The remaining children cast envious glances at the biscuits and inquired whether Li Rui had more vegetables at home and if he desired additional items. Li Rui, rendered speechless, chose to ignore them and promptly instructed Bai Jing to pack away the vegetables, accompanying the child to inquire about their residence. Thus, Li Rui and his companions followed the diminutive child as they ventured away, leaving the slightly older children to whisper amongst themselves. "Did you see? That girl they are with is truly beautiful. I noticed. She is far more attractive than that flirtatious Xiaofang. How could one compare? That fair skin. I would love to taste a bit. Alas, she is too young, lacking in bosom." Li Rui conferred with Bai Jing, suggesting they should offer some form of compensation to the family, as it was unlikely they would allow them to stay overnight without some incentive. Li Rui noticed the absence of zombies in this village, which seemed isolated from the outside world, leaving him uncertain if the inhabitants were aware of the current situation beyond their confines. He then inquired of Bai Jing if she possessed any money or valuable items that could be used to appease them. Bai Jing shook her head, indicating that the most valuable possession she had was medication, followed closely by the food Li Rui had brought. The village appeared abundant in land and produce, suggesting they lacked for nothing. As Li Rui deliberated over whether to offer what they already possessed, Lin Lin suddenly spoke up, mentioning that she might still have some money, which had been given to her as pocket money by her brother long ago. She began rummaging through her pink backpack. Li Rui mused that a little girl would hardly have much money, and if Lin Lin produced a few coins, it would suffice. However, as she continued her search, Lin Lin remarked, "No, it should be a considerable amount. For a night's lodging, a few hundred would be the minimum, and this hardly seemed like pocket money. Just as Li Rui thought this, he was taken aback when Lin Lin triumphantly revealed a thick stack of red bills from her bag. Li Rui found it hard to believe that a child could possess such a sum, the thickness of the stack nearly equating to half of his previous salary. He quietly inquired of Bai Jing, "Is it truly lucrative being a doctor?" Bai Jing shot him a perplexed glance and shook her head. The trio soon arrived at the child's home, where he instructed them to wait momentarily while he fetched his family. Before long, a middle-aged couple emerged from the dwelling, and Li Rui warmly conveyed their intentions. Upon seeing the cash in Li Rui's hand, the couple quickly waved their hands in refusal. The middle-aged woman remarked, "Young man, I have heard that one can hardly purchase anything in the city these days." Li Rui, feeling awkward, retracted the money and earnestly pleaded, "Might you allow us to stay for one night? We shall depart by morning. After all, the child is too young to endure such hardships." They glanced at Lin Lin, their faces contorted with hesitation, and replied, "We do not have any extra space. Perhaps you could inquire with others." Li Rui observed that their house was rather spacious, even boasting 2 buildings. Bai Jing then produced 2 boxes of cold medicine from her bag and offered, "If you permit us to stay for one night, I shall give you these 2 boxes of medicine." Li Rui promptly added, "Currently, medicine is in dire demand. It's nearly impossible to obtain. If a child falls ill at home without medication, it would be quite troublesome." The middle-aged couple hesitated for a moment before accepting the medicine from Bai Jing's hands. The middle-aged man politely remarked, "We truly apologize for the inconvenience. Please, come inside." Li Rui graciously expressed his gratitude. The middle-aged woman led them to a modest, slightly smaller bungalow, with gray cement walls adorned with a few scattered items. The dwelling comprised 3 rooms, one of which was secured with a heavy lock. The woman explained that it was once occupied by her son, who had not returned for a long time, resulting in a considerable accumulation of dust. She hoped they would not mind. Li Rui smiled and assured her that he did not mind, inquiring about the locked room, as the substantial lock and chain were hard to overlook. The woman's expression darkened slightly as she replied that it merely contained some miscellaneous items, and she feared rodents might gnaw through them, hence the lock. She also informed them that the remaining 2 rooms were at their disposal, prompting Bai Jing to take Lin Lin inside to drop off their luggage and rest. Noticing the woman's amiable demeanor, Li Rui kindly shared some methods for repelling mice. The woman engaged in casual conversation with Li Rui, exchanging inquiries about each other's backgrounds and learning a bit about the village. This village was an ordinary, remote hamlet where the residents all bore the surname Xia. Most of the younger generation had ventured out for work and seldom returned, leaving behind mainly the middle-aged and elderly. They had heard from distant relatives that something perilous was occurring in the city, but specifics remained vague, as the woman explained that they were cautious about receiving outsiders. Li Rui, with good intentions, conveyed the current situation in the city, describing how it had transformed into a place filled with monsters that bit people. The middle-aged woman listened in disbelief, particularly taken aback by the notion that being bitten would lead to becoming a monster. She stood in stunned silence for a moment before smiling and choosing not to continue the conversation with Li Rui. Observing her flustered departure, Li Rui grasped the situation. Walking to the door of the locked room and knocking softly, he heard faint footsteps and the sound of nails scraping against the door. After some contemplation, he decided to disregard it. The lock seemed quite sturdy, and he doubted any issues would arise. After all, he would only be spending one night there. Although the thought of sleeping next to a potential zombie was somewhat unsettling, it was certainly preferable to being food for worms. Li Rui briefly shared his findings with Bai Jing, acknowledging that he too found the circumstances peculiar, but as long as their rest was undisturbed, he did not mind. As dusk settled, Li Rui found himself in a solitary room, while Bai Jing and Lin Lin occupied the adjacent one, planning to tidy up the bedding before seeking something to eat. Just as he shook off some dust from the blankets, intending to relish the softness of the bed, a knock echoed from the door. Upon opening it, he found the middle-aged woman standing there with an oil lamp to illuminate the space, inviting them to join her for dinner. Li Rui politely declined at first, but agreed when she mentioned they had specially slaughtered a chicken to host them. Unable to refuse, he consented and invited Bai Jing along. The woman added that her husband was particularly eager to discuss the situation in the city with them. The dining table was not large enough to accommodate 6 individuals. The middle-aged woman and child remained standing, which left Li Rui feeling quite embarrassed. Dishes began to arrive one after another, totaling around 3 or 4 plates, all consisting of seasonal vegetables. The chicken was the last to be served, fragrant and spicy. Even before Li Rui picked up his chopsticks, the pungent aroma wafted through the air. At the table, Li Rui engaged in lively conversation with the middle-aged man, discussing matters pertaining to the city, though they seemed to doubt everything Li Rui asserted. Bai Jing, disinclined to engage with others, focused solely on devouring her meal alongside Lin Lin, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Li Rui couldn't shake the feeling that each dish was excessively spicy. Observing the family's lack of reaction, He began to question his own sense of taste, especially as Bai Jing and the others appeared to be turning red from the heat. Their water jug was nearly depleted by Li Rui and his companions, while the middle-aged woman and her family had only sipped a few drops, seemingly unfazed by the spiciness. However, one could not deny the exquisite flavors. Perhaps it had been too long since he had enjoyed such a meal, leading him to reflect on the simplicity and sincerity of the local customs. After dinner, they bid a brief farewell and retreated to their rooms for rest. Suddenly, Li Rui felt more fatigued than usual. Upon reflection, nothing seemed amiss, except for the presence of zombies in the neighboring room. Though the sounds suggested a limited number, they posed no immediate threat. As he pondered further, his thoughts began to dull, and he succumbed to sleep on the bed. Li Rui found this to be the most restful slumber he had ever experienced. Every nerve in his body felt as though it had been massaged, and all his burdensome worries dissipated, leaving him feeling weightless. The following morning, he awoke with great effort, his eyelids heavy. The door to his room stood wide open, sunlight spilling onto the disheveled floor, casting a golden hue on the dust, but his belongings were nowhere to be found. Chapter 38. Denial. Li Rui hurriedly leaped from the bed to check that his weapon was still with him, sighing in relief that his gun was securely on his person. He had not anticipated such audacity from the two of them. He quickly made his way to Bai Jing, who found herself in a similar predicament. Her door was ajar, and her belongings had vanished. Bai Jing and Lin Lin were still deeply asleep, and it took considerable effort for Li Rui to rouse them. Once Bai Jing awoke, she dashed to confront the middle-aged couple in their room. Lin Lin, still looking drowsy, was encouraged by Li Rui to continue resting as he followed closely behind Bai Jing. She forcefully kicked open their wooden door, drawing her short blade, while Li Rui, not wanting to be outdone, brandished his own knife. The middle-aged couple, caught off guard while eating, recoiled in fear, clutching their grandson tightly. Hand over our belongings. Bai Jing's voice was filled with fierce intensity as she aimed her knife at them. The middle-aged woman trembled, holding her grandson, and stammered, "What belongings? We don't know anything." Li Rui approached them, twirling his knife in hand. "Our luggage has disappeared. Aside from you, who else could it be?" The middle-aged man, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, pleaded, "We truly don't know. We haven't taken anything from you. We didn't even go near your room last night." The middle-aged woman echoed, "Indeed, indeed, how could we possibly dare to take your belongings?" Upon hearing their words, the expressions of the two men darkened. Bai Jing, wielding a knife, advanced toward them. Terrified, they collapsed to the ground, pleading, "Please, we truly did not take anything from you. Spare us." Li Rui, stepping ahead, squatted before them, gently prodding the tip of his blade against the wrinkled face of the middle-aged woman, who trembled in fear. "How can I ascertain the truth of your words?" As the blade slid down to her gaunt chin, she was forced to gaze up at Li Rui, her voice quivering. No, you can search us." The middle-aged man, too frightened to approach, added in desperation, "Our home is quite small. You may search at your leisure. Please, do not harm us." Li Rui felt a pang of discomfort, but rose and began to search their dwelling, while Bai Jing fixated on them, ensuring they did not make any rash movements. After thoroughly inspecting several rooms without finding anything, he observed their trembling forms huddled in the corner. Filled with doubt, could they truly be innocent? If he failed to recover what was lost, he would be unable to reach the next city. Were they good or evil? Li Rui shook his head helplessly at Bai Jing, who seized the middle-aged man, pinning him against the wall and thrusting the knife into his sparse hair. Prompting a shriek from the woman, the blade grazed his scalp, drawing forth crimson liquid, while Bai Jing glared fiercely at him. "Who else is here besides you? Speak up." The man trembled uncontrollably, stammering, We truly did not take anything." The middle-aged woman, cradling her child, could no longer contain her tears, pleading with them in a soft whimper. Li Rui felt an increasing agitation, as if the remnants of his conscience were chastising him in his ear. Bai Jing, losing her patience, declared, "If you do not speak, I will stab you until you do." With that, she tightened her grip on the knife, preparing to strike. Turning away, Li Rui noticed the child in the woman's arms was also trembling and weeping, soaking the woman's tattered clothing with tears. Sadness, fear, and pain tormented the remnants of Li Rui's shattered kindness. He felt powerless to stop Bai Jing, having already tasted the bitter consequences of intervention. Wait, I remember now." The middle-aged woman gasped, her voice choked with tears. Bai Jing paused, signaling her to continue. "Last night, I saw Xiaoliuzai pass by our door and inquire about you." With tear-filled eyes, the woman looked at the bloodied man and insisted, "It must be him. He frequently engages in mischief around the village." Li Rui immediately inquired about the man's whereabouts, to which she replied, "He is in the second house over there." Without delay, Li Rui and Bai Jing hurried toward the residence she indicated, bringing Lin Lin along for safety. Bai Jing forcefully kicked open the flimsy wooden door, prompting an expletive-laden outburst from within, followed by screams and cries for mercy. Li Rui stood at the entrance with Lin Lin, believing it best that she be shielded from the crude and violent scenes unfolding before them. Once the tumult subsided, he gently took Lin's hand and led her inside, where a frail man lay sprawled on the floor, grimacing. Li Rui inquired if Bai Jing recognized him, to which she shook her head in dismay. They scoured the disheveled house, yet found nothing of value. The man was repugnant and filthy, his home devoid of decent furnishings. The bed was littered with used tissues, a sight that repulsed Li Rui beyond measure. The blankets were stained, and a foul odor permeated the room. While rummaging through a drawer, an errant sock fell onto him, nearly causing Li Rui to retch. It was more nauseating than a decomposing corpse left to rot for 3 months. Despite his self-assuredness, Li Rui's worldview was thoroughly shaken. Amidst the filth, the cleanest object in the house was a photo of a young woman, immaculate and seemingly cherished. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Li Rui kicked the loathsome man with great force and interrogated him about their stolen possessions. The man vehemently denied any wrongdoing until Bai Jing brandished a knife. Terrified, he cowered on the floor, pleading for mercy, claiming innocence, insisting he had merely passed by their home and casually inquired about their belongings. Bai Jing advanced menacingly, and he recoiled until his back pressed against the wall, bowing in supplication. He begged for their forgiveness, reiterating that he knew nothing of their missing items. He struck his forehead against the ground with such fervor that blood began to seep from the rough skin, yet Bai Jing's resolve remained unyielding. As the knife glinted before his horrified face, he stammered that he could identify the thief. Bai Jing coldly commanded him to speak. He divulged that a madwoman lived below their village, neglected by her children, often wandering into others' homes in search of food. His excitement grew as he continued, asserting that she must be the culprit, recounting how she had recently invaded his house and stolen his belongings. Li Rui's head throbbed. He could no longer distinguish friend from foe, nor truth from lies. Their palpable fear was undeniable, yet the whereabouts of their supplies and belongings remained a mystery. The group's spirits plummeted, compelled to investigate the place the man had mentioned. Before departing, Li Rui delivered a final brutal blow to the man, issuing a grim warning. If they failed to reclaim their possessions, his fate was sealed. The man trembled, scarcely daring to breathe, his body shaking uncontrollably. Chapter 39. Sugar. The trio traversed the rural paths, bathed in sunlight, the air crisp and invigorating. Despite the splendid weather, they felt no sense of comfort. Passing villagers regarded them with curious and bewildered glances, a look Li Rui knew all too well, as though they were observing an entirely new species. In the course of seeking information about the location of the eccentric woman, Li Rui had suppressed his displeasure and questioned several villagers consecutively. Upon learning of his inquiry, their faces betrayed an odd demeanor, as if they were burdened by some guilty secret, and they refused to engage with him. Li Rui then noticed a group of children playing by the field, along with one solitary child seated apart from the others. He approached the trio of children first, who clamored for cookies as a condition for sharing any information, leaving Li Rui at a loss for words. With a sense of trepidation, he turned to the lonely child, who unexpectedly and generously divulged the location he sought. Before departing, Li Rui inquired why the child did not join the others in play. The isolated boy replied that they were not his friends. His true friend was unwell, and he was waiting for him here as promised. Li Rui found this rather peculiar. Despite the child's youth, he expressed his gratitude. Guided by the child's directions, Li Rui ventured near the edge of the deep mountains, where he discovered a house. Though sizable, it was in a state of disrepair, its walls cloaked in moss, and the front door seemed merely ornamental, allowing sunlight to cascade onto his head as he entered. Despite the warm weather outside, an inexplicable dampness enveloped the interior, causing the temperature to drop noticeably, while the sunlight struggled to penetrate the gloom within. As Li Rui attempted to step further inside, he found himself hindered by the clutter strewn across the floor. He held Lin's hand tightly, urging her to watch her step to avoid falling, while Bai Jing searched deeper for any signs of life. Doubt crept into Li Rui's mind, questioning whether this forsaken place housed anyone at all, or if he had been deceived by that scoundrel. Yet he resolved that he could not escape the reality of his pursuit. Soon, Bai Jing made a discovery, even before he approached. The stench of excrement reached Li Rui's nostrils, while Lin, still in his grasp, exhibited no reaction, her curiosity piqued by her surroundings. His gaze fell upon a gray figure huddled in the corner, with a nearly extinguished fire at her feet, consuming something from a broken bowl, beside which lay a nest fashioned from black clothing. Had he not been able to discern her hands and feet, Li Rui might have struggled to identify the creature curled in that heap. There was neither a table nor a chair visible in the dismal space. Even Bai Jing, usually quick to anger, fell silent at the sight. Li Rui, enduring the foul odor, approached her with inquiries, but she remained unresponsive, as though deaf to his voice, mechanically consuming a mass of dark green matter. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that her bowl contained overcooked, mushy vegetable leaves, with an abundance of raw ones nearby. Likely the oldest of the lot. Li Rue raised his voice slightly, yet she continued to mindlessly feed herself, oblivious even to the strands of hair that had fallen into her mouth. Throughout the encounter, it was as if she existed in a realm beyond sight and sound. Li Rue felt deceived. Unwilling to have come in vain, he began to search through the refuse-laden dwelling. Bai Jing, weary of the scene, urged Li Rue to hasten, intent on pressing the middle-aged couple for answers. Lin Lin, however, remained behind, silently observing the disheveled and oblivious figure before her. She cautiously sidestepped the litter strewn across the ground and gently approached the deranged woman. Li Rue noticed her intent to distance herself from the lunatic. Yet Lin Lin disregarded his warning, retrieving a piece of candy from her pocket. She unwrapped it and placed it into the woman's tattered bowl. The orange candy shimmered like a beacon amidst the dark, green remnants in the bowl as her withered hand reached in, mixing the confection with vegetable scraps before guiding the morsel to her toothless mouth. Li Rue observed her momentary pause upon tasting the candy, only to regurgitate it into her palm. She then lifted her sunken cheeks, opened her murky eyes, examined the candy for a moment, wiped it on her clothing, and gingerly tucked it away into her garment's pocket. Perplexed, Lin Lin asked Li Rue why the woman did not consume the candy she offered. Perhaps she wished to save it for someone dear. A pang of discomfort washed over Li Rue. He struggled to comprehend why this woman, living in such decay, insisted on enduring. Did the significant person in her life truly wish for her to persist in this wretched existence? With a gaze laden with complexity, Li Rue scrutinized her, and after a while, he realized her visage resembled someone he had seen before. Beside him, Lin Lin sighed, expressing pity for the woman, lamenting that she had only one piece of candy left. Li Rue felt an urge to intervene, yet the circumstances constrained him from taking any drastic action. If he could, he might have wished to end her suffering. Lin Lin's sympathetic demeanor stifled his vile thoughts, and he decided to let her leave first while he conducted a brief inspection. After a cursory examination within the room yielded nothing of consequence, he was about to exit when a packaging box beneath his feet caught his attention. Despite the pervasive refuse littering the space, Li Rue instantly recognized the anomaly. It was a medicine box. Although marred by unidentified stains, it appeared remarkably new. Upon picking it up for inspection, he discovered it was empty, and the label indicated it contained antidepressant medication. A glance at the production date revealed it was from just a few months prior, evidently the most recent date before the outbreak. Suddenly, Li Rue recalled that the deranged woman bore a striking resemblance to a young woman from the Xie family as photographed, as if she were sculpted from the same mold. In an instant, clarity dawned upon him, and he grasped the medicine box tightly, heading to find Bai Jing. It turned out they were all deceivers. Bai Jing and Lin Lin awaited him outside, eager to inquire about his findings. Li Rue presented the medicine box to Bai Jing, questioning the effects of its consumption on a normal person. Bai Jing glanced at it and replied, "A small dose poses no issue, but an overdose may induce deep slumber." As he finished speaking, realization struck him, causing him to crumple the box in his grip. The group hastened to the middle-aged couple's residence, only to find themselves retracing their steps after a long detour. As Li Rue walked, he pondered how everything now fell into place. It was no wonder every dish had been so spicy. It had been intentional. Suddenly, he remembered their luggage was still there, and he had searched the middle-aged couple's home but had neglected to check the locked room next door, where the zombies were confined. Reflecting on the past, one realizes that impulsiveness often leads to regrettable decisions, particularly when confronted with the obstinacy of the middle-aged couple. Li Rue glanced at Bai Jing, who had hastened away. He surmised that her frustration was reaching a boiling point, perhaps even inciting thoughts of violence. How would he handle them? Would he resort to murder, or merely deliver a beating? Yet, was their transgression truly worthy of such a fate? It suddenly struck him that they had a child. If the parents were to perish, the child would undoubtedly suffer as well. After careful contemplation, Li Rue decided that should he entertain thoughts of killing them, it would be prudent to reconsider. Retrieving what was rightfully his and administering a sound thrashing seemed sufficient. Chapter 40. Foolishness. When Li Rue and Bai Jing returned to the abode of the middle-aged couple, they found the door firmly shut, devoid of even the slightest crack. It appeared they were aware that their visitors would return. However, Li Rue and his companions were not to be trifled with. Bai Jing's anger boiled over as she commenced kicking the door, prompting Li Rue to scoff at the notion that such a mere wooden barrier could impede them. Did they truly believe they would be so easily deterred? With each vigorous kick, the door trembled, creating a commotion that drew the attention of the surrounding villagers. Li Rue and Lin Lin felt increasingly uneasy, as their actions bore an uncanny resemblance to those of debt collectors. To assert their presence, Li Rue began shouting at the door, "Open up! Hurry! If you possess the audacity to steal, then you should have the courage to face us." Upon hearing these words, the villagers exchanged odd glances, gradually encircling the group. At that moment, the rickety door finally succumbed, crashing to the ground. Ignoring the onlookers, Li Rui scooped up Lin Lin and followed closely behind the advancing Bai Jing. Inside, the terrified couple had long since lost their composure, and the modest size of the dwelling made their search straightforward. Before long, they stumbled upon a locked room. Kicking the door open revealed the middle-aged couple huddled in a corner, trembling with fear, clutching their child. Their expressions mirrored that of a person confronted by a specter. As they pleaded, "Please, spare us. We did not take your belongings." Bai Jing, uninterested in their protestations, swiftly incapacitated the man with a kick, while Li Rui placed Lin Lin outside and turned to the woman, unleashing a torrent of accusations. "You wretched scoundrels! How dare you drug us and deceive us?" He hurled the medicine box at their faces, and their horror was palpable as they fell to their knees, begging for mercy. "We didn't do anything. Please believe us." Their anguished cries reverberated, yet Li Rui's fury intensified at their continued denial. Bai Jing, having lost her patience, dragged the couple out and pinned them against the wall, leaving their child sobbing in the corner. Listening to their anguished wails and the child's cries, Li Rui felt a surge of irritation. The cacophony overwhelmed his senses, rendering their suffering indistinguishable. After a time, the couple still refused to confess, until Bai Jing, in a fit of exasperation, brandished a knife, poised to inflict harm. The child in the corner gasped for breath, their cries gradually subsiding, prompting Li Rui to exhale a resigned sigh. "Let us first investigate the locked room. It may hold the answers we seek." Stepping out, we find Lin Lin seated on a small stool, observing the villagers peering anxiously at the entrance. Ignoring the commotion outside, Li Rui gently urged Lin Lin to accompany him to another room. Although the door was heavily locked, being made of wood, it yielded easily to a firm kick. Li Rui and Lin Lin quickly moved aside to avoid the potential onslaught of a zombie. Bai Jing, demonstrating remarkable skill, forcefully kicked open the locked door and entered wielding a knife. Meanwhile, a battered middle-aged couple appeared nearby, their faces a mask of shock upon witnessing the door ajar. They stumbled towards the open door, their frantic demeanor perplexing Li Rui. "Ah, murder! Murder!" The couple screamed in terror, their cries piercing Li Rui's ears. Promptly, he and Lin Lin rushed to investigate. The middle-aged woman collapsed to the ground, hurling accusations. "You murderers! You've killed my sick son." Li Rui approached them, peering inside, where Bai Jing adeptly dispatched one of the zombies. There were 2 in total, and the remains of another lay scattered, twitching grotesquely on the floor. Enraged, Li Rui confronted the couple. "Are you out of your mind? Your son is long dead. He has transformed into a monster. Cease your wailing." The woman screamed hysterically. "You are the real monsters, you murderers. I will fight you." In a fit of madness, she lunged at Li Rui, who effortlessly knocked her down. At that moment, the villagers, initially outside, began to swarm in, drawn by the commotion. Li Rui discerned that the woman had lost her sanity and inquired of Bai Jing whether their belongings were inside. Bai Jing, her expression grim, replied that only a small portion remained. Li Rui glanced at her hands, which clutched a plastic bag containing the same brand of biscuits he had previously packed. Before he could ponder the whereabouts of the remaining supplies, a stone struck him. The middle-aged woman pointed at Li Rui and the others, shouting to the villagers, "They are lunatics, murderers. They have killed my son and daughter-in-law." The villagers, observing Bai Jing brandishing a knife and the woman wailing on the ground, exhibited expressions of fury and disgust. Upon hearing the woman's claims, the villagers began hurling various objects at Li Rui and his companions, cursing and demanding retribution. Though none dared to approach closely, Bai Jing instinctively shielded Lin Lin, while Li Rui, infuriated, advanced to argue, only to be overwhelmed by a barrage of debris. The villagers' bluster seemed to embolden the middle-aged man, who had somehow armed himself with 2 kitchen knives and charged at them. "I will have vengeance. You will pay for my son," he roared, lunging at Bai Jing with reckless abandon. Even as Bai Jing held Lin Lin, she could easily neutralize him without using her hands. With a leader now emboldened, the surrounding villagers closed in, relentlessly pelting them with an array of projectiles, from small pebbles to benches and chairs. The 2 individuals, in a state of disarray, sought refuge. With no alternative, Li Rui brandished a knife and charged forward, causing the surrounding villagers to scatter. Their numbers were overwhelming, and with Lin Lin by their side, it was they who would suffer in a confrontation. The only option was to break free from their encirclement and temporarily vacate the area, devising a plan to retrieve their belongings later. In truth, none of the villagers dared to take the initiative. Their cowardice was palpable. With the knife in hand, Li Rui easily broke through their ranks, while Bai Jing closely followed, cradling Lin Lin. As they fled, they were not above hurling objects at their pursuers, and an egg struck Li Rui, igniting his fury and nearly compelling him to turn back and confront them. Truly, they were a hopelessly obstinate lot. During their escape, Lin Lin, frightened, nestled into Bai Jing's embrace and questioned, "Why are they treating us this way? Have we done something wrong?" Bai Jing pondered her response, but Li Rui interjected, "Because they are bad people and bad people harm others without justification. Such villains will inevitably face retribution. Lin Lin naively concurred with his assertion. The village was small, leaving them with few places to hide, so they took refuge temporarily among the trees on higher ground. Li Rue could still see the disheveled middle-aged couple leading a group in a frantic search throughout the village, evidently unwilling to relent until they found them. Li Rue plucked some leaves to wipe away the egg remnants and dirt from his head while assessing the number of their adversaries. There were approximately 20 to 30 individuals, mostly middle-aged and elderly, but armed with sticks and kitchen knives, rendering them formidable. Given their current fighting capabilities, the two were ill-equipped to confront this rabble. Moreover, Li Rue was troubled by the condition of their belongings. Why were they reduced to so little? This greatly contradicted his earlier assumptions. Chapter 41. The non-aggressive zombies, the hostile villagers, armed with makeshift weapons, began their search, disturbing the tranquility of the village's flora and fauna, causing flocks of birds to take flight. Li Rue and his companions hid at the forest's edge, observing every movement from their vantage point, which afforded them a comprehensive view of the village. Li Rue opened the last of their biscuits, realizing it had been a long time since they had eaten, and it was now time for lunch. Suddenly, Li Rue recalled the two middle-aged individuals and voiced his lingering curiosity to Bai Jing, who was finishing her meal. Why, after we confronted them so vigorously, do they still refuse to admit to stealing our belongings? Bai Jing, with clarity, responded, from the moment they began deceiving us, they adopted a mindset of luck. Admitting guilt would only lead to graver consequences. Their fear of such repercussions drives them to maintain their falsehoods. Li Rue found her reasoning compelling. So, what do you think happened to our supplies? Bai Jing stood up, her gaze fixed disapprovingly on the cluster of villagers below. If all goes as expected, they have likely divided the spoils among themselves. What? Li Rue exclaimed, aghast. How could that be? How do you know? Bai Jing sighed, seemingly exasperated by his inquiry. Where else could they have gone? Li Rue pondered the situation, realizing that their unity resembled that of grasshoppers on a single boat. They could ruthlessly seize the possessions of the lonely madwoman, yet they would also share their own goods among themselves. This raised an even more pressing concern. It indicated that retrieving their supplies would prove to be more challenging. The thought left Li Rue in despair, prompting him to urgently ask Bai Jing beside him, "Can you single-handedly take on their entire village?" Bai Jing, taken aback, seemed to find Li Rue's notion rather impractical. "I'm still human, it's not that exaggerated." He then added, "Have you ever considered that even if we managed to deal with all of them, would we truly reclaim everything?" At this, Li Rue fell silent, unable to resist the urge to lower his head in contemplation. Bai Jing glanced at him and sighed. "You underestimate the inherent malice of humanity. Should we then eliminate them all?" Li Rue suddenly raised his head, his dark eyes fixed on the distant villagers as he whispered. This caught Bai Jing off guard. It was entirely unlike Li Rue to utter such words, leaving him momentarily speechless. Realizing the gravity of his statement, Li Rue quickly retracted. "Forget I said that. Let us think of another solution." He rubbed his temples, chastising himself for allowing his thoughts to stray into such dark territories, influenced by the numerous nefarious individuals he had encountered. As the two found themselves in this awkward moment, Lin Lin approached to observe the village below. Curiously, she pointed out, "Why is that little boy sitting there alone, not playing with the others?" Following her gaze, Li Rue recognized the reclusive child they had previously encountered, who was still waiting for his friend. With kindness, he explained to Lin Lin, "His friend is ill. He is waiting for him." Upon mentioning illness, a thought struck Li Rue. The villagers here were foolish enough to treat zombies as if they were still alive. He surmised that the boy's friend must have transformed into a zombie and was confined by his family. Suddenly, an effortless plan emerged in his mind to reclaim all their supplies, and he felt grateful to Uncle Sure for it. Li Rue shared his idea with Bai Jing, and after discussing the details briefly, Bai Jing agreed. They arranged for Lin Lin to hide in a secluded spot, with Li Rue patiently reassuring her to stay put and not wander off, promising they would return swiftly. As the ferocious villagers roamed about, Bai Jing suddenly appeared, drawing the attention of all the villagers, who were led in pursuit by a middle-aged couple. Seeing the villagers distracted, Li Rue swiftly approached the solitary child sitting apart. He moved stealthily, glancing back every few steps, wary of being seen. Gently, he settled beside the reclusive boy and struck up a conversation. "Have you not yet seen your friend?" The child paid little heed to Li Rue's presence, stating, "No, I will continue waiting today." "Today? Have you been waiting for many days?" Li Rue inquired, curiosity piqued. "Yes, but it's all right. I will keep waiting." Li Rue continued, "You must have a strong bond. Are you the best of friends?" The child nodded earnestly, affirming that they would always remain the best of friends. Li Rue smiled gently, suggesting that if the child could assist him with a simple task, he would be able to introduce him to his friend right away. All he needed was the address of his friend's residence. The child, taken aback, inquired, "Really? What do you need my help with? If it's too difficult, I might not be able to manage it." Li Rue affectionately ruffled the child's hair, assuring him that it was not a daunting task, and that he could indeed accomplish it. Just gather all the children from the village and bring them to that house over there. He pointed towards a dilapidated tile-roofed house at the edge of the village, which he had previously inspected. The door was intact, and the windows were securely boarded up. Li Rue then pulled a half-open bag of biscuits from his pocket and handed it to the child, believing this would surely facilitate success. After a moment's hesitation, the child accepted it, feeling confident that it would pose no problem. Li Rue added, "By the way, could you also find me some rope? The more, the better." The child, puzzled, asked, "Sure, but what exactly do you intend to do? I have a little sister, about your age, who has no one to play with her. I wish to gather more children to keep her company for games like jump rope and tug of war. She has been longing to play those." Li Rue spoke with a grave earnestness, fabricating a tale. The child, moved by this, promised to summon all the village's children. Subsequently, the child revealed the location of his friend's house, and Li Rue planned to lead his friend to the abandoned house, where they would conduct their transaction. Without delay, Li Rue set off to find his friend, relieved to discover that no villagers were nearby the house in question. This presented him with the perfect opportunity to cautiously approach the edge of the dwelling. The house was quite spacious, indicating it belonged to a prosperous family in the village. To his fortune, the door was unlocked, allowing him to enter without hindrance. Thankfully, the villagers had all been drawn away by Jiang, granting him the liberty to rummage through the contents of the house without restraint. Li Rue shamelessly appropriated some milk and food, packing them into a plastic bag. With little time to spare, he urgently searched for any hidden little zombies, but after inspecting several rooms, he found none. As time slipped away, he grew increasingly anxious. Would he truly betray the child's trust? Suddenly, he recalled that zombies could be attracted by sound, prompting him to knock and tap around the corners of the rooms. Soon enough, he discerned the faint growls of a zombie, accompanied by the sound of scratching against the walls. However, he could not pinpoint the exact location. It seemed to be everywhere until, in a moment of clumsiness, he shattered a cup, realizing the noise emanated from below. Li Rue quickly searched for an entrance to the basement, yet found nothing beneath the beds or behind the cabinets. Perplexed, he paused to contemplate. It seemed improbable that the house's design allowed for any underground tunnels. Thus, he surmised that the entrance must be outside. Indeed, Li Rue discovered the passage hidden beneath a stack of hay surrounding the house. Though the weather was pleasant, the cellar, which could only accommodate one person, was shrouded in darkness and an unsettling chill lingered in the air. Li Rue possessed nothing but a lighter, and he feared that descending into the abyss would leave him vulnerable to an unexpected bite from a small zombie. He hastened back inside to retrieve a flashlight, a length of rope to bind it, and a substantial piece of cloth to gag its mouth. After activating the flashlight and illuminating the depths below, he found nothing amiss, leading him to believe that any potential danger lay deeper within. Grasping the ladder leading into the cellar, he began his careful descent. Soon, he reached the bottom, where to his surprise, he discovered a surprisingly spacious area filled with pickled vegetables and wine. With the flashlight guiding his way, he ventured further into the gloom, reassured by the singular pathway that eliminated the risk of being ambushed from behind. The darkness was oppressive and the cold pervasive, with occasional droplets of water falling from above. Li Rue couldn't he help but grumble. Even if one were to regard zombies as human, could they not be confined to a more appropriate space? Fortunately, he did not have to travel far before reaching the end of the passage, where the feeble light from his flashlight revealed a small zombie, its neck ensnared by a rope. This small creature was extraordinarily fierce. Before Li Rue could approach, it lunged at him. However, the rope around its neck restricted its movement. As Li Rue attempted to seize it, the zombie flailed its arms wildly and opened its mouth in a desperate attempt to bite, resembling a rabid dog. Time was of the essence, and seizing a moment of proximity, Li Rue delivered a swift kick that sent it sprawling to the ground. He quickly stepped on it, but to his astonishment, it clutched at his shoe and bit down. Thankfully, his footwear was sufficiently sturdy. He swiftly grasped its head, constricting its fragile throat, and stuffed the cloth into its gaping mouth. Now subdued, he efficiently bound it with the rope and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Despite the small zombie squirming restlessly like a wrapped dumpling, nearly tumbling off, Li Rue surmised that this little zombie must have been dead for quite some time. Otherwise it wouldn't be so animated. It was akin to a fussy child, full of disquiet. Stealthily, he carried the small zombie to the designated house, and upon nearing the entrance, he spotted a child peering out. Li Rue approached him and, to the child's astonishment, unceremoniously tossed the small zombie before him. "This is your friend. It has transformed into a monster. Be cautious and do not untie the ropes or remove the cloth from its mouth, or it will bite you," he cautioned. He further advised, "Let its family take it home after you observe it for a bit. It is far too dangerous." However, to Li Rue's dismay, the child completely disregarded his warnings, lifting the small zombie with the intent to untie it. Li Rue hurriedly intervened, reiterating that it was a monster that would bite him, and being bitten would lead to his transformation into a monster as well. The child, however, remained unconvinced. Seizing an opportunity while Li Rue was distracted, he yanked the cloth from the zombie's mouth. To Li Rue's astonishment, the previously aggressive small zombie did not attack the child. Instead, it stood motionless beside him. Li Rue was taken aback and cautiously extended his hand toward the small zombie, which immediately lunged to bite him. Thankfully, he managed to retract his hand just in time. This left Li Rue utterly astonished. Why did this little zombie choose to bite him instead of the child? Was it merely because they shared a prior friendship? This notion completely upended Li Rue's understanding. He urged the child to extend his hand towards the creature's mouth to see if it would bite him. Although the child could not fathom why Li Rue insisted that his friend was a monster, he complied nonetheless. The result, however, left Li Rue in shock. No matter how close the child brought his hand to the zombie's mouth, it remained motionless. When Li Rue attempted to stretch out his hand simultaneously with the child's, the creature chose to bite him instead. Li Rue began to question his very existence. The child, seeing that the little zombie posed no threat to him, rendered Li Rue's warnings futile, and he continued to advise the child not to untie the rope. Then, the child simply took the little zombie by the hand and walked away. Indeed, he was leading it, and Li Rue could hardly believe his eyes. That troublesome little zombie followed willingly. Before leaving, the child informed Li Rue that he had gathered all the children in the village inside the house, and they expressed a keen desire to play with his sister. Chapter 42. Innocence. Li Rue pushed open the wooden door to reveal a dimly lit, chaotic room where 7 children of varying sizes were playing. Upon noticing his entrance, they abruptly halted their playful scuffles. Li Rue quickly secured the door, barricading it with a nearby abandoned cabinet to prevent any escape, and glanced at the sealed windows. Excellent. There were no openings to slip through. The children observed his actions with curious expressions, displaying no signs of fear. Among them were 3 familiar faces, the very ones who had previously requested cookies. The other 4 were unknown to him. The oldest appeared to be around 11 or 12, while the remaining 3 were considerably younger, approximately 5 or 6 years old. Noting their calm demeanor, Li Rue chose not to elaborate further and approached the eldest with the prepared rope in hand. The older child instinctively stepped back upon seeing Li Rue advance with the rope, shouting, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Hurry and call your sister to play with us." Li Rue replied with a friendly tone, "I'm not doing anything. I just want you to be a bit more obedient." In a swift motion, he seized the boy, efficiently binding him temporarily to a post. However, this generation of children exhibited remarkable resilience. They showed no fear and began to vociferously protest. Ignoring their outcries, Li Rue proceeded to capture the remaining children who were attempting to flee. After considerable effort, he managed to tie them all up. Pondering how difficult these little rascals were to manage, a few were so cunning that he nearly failed to catch them, and they even threw objects at him. Li Rue realized he had somewhat underestimated this group of children. Once bound, they exhibited no fear whatsoever. In fact, the older ones joined the eldest in hurling insults at him. "Let us go, you disgusting piece of filth." The oldest began to hurl curses at Li Rue's mother, threatening, "If you don't release us, your mother, be quiet." These children were remarkably unruly, behaving no differently than those troublesome villagers. Li Rue found himself unable to control his temper. Normally, children should cry and complain, yet these bound ones remained audacious. Did he truly appear so easy to bully? The slap did not compel them to silence. Rather, it incited them to curse even more vehemently. Li Rue gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing he had no means to effectively stifle their incessant chatter. He could not possibly conceal all the children by himself and had to await Bai Jing's return to help him hide them deep in the mountains. If this continued, they would surely drive him to madness, and he could use that turmoil to intimidate the unruly villagers and reclaim the supplies effortlessly. After a considerable wait, Bai Jing finally approached, each of them leading a few children, Bai Jing with 4, and Li Rue with 3, including the eldest. The children were utterly uncooperative. Li Rue struggled to budge them, and they spat out foul words. Observing their unruly behavior, Bai Jing dealt out a swift slap to one child and delivered a few kicks, disregarding their desperate attempts to drag themselves along the ground. In contrast, Li Rue felt as if he were wrangling obstinate cattle, bewildered by Bai Jing's apparent ease. He too had tried both reprimands and punishment, yet the children remained defiant. Was he truly so easily bullied? Nevertheless, through immense effort, Li Rue managed to drag the children up the mountain. The younger ones became more compliant after a few strikes. Yet the eldest remained obstinate, even after Li Rue's hand grew numb from striking him. This eldest child was particularly venomous with his words, leaving Li Rue at a loss. Unable to counter his taunts and merely staring in frustration, he couldn't help but think that the child was taking advantage of his youth. Knowing Li Rue would not dare to escalate the situation, seeing Li Rue's indifference, Bai Jing could no longer tolerate their vile language and kicked several of the children, forcing them into silence, though it proved largely ineffective as they continued to mock him. While resting under a tree, Li Rue noticed a small hut not far off, seemingly a long-abandoned shed for storing firewood. He suggested to Bai Jing that they confine the children there, as it appeared secluded and perfect for their purpose. The current location was too deep in the woods, obscured by trees with little visibility of the outside world. After a brief discussion, they decided Bai Jing would scout the villagers' movements to ensure they would not discover their whereabouts. Once the villagers realized their children were missing, it would be time for Li Rue to make his threats. He estimated that by nightfall, he would manage to retrieve all the supplies. Li Rue and Lin Lin stood guard outside the hut. Due to its dilapidated state, the children's cries echoed from within, causing Lin Lin to feel anxious and restless. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked Li Rue what they were doing and why they were shouting inside. Li Rue found it difficult to explain that he had kidnapped them, so he merely stated that they were naughty children, deserving of confinement in the dark shed for their misbehavior. Lin Lin found this reasoning acceptable and inquired about the meanings of scoundrel and fool. Li Rue, unable to provide a proper explanation, offered a vague response, contemplating how to silence the children. He worried that their behavior might negatively influence Lin Lin, prompting him to search the vicinity for something to muffle their voices. Li Rue had no idea that by merely stepping out, he would find Lin Lin nearly falling victim to those mischievous children. Fortunately, he arrived just in time to shield her from witnessing anything inappropriate. He swiftly pulled up the pants of that wretched child, determined to teach them a lesson. They might find living to be more agonizing than death, by all standards. They had yet to reach the threshold of deserving such an end. If Bai Jing were to discover this incident, the implications would be utterly different. Luckily, Lin Lin was a well-behaved child and would keep the matter confidential. As dusk approached, Bai Jing returned, informing him that the villagers had capitulated, pleading for the release of their children. They were willing to return everything they had taken and even offer compensation. Bai Jing further recounted the fickleness of those villagers, mentioning how 2 households had not lost their children and how the parents of the missing children had humorously pressured those families for their possessions. They even reproached the middle-aged couple from before, who had engaged in a quarrel, asserting that things had not been this way during the initial division of goods. Li Rue could hardly contain his laughter, and after confirming their belongings, he released the children. However, the moment those children saw Li Rue, they appeared as though they had seen a ghost. The largest of them seemed so petrified that he could scarcely move, reeking of filth. It was Li Rue who commanded them to carry him back. Bai Jing was perplexed as to why those unruly children were so obedient to Li Rue, wondering if he had done something to them. Li Rue merely smiled, assuring him that he had done nothing. As they departed the village, Li Rue glanced back at the tranquil hamlet, which appeared almost unchanged since his arrival, save for the addition of one more person who might not even be considered human. In the vast fields, only that solitary child and his sole companion frolicked joyfully beneath the setting sun. Chapter 43, Earthworm's Last Night. Ergo accompanied the leader and Uncle Lu to stealthily observe Widow Wang engaging in her intriguing activities, only to discover that Uncle Xie's family had taken in the 2 young men. Ergo knew he would soon savor the cookies given by that foolish lad, as those individuals surely carried an abundance of delightful treasures. De Huang exchanged several bags of vegetables for cookies, but in the end, he was only allowed a single piece. How miserly! He resolved to inform his parents sooner this time, so they could divide the spoils earlier. The last time they had gone to share Granny Zhang's belongings, it was because his parents were late that they only managed to secure a few bowls. The adults reasoned that since she was already mad and had no one left in her family, it would be better to divide her possessions sooner rather than later. The 2 newcomers appeared to be from the city, looking rather dazed. Even if they took their belongings, they would be unable to retaliate, just like the previous ones who left obediently when they could not find anything. Everyone had become quite adept at this. That said, the little girl they brought along was extraordinarily beautiful, the most stunning child Ergo had ever encountered. In comparison, the women in the village seemed almost like gorillas. If only he had approached them to say he would stay at their home, he could have gotten closer to that enchanting girl and perhaps even stolen glances at her. During the day, as they frolicked together, the 2 fools were indeed made to dance to someone else's tune. It was perplexing to see Xiao Ming still informing them daily to wait for Xiao Liang by the side, behaving like a simpleton. What was so remarkable about having read a few books? It seemed their noses had risen to the heavens. Nevertheless, his father had reassured him that even without education, one could still find a wife, a sentiment echoed by Ergo, who, despite being illiterate, couldn't fathom the utility of reading. He observed how Xiao Ming had been waiting for Xiao Liang for nearly a month. Sitting there was indeed an eyesore. It appeared that the prior lesson of being stripped in the woods had not been sufficient. When the leader had some free time, he would devise other means of amusement. After all, Xiao Chong would no longer be there to protect him. However, today Xiao Ming unexpectedly displayed some sense. offering them delicious biscuits akin to those enjoyed by the foolish boy and revealing that a little girl wished for their companionship in play. The more, the merrier. Upon hearing this, Ergo nearly leapt with joy. He promptly relayed this delightful news to the leader, who had recently been confined at home after troubling Xiaofeng and could only venture out at night. Yet, for some unknown reason, the adults in the village were searching everywhere for thieves. Surely they wouldn't notice if the leader was home or not. Ergo summoned all the local rascals to broaden their horizons. What Ergo did not anticipate was Xiao Ming leading them to a dilapidated house beside the mountains. The leader, growing impatient after waiting, inquired about their companion's arrival, to which Xiao Ming assured him he would be there soon, suggesting they play inside for the meantime. Ergo, thinking of that charming little girl, urged the leader to exercise patience, as girls often took their time. The leader found this reasoning plausible. However, after a lengthy wait, the one who arrived was the foolish boy, who proceeded to bind them, while Xiao Ming had vanished without a trace. Ergo seethed with rage. Clenching his teeth, that little brat had the audacity to deceive them. Upon returning, he would incite the leader to make him pay. This foolish boy even dared to strike their leader. It was merely a few harsh words exchanged. Nonetheless, it mattered not, for their leader was formidable, having once endured 3 sticks as thick as his thigh being broken by his mother. A slap from this fool should be of little consequence. Watching their leader render the foolish boy speechless with his reprimands brought Ergo immense joy. The boy looked so naive and clumsy, clearly a virgin, leaving Ergo bewildered as to how he had survived to such an age. Alongside another scowling figure, they dragged them deeper into the mountains. This scowling one being far more brutal than the foolish boy. Ergo could not comprehend their intentions and discreetly queried the leader, who harshly chastised him for his ignorance. It was evident they were kidnapping them to threaten their parents. Finally grasping the situation, Ergo joined the leader in vehemently cursing their captors. Astonished that they had the audacity to act in such a manner, he resolved to inform his parents and summon the police. Together with the leader, he cursed them all the way, unafraid even when confined in the house, relentlessly berating them. To his surprise, while trapped inside, he actually encountered that beautiful little girl. Up close, she was indeed stunning. Just as it seemed their leader was about to succeed, the foolish boy interrupted at a critical moment. The leader was undoubtedly furious. His prowess in cursing was unparalleled in the village, having mastered the art from all the ants. His insults left the foolish man utterly humiliated. Yet Ergo soon sensed something amiss with this dim-witted individual. The man's pitch-black eyes fixated on them, his face devoid of expression, as if he were not truly looking at them. Ergo exchanged a furtive glance, a chill running down his spine, inexplicably fearful. He wished to caution the leader to temper his words, but the leader, heedless of the warning, continued his tirade, nearly hurling him against the wall. Ergo felt a genuine sense of peril. It seemed as though the man intended to kill him. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, the man released him and stepped outside. When he re-entered, Ergo could sense an absence of rage, replaced instead by an eerie excitement. The leader, still oblivious to the danger, persisted in his insults, only to be seized and thrown to the ground. The man produced a slender worm from his pocket, its delicate body writhing grotesquely. The words madman, pervert, lunatic echoed in the air, and the man visibly bristled with anger, swiftly grasping the leader's throat as if to choke those words in their very essence. The stench of urine permeated the air, leaving all to wonder if it belonged to the leader or one amongst them. Gathering the last vestiges of courage, Ergo dared to look at the man, who was now gleefully observing the contorted and convulsing leader. Never before had Ergo felt such terror. His body trembled uncontrollably, and several timid souls nearby succumbed to tears. Silence enveloped them. The man's cold voice shattered the stillness, and all fell quiet, save for the muffled sounds of the leader, who bit his tongue to suppress his cries, fearing he might be next. At last, after all the children had finished eating, he declared, "Do not speak of what transpired here to anyone, lest the worms you consumed grow within your bellies and crawl out of your mouths." In unanimous agreement, the children nodded, and only then was he satisfied to depart. Once he left, most of the children could no longer contain their sobs, calling for their mothers, longing for their families. Meanwhile, the leader lay on the ground, dazed and confused. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before they were finally released. Ergo helped the leader, who could barely walk, as they trembled away. On the way back, Ergo spotted Xiao Ming joyfully playing with the recently freed Xiao Yang, infuriated by the nightmare that transpired. All thanks to him, Ergo charged forward, ready to teach him a lesson. Just as he was about to unleash a punch upon Xiao Ming, Xiao Yang lunged toward him with his mouth agape. Chapter 44. Fork in the road. The pitch-black sky began to prepare for rain once more. Lightning slicing through the tranquil night. Li Rue couldn't help but sneeze. After leaving the village, it had only been 2 days before rain returned. And now it was nighttime. Could it get any worse? The torrential downpour drenched the earth as Li Rue huddled beneath a tree with Bai Jing and the others, trying to use their height to shield Lin Lin from the rain. With a sigh, He lamented that now even sleep was an impossibility. The next city was fast approaching. And yet they encountered yet another obstacle. Li Rue gazed helplessly at the end of the highway, lost in thought, when suddenly a flash of lightning illuminated the surroundings. And for a fleeting moment, he seemed to glimpse something reflecting light at the terminus. Although the lightning lasted but a second, Li Rue managed to discern it, prompting him to venture forth in the pouring rain, under Bai Jing's puzzled gaze. Approximately 10 minutes later, drenched to the bone, Li Rue returned. His face alight with excitement as he exclaimed to Bai Jing, "Come quickly, there's a derelict bus ahead where we can shelter from the rain." Li Rue unsheathed his long knife, reminding Bai Jing to arm herself and follow him, while instructing Lin Lin to remain hidden. As the bus harbored zombies that needed to be cleared out first, the two pressed on through the downpour towards the bus, which had collided with the highway barrier. Its windshield shattered into countless shards. Shadows moved within, and though the door was tightly shut, Li Rue could access the interior by smashing a nearby window. They needed to address the zombies inside. Bai Jing was the first to break the front window, and immediately the zombies stirred, crowding toward the partially opened window. The rain continued to fall, occasionally blurring their vision as the undead clawed at the opening. This presented a prime opportunity for Li Rue and Bai Jing. Before Li Rue could wipe the rain from his face, Bai Jing adeptly evaded their attacks, severing their hands and heads with precision. As the dismembered limbs fell, the blood was swiftly washed away by the rain, while Li Rue dragged away the remaining bodies. With each corpse he removed, fresh zombies filled the gaps at the window. Soon, a small mountain of bodies began to accumulate. Just as Li Rue reached to pull away another limb caught in the window, a large, stiff hand suddenly seized him, pulling him toward the opening with alarming speed. Li Rue caught a glimpse of a gaunt, pallid face pushing through the gap, its arm gripping him tightly, threatening to drag him in. For a moment, he found himself unable to break free, just as he was about to be pulled into the gaping maw of the creature. Bai Jing timely grasped him, her strength barely sufficient to hold on as they momentarily struggled. Fortunately, she swiftly drove her knife into the zombie's mouth, providing Li Rue a chance to escape as she decimated its head. Simultaneously, Li Rue, propelled by inertia, collided with a heap of dismembered zombie limbs. The cold, soft flesh smeared across his face, the acrid scent of blood flooding his nostrils, inducing a wave of nausea. He was on the verge of cursing Bai Jing when he recalled that had she not intervened, his fate would have been sealed. Turning to her, he said, "Thank you. But please be more careful next time. I'd prefer to avoid such intimate encounters with zombies. I can ensure your survival, but keep your distance. You're rather unpleasant," he added, gritting his teeth. Hearing his remark, Bai Jing smirked, deliberately inching closer to annoy him, while the rain swiftly washed away the sticky sensation from Li Rue's face. Their clothes were already thoroughly soaked. As Li Rue dragged out the last two zombies, he contemplated stripping them of their dry clothing, cautioning Bai Jing not to tear the garments, only to be met with disdain. This interaction began to wear on Li Rue, who felt exasperated by Bai Jing's lack of awareness regarding their dire circumstances. Nevertheless, he managed to remove two sets of seemingly intact, dry clothing, curious to see if Bai Jing would eventually don them when the chill became unbearable. The zombies in the compartment were swiftly extricated. Apart from the formidable zombie that had grabbed Li Rue, the rest were unremarkable, contemplating the dismembered remains scattered on the ground. Li Rue pondered the near catastrophe they had narrowly avoided. Had the large zombie not become ensnared in the window, their fate could have been perilous. If faced with an adversary in a one-on-one scenario, even Bai Jing might have met with misfortune. Indeed, as time passed, the zombies grew increasingly formidable. If such creatures became the norm, Li Rue mused, his own survival would be jeopardized. Thus, he resolved to cling to Bai Jing's support, wary of provoking his ire. For without him, Li Rue's situation would be dire. This thought alleviated some of his anger. Thus, Li Rue and his companions weathered the torrential rain throughout the night aboard the bus, with Bai Jing still refusing to wear the clothes Li Rue had scavenged from the zombies. Consequently, by morning, Li Rue's own garments remained damp, which compelled him to admire Bai Jing's steadfast principles. Under their protection, Lin Lin had encountered few mishaps, save for a slight increase in red spots on her skin. Over the past few days, Li Rue had grown somewhat resilient to the outdoor insects, even surprising himself with his adaptability to the environment. They continued along the highway until they reached a fork in the road, which presented a dilemma for Li Rue, unsure whether to proceed left or right. He regretted not having paid attention to such details in his prior route planning. With his phone dead and the map inaccessible, he sought Bai Jing's counsel. To his surprise, Bai Jing pointed out a nearby signpost. Upon inspection, however, Li Rue found it of little use. One direction led east to the city, the other west. It seemed both paths would lead to the next city, differing only in direction. Unsure of the distinctions between the two routes, he opted for the eastern road, reasoning that heading east could not lead him astray. After passing the junction, the surrounding forest gradually diminished, allowing glimpses of sparse houses in the distance. They encountered several abandoned vehicles along the way, indicating their proximity to civilization. Li Rue felt a surge of exhilaration. If they pressed on, they could reach the city today, find shelter, and rest properly. Rumors of numerous survivors filled him with hope that he might encounter a woman who caught his fancy, alleviating the prospect of a solitary existence. Growing increasingly animated with these thoughts, Li Rue became acutely aware of his appearance. Checking his reflection against his dead phone, he noted a visage typical of a vagrant, complete with leaves tangled in his hair. This realization prompted him to cast a critical eye on Bai Jing, who, despite his previous handsomeness, had also succumbed to the rigors of their ordeal, resembling a vagabond himself. Even Lin Lin's shoulder-length hair had transformed into a disheveled nest. It was undeniable that the harsh outdoor conditions over the past days had been trying, with relentless winds, rain, and insect bites. Coupled with their makeshift sleeping arrangements in the wild, reflecting on these challenges, one could not help but appreciate their resilience. After walking for a while longer, Li Rue could faintly discern the towering buildings of the city, his heart swelling with a quiet anticipation. He sincerely hoped that the road ahead would be more navigable. Chapter 45. The Heist on the Wide Road. 2 or 3 listless zombies wandered aimlessly. With a surge of joy, Li Rue smashed one of their heads and, upon crossing the street barrier, was confronted by the vast expanse of the city stretching endlessly before him. After consuming much of their provisions over the past few days, little remained, yet Bai Jing expressed a desire to first check out the nearby pharmacy or hospital. This city was significantly larger than the previous one. With a labyrinth of roads, Li Rue suggested they first search for a drivable vehicle, which would make their travels considerably easier. They began inspecting the abandoned vehicles along the road, surrounded by derelict trucks, yet no small cars were in sight. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, akin to an industrial zone, they could only press on towards the city center. Aside from encountering a few scattered zombies, nothing else caught their attention. These creatures were all dressed in identical uniforms. Despite searching diligently, Li Rue found no suitable vehicle. The road was particularly dusty, and even a gentle breeze stirred up sand that invaded their eyes. It was hard not to lament the severe smog characteristic of a large city. Just as Li Rue was scanning his surroundings, Bai Jing made a discovery. He and Lin Lin stumbled upon an electric bike nestled among the dust-covered greenery, with a zombie in a helmet conveniently nearby. By the time Li Rue reached them, Bai Jing had already propped the bike up. The zombie sprawled on the ground. Can it still be driven? Li Rue inquired. Bai Jing, directing his gaze toward him, replied, if we find the key and it has power, it should work. But I don't know how to ride it. A wave of delight washed over Li Rue. He hadn't expected Bai Jing to be at a loss for skills. And now he had the opportunity to showcase his own. The bike was not very large, and while it could accommodate the 3 of them along with their considerable luggage, it would be a tight fit. Li Rue suddenly recalled the discomfort of riding an Indian motorcycle, which was quite a squeeze. With the bike secured, they swiftly made their way to what once was a bustling economic district, now desolate and filled with scattered zombies. Li Rue suggested to Bai Jing that they search for food nearby. Just as they were about to stop and scavenge, they noticed a commotion at an intersection ahead where 4 or 5 individuals were engaged in a brawl. Upon closer inspection, Li Rue observed 4 individuals with vividly colored hair attacking a disheveled middle-aged man, brandishing gleaming knives and clubs. Li Rue was reluctant to intervene. After all, they were mere passers-by, and the outlandish hairstyles of the assailants suggested they were not to be trifled with. However, as they stood in the middle of the road, Li Rue quietly suggested to Bai Jing, who was watching the scene unfold, that they should wait until the altercation concluded before proceeding. Before Bai Jing could respond, one of the individuals with yellow hair noticed them and shot them a menacing glance. He beckoned with a finger, and the 2 others, one with gray hair and the other with red, swaggered towards them, while the remaining individual continued to pummel the man. Li Rue's expression soured as he and Bai Jing dismounted the electric bike, unsure of the assailants' intentions. He resolved to clarify their benign purpose of merely passing through, as the ones to suffer from a confrontation would ultimately be the aggressors. Meanwhile, he noticed Bai Jing had already drawn a knife. Li Rue, in his naivety, was unaware of the sinister intentions of the opposing group. The leader, with bleached hair, sneered while pointing at them, declaring, "Where did these beggars come from? Daring to roam our territory?" Quick to respond, Li Rue forced a smile and said, No, we're merely passing through. Please, gentlemen, allow us to pass. We shall be on our way shortly." As he uttered the words gentlemen, a twitch betrayed his discomfort. Despite his conciliatory tone, the group had no intention of letting them go. They continued with their menacing bravado. "If you're just passing through, then you must pay a toll. You seem to have quite the collection of bags. Hand over 2. Brandishing a knife, the leader's companions made a show of their intimidation. Li Rue and Bai Jing had only 4 bags between them, nearly empty, and found their audacity appalling. In a hushed tone, Li Rue leaned towards Bai Jing. asking if they should intervene given the weapons in the hands of their assailants. Bai Jing turned and handed her belongings to Li Rui, saying, "No need for that. Just keep an eye on the things and Lin Lin." With that, she boldly confronted the aggressors alone. Relieved, Li Rui moved to a safe distance with the luggage and Lin Lin. The latter, puzzled, inquired why the assailant's hair was so vividly colored. Li Rui patiently explained that it was a matter of personal choice and advised her not to impulsively imitate them. Observing Bai Jing take on the group single-handedly, the assailants erupted in mockery. "Huh? You must be foolish. The two of you should team up. At least it would save us time." Bai Jing, disinterested in their taunts, delivered a punch directly at the leader, while the two behind her drew their knives, only to be effortlessly evaded. Within 3 minutes, they lay incapacitated on the ground. In the distance, a blue-haired member of the group witnessed their defeat and, disregarding the beaten man, rushed furiously towards Bai Jing, only to meet an inevitable fate. Seizing the opportunity, the assaulted man fled at great speed, much to Li Rui's disappointment as he intended to ask for directions. The leader, groaning on the ground, clutched his abdomen in disbelief, exclaiming, "You dare strike us? Just wait. Our proud family is not to be trifled with." Unable to hold back, Li Rui scoffed. "What is this proud family nonsense? Even as a small faction, it seems excessively abstract. Are you a den of thugs?" As they lay defeated, Li Rui approached to taunt them. "What a pitiful sight. Even in this state, you continue to boast. Call out again, and I shall feed you to the zombies." With that, he kicked them, leaving them speechless, their eyes wide as they watched him and Lin Lin ride away on their electric bike. Before departing, Li Rui confiscated their knives. Noting they appeared superior to his own, the path ahead had been thoroughly scoured, revealing no useful items. Not far along, Li Rui spotted an abandoned barbershop nearby, conveniently adjacent to a men's clothing store. The thought of being called a beggar by those thugs ignited a sudden fury within him. Despite their outward appearances being similar to that of beggars, he felt the need to maintain a clean and respectable demeanor. Thus, he proposed to Bai Jing that they take a moment to regroup here, to which she readily agreed. Li Rui arrived at the dusty barbershop, which was well equipped and even offered a facial wash, a stroke of fortune indeed. He picked up a razor and tidied up his appearance, simultaneously styling himself with a dashing haircut. In a drawer, he discovered a number of sharp blades, small and easily concealable, which he deemed quite useful, and thus took them all. Meanwhile, Bai Jing was busy detangling Lin Lin's messy hair. To Li Rui's surprise, he was adept at braiding, leaving Lin Lin looking quite neat and orderly. In stark contrast, Li Rui's own hair was a disheveled mess, nearly obscuring his eyes. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. "Bai Jing, how about I cut your hair?" he suggested. Bai Jing regarded him with skepticism. "Can you even do that? Look at my own haircut. It's not too shabby, is it?" Li Rui replied confidently, running his fingers through his freshly trimmed locks. Bai Jing, observing the results, conceded. "What makes you think you can cut hair? Is it so strange? Years ago, I spent 288 on a fancy haircut that turned out to be a bowl cut. I figured it was better to do it myself. And I haven't set foot in a barbershop since, saved quite a bit of money. With all these years of practice, I could practically open my own shop." Li Rui explained as he readied his tools. Bai Jing allowed him to proceed after washing his hair. Li Rui tied on a cape, armed himself with scissors and clippers, and proposed, "How about we go for long bangs with tapered sides and a shaved middle?" Upon hearing this, Li Rui noticed Bai Jing's face darken, as if he were about to leap up and strike him. Quickly, he backtracked. "Just kidding. I'll give you a trendy textured crop, guaranteed to be strikingly handsome. Just trim it a bit," Bai Jing replied nonchalantly. Li Rui smiled slightly. "All right, a textured crop it is." With a swift motion, he cut the bangs to eyebrow level. After his meticulous work, a classic Dora-style bowl cut emerged, making Bai Jing appear as if he had shed 8 years of age. As Li Rui gazed into the mirror, a myriad of expressions played across his face. Confusion, astonishment, and disbelief intertwined. Bai Jing touched his hair, but said nothing, leaving Li Rui momentarily anxious. In truth, he had intentionally crafted the hairstyle to lower Bai Jing's attractiveness, hoping to divert attention away from himself when encountering women. It was undeniable that such a hairstyle was beyond even Bai Jing's high standards of beauty, leaving Li Rui speechless. After spending some time freshening up, Li Rui contemplated heading to a nearby shop for food when a buzzing sound interrupted him. 2 flashy scooters zoomed past, startling him. With noise that loud, don't they fear the zombies following them home? He mused. No sooner had he thought this than zombies began to gather along the roadside, drawn by the commotion. Frustrated, Li Rui called to Bai Jing to leave immediately, lamenting their lack of supplies. Bai Jing had managed to find some cigarettes and alcohol, but deemed them useless and left them behind. Li Rui severely criticized his decision, though he did not dare voice his discontent too loudly as they prepared to escape. The surrounding zombies had taken notice of their presence, and several fast ones were already sprinting towards them. Li Rui and his companions quickly boarded the electric vehicle and departed via an alternate route. avoiding the reckless drivers lest they attract the attention of the relentless zombies. Initially, they had spotted some cars parked nearby and contemplated switching to a more reliable mode of transport, but opportunity eluded them. As they ventured beyond that area, Bai Jing suddenly noticed a hospital in the distance and suggested they investigate it. Li Rui had no objections, and they intended to head in that direction. However, before they could exit the intersection, an unexpected encounter awaited them. Preoccupied with the road ahead, Li Rui failed to notice 3 reckless drivers parked at the roadside. Upon spotting Li Rui and his group, the trio swiftly encircled them. One of them removed his helmet, revealing a youthful, flamboyant hairstyle, and brandished a knife menacingly. "Hand over your belongings," he demanded. Reluctantly, Li Rui and his companions dismounted the electric vehicle. Lin Lin, upon witnessing the ferocity of the 3 men, cowered behind Bai Jing. Unwilling to show her face, Li Rui, observing their audacity, noted that just a moment ago, the previous gang had at least pretended to ask for a toll. Yet these 3 displayed no pretense whatsoever. Without hesitation, he drew his own knife, standing beside the visibly displeased Bai Jing. "Hand over everything you have," he commanded. Chapter 46. The confrontation. "We were mistaken, esteemed gentlemen. Consider me inconsequential. Spare us." The once arrogant trio now knelt, begging for mercy from Bai Jing. But Li Rui had no intention of letting them off the hook. He demanded they surrender their food and supplies, preferring not to scavenge for it himself. Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged glances, realizing they had encountered them before acquiring any loot. "Our remaining supplies are with our group. Do you wish to accompany us?" one of them suggested. Li Rui couldn't suppress a chuckle at their naivety. It was hard to believe they would be foolish enough to raid another stronghold. He couldn't resist kicking one of them, inquiring, "Which gang do you belong to? How many factions operate in this city?" The man, having been kicked, promptly replied, "We are part of the Flying Car Gang. We are unaware of the exact number of factions. There are too many, each claiming territory by strength." Bai Jing interjected, "Which faction is the largest?" The man's voice trembled as he answered, "The most formidable is the Fist Society, while the 2 largest shelters boast the greatest numbers. Following them are our Flying Car Gang and the Proud Family, along with various other factions." Li Rui pressed further, "How many members does the Fist Society have? And where are the shelters located?" According to their description, the Fist Society controlled nearly 1/3 of the city's resources, with membership numbering in the thousands. It resembled a vast refuge. Aside from the 2 shelters, all factions were compelled to pay protection fees to avoid trouble. After all, consolidating resources in a large city is challenging. It is far more efficient to divide regions and exploit them until resources are depleted, making management appear significantly simpler. They also learned about the city's territorial divisions. The Fist Society occupied half of the economic district in the city center. The first shelter was situated near the commercial area of the economic district, while the second shelter was located on the outskirts, within the industrial and agricultural zones. Boasting the second largest population, Li Rui casually inquired about the direction to his hometown, seeking the quickest route. However, upon mentioning his intended destination, the group before him exchanged incredulous glances. They informed him that the place he wished to reach was far more chaotic, teeming with zombies, and most importantly, it appeared he had strayed off course. According to the established route, they should traverse the city before proceeding to the next area. Yet, due to his erroneous choice on the highway, Li Rui found himself taking a longer detour, necessitating a journey across the entire city to reach his next destination. Overwhelmed by this revelation, Li Rui felt a throbbing in his head. The situation was far more troublesome than he had anticipated. To navigate through the sprawling metropolis, he would have to pass through the Fist Society, 2 major shelters, and various smaller factions, leaving him to ponder what other challenges awaited him. Had he chosen the correct path initially, he would have merely passed by a shelter, less crowded, safer, and more time efficient. Li Rui couldn't shake the feeling that he must have committed some transgression in a past life to warrant such misfortune. After sufficient inquiry, he turned his attention to locating a vehicle, hoping to find a small car to evade potential robbers on the road. Just as he was about to flee, he asked the trio if they knew of any nearby vehicles. They quickly shook their heads, with one kind-hearted individual informing him that all drivable cars had been commandeered by the Fist Society, dispatched to various intersections to fend off zombies. Otherwise, the zombie population here would have doubled. Realizing that finding a car was unlikely, they resigned themselves to continuing with the electric scooter. Bai Jing urged Li Rui to head to the hospital in search of medicine, as the supplies for Lin Lin had dwindled significantly over the past week. Confused, Li Rui questioned whether one type of medication would suffice, only to receive a bewildered look from Bai Jing. He explained that treating Lin Lin required a combination of several medications, emphasizing the necessity of prioritizing the most critical ones without disregarding the others. Taking Bai Jing's words to heart, Li Rui hastened to the hospital on the electric scooter, encountering 3 instances of robbery and toll demands along the way. The assailants were few in number, typically comprising 3 to 5 individuals, all within the realm of Bai Jing's capabilities to handle. Their bizarrely named groups, such as the White Dragon Society and the Strongman Coalition, momentarily led Li Rue to believe he had stumbled into the realm of organized crime. Fortunately, they reached the hospital entrance without incident. As they dismounted the scooter, Bai Jing swiftly pulled Li Rue and Lin Lin aside. There were people, many people. Li Rue cautiously peered out to assess the situation at the hospital entrance, where a throng of 20 to 30 individuals had gathered, seemingly divided into 2 factions. Their hostility palpable. The hospital doors were securely locked, with a mass of zombies pressing against the glass, their grotesque mouths agape, fixated on the arguing crowds. Among the 2 groups, one consisted entirely of robust young men, while the other, slightly larger, included both men and women. The muscular faction asserted their claim over the hospital, demanding that the opposing group vacate the premises, lest they invoke the wrath of the Fist Society. In response, the leader of the other group vehemently contested their claims, advocating for cooperation and a shared distribution of resources, seemingly intent on avoiding a confrontation. Another group, unbeknownst to him, uttered something that provoked the burly men, who began to shout and curse vehemently. The burly men retaliated swiftly, brandishing their weapons, and a fierce altercation ensued. Li Rue observed that the burly men were clearly gaining the upper hand, mercilessly beating their opponents until blood flowed profusely. A few particularly brutal individuals wielded knives, stabbing relentlessly at the fallen, showing no mercy, even to women. Li Rue quietly inquired of Bai Jing beside him whether they should intervene to assist the beleaguered, only to receive a fierce glare in response. With a stern countenance, Bai Jing replied in a low voice, "If you seek death, go ahead, do not involve me." Clenching his fists, Li Rue dismissed the notion, recognizing his lack of strength, and resigned himself to being a detached observer. With a silent sigh, he cautiously watched the fray from behind cover. Several young men were felled to the ground, only to be stabbed in the chest by the opposing side. Their final moments spent watching their lives extinguished amidst a chaotic crowd. Had Li Rue possessed Bai Jing's formidable skills, he might have felt compelled to intervene, believing that aiding the weak is a noble pursuit, a moral imperative for one who considers himself good. A middle-aged man, armed with a long knife, hacked furiously at his adversaries, blood splattering as limbs fell to the ground. The scene was too horrific. Li Rue felt an overwhelming urge to assist. Yet he understood that his involvement would likely yield little more than a salve for his own conscience. Ultimately, it was a frail woman who faced the brunt of the violence. Her feeble resistance met with piercing screams, while the fortunate were rendered unconscious by clubs, and the unfortunate met their demise by sharp blades. The conflict concluded swiftly. For the burly men, it was a sheer rout. Some, sensing the tide turning, fled rapidly, while others lay gasping for their last breaths, and women were dragged away like spoils of war. Li Rue averted his gaze from the brutal scene, instead focusing on the horizon, and waited until the cacophony subsided before daring to question Bai Jing, who had been observing intently. "They are finished. What do you intend to do now?" Chapter 47. Joining Let Us Leave. It is too perilous. Once the burly men had dealt with their adversaries, they began to breach the doors to lure the zombies. Li Rue noticed that they had already drawn a substantial horde of corpses out, and soon the undead would encroach upon their vicinity. They had no choice but to take the electric bike and depart. Suddenly, Li Rue recalled spotting several pharmacies along the route to the hospital and suggested to Bai Jing, "It seems there are quite a few pharmacies ahead. Shall we investigate?" Bai Jing nodded in agreement, though Li Rue observed his demeanor reflected a sense of contemplation and hesitation. "Let us proceed cautiously. There is no need to rush. In such a vast city, we are bound to find what we seek." Bai Jing's gaze turned resolute as he fixed his eyes on the distance. "Indeed, those individuals were formidable. Let us endeavor to circumvent them." Li Rue continued, "How many do you think you could defeat among them?" "Perhaps 2 or 3 at most." Li Rue, upon hearing this, sensed that the situation had become considerably more complicated. These individuals were not like the previous rabble. Each possessed a strength that would not be easily overcome. Soon, Li Rue halted at a rather dilapidated pharmacy, where scattered zombies roamed the streets, posing minimal threat. Bai Jing suggested that he venture alone, while Li Rue stayed behind to care for Lin Lin. Given the chaotic surroundings and the absence of a suitable place to secure her, Bai Jing felt uneasy and decided to keep Lin Lin with her. Li Rue, with Lin Lin by his side, waited by the vehicle for Bai Jing. Before long, a group of individuals emerged from the roadside, spotting the 2 of them. The gang, composed entirely of imposing men, approached Li Rue with an unfriendly demeanor. Cursing his misfortune inwardly for encountering so many people, he quickly pulled Lin Lin behind him for protection. The group numbered 5, all towering figures. The leader, with one hand in his pocket and a cigarette in the other, appeared unarmed and moved with a languid grace, as if strolling leisurely were it not for the scattered zombies around. Even from a distance, the pungent smell of smoke wafted toward Li Rue. The man gestured toward Li Rue with his cigarette-laden hand. Two burly men stepped forward and addressed him. Hey, which gang do you belong to? Don't you know this territory is claimed by our Fist Society? Li Rue forced a smile. My apologies, this is my first time here, I didn't know. I'll be on my way shortly. One of the darker-skinned brutes commanded. Get lost immediately. You're not allowed to take anything from here. All right, Li Rue replied, slowly retreating with Lin Lin while engaging them in trivial pleasantries, all the while praying for Bai Jing's swift return, hoping to stall for time. If he left with Lin Lin and got separated, it would spell trouble. As Li Rue hesitated to depart, the smoking leader suddenly spoke up. Wait. He flicked the ash from his cigarette and crouched before Lin Lin, saying, Little sister, would you like to come with me? I promise you'll have endless candy. Li Rue instinctively pulled Lin Lin behind him, his previous facade of nonchalance replaced by vigilance. Lin Lin, too, shrank back anxiously. The man never cast a glance at Li Rue, his gaze fixated on Lin Lin's feet, clicking his tongue. Get out of the way, pests. Unmoved. Li Rue swiftly drew his handgun, aiming it at the man's head. Care to guess if my gun is loaded? This caught the man's attention, and he peered up at Li Rue, his half-lidded eyes wide with surprise. One of his subordinates nervously warned, Hugo, be careful, as a few rushed to his side. Attempting to pull him back, he waved them off, signaling them to stay back, standing to meet Li Rue's gaze, the gun's muzzle following his movements. The man known as Hugo flashed a smile at Li Rue, before launching a swift strike towards Li Rue's abdomen. Li Rue staggered back from the force, quickly firing a shot in retaliation. The speed of the attack caught him off guard, and whether due to unsteady hands or recoil, the bullet grazed past Hugo's cheek, leaving a trail of blood. Had it been just a fraction off, it might have shattered his skull, prompting a frown from Hugo, while his men recoiled in shock, hesitant to advance. The man delivered a powerful punch, yet Li Rue immediately straightened up, aiming his gun at him. Next time, will you be able to evade? Li Rue's voice was chillingly cold. The man, sensing the impending danger, raised his hands and slowly distanced himself from Li Rue. The surrounding zombies, alerted by the commotion, gradually approached them, calmly retreating, with a cigarette still clutched between his fingers. He smiled at Li Rue and said, Apologies, I underestimated you. I am Hu Jin. Next time we meet, let us not be so fierce. After uttering this peculiar remark, he departed with his entourage. As he encountered a zombie blocking their path, he effortlessly dispatched it with a swift motion, discarding the remnants of his cigarette in the process. Li Rue felt that this man might be even stronger than Bai Jing. He hadn't even discerned the movement of Hu Jin's knife before the zombie's head fell to the ground. Just as he thought of Bai Jing, she appeared, seemingly drawn by the earlier sounds. Glancing at the gathering zombies, she quickly boarded the electric vehicle that Li Rue was about to start. As Li Rue maneuvered the vehicle to evade the zombies, he recounted the encounter with the man named Hu Jin. Bai Jing remained silent, her brow furrowed deeper in thought. Then, Li Rue inquired whether she had found the necessary medications at the pharmacy. With a hint of disappointment, she revealed that she had found nothing. This inevitably plunged their spirits into despair, surrounded by people vying for resources. The city starkly contrasted with Li Rue's imagination. It was utter chaos, where both humans and zombies could perish at any moment. Li Rue drove the electric vehicle away from the zombies and stopped in front of a dilapidated convenience store, taking care to ensure it was devoid of other people before halting. Since they couldn't find any medicine, perhaps they could at least procure some food. However, contrary to their hopes, this rare haven, free of zombies and crowds, was utterly barren. This left Li Rue in a state of dismay. Without sufficient food and water, survival was impossible. Noticing Bai Jing's contemplative demeanor, Li Rue asked if she had any ideas for swiftly obtaining food and medicine. She gazed at the towering skyscrapers in the distance and suggested, why not join them? Ah, are you certain? Li Rue exclaimed, shocked for a moment. The thought of engaging in violence like those individuals was daunting for him, but upon reflection, he acknowledged that this was indeed the quickest way to acquire resources. Bai Jing continued, let us join the largest group. They should have everything we need. We can secure ample resources and then escape. Li Rue suddenly thought of the man named Hu Jin, his expression darkening slightly. You truly have guts. Aren't you afraid of being discovered and losing your life? He sighed softly. Otherwise, we stand no chance of seizing any resources with just the two of us. I promise your life as long as you remain composed. Upon hearing this, Li Rue felt a bit reassured. They had no choice but to take the risk. Hey, I didn't do anything foolish. Why do you say I'm losing my mind? He shot a disdainful glance at Li Rue. Who was it that suddenly declared they wanted to help during that previous fight? Li Rue was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering, I didn't actually jump in. I hope you can understand your own predicament. Chapter 48. The Fist Society. Li Rue and his companions casually approached a street thug, effortlessly gleaning the precise location of the Fist Society. It occupied a vast area, nearly encompassing half of a bustling city center, situated in a prime location with abundant resources. Following the provided address, the trio arrived at an expansive residential complex, interconnected with streets leading to half of the economic district. They observed various checkpoints, often manned by vigilant personnel. Upon reaching one of the guarded entrances, Li Rui, accompanied by Bai Jing and Lin Lin, alighted from their vehicle. A few individuals noticed their approach and immediately stepped forward to question them. Li Rui, with a cordial smile, exchanged pleasantries and articulated their purpose. The guards, with disdainful expressions, informed him that joining their ranks required passing a rigorous assessment. One of them pointed to another entrance, indicating a building designated for the recruitment examination of newcomers, arrogantly suggesting that Li Rui's slender frame would likely fail, advising him to leave while he still could, while flexing his muscular arms in a show of bravado. As they turned away, Li Rui's smile vanished, and he discreetly gestured a middle finger at their retreating figures. Not far ahead, he spotted several individuals gathered in front of a building, unmistakably the place they sought. A line of 4 or 5 burly men, adorned with thick beards and burdened with luggage, stood waiting, making Li Rui and Bai Jing, along with Lin Lin, appear conspicuously out of place at the end of the queue. Bored, Li Rui stood in line, unable to discern the activities of those ahead. Only noticing that individuals entering the building emerged within 5 minutes, their faces uniformly etched with fear and trepidation. This piqued Li Rui's curiosity. Suddenly, he noticed a crumpled paper affixed to the wall, proclaiming the establishment's eagerness to recruit capable individuals, offering food and lodging. Surprised, Li Rui reflected on the numerous applicants already present and their proactive recruitment efforts, suggesting a seemingly inexhaustible supply of resources. Before long, their turn arrived. Bai Jing stood ahead of him, and through the doorway, Li Rui could see several men seated around a table, their demeanor as serious as a job interview. They inquired about Bai Jing's origins and previous occupations, asking for basic information. Following Bai Jing's comprehensive responses, the men deliberated briefly before granting him admission, permitting him to bring family members along. This straightforward acceptance left Li Rui astounded. Was it truly that simple? When it was Li Rui's turn, he faced similar inquiries. As he recounted his past profession, he recalled his lackluster job with a tinge of embarrassment, ultimately asserting that he worked in sales. To his surprise, they produced a small knife and directed him to a room where he was to eliminate 2 level 1 zombies. Li Rui grasped the diminutive blade, barely 5 centimeters long. Casting a glance at Bai Jing, who awaited him, a wave of indignation surged within him, prompting him to question the guards. Why does my friend not have to confront zombies? And what exactly is a level 1 zombie? With visible impatience, they explained that due to Bai Jing's prior experience as a doctor, they were in dire need of such expertise, thus exempting him from this perilous trial. As for level 1 zombies, they categorized them based on their strength, noting that the distinctions were often imperceptible to the naked eye, identifiable only through their behavior. Zombies that move with the sluggishness of elderly women in their 70s or 80s are classified as ordinary zombies. First-level zombies exhibit reaction times akin to those of middle-aged individuals, comparable to that of an average person. Second-level zombies possess the agility and speed reminiscent of youth, while those that reach the third level can climb, leap, and run with remarkable swiftness. These classifications are determined by specific strengths. Li Rui's expression grew grim. He had only encountered the so-called first-level zombies, which he could typically handle one at a time. Facing 2 simultaneously was rather daunting. As Li Rui hesitated, Bai Jing snatched the small knife from his hand. If I go, he won't need it, she declared. They acknowledged this and expressed hope that Bai Jing possessed sufficient strength to manage the task at hand. Noticing their lack of dissent, Bai Jing proceeded to the room to confront the so-called first-level zombies. Li Rui could not help but inquire if this could count as a substitute for combat. They nonchalantly remarked that everything within the Fist Society was dictated by individual prowess. Whatever one desired was secured by strength alone. Even human beings could be claimed. Since he had aided Li Rui, he could serve as Bai Jing's subordinate. Li Rui further questioned why he had to be a subordinate and could not simply be a friend or ally. The individuals disdainfully informed him that new recruits were merely subordinates. Even with professional demands, Bai Jing alone could not guarantee the safety of both individuals. Thus, they advised Li Rui to prepare for the possibility of being claimed by another, should someone take an interest in him, and if Bai Jing were unable to defend him, he could easily become someone else's possession. They jested that a young man like Li Rui was highly sought after, and unless he could outmatch others, he need not fear harassment. After absorbing their words, Li Rui was nearly incensed, realizing the barbarity of this place. What could his slight frame possibly achieve in combat? Just as he voiced all his concerns, Bai Jing emerged from the room within 5 minutes. Not a trace of blood marred her attire, and through the partially opened door, Li Rui could vaguely discern contorted limbs on the floor. He asked her if she was unharmed, to which Bai Jing gently shook her head and returned the bloodied knife to them. They regarded her with surprise, their demeanor shifting to one of respect almost immediately. Once everything was confirmed, they pointed to an apartment building, instructing them to gather their belongings and reside there, where arrangements would be made for their daily tasks. A younger member particularly cautioned them against the use of weapons or engaging in unauthorized killings, lest they be expelled. Following their guidance, Li Rue and his companions arrived at the spacious apartment complex, bustling with people coming and going. Their immediate priority was to secure accommodations for Lin Lin, as it would be inconvenient to investigate the underlying matters otherwise. On their way to the apartment, several audacious individuals attempted to provoke Bai Jing and Lin Lin, and it was only after Li Rue had dealt with 3 of them that the harassment ceased. Observing from the sidelines, Li Rue appeared unremarkable, gazing at his bewildered bowl cut. He mused whether, had he not been subjected to such an absurd haircut, he would have attracted even more trouble in his original state. Li Rue and his companions, burdened with their meager luggage, sought their designated floor. As newcomers, they were relegated to a modest single apartment, contrasting starkly with the opulent neighboring building, which suggested that higher status corresponded with superior accommodations. Upon reaching the entrance of their apartment, a pungent mix of smoke and an unpleasant odor assaulted Li Rue's senses. Accompanied by the distant sounds of passers-by hurling curses, Li Rue couldn't help but furrow his brow, while Bai Jing's expression grew even more dismal. The interior of their new abode was hardly any better, resembling a space that had been ransacked, with unfamiliar clothing and furniture strewn haphazardly about. Yet, Li Rue consoled himself that it was still preferable to sleeping outdoors. After a cursory tidying up, the place began to resemble a livable environment. Just as Li Rue contemplated disposing of the trash, a loud knocking reverberated through the room, shaking the very walls. Annoyed, he went to answer the door, revealing a middle-aged man with a hostile demeanor, seeking Bai Jing to request his assistance in saving someone. It appeared they were indeed in dire need of a physician, as he was already being summoned to work before he had even settled in. Bai Jing coldly declined, expressing his reluctance to treat patients, suggesting he could contribute in other ways. The man vehemently admonished Bai Jing, insisting he must comply, as it was their leader's directive. If he refused, the leader would personally administer a reprimand. Curiously, Li Rue inquired what would happen if Bai Jing were to confront their so-called leader. The middle-aged man, taken aback, responded that if he could defeat the leader, he would assume the position and responsibilities of leadership. Li Rue was astonished that leadership could be seized through physical prowess. Indeed, it seemed that strength dictated authority. The man boasted about their leader's remarkable feats of strength, recounting tales of his prowess in overcoming multiple adversaries. Li Rue, uninterested in the man's tales, confidently proposed to challenge their leader's position, while Bai Jing looked on in disbelief at Li Rue's audacity. The middle-aged man scoffed, stating he would fetch the leader so that Li Rue and his companions could witness the leader's might. Not long after, a burly man arrived to assign Li Rue his tasks, declaring himself the captain responsible for this building, insisting that every newcomer must heed his orders. He instructed Li Rue and others to commence zombie eradication. Li Rue inquired whether the leader held a higher rank than the captain, to which the man affirmed the leader's superior position. Li Rue waved dismissively, asserting that he was already aligned with the leader and thus not subject to the captain's directives. The man was taken aback, incredulous that they had arrived just recently yet aspired to leadership. It was rare for newcomers to exhibit such audacity. Li Rue explained their intent to challenge the leader, inciting the man's fury as he defiantly declared that one must first defeat him, the captain, to earn the right to challenge the leader. Li Rue casually sought Bai Jing's opinion, who remained indifferent. Without hesitation, he inquired about the possibility of securing better accommodations through defeating the captain. Li Rue, upon hearing this, felt that their earlier efforts to tidy the apartment had been in vain. The captain, now enraged, retorted that they would have to best him first, deriding Li Rue as an inexperienced newcomer. Before he could finish his taunt, he found himself on the ground, having fallen victim to a well-executed shoulder throw and elbow strike, leaving him unable to rise. Li Rue helped him up, extending a gesture of courtesy by brushing off the dust, and inquired if they had now sufficiently proven their worth to ascend to leadership. The man, drenched in cold sweat, nodded and immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. Seizing the moment, Li Rue inquired about the internal affairs of the Fist Society. The man briefly outlined the management structure, revealing that the founder, the Red Spider, was the unrivaled leader, with 2 loyal brothers managing 4 districts, A, B, C, and D, encompassing a vast number of members, approximately tens of thousands. The area where Li Rue resided was District D, the most disadvantaged in terms of environment, while the conditions improved towards the front, with districts A and B overseen by the second-in-command and C and D managed by the third-in-command. Crucially, the second-in-command was responsible for resource allocation, while the third-in-command handled personnel arrangements. For Li Rue to acquire superior resources and escape, he would need to align himself with the second-in-command. a challenging endeavor that required both trust and considerable strength. To attract the attention of significant figures, one would need to attain the position of district chief. This was not overly difficult. Defeating a team leader would suffice to elevate one's status. Li Rui found the management paradoxically chaotic yet orderly. Those in charge seemed to do little themselves, delegating responsibilities to their subordinates, as if merely maintaining a facade of authority. He believed that Bai Jing, with her prowess, could ascend the ranks smoothly, as the conditions favored one-on-one duels, prohibiting weapons and group fights to avoid excessive casualties. Having gathered sufficient information from the team leader, Li Rui prepared to depart. Shortly thereafter, the middle-aged man who had sought the team leader earlier returned, flanked by several burly men, exuding an intimidating aura. They demanded Bai Jing descend to demonstrate her skills, showcasing the prowess of their team leader to all newcomers in District D. After ensuring Lin Lin was settled, Li Rui promptly followed, eager to witness the spectacle. Approaching the spacious area, he spotted a muscular man lounging in a chair, surrounded by 3 or 4 individuals smoking. It was evident he was the team leader, who smirked derisively upon seeing Li Rui and Bai Jing. "Come on, don't waste time," the team leader said impatiently. While Bai Jing, indifferent, approached without uttering a word. The team leader, unfazed, rose to his full height, a head taller than Bai Jing, stretching his muscles, which Li Rui observed with envy. As the tension escalated between them, onlookers craned their necks to witness the unfolding drama, forming an encircling crowd. Noticing the gathering spectators, the team leader launched the first attack, only to be easily evaded by Bai Jing. This pattern continued for several exchanges, with Bai Jing seemingly toying with him, eliciting exasperation from the audience. The muscular leader's face flushed with anger as he shouted at Bai Jing, "Stop scurrying around like a rat, and face me directly." "All right," Bai Jing replied, and in an instant, the team leader's expression changed dramatically, prompting Li Rui to exclaim in delight at the unfolding spectacle. Fueled by rage, the muscular man charged at Bai Jing with all his might, yet the outcome became evident swiftly. In the end, Bai Jing exerted just enough effort to earn his respect. As he observed the admiration reflected in the gazes of those around him, a few audacious individuals dared to offer cigarettes to Bai Jing, who disregarded their gestures entirely. The subordinates who had previously clustered around the muscular man, sensing his decline in stature, began to curry favor with Bai Jing. It was only then that Li Rui learned from these subordinates that managers had the authority to personally select their own aides for tasks. Once they fell from grace, they lost the privilege to orchestrate affairs unless the new leaders chose to retain them. Otherwise, those individuals would suffer greatly, having grown accustomed to the role of enforcers. They would be subjected to bullying by those beneath them. Bai Jing showed no inclination to engage with them, prompting Li Rui to approach him and suggest selecting a few subordinates, as he was uncertain of the responsibilities entailed in being a group leader. In response, Bai Jing regarded Li Rui with an incredulous expression and remarked, "You genuinely intend to pursue this? You ought to confront the district leader and unseat him." Li Rui grasped his implication. Perhaps they were being overly presumptuous on their first day. He inquired about the whereabouts of the district leader from those nearby. The previous subordinates informed Li Rui that the 4 district leaders of Area D had been summoned by the 3rd in command to a perilous location to gather supplies. Li Rui further inquired whether they could challenge the leaders of other districts, to which the individuals gazed at him and the others in astonishment, explaining that inter-district challenges were prohibited as boundaries had been firmly established. Any requests for relocation must be sanctioned by the 3rd in command, necessitating the district leader's application. It appeared they could not afford to be overly audacious at this juncture. It was prudent to focus on their primary tasks and establish a foothold. Nevertheless, being a group leader should afford them certain privileges to reap modest rewards. In Chapter 49, titled Mission, Li Rui sat in a van alongside several others. His brow furrowed as he gazed despondently out the window at the streets teeming with zombies. Beside him, Bai Jing appeared to be dozing off. After some time spent gathering information, Li Rui discovered that there were over 20 group leaders in their district, with only a select few achieving notable success and receiving minor rewards from higher-ups, an aspiration as distant as the dreams painted by their superiors. Their primary duty entailed organizing personnel to collect supplies from designated areas as per the demands from above, which meant that the group leaders themselves garnered nothing from the venture. The resources did not pass through their hands, leaving them bereft of any tangible benefits. Their only advantages were a slightly cleaner living space and an extra meal compared to the regular subordinates, who were limited to 2 meals a day. Li Rui encountered a few subordinates who expressed that their conditions were relatively favorable. The ordinary civilians outside not only lived in constant fear of zombies, but often went days without food. Those with skills were eager to penetrate this environment, desperate for a chance to escape their dire circumstances. Thus, leading a team to scavenge for supplies seemed preferable, despite the requirement to surrender 2/3 of the haul to ensure the operation of the entire organization. When dispatched, Personnel would provide them with locations, vehicles, and weapons, alleviating much of the hassle. Correspondingly, there would be inspections at the entry and exit points to verify the gathered resources. Only 1/3 of what remained after submission would be allocated to the team, representing the sole legitimate means of acquiring supplies unless one concealed them outside. Li Rue had heard that the management of supplies was exceedingly stringent, with thorough searches conducted during each entry and exit to eliminate any possibility of embezzlement. It was rumored that a subordinate who attempted to conceal several packs of cigarettes at the supply storage center had suffered the severing of his hand as punishment. This left Li Rue somewhat apprehensive, indicating that infiltrating for theft was not a viable option. The only secure means of acquiring supplies was to ascend to a managerial position there. Given the current circumstances, the only course of action was to earn some trust until the district chief returned, and then attempt to ingratiate himself with the second-in-command. Consequently, Li Rue assembled a temporary team consisting of a captain and 2 subordinates to fulfill the tasks outlined by the group leader, realizing that to garner additional resources, he had to take matters into his own hands. Initially, Bai Jing opposed the inclusion of the other 3 individuals, but there was a regulation stipulating that the number of searchers could not be fewer than 5, with at least 1 manager leading the team. Li Rue was unsure whether this was for safety reasons or mutual supervision. Among the 3, only the captain had been in the organization for a while. While the other 2 were essentially novices, appearing rather unassuming, they had not uttered a word since introducing themselves, remaining silent in the vehicle. The captain, a robust middle-aged man surnamed Chun, exuded sincerity, and Li Rue referred to him as Old Chun. The 2 newcomers were younger, and having forgotten their names, Li Rue dubbed them Big Black and Little Yellow based on their complexions. Li Rue, leveraging Bai Jing's status as the group leader, merely needed to delegate tasks, and had they not been necessary for numbers, they could have been deemed superfluous. Bai Jing, wishing to avoid complications, entrusted all arrangements to Li Rue. Their destination was a small shop in the main economic district, rumored to be only partially occupied by the Fist Society, where encounters with the residents of shelters were expected, making it a prime site for resource acquisition and a show of force. Upon arrival, the exterior appeared relatively clear of zombies, although they could be lurking within. The group remained vigilant. Bai Jing led the way, effortlessly dispatching a few ordinary zombies, while the remaining 3 also handled the threats with apparent ease. Observing their proficiency, Li Rue couldn't help but feel like the weakest link, as he was the only one who had not passed the assessment to join. Having successfully dealt with several ordinary zombies, they entered a shopping mall. Shattered glass littered the floor, and various household items lay in disarray outside. With little of value to salvage, they needed to venture deeper in search of oil, rice, salt, and food. Given the vastness of the mall, Li Rue scanned the surroundings and, finding no zombies, suggested that they split up to search within their line of sight. The other 3 took action, while Li Rue and Bai Jing remained on guard. Li Rue mused that being the leader was advantageous, as all the dirty and laborious tasks fell to subordinates, allowing him to legitimately slack off while still enjoying the benefits. Soon, Big Black made a discovery. On the left, a shelf was laden with food, but it was surrounded by over a dozen zombies. The seasoned Old Chin cautioned everyone to be careful, as the presence of a second-level zombie would complicate matters. Li Rue, in a token gesture, asked Bai Jing what to do. He proposed that Big Black and Old Chun create a distraction to lure the zombies away while the others retrieve the supplies. Upon hearing this, both individuals exchanged glances with Bai Jing, their expressions grim, but they dared not voice any objections and complied. Although Li Rue harbored no fondness for them, he still advised them to remain vigilant, promising to assist if the situation became dire. The 2 of them sprang into action, striking the glass to create noise, successfully drawing the attention of a horde of zombies, who then surged after them in a frenzy. Li Rue, who was concealed nearby, noticed that a few of the zombies were sprinting with remarkable speed, almost keeping pace with them. These appeared to be the so-called first-tier zombies, and several of them caught Li Rue's attention. Bai Jing, perceiving Li Rue's apprehension, advised him, "Do not concern yourself too much with their fate. It is our prerogative to prioritize our own survival, and if necessary, we may abandon them." Li Rue nodded in agreement. This endeavor was merely a professional obligation, and they could not expect to gain much from it. The weak have no voice in this world. As the 2 were pursued by the zombies and became lost from sight, only a few slower ones remained. The 3 of them exerted considerable effort to eliminate the remaining ordinary zombies. Bai Jing then instructed them to gather supplies while he wandered nearby, seemingly collecting various items. Li Rue, disinterested in doing menial tasks, seized the opportunity when Lao Chun and De He returned, breathless, and called them over to assist with the supplies. He thought it a perfect time to indulge in a brief respite, knowing Bai Jing would not object, especially with a furniture section nearby where he could recline. Just as Li Rue intended to recline on a leather sofa, he noticed 2 zombies standing vacantly beside a wardrobe. with no choice but to address the situation. He observed that these zombies moved slowly, suggesting they were ordinary ones, and he felt confident in handling both simultaneously. Withdrawing his long knife from his waist, he approached them cautiously. Without hesitation, he swung the blade at one of the zombies' necks. However, a single strike did not suffice to sever its head, necessitating additional blows. Just as he prepared to strike again, both zombies lunged simultaneously at Li Rue. Taken aback, he struggled to respond in time. The first zombie clamped its mouth onto the blade, while the second quickly followed, its foul maw aimed at his face. Fortunately, with swift reflexes, Li Rue managed to use one hand to secure the first zombie's head. To his astonishment, he realized that these were not ordinary zombies, but first-tier ones, possessing strength comparable to that of a human and not particularly slender. Gritting his teeth, he fought to maintain his grip as the zombies pressed closer, and he could feel his hold weakening. Desperately, he shouted, "By Jing, help! There are zombies here, come quickly!" The moment he cried out, the two zombies struggled even more fiercely, making it impossible for him to maintain control. He knew they would not arrive in time, and the stench of decay drew nearer, his heart racing as he suddenly recognized his own vulnerability. He refused to accept being weak. He believed he could prevail. He must prevail. With unwavering determination, Li Rue resolved that no one would protect him indefinitely. Releasing both the knife and the grip on the zombie's head, he swiftly sidestepped, causing the two zombies to tumble to the ground due to their momentum. Seizing the opportunity, he summoned all his strength to strike at the neck of the one that had already sustained damage. The other, attempting to right itself to lunge at Li Rue, was met with a decisive kick that sent it sprawling away. In those fleeting seconds, Li Rue severed his own neck completely, then proceeded to deal with the zombie that was attempting to rise. The remaining creature posed little threat when Li Rue decapitated it. Blood splattered into the crevices of the wardrobe, from which a faint gasp emanated. Though the sound was delicate, Li Rue's keen ears detected it. He kicked the remaining corpse aside and took a moment to catch his breath before cautiously gripping his knife and opening the wardrobe door. He found it obstructed by something, and with a forceful pull, a trembling woman curled up inside gazed at him, her face stained with blood. Just then, Bai Jing arrived in haste with 3 others. Chapter 50. Challenge to the district chief. The young woman in the wardrobe regarded Li Rue and the others with suspicion, quietly clutching her short knife. Bai Jing, noticing the scattered remnants of corpses around, inquired about Li Rue's well-being. He shook his head, and the group collectively observed the woman in the cabinet, her terror and fear unable to mask her delicate beauty. Old Chun was the first to propose. "Captain, let us capture this woman. She could be exchanged for 5 pounds of valuable supplies." Dahe leered at the woman's curvaceous form, suggesting, "Captain, how about you have your fun with her first before selling her? That would be most profitable. If you tire of her, could you let us have a turn? I could clean her up and still fetch a good price. I know many trustworthy contacts who would provide you with excellent goods." Xiao Huang stared at the woman, unable to voice his thoughts, but his fervent gaze betrayed his intentions. Li Rue, observing the frightened woman, felt a pang of unease. Her knife seemed to hold no significance in their eyes. With a heavy heart, he turned to Bai Jing, who was poised to make a decision. After a moment's hesitation, she said to Li Rue, "Since you discovered her, it's up to you to handle the situation." Li Rue surmised that she had no better course of action and had cunningly shifted the responsibility onto him, deftly evading all choices. With the power of decision in his hands, he felt compelled to follow his conscience and release the unfortunate woman. In a hushed tone, Li Rue suggested, "Perhaps we should let her go." The 3 men stared at him in shock, their expressions a mix of confusion and anger, while Bai Jing, seemingly anticipating Li Rue's choice, silently withdrew. Dahe, suppressing his fury, remarked, "Li Gu, are you all right? You may spare her, but I certainly will not." Old Chen offered a pragmatic suggestion. "If you find it difficult to act, I can take care of it for you. You can simply pretend you did not see this woman and reap the benefits afterward." The woman hiding inside appeared to have overheard their conversation, tears glistening in her eyes as she glanced at Li Rue. He averted his gaze, addressing the others, "Forget it. I'll observe for now." With a disdainful snort, Dahe lunged into the wardrobe, effortlessly subduing the woman as she fought with all her might. Grasping her hair, he dragged her into the adjacent restroom, closing the door behind him and saying to Li Rue, "Hurry up, Li Gu. We should be done moving the supplies in about half an hour, and we'll wait for you right here." Li Rue nodded and pushed open the door. In the corner of the restroom, faint sobs could be heard. He gently approached the woman, opening a nearby window. To be honest, this woman was strikingly beautiful. In the past, Li Rue would never have dared to approach someone of her caliber. Now, he could impose his will upon her at any moment. He harbored the usual thoughts a man might have, yet the image of her anguish held him back from acting. Her tears extinguished all his inner desires, causing a pang of conscience to ache within him. The woman, bewildered and fearful, gazed at Li Rue as he opened the window, not daring to utter a word. She curled her body into a tight ball, as if wishing to disappear. Li Rue crouched down to look at her and asked, "What is your name?" She remained silent. Her expressive brows furrowed in apprehension. Seeing her fear, he continued, "If you tell me, I will let you go." Yi-Sin, she replied. Her voice barely above a whisper, yet strangely melodious, her name far from ordinary like his. "It's a lovely name. Why are you trapped here? Do you have any companions?" With a hint of caution dissipating, she revealed, "I was unexpectedly caught by zombies. My companions left, perhaps thinking I was dead. Can you truly set me free?" Li Rue nodded, asking, "Do you have somewhere to go?" She seemed less tense now, her curiosity piqued as she studied him. "Yes. My friends must be worried about me at the shelter." Li Rue straightened up and looked out the window. "Then you should leave. If you climb out of this window, they won't notice." Yi-Sin hurriedly scrambled out, and as Li Rue watched her depart, she suddenly turned back, waving her hand as if beckoning him to come closer. Confused, he edged toward the window, where she stood outside, smiling gently as she extended her hand to wipe the dried blood from his face with her clean sleeve. She was so close that he could faintly detect a delicate fragrance, and a few stray strands of hair brushed against his arm, sending an unexpected shiver through him. With a soft smile, Yi-Sin said, "Thank you. You are truly a good person. May I know your name?" At that moment, Li Rue felt himself captivated. An exquisite emotion bubbling from within, rendering him motionless as he gazed at her radiant smile. Embarrassed, he finally told her his name. She nodded seriously, as if committing it to memory, preparing to leave. Suddenly recalling the dangers outside, he called out, "Wait, take this knife. Be careful on your way." He handed her the knife from his waist, and she turned in surprise to accept it, expressing her gratitude once more. "If fate allows, she began, a smile curving her lips, but she left the thought unfinished and turned to vanish into the depths of the street. Li Rue stood there, lost in thought, especially haunted by her unfinished words, contemplating that perhaps this was love at first sight. He hoped for a chance encounter again. Her eyes and the way her smile echoed his mother-s was so gentle. Just being near her felt infectious, and that brief connection, lasting mere minutes, etched itself into his memory, rendering her a dream lover crafted just for him. Li Rue sighed. Ultimately, he had to leave the restroom to address the current predicament. Upon stepping out, he was met with the inquisitive gazes of De He and Xiao Huang, who immediately rushed to the restroom to investigate. Finding it vacant, they inquired about the whereabouts of the woman, seemingly eager for an opportunity. Embarrassed, Li Rue explained that while he was in the midst of removing his trousers, she had cleverly escaped through the window when he was not paying attention, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. Their disbelief in Li Rue's clumsy lie was palpable. The headless zombie's body on the ground continued to twitch, making it hard for anyone to believe that Li Rue, who had managed to overpower two zombies, could be outmatched by a single woman. With discontented glances, they silently departed, as all the supplies in the area had been exhausted, and it was time to move on to the next location. When Bai Jing saw Li Rue emerge alone, looking rather pleased, she could easily deduce what had transpired without needing to ask. The vehicle was as quiet as when they had first set off, with Lao Chen charting the course. As he was very familiar with the area, they soon arrived at the entrance of a small supermarket. As Li Rue and his companions disembarked, they noticed another vehicle parked nearby. True to expectation, several individuals emerged from the supermarket, seemingly aware of Li Rue's arrival. Li Rue remained unperturbed, for he was now part of the largest group. Which gang would dare confront them? Just as the two factions appeared poised for confrontation, Lao Chun respectfully approached to greet them, and Li Rue then realized they were allies. The group of subordinates stood guard at the entrance while their leaders searched for supplies, having merely crossed paths with them. Ultimately, it was a matter of first come, first served. Just as Li Rue was about to leave, Lao Chen informed them that a district chief was leading this contingent. It seemed there was no need to depart now. Li Rue nudged Bai Jing beside him, and upon receiving a nod from her, he boldly approached the group of subordinates and proclaimed, "Hello, could you kindly summon your district chief? Our team leader wishes to challenge him." Chapter 51. The Delusions of Youth at the Supermarket Entrance. Everyone present gazed at Li Rue and Bai Jing in astonishment. Those who ascended to the role of district chief were not to be taken lightly, and Lao Chen couldn't help but break into a sweat on their behalf as De He and Xiao Huang watched in a daze. One of the individuals from the group obliged, going to fetch the district chief. Moments later, dozens of people emerged, and it appeared that at least 20 or 30 were in attendance. Their district chief seemed to be making a grand entrance, with two neat rows of people flanking the entrance, creating an impressive spectacle, save for the lack of a red carpet. A peculiar man, wielding a scythe, donned a cloak, and had his neck and one eye wrapped in bandages, with the other eye marked by a red line, slowly made his appearance. Li Rue couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at the sight. The scythe appeared to be merely a bent blade affixed to a pole, while the cloak resembled a curtain, tied around his neck with a string. Surely, this bizarre individual was the district chief. The eccentric man raised his head, opening his mouth, which was not obscured by bandages, and with his eyes closed, solemnly declared, Such an arrogant individual dares to challenge the abyss of integrity. Proclaim your ignoble name, and I shall make you feel the wrath of hell. Bai Jing, her expression darkening, turned to Li Rui and asked, "What on earth is this fool talking about?" Li Rui inhaled sharply. "Dr. Bai, how does one cure this adolescent delusion?" Bai Jing, upon hearing his words, seemed to grasp the situation, replying, "A good beating will suffice." In front of the adolescent delusion, the young man from District B, Group 18, Bai Jing stepped forth to challenge the position of the district leader, requesting guidance with a polite bow and an inviting gesture. Bai Jing, with a furrowed brow, approached, still in disbelief, casting a glance back at Li Rui. Li Rui estimated that the onlookers were nearly overwhelmed with anticipation. Thus, he decided to indulge the young man in his theatrics. After all, a man remains a boy at heart until death. The young man dramatically swept his cloak, appearing pleased by Li Rui's response. "Let us battle, you wretched insect." He tossed his scythe to his subordinate, and Bai Jing, unable to tolerate the antics any longer, initiated the confrontation. The two engaged fiercely, exchanging blows. Li Rui admired how the young man's subordinates communicated. He appeared to be in his early 20s, slightly more muscular than Li Rui, and it baffled him how he had ascended to the position of district leader. However, Li Rui was nearly left speechless as the young man held his own against Bai Jing, who was almost at a disadvantage. With blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, the young man fared no better, his bandaged eyes revealed through the struggle, emerging bruised and battered. Li Rui, observing the spectacle, felt a twinge of concern as the bystanders remained aloof. After approximately 20 minutes, Bai Jing gained the upper hand, pinning the young man to the ground and choking him until he reluctantly conceded defeat. Witnessing Bai Jing's injuries, Li Rui felt an inexplicable dread. He hoped the situation would not escalate to a life-or-death struggle, yet the reality was undeniably harsh. Li Rui was the first to approach, intending to assist him, but Bai Jing declined. The young man, now furious, scrambled to his feet and seized the scythe from his subordinate, charging towards Bai Jing with lethal intent. "You despicable fiend! Perish!" Li Rui instinctively grasped the handle of the scythe with one hand while drawing a blade from his sleeve, pressing it against the young man's throat. The blade was sharp enough to draw blood instantly. "You have lost. Please adhere to the rules." Li Rui's voice was cold, momentarily subduing the young man. Though the blade had already penetrated deeply, blood trickling down Li Rui's slender fingers. The young man clutched his neck and retreated, glaring at them with wide, furious eyes. In a hoarse voice, he growled, "You will regret this. I shall return." Li Rui watched as the young man staggered away, supported by his subordinates. Still shouting obscenities despite the blood oozing from his throat, it seemed his bandages would remain unchanged for some time. Afterward, Li Rui and his companions returned. As defeating the district leader necessitated a handover of responsibilities, which Bai Jing entrusted entirely to Li Rui. This effectively placed him under Li Rui's command. Though the tasks were not arduous, merely following directives from above. However, their swift rise to the district leader's position would undoubtedly attract the attention of higher authorities. Just after settling into their new abode, the third-in-command arrived that evening, inviting Bai Jing to dinner, and naturally, Li Rui, as his subordinate, accompanied him. Several burly men clad in suits escorted them to a villa in Area C. The dining table was illuminated by the soft glow of candles, creating a uniquely romantic ambience, albeit somewhat diminished by the presence of many individuals. They appeared to be managers and their subordinates, and as a mere subordinate, Li Rui found himself relegated to a corner, idly surveying the opulent decor. It was no surprise that the third most powerful figure in this realm lived more comfortably than the average person did before the apocalypse. Upon encountering the so-called third-in-command, Li Rui discerned that he was an ordinary middle-aged man, seemingly unremarkable and exuding a gentle demeanor, engaged in discussions with those beside him. From a distance, Li Rui could only make out his silhouette, appearing quite busy as he conversed with others about territories and shelters. He listened attentively, but could only catch fragments of their conversation. Observing closely, Li Rui noted that this third-in-command lacked formidable strength wherever he roamed. He was closely flanked by 2 or 3 protectors. Soon, he approached Bai Jing's table, casually inquiring about their well-being and sharing thoughts on various matters. However, Li Rui and his companions were acutely aware of their primary objective for being there. Serving under the third-in-command primarily involved coordinating personnel movements and occasionally mediating minor conflicts, with rewards solely dependent on the higher-ups, leaving little incentive for personal gain. When Bai Jing proposed transitioning to work under the second-in-command, the third-in-command's tone shifted to one of firmness, employing various excuses about their need to acclimate to the new environment and the potential benefits of diligence. He offered Bai Jing no opportunity to voice her suggestions. Li Rui sighed, contemplating the supplies they had sought that day. After accounting for what needed to be submitted, they would only have enough provisions for a week. Although food and water were assured here, Their supplies were insufficient for a hasty exit, and they had yet to secure the crucial medical supplies. The medication available was dispensed based on injury severity and was limited in quantity. As Li Rui and the others finished their meal and began to disperse, he conferred with Bai Jing about the possibility of her working as a doctor to procure some medications, as their management options were dwindling. The only individuals with authority beyond the district chief were the close aides of the third-in-command, who occupied their positions without true significance, merely following his orders without involvement in resource management. After some deliberation, Bai Jing agreed to try her hand at being a doctor for a few days, recognizing that the role primarily involved personnel management, allowing for flexible arrangements underground. Meanwhile, Li Rui remained industriously engaged, familiarizing himself with the district chief's responsibilities. While Bai Jing returned from her brief stint as a doctor within half a day, she reported that acquiring substantial quantities of medication from there was no simple task. The management was stringent, with doctors solely responsible for patient care and prescriptions, and distribution was handled by personnel from the second-in-command's office, necessitating centralized reporting. Thus, any endeavor to amass a significant stockpile of medication would be futile without drawing undue attention. Nevertheless, she did manage to secure a small amount of medication that Lin Lin required, albeit dispensed in precise doses, with no exceptions made regardless of one's position. Li Rui could not help but ponder the utility of the district chief, who seemed to serve little purpose beyond commanding a throng of subordinates to stand around and exude an air of pretentiousness. Just as he was devising ways to engage in embezzlement, unexpectedly, the eccentric young man appeared at his door. "Your malevolence shall be reduced to ashes by the flames of my wrath, and cast into the abyss of hell." He forcefully kicked the door open, startling Li Rui. The young man's head was swathed in bandages, save for one eye, and he was unaccompanied by his usual entourage. It appeared he had come for a one-on-one confrontation. Despite his recent elevation to group leader, he bore a lingering resentment. However, Bai Jing was absent, having been summoned by superiors. Li Rui feared a vengeful reprisal for the throat-cutting incident, knowing that should a fight ensue, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Sighing, Li Rui contemplated how to deal with this individual. Perhaps he could indulge him in a bit of amusement, and who knows, he might even be in a forgiving mood. "Your fury may well be extinguished by the tempestuous storm of heaven." He raised an eyebrow and, with a voice still slightly hoarse, remarked, "What utterance is this from a lowly servant? The dark scythe fears nothing." Li Rui noted that this time, the young man was less theatrical than before, lacking his cloak. Yet he could not help but wonder about the chicken feather adorning his ear, which certainly caught his attention. The master has important matters to attend to. Leading a host of followers to confront the rising undead in the north, finding himself in a perilous predicament. Li Rui marveled at his own ability to fabricate such a tale, uncertain whether the young man comprehended it. The eccentric lad scrutinized Li Rui with a knowing gaze before bursting into laughter, continuing to spout more of his melodramatic phrases. Li Rui deciphered that he was inquiring about Bai Jing's return before seeking him out for a duel. Intentionally, he disclosed a time frame when Bai Jing would be unavailable, and after engaging in some whimsical banter, he successfully sent the young man on his way. The two of them would fight with reckless abandon. It was best to avoid confrontation whenever possible. After dispatching the eccentric youth, Li Rui resolved to organize the supplies he had gathered over the past few days, most of which were shared from team efforts, alongside a few tributes from dutiful subordinates. Particularly, he had received a considerable amount of cigarettes and alcohol, leveraging the connections afforded by his position as district chief. These items held little value for Li Rui. Previously, he had heard from Old Chun about a night market situated between District B and District C, where reciprocal trading of goods was commonplace. It was said that one could procure anything there: women, food, weapons, and even drugs, which astounded Li Rui. Today, the district chief had extended an invitation to Bai Jing to join him there for an auction featuring rare items typically unattainable. The attendees would comprise managers, and curiously, the event was organized by individuals from the second-in-command's faction. Could this be the fabled resource recovery initiative? Li Rui sorted through 2 large boxes filled with cigarettes and alcohol, wondering how he had amassed such a quantity. All due to the sheer number of subordinates under his command, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands, each hoping for him to assign them lighter tasks. On the first day of handling these matters, Li Rui felt as though his legs might give way under the strain. He needed to consult with Bai Jing about enlisting a few more trustworthy subordinates to assist with the workload. This also clarified why so many had surrounded the eccentric young man. He merely needed to make decisions while delegating the legwork to his underlings. The only downside being the absence of bribes from those below him. Before this, Li Rui had to attend to an important matter, and by the time he returned, it was just evening, making it an opportune moment to sell the cigarettes and alcohol. Chapter 52. Team Battle. Not long ago, Li Rui received a notification from the 8th seat, instructing him to assemble all available personnel. This old 8 was a confidant of the 3rd seat. with a total of 15 direct subordinates reportedly ranked by their prowess. During meals, one could often hear these underlings boast about their superior abilities. Li Rui had never met Old 8 in person. He was summoned by his subordinates to represent by Jing, seemingly to approach a venue. Li Rui found it perplexing why so many individuals were required, and he was not entirely clear on the specifics. The only thought occupying his mind was whether he could reap some benefits from this endeavor. Accordingly, he gathered everyone as instructed, amassing a total of 300 to 400 individuals, including the Chinibyu guy. Upon seeing Li Rui, the latter's gaze fixated on him, likely yearning to engage in some Chinibyu banter, but Li Rui was too preoccupied to indulge him. It wasn't until they shared the same vehicle that Li Rui learned this individual had aspirations of becoming a district chief. Their district had 5 district chiefs, indicating he wielded considerable influence. Li Rui felt that the fact he could overlook past grievances was commendable. He was not one to hold on to grudges. So he engaged in some awkward, self-deprecating discussions with him. During the car ride, Li Rui and the Chinibyu guy exchanged abstract boasts, acutely aware of the peculiar glances from their subordinates, who seemed to regard them as if they were deranged. Li Rui also noted that the Chinibyu guy struggled to communicate with his own subordinates. Several times, as he attempted to relay information, his subordinates failed to grasp the context, leaving him frustrated to the point of resorting to physicality, which only heightened his subordinates' anxiety. Once they alighted from the vehicle, Li Rui discovered that a gang had failed to deliver supplies on time, resulting in a commotion. The collection agents were equally unyielding, promptly summoning reinforcements to resolve the issue. The opposing faction, unaware of their own limitations, comprised roughly 200 to 300 individuals of all ages. This situation could have been easily resolved, but they allied with other gangs, driving away the collectors. This provoked the higher-ups, who were now prepared to dismantle them. Among the allied gangs was one Li Rui had encountered before, the Shamate family. Even from a distance, he could discern their vividly colored hair standing out in the crowd. Li Rui, accompanied by several hundred men and the Chinibyu guy at the forefront, presented an imposing sight. To clearly distinguish friend from foe, they all donned black attire, creating a formidable presence that even the undead would hesitate to approach. With a stern expression masking his inner turmoil, Li Rui observed that while the opposing numbers appeared substantial, his side remained the largest. He contemplated finding a corner to hide should a conflict arise, as he had no desire to engage in a pointless struggle. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed Old 8's subordinates awaiting their arrival, and he caught sight of what kind of figure the 8th seat was. At first glance, Old 8 struck Li Rui as a formidable character. His buzz-cut and muscular physique, even clad in a suit, could not conceal his ruggedness, and a black tattoo peeked out from his neck. In the distance, he waved his hand, beckoning the crowd to venture into the lair of their adversaries. Old 8 led the charge, with Li Rui reluctantly following, feeling the weight of his subordinates' gazes upon him. It would be a disgrace to flee before them, beside him. The overly enthusiastic young man brandished his scythe, eager for the fray. Their stronghold, though modest, was remarkably tidy, a stark contrast to the litter-strewn streets outside. Every entrance was barricaded, offering concealment and safety, as hundreds of ordinary residents awaited below, embodying a spirit of resilience. Before the conflict erupted, a man at the forefront approached Old 8 with a pleading tone, negotiating for mercy. Li Rui, standing behind, strained to catch snippets of their conversation. The essence of the plea was a desperate request for Old 8 to spare them, as they could no longer provide the required supplies. Should they surrender everything, their people would face starvation by dawn. Li Rui felt a pang of sorrow as he witnessed the man kneel before Old 8, abasing himself for a chance at survival. Yet, Old 8 showed no mercy, disdainfully kicking him aside. With a cruel thrust, a blade pierced his heart, leaving him gasping for his last breath on the ground. While his companions, gripped by rage, surged forward, Old 8 waved his hand with a flicker of nonchalance, and the throng rushed in, seizing the moment of chaos. Li Rui sought to slip away amidst the crowd, covering his face to avoid detection. The throng pushed him relentlessly toward the tumult of battle, and he navigated through the chaos as though traversing a raging river. Amidst the fierce fighting, Old 8's voice rang out, frenzied. Brothers, the one who kills the most shall win 2 exquisite women. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in a frenzy, slaughtering their foes with wild abandon. Screams and chaos propelling Li Rui deeper into the heart of conflict, as blood began to stain the ground. Witnessing the carnage before him, Li Rui felt his own insignificance acutely. Countless faces brushed past him, painted with primal savagery and madness, as if they had forgotten their humanity. The brutality around him left Li Rui momentarily stunned, yet surprisingly, no one seemed to notice him, allowing him to slip aside unnoticed. Escaping the tumult, Li Rui found refuge on a concealed second floor, quietly observing the savage butchery below. The combatants were entangled in a frenzied melee, roaring and howling as blood flew in all directions. Everything transpiring here felt utterly detached from him. As a good man, all he could do was light 3 cigarettes and place them in a nearby flower pot, a tribute to the deceased. This small act allowed him to watch the slaughter with a clear conscience, fulfilling his duty as a good person, even if the cigarettes were the most expensive. Li Rui's faction held considerable advantage, as they were no weaklings. They easily subdued the ordinary people beneath their feet. The overly enthusiastic young man fought valiantly, spouting incomprehensible phrases as he slaughtered. He seemed more suited to thrive in such an environment, wielding his scythe like the Grim Reaper, recklessly reaping lives without regard for the opinions of others, transforming his wild imaginings into grim reality. Furthermore, the formidable old eight could truly be described as a remorseless killer. In their eyes, their opponents were stripped of their humanity. What does it resemble, animals or plants? Li Rui was reminded of the wheat ready for harvest at home, which would fall to the ground as grain with just a single cut. The 3 cigarette butts in the flower pot had burned down to their stubs. Their pace of harvesting was swift. It was time to leave. "Excuse me, could I borrow a lighter?" A languid voice emerged from behind, startling Li Rui. He turned to find a man, cigarette in mouth, squinting at him with bleary eyes as if just awakened. Li Rui had been standing there for quite some time. Oblivious to the presence of another person, it was Jiang, whom he had encountered previously. How did he end up here? Li Rui recalled the punch he had received from him. A feeling of inexplicable annoyance washed over him, yet noting the man's suit, clearly a figure of authority, he extended his lighter. With an awkward smile, Li Rui remarked on the unexpected reunion. Jiang ignited his cigarette, taking a drag before casually stating, "Those with a bit of skill tend to frequent this place. I am curious as to why you chose to insert your cigarette into the flower pot." So he had noticed, thought Li Rui, hastily shifting the topic. This formidable figure was alone here, smoking in solitude. Li Rui had never seen him in the CD area, speculating he was the second in command of Area AB, though unsure of his exact rank. Judging by his prowess, he must hold a position above that of a district chief. Oddly, he was without any subordinates. Perhaps he, like Li Rui, sought refuge in idleness. Jiang exhaled a cloud of smoke with a light chuckle. "You've been here for quite a while too. You wouldn't want to avoid work, would you?" Since they had crossed paths, both understood the unspoken implications. Li Rui hoped Jiang had not observed too closely. He offered a full pack of cigarettes from his pocket with the utmost respect and humility. Jiang glanced at the cigarettes, took them, and stowed them away. "Not bad, my preferred brand. Yet I remain curious about your choice to place a cigarette in the flower pot." Li Rui paused before responding. "Because those who have perished suffered greatly. I must take my leave. My superior is calling for me." Jiang discarded his half-smoked cigarette and retrieved a pack missing 3 sticks, resuming his smoking. Truly an odd individual. Li Rui chose to disregard Jiang's last remarks and departed the residential building to report below, aware that lingering too long would draw attention. Upon his arrival, the battle had concluded, with dozens dead on their side and many injured, though most were relatively unscathed. After all, even a cornered rabbit can bite back fiercely in a desperate struggle. The enemy had left no survivors, bodies strewn across the ground, making it nearly impossible for Li Rui to navigate, while others trampled without concern. He instructed the remaining personnel to incinerate the corpses, lest they rise as zombies. A rather foolish young man climbed atop the mound of bodies, boasting triumphantly, "The ignorant souls shall ultimately be reaped by the scythe of darkness. Descending into the fiery abyss of torment, let the lowly insects taste despair." After his proclamation, he extended his hand to those below, who looked on in confusion. One subordinate, unable to bear the spectacle, implored Li Rui to call him down. This scene caught the attention of Lao Ba, who stared at them, incredulous, with a rather sour expression. Li Rui felt utterly speechless, yet he mustered his spirits and extended his hand in response. As he reached out, a flicker of joy visibly shone in the eyes of the eccentric young man, as if he had never received such a response before. The young man, filled with excitement, invited Li Rui to ascend the mountain of corpses to relish in the triumph. Seeing his eager and joyful demeanor, Li Rui, unable to refuse, reluctantly climbed up. Surprisingly, the sensation of stepping upon the bodies was rather pleasant. They were soft and springy, more comfortable than the ground below. After engaging in awkward small talk for a while, they eventually descended, a process that was exceedingly cringeworthy and awkward, causing those below to avert their gazes in discomfort. Upon their descent, they unexpectedly spotted Jiang discussing something with their associate, Old Eight. Li Rui casually beckoned a subordinate, inquiring about Jiang's position, and the subordinate, somewhat apprehensive, provided the information. To his astonishment, Jiang's identity left Li Rui taken aback. Fortunately, he had not offended him previously. Chapter 53. A reunion with Feng Yan. By the time Li Rui completed his tasks, night had fallen. The reason for encountering Jiang was that he was responsible for overseeing the recovery of supplies. Watching him effortlessly take away several trucks of resources, Li Rui could hardly contain his envy. If only he could secure a position like that to easily procure some supplies. He was actually the trusted confidant of the second-in-command. The fourth seat. No wonder old Eight's tone had softened considerably when speaking to him. From what he gathered from his subordinates, not much was known about Hu Jin, except that he was formidable and rarely made appearances, mostly just going through the motions. The return journey mirrored the outbound one, with the eccentric young man still animatedly chatting with Li Rue inside the vehicle. Since they had time to spare, why not indulge in his company? However, this time, his antics seemed even more exaggerated, as he began striking poses despite the cramped space. Upon returning, Li Rue coincidentally arrived just in time for the auction, where he finally encountered Bai Jing, who had been absent for several days. Li Rue briefly recounted the events of the past few days and inquired about Bai Jing's whereabouts. During this time, Lin Lin had asked him several times about Bai Jing's absence. He occasionally indulged in new experiences and visited her, as it was rather lonely for Lin Lin to remain cooped up in her room alone. Upon hearing about Bai Jing's recent experiences, Li Rue was astounded. Bai Jing revealed that ever since their last conversation with the third-in-command, it seemed he had intentions of supporting him. Over the past few days, he had been working alongside those loyal to him and planned to appoint Bai Jing as his 16th confidant the following day. Li Rue raised an eyebrow at the swiftness of his ascent and inquired about the tasks he had undertaken to gain their trust so rapidly. A weary Bai Jing replied that he had merely been clearing out formidable zombies in the city center. Li Rue, intrigued, asked just how formidable the zombies in the central district were. Bai Jing nonchalantly responded that a single foray could claim dozens of lives, with zombies capable of climbing and jumping. His casual tone belied the gravity of the situation, as if the deceased were mere statistics, highlighting the perilous nature of the endeavor. Despite the danger, the survivors reaped substantial rewards. He had acquired a considerable amount of delectable provisions. However, these items could not be transported, as they were perishable, presenting a significant challenge in terms of storage for the meat and vegetables. Li Rue discussed with him the possibility of exchanging several boxes of fruit for more easily stored food, to which he reluctantly agreed. In the current circumstances, some individuals struggle to find any food at all, let alone these fresh and delectable items, which are indeed quite precious. Li Rue prepared the items for exchange, called upon a few subordinates for assistance, and together with Bai Jing, they made their way to the auction. Their participation in this auction was merely a formality, a chance to familiarize themselves with the higher-ups and procure some rare items to manage the surplus resources of the administration. Li Rue felt there was little that could captivate either of them. The venue was a large hotel situated between the BC districts, devoid of electricity and illuminated by a few candles. People milled about, and occasionally one could spot familiar faces, such as district heads and group leaders from various neighborhoods. As Li Rue sought a seat, a brash individual accompanied by 4 or 5 followers approached him. Li Rue was not surprised to encounter him. Initially, the man appeared pleased to see Li Rue, but his expression soured upon noticing Bai Jing beside him. The brash man immediately began to hurl insults at Bai Jing, threatening physical confrontation. Just as they were about to come to blows, Li Rue intervened to separate them. The brash man struck first, and Li Rue struggled to restrain him, exerting all his strength to hold back the furious aggressor. Bai Jing, however, was no pushover and provoked him further, leaving Li Rue exasperated. Bai Jing's sharp tongue incited the brash man to bare his teeth in anger, and in a matter of moments, he broke free from Li Rue's grasp, and they engaged in a scuffle. None of the bystanders dared to approach, effectively blocking the entrance. "Stop. Fighting is not permitted here. If you wish to brawl, do so outside." Just as the altercation intensified, Hu Jin, appearing from nowhere, pushed both individuals aside and leaned against the wall, lighting a cigarette. Upon seeing Hu Jin, the brash man's demeanor shifted. He scoffed and strode deeper into the venue, intentionally bumping into Bai Jing as he passed. Noticing Bai Jing's intent to pursue him, Li Rue quickly restrained her, suggesting they should proceed inside. Bai Jing shook off Li Rue's grasp, glaring at him. "Since when have you become so chummy with that lunatic?" Li Rue found himself at a loss for words, and Bai Jing merely shot him a disdainful glance before making her way to the seating area. Feeling awkward, Li Rue quickly expressed his gratitude to Hu Jin for intervening and inquired whether he too was attending the auction. Leaning against the wall, Hu Jin shook his head, sharing that he was having a bad day, tasked with organizing the auction, and had barely rested for 2 hours before being summoned to quell the disturbance. He jested about Li Rue's charm, which had led 2 men to fight over him, leaving Li Rue both amused and exasperated. Li Rue found Hu Jin to be rather peculiar. Every time they met, he seemed devoid of motivation, having spent the entire afternoon idly lounging about. He would avoid standing if he could lie down. His laziness was striking, as he still joked with Li Rue even as the auction was set to commence, seemingly relishing in the chaos. It was baffling how he had attained such a high position without the airs of authority typically associated with leaders. "Li Rue, Having exchanged a few casual compliments, entered the auction room alongside Hu Jin. As Li Rui was searching for a seat, Hu Jin ambled over to the podium, yawned, announced the commencement of the auction, and then promptly descended. Upon locating Bai Jing, Li Rui overheard whispers from nearby attendees expressing their astonishment that Hu Jin was not introducing the auction items, but instead reclining on a nearby chair, asleep, leaving the proceedings to his subordinates. Previously, the responsible parties would personally engage with the audience to encourage participation, making this casual demeanor quite unprecedented. The auction itself proved rather tedious, featuring an array of luxury items such as exquisite wines and rare delicacies. Even a notably large lobster was up for bidding. However, Li Rui was surprised to see participants still placing bids. Just as he was on the verge of dozing off, an item of interest was presented, a shotgun, complete with 16 rounds of ammunition, glistening under the beam of a flashlight. Li Rui felt a surge of excitement, as did those around him. And the price soared to 15 units of resources, with further increments from a rather enthusiastic bidder. This individual, however, withdrew at 25 units, leaving Li Rui astonished at the amount they had amassed. The combined resources that Li Rui and Bai Jing had gathered over the past few days barely amounted to a little over 10 units, revealing the avarice of the other participants. Ultimately, the shotgun was sold for 30 units of resources to a district chief from Zone A. Li Rui's interest was piqued further when illicit substances were introduced for bidding, prompting a flurry of competitive offers. He couldn't help but scrutinize the crowd, noticing that most bidders were subordinates, likely representing their leaders, who could afford such substantial quantities of resources, certainly more than the district chief. The items continued to vary significantly until a woman was brought onto the stage. When the stark light illuminated her face, Li Rui was taken aback. It was Fang Yan, whom he had not seen for several weeks. He could hardly fathom what she had endured in such a brief span, transitioning from a figure once beyond reach to one now objectified in the auction. The auctioneer began the bidding at 5 units of resources. Chapter 54. The dispute. The auctioneer seized Fang Yan by her hair, initiating the bidding. In that moment, Li Rui was rendered thoughtless, his body instinctively responding as he raised his right hand. 10 units of resources. Bai Jing, unmoved, glanced at Fang Yan on the stage and grasped Li Rui's raised hand, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Don't you see? That is Fang Yan. We must save her." Li Rui, in a state of urgency, implored. Bai Jing regarded him incredulously, her tone becoming steely. "No bidding. 15 units of resources." A hand was raised in the dimly lit seating area, belonging to an unfamiliar individual who began competing against Li Rui. Ignoring Bai Jing's protests, Li Rui raised his hand again, completely oblivious to the extent of his available resources, only to be forcefully restrained by Bai Jing, who prevented him from bidding. His fury was palpable, his expression darkened under the meager light. Li Rui felt a surge of anxiety as he watched Fang Yan being taken away. Ignoring Bai Jing, who was pulling him back, he abruptly stood up and shouted, 20. However, before he could finish his sentence, Bai Jing struck him with a resounding slap that echoed throughout the room. It didn't hurt, but his face tingled painfully, and his throat grew numb, silencing his voice. For a moment, he was stunned, slightly coming to his senses. He realized he lacked the resources to help. Yet watching Fang Yan being taken away was unbearably heart-wrenching. If he remained passive, no one would come to her aid. He was, after all, a decent person, at least once genuinely concerned for them, despite the unfortunate outcome of their relationship. He couldn't just stand idly by. Doing so would tarnish his sense of morality. Li Rui sensed the gaze of everyone in the room upon him. Being struck in front of such an audience was quite a spectacle. Even Hu Jin, who had been sleeping, stirred and turned over. Bai Jing, feeling the weight of the surrounding eyes, seized the silent Li Rui and dragged him out of the room. As they left, Li Rui caught a glimpse of Fang Yan on the stage, her eyes filled with unspoken emotions, surprise, sorrow, and a flicker of hope. The auction continued undeterred by their interlude, with several individuals raising their bids. Yet Li Rui could no longer hear the prices being called. Bai Jing gripped Li Rui's collar and slammed him against the wall, forcing him to meet her fiery gaze. "Have I granted you too much leeway, causing you to forget your own worth? You've seen her a few times, and you think she is worth all our resources for a burden? Do you truly care for her? Enough to let yourself starve? How often has she even looked your way? You crave a woman so desperately, yet when given the chance, you turn away. What are you doing?" Bai Jing shook Li Rui vigorously, desperately awaiting his response. Li Rui remained unresponsive to her piercing questions, his throat feeling heavy. If he didn't save her, her fate would be dire. His voice was barely a whisper, lacking conviction. Upon hearing his disheartening reply, Bai Jing released him. Her tone icy as she stated, "Let me make this clear. Without me, you would share Fang Yan's fate. This is your last chance." With that, she departed without a second thought. Li Rui, feeling powerless against her indifference, slid down the wall to the floor. Reflecting on Fang Yan's glance as they left, he found it impossible to disregard her. Though they had spoken little and he had not particularly favored her, they had shared a brief camaraderie. And he recognized her as a strong and courageous individual unworthy of such a fate. Rising from the ground, Li Rue resolved to save her. After all, he had chosen to be a good person. He would have to keep this endeavor a secret from Bai Jing, conducting it in stealth, or their association would come to an end. Li Rue, eager to re-enter, soon discovered that individuals were gradually emerging from within. The auction had concluded. He casually approached a familiar group leader, inquiring about who had bid on Fang Yan, only to receive a helpless reply. He too was unaware, only knowing that she had been taken by an unfamiliar subordinate for a sum of 25 units of supplies. Upon hearing this news, Li Rue's mind became a chaotic blur, rendering him unable to perceive the leader's words clearly, even as he continued to speak. In a brief moment, the crowd had vanished, leaving only the leader and Li Rue engaged in a vague conversation. Noticing Li Rue's despondency, the well-meaning leader playfully draped an arm around his neck and mysteriously suggested taking him to a delightful place to lift his spirits. Li Rue, bewildered, allowed himself to be led away, as the leader recounted the recent incident at the auction where Li Rue and Bai Jing had clashed over a woman. This left Li Rue feeling profoundly embarrassed, unsure of how to respond. Yet the leader spoke casually about how all women were the same, promising to broaden his horizons. The leader guided Li Rue into a dimly lit room where shadows danced, revealing a dozen or so men indulging in drinks and cigarettes, akin to an entertainment venue, with a few familiar faces among them. The leader urged Li Rue to sit and handed him a can of alcohol. For these were the very individuals Li Rue had previously summoned for a purge. Those who had killed the most were rewarded by Lao Ba with special privileges, drinks and women, reveling in their pleasures. Li Rue's arrival did not garner much attention. The group soon discerned that nearly everyone had arrived and eagerly pulled forth for women. According to the leader, there were initially 2, but with more participants, they pooled resources to acquire 2 additional women, lest they miss out entirely. All the men, save for Li Rue, gravitated towards the women, the sound of belts hitting the floor echoing throughout the space. Li Rue, momentarily stunned, grasped his untouched drink and counted the present company, realizing he was approximately the 18th individual in attendance. Caught unawares, he found himself in such an environment, unable to recognize a single face since his arrival, while the air was thick with the raucous laughter of men. He let out a deep sigh. The provocative videos he had previously watched now seemed tame in comparison. Reality often held unexpected and shocking revelations, especially in a post-apocalyptic scenario. He could not fathom whether Fang Yan might meet a similar fate, relieved that her voice was absent from the cries of the 4 women. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for how to confront her. Perhaps the only aid he could offer would be to end her suffering. Li Rue set down his drink and lit a cigarette, quietly observing the men's revelry from a shadowy corner. Their silhouettes writhed in a hedonistic dance, desires twisting grotesquely, as an unspeakably repugnant odor permeated the room. Even after finishing his cigarette, the air remained saturated with a frenzied essence. One man, having thoroughly enjoyed himself, stepped away from the throng and noticed the solitary, despondent Li Rue, promptly jesting and attempting to coax him into joining. However, before their hands could meet, Li Rue swiftly retreated, making a beeline for the exit. Chapter 55. The method. The night was deep, with the moon hanging high in the sky, casting a gentle glow upon the surrounding flora. Li Rue sat alone on a long bench downstairs, a cigarette unlit between his lips. He had nowhere else to go. Bai Jing had locked the door, and he would have to wait for daylight to arrange for new accommodations. Li Rue speculated that the cigarettes and alcohol he had entrusted to his subordinates must have been exchanged for considerable supplies, which was likely why Bai Jing had specifically barred him from returning, perhaps to prevent him from coveting those resources, or perhaps she was still harboring resentment. Sleeping on a bench in the community at such a late hour felt somewhat humiliating, and without lighting a cigarette, it would only render him more pitiable. Li Rue reclined and gazed at the sparse stars above, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Tomorrow, he would need to devise a way to inquire about Fang Yan's whereabouts, or perhaps approach Eugene directly for information, as the organizer. He must certainly know who the seller was, although having only met him a few times, the likelihood of assistance seemed slim. Nonetheless, he resolved to muster the courage to try. Who knew? Perhaps the man would be in a good mood and divulge something. With a heavy heart, Li Rue lit the cigarette in his mouth. A familiar figure passed by, stopping in surprise to glance back at him. Li Gu, why are you lying here? Li Rue looked up to see it was Captain Zhou, whom he had encountered frequently while arranging tasks over the past few days. An honest and diligent young man. They had exchanged a few casual conversations during idle moments. He was quite amiable, despite being significantly older than Li Rue. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Li Rue greeted him. And Zhou seemed to recognize Li Rue's current predicament, already aware of the events at the auction. He earnestly suggested that Li Rue should go and sincerely apologize to Bai Jing the following day. expressing that he did not wish to see Li Rui forced to seek work elsewhere. Among the district heads, Bai Jing was the only one who behaved normally. The others were unworthy of mention, with some treating their subordinates like beasts, while a few went as far as to exploit them as women. Consequently, those under their command rarely dared to meet the gaze of the district heads or higher management, fearing they might attract unwanted attention. Moreover, Bai Jing entrusted all responsibilities to Li Rui, treating her subordinates with both courtesy and kindness, thus winning the favor of many. Seeing Li Rui asleep on the bench, Captain Zhou proposed that he stay at his residence for the night, especially since his assigned quarters were quite spacious. Li Rui accepted without refusal, feeling a bit bashful as he thanked him. Following Captain Zhou to his home, he was warmly welcomed with a few cans of drinks and engaged in conversation. Zhou even prepared a late-night snack, confessing he had been too busy to eat, inviting Li Rui to join him. When the food arrived, Li Rui noticed there were others in the room. A young girl in an apron respectfully brought over a plate of peanuts. The girl appeared frail, and in the dimly lit living room, her features were hard to discern. Just as Li Rui was about to inquire if she was a relative, he realized that beneath her apron, she wore nothing at all. Momentarily stunned, he dropped his chopsticks to the floor without noticing. Captain Zhou observed Li Rui's dazed gaze fixed on the girl's departing figure and chuckled lightly, teasingly asking if Li Rui had taken a liking to her, suggesting that he could spend the night with her if he wished. Inform Li Rui that there is an older woman in his room, who, along with her daughter, encountered him while out and chose to follow him voluntarily, as he could assure them of sustenance in exchange for their compliance. When he spoke of this, pride radiated from him, and he jested about competing to see who could last longer, nonchalantly allowing Li Rui to choose first. Caught off guard, Li Rui awkwardly declined, stuffing a peanut offered by a young girl into his mouth. He suddenly felt that sleeping on the bench might be a more prudent choice. Regretting his presence at that moment, finding an excuse, he departed from Captain Zhou's residence, leaving the captain scratching his head in confusion, muttering, "Do they really have that kind of relationship?" Returning to the bench where it all began, Li Rui sensed that lingering here any longer would drive him to madness. He must swiftly gather enough supplies to escape this heartless hellhole. The rules and systems here were unbearably cruel to him. Weakness was a sin, and no one could be saved. Just as he was lying down to sleep, having turned over, he noticed movement in the bushes nearby. Rubbing his eyes to confirm that something was indeed there, he quickly rose to investigate. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a chicken. How astonishing! Had it escaped from the kitchen? Seizing the opportunity, Li Rui hurriedly jumped up to fetch a rope, intending to secure a fine meal for the next day. Nighttime made it easier to catch such prey. Just as he cradled the chicken in his arms and headed to the storage room for a rope, he unexpectedly encountered a peculiar boy, who was stealthily rummaging in the dark. How could he be so energetic at this late hour? Li Rui, amused, patted him on the shoulder from behind, causing the boy to jump in fright. As Li Rui was about to inquire about his actions, the boy swiftly snatched the chicken from his hands, burying his face in its feathers, exuding an air of possession. Witnessing the boy's affectionate caresses and strange mutterings toward the chicken, it was evident that it belonged to him, and Li Rui felt a pang of guilt, contemplating an exit. However, the boy clung tightly to him, uttering incomprehensible phrases that seemed to express gratitude. Reluctantly, Li Rui thanked him for his kindness, explaining that retrieving the chicken was a mere triviality. But the boy insisted on showing his appreciation. Unable to refuse, Li Rui asked if he could stay at the boy's place for a night. The boy happily consented, inquiring whether Li Rui was being driven out by Bai Jing. Unsure of how to respond, Li Rui merely stated it was a misunderstanding. The boy, disregarding Li Rui's explanations, boisterously declared his intention to confront Bai Jing the next day and even proposed that Li Rui join his ranks, promising to treat him well and ensure he would enjoy a life of luxury, for they seemed to get along splendidly. The boy's words were overly abstract and enthusiastic, and after interpreting them, Li Rui felt it was rather presumptuous. Ultimately, he politely declined the boy's overture to join him. When Li Rui arrived at the residence of the eccentric young man, he discovered 2 chickens being kept as pets, and the room was permeated with a faint odor of chicken droppings. He found it puzzling why anyone would choose to keep chickens as companions, but felt too uncomfortable to voice his curiosity. Nevertheless, the dwelling was quite spacious, sufficient for Li Rui to enjoy a good night's sleep. Suddenly, he recalled that the young man had been present at the auction, and perhaps he would know who had purchased Fang Yan. Li Rui promptly inquired, and indeed, the eccentric young man was aware. He revealed that the person who had acquired Fang Yan was a subordinate of the notorious leader of the Fifth Society, known as the Red Spider. Upon hearing this news, Li Rui furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Seeing Li Rui's concern for Fang Yan, the eccentric young man offered a sliver of hope, mentioning that the leader had a particular penchant for women with ample bosoms, and once he grew bored, he might relinquish her to his subordinates for a mere fraction of the resources. This suggestion plunged Li Rui's spirits into despair, as resources were essential for any action to be taken. Noticing Li Rui's gloomy demeanor, the eccentric young man proposed a game of card collecting that he had painstakingly assembled. Though Li Rui hesitated, he could not refuse the eager invitation. At least this young man was not a womanizer. As they played, Li Rui found the experience surprisingly enjoyable. Although he remained perplexed as to why the young man insisted on holding a chicken while they played, seemingly unfazed by the potential mess. The two engaged in card games throughout the night, allowing Li Rui to learn more about his companion, who was named Jiang Xiaoming, a name as unremarkable as his own. He discovered that Jiang Xiaoming's prowess in combat stemmed from having once won the provincial championship in Taekwondo, though Li Rui was left questioning the veracity of this claim. After enduring 2 hours of Jiang Xiaoming's exaggerated tales of past victories over various opponents, Li Rui suspected there might be more than a hint of embellishment. If he were truly that formidable, he would have easily subdued Bai Jing. Nevertheless, the fact that someone of his stature had reached this level indicated he possessed some degree of skill, having spent an entire night playing cards. Li Rui awoke the next day feeling rather lethargic, while Jiang Xiaoming lay motionless on the couch, when one of Zhang's subordinates came to visit. It was Li Rui who answered the door. The only peculiar thing was the odd look the subordinate cast upon Li Rui, who appeared disheveled and fatigued. Li Rui paid little mind to this, as the card games had inspired him with ideas on how to procure resources. Chapter 56. Catching the culprit. When Li Rui sought out Bai Jing, he found the latter's demeanor had grown significantly colder than before. Bai Jing had successfully earned the recognition of the three main figures and had become the 16th trusted subordinate. His newfound power was substantial, and he specifically informed Li Rui that he no longer required his assistance with subsequent tasks. As he had previously stated, he would not be granting Li Rui any further authority. Li Rui harbored no objections to Bai Jing's arrangements, relishing the chance for a bit of leisure himself, which would facilitate his upcoming endeavors. Bai Jing, seemingly from nowhere, had sourced two individuals who appeared more astute to take Li Rui's place, one tall and one short, both bearing a semblance of decorum and exhibiting a level of respect towards Bai Jing that contrasted sharply with Li Rui's more casual demeanor. While they exchanged pleasantries, their eyes betrayed an unmistakable disdain that they could not conceal. Li Rui is not a narrow-minded individual. He engages in friendly pleasantries with them. Discovering that Bai Jing had unexpectedly saved the two of them during an outing and that they had mutually assisted each other, which is why Bai Jing trusts them. The slightly portly man, a genial middle-aged figure with a classic receding hairline, is named Gong, and Li Rui refers to him as Old Gong. The taller one, indeed surnamed Gao, is rather taciturn and, from their brief conversation, appears to be a rational and composed individual, seemingly disinclined to engage with Li Rui's glib demeanor. Li Rui, not wishing to impose, limits their exchange to a few casual remarks before moving on. He intends to stroll through the previous night street, where he anticipates encountering a gathering of card players. This notion stems from his previous experiences with a certain middle school boy. There are certainly many unscrupulous individuals in this area, making it improbable that there would be no gamblers. As he meanders through the street, he notices several shops filled with groups engrossed in card games, among which he recognizes quite a few familiar faces. Regardless of their backgrounds, luck reigns supreme at the card table. However, Li Rui has never placed his faith in luck. He would not venture here without some preparation. Today, he has no intention of playing. Rather, he observes the scene, noting the presence of dice and cards, suggesting that this is a well-established setup. He speculates that the mastermind behind it is the second-in-command, whose resource recovery operation is impressively comprehensive, as he spots a few subordinates who had previously been around Hu Jin. After familiarizing himself with some card game strategies, Li Rui decides to return, borrowing a deck of cards to play with a few familiar subordinates. During this time, the middle school boy also joins in. He initially came looking for Bai Jing to engage in a fight, but, upon failing to find her, opts to play with Li Rui and the others instead. Their gathering disperses late into the night, devoid of stakes, merely passing the time and pondering the art of card manipulation. Li Rui recalls a previous experience where colleagues had invited him to play cards, resulting in a dismal loss that cost him half a month's salary. He vowed never to gamble again unless the odds were in his favor at a staggering 90%. To achieve this probability, he plans to dedicate all his free time to mastering card manipulation techniques, meticulously refining every aspect from the way he handles the cards to how he deals them. Li Rui possesses long, elegant fingers that lend an unusual allure to his card handling, compelling the observer to first notice his hands, thereby neglecting the cards themselves. His dexterity is akin to that of a magician, dazzling the eyes with his effortless sleight of hand, making it nearly impossible for his subordinates to detect any flaws during their games. Next, he must secure the necessary resources. Bai Jing is not an option to consider, as he meticulously manages all provisions. Although they still reside together, their interactions are infrequent. On a few occasions, Li Rue has noticed her suggesting that he should spend time with Lin Lin. Consequently, he seeks to borrow some resources from the middle school boy, with whom he has been cultivating an increasingly amicable relationship, frequently engaging in casual chats and card games. Without hesitation, the boy generously lends Li Rue 5 units of resources. Subsequently, while playing cards, Li Rue manages to win back those 5 units. Only to his surprise, the boy becomes quite engrossed and continues to play with him. The outcome was as one might anticipate. He lost 10 units of supplies to Li Rue. Feeling somewhat guilty, Li Rue deliberately allowed him to win back some. But it was not until he had won 5 consecutive games that he sensed something was amiss. Upon questioning Li Rue about whether he was being favored, Li Rue hastily defended himself, but the more he explained, the angrier the other became, and thus they parted ways on unfriendly terms. Li Rue realized that the other's temperament was rather extreme. He had overturned the table in a fit of rage. Despite his tendency to play impulsively, he could easily outperform even the most arrogant of competitors. After securing his capital, Li Rue opted for a quieter gambling venue, as discretion was paramount. With only 5 units of supplies in hand, he initially played conservatively, managing to win 2 units over the course of the afternoon. The other gamblers were rather timid. Playing small stakes, and to engage in high-stakes games, one would have to venture into the larger casinos, where the affluent management often hosted the games. Li Rue planned to visit the Grand Casino after dinner. The dim evening light made it easier to employ deceit without detection. He exchanged all his supplies for chips, and, in less than 2 hours, won 10 units, a moment that felt surreal. It appeared that these individuals were rather naive. The process was not without its challenges. Li Rue focused on card games that allowed for sleight of hand, requiring both speed and situational awareness to successfully cheat, as a large win could yield 5 units. If he continued at this pace, he would soon amass enough supplies to leave this place, but caution was essential. In one game, a team leader lost 4 units and, in a fit of rage, accused Li Rue of foul play. Unfortunately for him, no evidence could be produced, otherwise, it would have been dire, as the casino strictly forbade cheating, with severe penalties for those caught. Thus, as Li Rue exchanged his winnings for supplies, he felt both anxious and exhilarated. Unaware that several unfamiliar faces were observing him with ill intent, Li Rue paid little mind to them, successfully trading for several large boxes of supplies. With just a few more games, he would have enough to exchange for Fong Yen. After all, winning too much in a single day would undoubtedly raise suspicions. So he planned to return the following day, meticulously studying his cheating techniques and considering enlisting a few clever individuals to join him, to see if they might draw attention. Suddenly, he recalled Bai Jing's 2 new subordinates and thought it wise to invite them to play and test their mettle. He then spotted Old Gong and Xiao Gao, who had just wrapped up their tasks, freeing up some time. Despite Xiao Gao being significantly older, Li Rue shamelessly referred to him as little. They accepted his invitation. Engaging in a game of landlord, but without stakes, their enthusiasm waned, and they hardly attempted to cheat. Just as Xiao Gao was about to withdraw from the game, Li Rue proposed a wager. They hesitated, lacking sufficient supplies to gamble. To motivate them to continue practicing their cheating skills, Li Rue devised an amusing idea. For every game lost, a piece of clothing would be removed, and the game would conclude once one was left entirely bare. Upon hearing this, Old Gong appeared awkwardly inclined to refuse, while Xiao Gao seemed intrigued and exchanged a glance with Old Gong, prompting him to remain silent. If the two of them were to collaborate, the likelihood of Li Rue's victory would be slim, especially considering they were engaged in a game of dodiju. Nevertheless, he found the prospect of envisioning the two of them returning home in a state of undress worth the risk. In truth, he was still perturbed. Despite his verbal claims of indifference towards their potential usurpation, a flicker of discontent lingered within him. In the first round, under their combined efforts, Li Rue casually discarded a coat, revealing his scant attire beneath. As the second round commenced, Li Rue planned to engage in some subtle mischief. After Old Gong lost and removed his outer garment, it wasn't long before both of them found themselves half-clothed. Particularly, Xiao Gao shot an indignant glare at the impeccably dressed Li Rue, while Old Gong, with a belly that matched his expression, calmly discarded his shoes after yet another loss. Except for the first round, Xiao Gao and Old Gong found themselves consistently defeated, leading them to suspect that Li Rue was up to something sinister. They began to scrutinize him closely whenever he played his cards. This was precisely the effect Li Rue desired. He was curious to see whether they would uncover his trickery, which lay not in his card play, but in his card drawing. As the three of them took turns drawing cards, Li Rue distinguished himself by discreetly drawing 2 or 3 cards at once, selecting the high-value ones with a swift and natural finesse. He engaged them in trivial conversation to divert their attention. Before long, Xiao Gao found himself stripped down to his underwear, while Old Gong, indifferent to the situation, contemplated life clad only in his undergarments. Seeing Xiao Gao's mortification as he removed his trousers brought Li Rue immense satisfaction. prompting him to urge him to hasten his undressing. Just as Li Rui wished to continue, Bai Jing unexpectedly burst through the door, shocked and ordering them to dress and leave, asserting her ownership of the premises. Regrettably, Li Rui had hoped to witness their humiliating retreat in such a state. Reluctantly, he gathered his cards as they hastily donned their clothing and exited, leaving behind a disgruntled Bai Jing and a composed Li Rui. Do you not feel incomplete if you go a day without wreaking havoc? Li Rui feigned nonchalance, responding, not at all. I was merely indulging in some playful banter with them. Did you not realize you too concern yourself with those beneath you? Do not overstep your bounds. Clean this mess up, or vacate the premises, Bai Jing retorted. Li Rui shuffled his cards, a sudden thought striking him. How about a game with me? If I lose, I shall leave. If he could deceive Bai Jing, his skills would surely be refined, paving the way for a grand venture at the casino that night. Bai Jing hesitated but eventually took a seat at the table. In no time, he lost, his skepticism leading him to challenge Li Rui directly about foul play. Li Rui chuckled and replied, It's merely luck. Fate does not permit you to escape me. Leaving Bai Jing with a complex expression, Li Rui donned his shoes and departed his side. That evening, Li Rui prepared for a significant gamble at the Grand Casino, which buzzed with excitement and noise. Throngs gathered around the card tables in raucous chatter. After playing a few rounds with mixed results, sensing the opportune moment, Li Rui boldly claimed victory, winning 6 Jin of resources, leaving his opponents in stunned silence. In several rounds, Li Rui encountered some seasoned gamblers who, upon losing, could not provide any resources and instead offered their wives and daughters as collateral. This infuriated Li Rui, twisting his nose in disbelief. Naturally, he had no intention of accepting another man's wife, so he let it slide, resigned to the fact that such individuals would likely never repay him. He considered himself unfortunate, merely a victim of exploitation. His gaze then shifted to the management, where he noticed a particularly affluent individual, dressed in a well-tailored suit with a meticulously styled haircut. The man exuded an air of intimidation, evident from his prominent chest muscles. Surrounding him were several subordinates, who referred to him as Brother Zhou. Inquiring among those nearby, Li Rui learned that this man was the trusted confidant of the 6th-ranking deputy, just below Hu Jing. It was no wonder that he was unperturbed by the loss of resources, maintaining a stoic demeanor. Li Rui decided to join the game they were playing, a variant of poker known as Zijinhua, where 3 cards are dealt and players wager not solely on luck, but also on their courage. He witnessed one player grow pale from losing, unable to stake anything further, prompting Li Rui to step in. Initially, he merely followed a few rounds, losing a small amount before folding at a poor hand. The 6th-ranking player consistently bet until the end, revealing his cards regardless of the outcome. During one round, Li Rui held a pair of 6s but, deterred by the high stakes, chose to fold, while the others revealed only a queen, far inferior to his hand. Thus, the 6th player claimed all the chips. Once Li Rui gathered sufficient understanding, it was time for him to make his move. In this round, he assessed his hand and, employing exceptional facial control, proceeded to the final showdown. Only Li Rui and the 6th player remained at the table, the latter observing him with disinterest until Li Rui pushed all his chips forward to compare hands. Winning this round would yield 20 pounds of resources, and Li Rui decided to gamble everything. The 6th player smirked, finally shifting his focus to reveal his cards. He displayed a queen of clubs, a king of spades, and an ace of hearts, a sequence of consecutive cards. In response, Li Rui revealed his own hand, an 8, a 9, and a 10 of spades, a straight that triumphed over the 6th player's combination. Under the 6th player's cold scrutiny, Li Rui smiled as he collected all the chips from the table. Just as Li Rui contemplated leaving after his success, the 6th player spoke up, questioning the lack of excitement in departing after such a modest victory. Although Li Rui was initially reluctant to engage further, the 6th player insisted, and Li Rui felt compelled to respond. The previous round had been a near loss for him, salvaged only by a fortunate card exchange. With the 6th player oblivious to this fact, Li Rui decided to take one last chance, intending to win again before departing. He resumed his seat at the gambling table, playing several rounds, experiencing a few losses but maintaining a calm demeanor, simply biding his time for the right opportunity. He concealed a few cards from the earlier rounds and prepared to form a powerful hand. Fortune smiled upon him, granting him a pair of kings, with 1 king retained, allowing him to create a formidable 3 of a kind. He was skeptical that the 6th player could possibly draw 3 aces. After some betting and folding, only Li Rui and the 6th player remained at the table, both having wagered heavily. This time, Lao Lu fixated his gaze upon his cards, causing Li Rui to feel increasingly uncomfortable. Since Lao Lu was not directing his attention toward him, Li Rui felt a semblance of relief. However, as they prepared to reveal their cards, 2 of Lao Lu's subordinates suddenly seized Li Rui, forcefully pressing his head against the gambling table, rendering him immobile. Amidst their rough treatment, the cards in Li Rui's hands scattered across the floor. With a cold demeanor, Lao Lu remarked to Li Rue, "You possess remarkable audacity. You are the first to cheat in my presence." Sensing the ominous atmosphere, those around them hastily departed. Lao Lu gently collected the cards strewn across the ground, revealing 3 kings, and from his pocket, he produced a 3 of diamonds after rummaging through Li Rue's belongings. The entire sequence transpired with astonishing swiftness, leaving Li Rue momentarily stunned, his heart racing uncontrollably in disbelief. How could they have discovered his deceit? After all, he had managed to deceive by Jing herself. As he pleaded with Lao Lu, he pondered where he had faltered. Surely, it wasn't during the initial steps. At that moment, Lao Lu had not noticed any discrepancies, implying that Li Rue had successfully concealed his cards in previous rounds. The issue must have arisen during the card exchange. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Lao Lu had been scrutinizing the backs of his cards, as if he were aware of the hand Li Rue held. This indicated that they too engaged in deception. Yet, at this juncture, he had been caught by Lao Lu with irrefutable evidence. Li Rue felt utterly speechless, realizing it was his own negligence that had failed to unveil his opponent's tactics. Overcome with dread, he voiced his suspicions. However, to admit such wrongdoing would be tantamount to confessing guilt. Lao Lu immediately commanded his subordinates to fetch an axe, prepared to sever Li Rue's hand, asserting that here, rules must be observed. In a desperate attempt, Li Rue implored Lao Lu, stating he was an underling of Bai Jing, and if he were to be punished, he at least deserved prior notice. Upon hearing Bai Jing's name, Lao Lu frowned deeply, instructing one of his men to locate her. Before Bai Jing could arrive, an unexpected guest, reeking of familiar smoke, barged in. Hu Jin, who appeared utterly disheveled, accompanied by several men seeking Lao Lu. Upon seeing Hu Jin, Lao Lu's irritation grew palpable as he approached Li Rue wielding the axe, proclaiming that even if Bai Jing arrived, the punishment would still stand. His subordinates restrained Li Rue, and as he beheld the glinting axe, Li Rue desperately urged for a moment's pause. Hu Jin, oblivious to Lao Lu, murmured about needing Lao Lu to handle matters, only to then witness the scene of Li Rue being held down for the impending punishment. With a slight lift of his eyelids, he removed the cigarette from his mouth and inquired about the situation. Lao Lu, visibly displeased, set down the axe and succinctly explained the circumstances. Upon learning of Li Rue's affiliation, Hu Jin's interest peaked slightly, his bleary gaze settling on Li Rue's restrained hand. He reached out, touching and squeezing it, sending a chill down Li Rue's spine. Suddenly, with a look of excitement, he addressed Lao Lu, exclaiming, "Such a fine hand would be a pity to sever. Brother Zhou, grant me this favor, I wish to make use of it." Lao Lu shot Hu Jin a disdainful glance before begrudgingly exiting. Li Rue's complexion turned ashen, uncertain of Hu Jin's intentions. He could not discern whether Hu Jin harbored a peculiar inclination, but at the very least, it seemed preferable to the prospect of losing a hand. Hu Jin released his subordinates and leaned on Li Rue's shoulder, previously oblivious to the fact that his hands were rather attractive. "Come find me tomorrow morning at 8, or I shall hand you over to Brother Zhou," he warned. Reluctantly, Li Rue nodded in agreement. Hu Jin patted Li Rue's shoulder, reverting to his earlier lackluster demeanor, and slowly departed after lighting another cigarette.